This story starts in a training hall. Two shirtless men clashed fiercely in it. Their bodies moved with speed and precision, kicks and punches colliding with bursts of impact. Our main character, Su Hong, launched a powerful strike, while his opponent blocked and countered with equal force. Their fists met in midair, creating a shockwave that echoed through the hall. As the bout ended, Su Hong's opponent stumbled back, clutching his chest in pain. He winced and muttered that it hurt like hell. Around them, other students continued their own sparring sessions, the sound of hits filling the large, brightly lit training hall. That classmate called out to Su Hong, praising his progress. He said that Su Hong's diamond fist had improved again, and asked if he had reached the level of subtlety. Su Hong adjusted his stance and calmly replied that he had reached subtlety 2 days ago. Subtlety was one of the martial arts realms in this world. Mastery of any martial art could be divided into 5 levels: entry, proficiency, subtlety, great accomplishment, and perfection. Each stage represented a new depth of understanding and power. Hearing Su Hong's answer, the classmate's eyes widened with admiration. Giving a thumbs up, he said that in terms of diamond fist, nobody in their class could match Su Hong's level. Su Hong then turned toward his classmate and asked with determination if he had rested enough, suggesting they continue their training. His words carried a sense of tireless drive that made the other student freeze in surprise. His expression changed to irritation as he yelled that Su Hong was a training maniac. He grabbed his bag and declared that he was leaving to go home and eat instead. Su Hong was surprised as he watched his classmate dash toward the exit. At the door, the classmate waved and cheerfully said goodbye to Teacher Lee, who was just entering the hall. The teacher, looking calm but slightly exasperated, reminded him to put his clothes on properly before leaving. The student laughed awkwardly and hurried off, still half-dressed. Teacher Lee then looked around the hall until his eyes settled on Su Hong. His tone became serious as he said that he had finally found him. He asked Su Hong if he was applying for the martial division, his voice firm and expectant. As Su Hong wiped sweat from his neck, the teacher continued, asking why he hadn't yet paid the 30,000 yuan registration fee, warning that registration would close next Monday. Hearing that, Su Hong paused, looking slightly tense. Lowering his head, he asked in a quiet tone if the teacher could give him a few more days. The teacher sighed and softened his expression. He told Su Hong that he understood his family was struggling, but there was nothing he could do about it. The rules were strict, and exceptions weren't allowed. Hearing that, Su Hong fell silent, his eyes showing a trace of worry and determination mixed together. Late at night, the training hall was silent, except for the sound of fists cutting through the air. The bright lights reflected off the polished wooden floor, while the moon shone faintly through the glass ceiling. In the center of the hall stood Su Hong, alone, his duffel bag nearby. He moved tirelessly, practicing his techniques again and again. Each punch echoed sharply, showing his frustration and determination. As he exhaled heavily, his thoughts focused on the words from earlier: 30,000 yuan for the registration fee. The number repeated in his mind over and over. Sweat ran down his body, his breathing heavy as he struck the air with even more force, whispering to himself, 30,000 yuan, 30,000 yuan. His mind drifted back to his childhood. He remembered a time when he was only 3 years old, crying amidst rubble and smoke. His parents had died during a ferocious beast disaster, leaving him all alone among the ruins. The memory of loss and helplessness still lingered vividly in his heart. After that tragedy, his uncle and aunt had taken him in, raising him as part of their family. He looked at a photograph showing all of them smiling together, a happy family that had supported him through everything. Once they discovered his talent in martial arts, they encouraged him wholeheartedly, helping him pursue training even when times were tough. Because in this era where the world was plagued by monstrous beasts, martial artists were considered the top earners, protectors, and symbols of hope. It was a path of both glory and survival. Yet as Su Hong looked down, his fists tightened. He whispered bitterly that he had trained in martial arts so his family could live better lives, but instead he was making things harder for them. His expression turned heavy with guilt and frustration, his body trembling under the weight of his own ambition and helplessness. Late at night, the quiet street was lit by a single street lamp, its light spilling across the narrow road. The small apartment building stood still under the calm blue sky, with the faint glow of indoor lights showing signs of life within. Su Hong returned home, his steps slow and tired. He stopped outside the door, his hand resting on the handle as he heard voices coming from inside. His aunt and uncle were talking about money again. His uncle asked how much they were short on rent since the payment date was approaching. But his aunt replied softly that rent could wait. They should focus on paying Su Hong's registration fee first. His uncle agreed, saying that Hong's talent was exceptional and that he would surely become someone great one day. He added that they couldn't afford to hold him back, no matter what it took. Su Hong's expression darkened as he listened. His aunt and uncle's voices softened again. His aunt suggested stopping her medication to save money, saying they didn't help anyway. But his uncle quickly refused, insisting he would take on an extra job so she could rest and not worry about anything. Standing silently outside, Su Hong clenched his fists. The sound of their kind words weighed heavily on him. He pressed his hands against his ears, unable to bear hearing any more of their sacrifices. Moments later, he pushed open the door with a forced smile and called out, "Uncle, Aunt, I'm home." His aunt smiled warmly, telling him he must be exhausted from practicing so late again. Su Hong tried to step forward and help, offering to take over her chores. But his aunt waved him off with a proud grin, saying couldn't she handle this little thing. His uncle firmly told him to go rest. His aunt chuckled and gently reminded him to listen and get some sleep. Su Hong looked at them both, his chest tightening with a mix of gratitude and guilt. The warmth of their home contrasted deeply with the struggle behind it. The night moonlight filtered through the window, casting soft patterns across the small room. Su Hong lay awake on his bed, staring quietly at the ceiling. Thoughts of his uncle and aunt filled his mind. They had already sacrificed so much for him. Clenching his fists under the blanket, he silently promised himself that he wouldn't let them suffer any longer. In his mind, he spoke to them, saying that they had done more than enough for him, and that from now on he would handle his own problems. His eyes hardened with resolve, as a plan began to form. He knew that for a martial practitioner to earn tens of thousands in just a few days, there was only one place to go. The next day, sunlight gleamed on a tall building surrounded by trees. It was the entrance to the underground fight club. Inside, an electrifying atmosphere filled the air as the announcer's voice echoed across the arena. "Folks in the crowd, welcome to the Martial Disciple Guard Challenge. No holds barred, life or death, victory is all that matters." In the center of the brightly lit ring stood a tall man wearing a Red Bull mask, his body covered in muscle. The announcer's tone rose with excitement as she introduced him, saying that today, holding down the stage, was the one and only Mr. Minotaur. The crowd roared as the rules were announced. Anyone who could win 4 matches in a row would walk away with 60,000 in prize money. Lose even once, and they'd get nothing. Among the audience, whispers began to spread. Some people noticed a masked newcomer stepping into the arena. One guy asked who that guy was, saying he had never seen him before. Another crossed his arms and said he was a newbie. A third spectator leaned forward, frowning, saying a newbie jumping straight into the guard challenge was just asking to die. As the lights focused on the stage, the tension thickened. Su Hong, hidden beneath the bull mask, was about to risk everything. Under the blinding lights of the arena, the announcer nudged Su Hong, who was wearing the bull mask. With a confident smile, she told him to liven things up and get the crowd excited. Su Hong tilted his head in confusion, scratching his mask. He asked how he was supposed to hype up the crowd. She rolled her eyes slightly, waving her hand dismissively. She explained that he should provoke them, throw some trash talk, stir them up. She muttered under her breath about how troublesome newbies could be. Hearing that, the masked Su Hong nodded firmly and gave a thumbs up. Then, stepping forward to the center of the stage, he clenched his fists and shouted with full confidence, declaring himself invincible against anyone below a martial artist. He challenged all weaklings to come and face him. Hearing that, the crowd immediately burst into noise. Some were shocked at his arrogance, whispering among themselves. One man frowned and said he was too cocky, while another laughed and called him a badass. Others muttered that he wouldn't even know how he died later. Excitement filled the air as people began chanting loudly, calling for his defeat, urging the fight to start. The announcer raised her microphone high and shouted, "Let's begin the match." As the crowd's cheers echoed through the arena, Su Hong stood tall behind his bull mask, his eyes sharpened with focus. He could feel the killing intent surrounding him. It was far stronger than anything he had felt before, but he wasn't surprised. This was the underground fight club, where life and death were always close. Taking a deep breath, he thought to himself that this was the only way to earn the tuition money quickly. He tightened his fists and murmured in determination, hoping that his diamond fist would bring him the victories he needed. The moment the match began, one of the fighters, a man wearing a mouse-shaped mask, stepped forward and shouted angrily at Su Hong. "Cocky punk. I'll play with you," he yelled, his body already in motion as he lunged forward with sharp momentum, standing calmly in the center of the ring. Su Hong watched the opponent's movements with a steady gaze from behind his bull mask. His sharp eyes analyzed the man's form in an instant. He noticed the speed and aggression, but also saw the weakness in the man's footing. His lower stance was unstable, his balance off. Su Hong smirked slightly, thinking to himself that this opponent would be easy to handle. The mouse-masked fighter closed in on Su Hong fast, shouting, "What are you daydreaming about?" He swung his fist towards Su Hong's head with a burst of power, but before the strike could land, Su Hong's arm moved like lightning. Energy gathered around his hands, swirling with bright blue force. With precise control, he unleashed his martial technique, the floating light palm. His glowing hand slammed straight into the attacker's face, the impact echoing across the arena. The mouse-masked man's eyes rolled back as his body was lifted off the ground and sent crashing into the floor with tremendous force. The crowd erupted in shock as Su Hong stood over his fallen opponent, the air around him still trembling from the energy of his strike. Under the blinding lights of the arena, Su Hong, wearing the bull mask, stood tall over his fallen opponent. Raising his fist high toward the ceiling, he shouted loudly, demanding the next challenger. The crowd erupted into cheers as the announcer's excited voice echoed through the speakers. "Minotaur, 1 win," she declared, her tone filled with energy. The audience roared in approval. Shouts of "badass" and "unbelievable" filled the air, the tension in the arena growing thicker with excitement. Soon after, another fighter stepped onto the stage. He was a tall man with curly blonde hair and a red mask covering his face. His muscular frame and confident smirk made it clear that he wasn't a rookie. The man taunted Su Hong, calling it a lucky break. Cracking his knuckles, he told Su Hong that his luck had run out now that he was facing him. Su Hong, still wearing his bull mask, stood calmly. His eyes narrowed as he observed the new opponent. Then, in a steady voice, he gestured for the man to make the first move. He analyzed his opponent's physique and aura, noting that the man seemed skilled and experienced, just the right kind of fighter to test the true strength of his diamond fist technique. The air grew still for a moment before the blonde fighter roared, charging forward with incredible speed. "Incoming," he shouted, as his massive frame blurred into motion. The two fists collided in a flash of blue energy, the shockwaves spreading across the stage. Both men gritted their teeth as their power clashed violently. The masked opponent widened his eyes, shocked by the strength he felt. It was the powerful fist wind that made him realize the impact behind Su Hong's strike. But Su Hong, calm and unshaken, analyzed the exchange with precision. His opponent's punch was strong, but still weaker than his. As the clash of fists echoed through the arena, Su Hong punched his opponent with his other hand. His punch landed squarely on the opponent's face. The masked man's mind raced as he felt his opponent's overwhelming strength. Su Hong's eyes sharpened beneath the bull mask. His analytical gaze focused on the fighter's movements. After taking the punch, his opponent's upper body was overcommitted, and his waist was left wide open with flaws. Taking advantage of that instant, Su Hong's body twisted sharply, and he kicked his opponent with explosive power. The impact sent the opponent flying across the ring, the force blasting through the air like thunder. The audience gasped in disbelief. "Holy crap! He's strong!" someone shouted from the stands. Dust and shattered flooring marked where the opponent had crashed, lying motionless. Su Hong straightened his back, his voice echoing through the silent arena. "Next," he said firmly. The announcer jumped with excitement, raising her microphone. "Minotaur, 2 wins in a row," she shouted, her voice filled with awe and energy as the crowd erupted once again. Inside the underground fighting arena, the crowd roared as Minotaur stood victorious once again in the center of the ring. In a luxurious viewing room above the ring, several men in black suits stood guard around an older man dressed sharply in a black suit. He watched the scene below with calm interest, his tone low and assessing. Looking at Su Hong, the man murmured that he wasn't even a quasi-martial artist, yet his strength was far above that of average disciples. That kid was no joke. Just then, the announcer's voice echoed through the loudspeakers. "Minotaur, 3 wins in a row," she shouted, excitement filling the air. "That man in the suit said Su Hong was not elite, but solid enough," he commented with a smirk, saying he was perfect for throwing matches. From behind him, a younger man wearing a fox-like mask spoke with determination. He called the old man in the suit teacher, and said he would recruit him. The older man turned slightly, his tone calm but commanding. He told his disciple not to let on that he had already advanced to martial artist. Meanwhile, down in the arena, Su Hong wiped the sweat from his face. His eyes remained sharp and focused as he analyzed his situation. He thought that his subtlety-level diamond fist had no trouble dealing with these regular disciples. As the defeated fighters were carried away, Su Hong clenched his fist, his expression steady and confident. A faint smirk crossed his lips, as he thought that with one more win, he would get that 60,000. But the crowd suddenly erupted in excitement, their voices echoing through the arena. Someone shouted from the stands that it was White Fox. Su Hong, wearing his bull mask, froze for a moment and turned his gaze toward the entrance. Everyone's eyes widened slightly when they realized that White Fox was challenging too. From the opposite end of the stage, the man known as White Fox walked calmly onto the platform. The crowd murmured, whispering among themselves. Someone asked if he wasn't Quasi. One person said a Quasi fighting against disciples was a total cheat. Su Hong's expression hardened as he assessed the situation. Hearing that his opponent this time was Quasi, he muttered under his breath that this one was tricky, but he couldn't lose. Determination gleamed in his eyes as his stance lowered, ready for battle. Across from him, the white-haired man in the fox mask smiled faintly. A confident glint flashed in his golden eyes. Stepping forward with composed elegance, he adjusted his white suit and spoke in a calm, steady tone. He told Su Hong not to fear, saying he knew his limits. Under the bright arena lights, the announcer raised her hand and shouted across the stage, declaring the start of the guard challenge final round. Both fighters stood ready, Minotaur with his fists clenched, and White Fox calmly standing tall in his white suit. The crowd held its breath as tension filled the air. Then, with a sharp cry, the announcer commanded, "Begin." In an instant, both figures burst forward, moving so fast that their afterimages trailed behind. The ground cracked beneath their feet as they collided in the center of the stage. Su Hong's eyes focused sharply beneath his bull mask. He thought to himself that his realm was lower, so his first move had to be all in. His muscles tightened, and with a roar, he launched a powerful punch straight at White Fox. The impact tore through the air like thunder. A wave of force spread outward, shaking the ring. But as the shock cleared, Su Hong's expression changed. Something felt off. He staggered back slightly, his eyes widening. After feeling his opponent's power, he realized that he was no Quasi. Sweat rolled down Su Hong's face as his thoughts raced. He realized that his opponent was a real martial artist. He was holding back his chi and blood on purpose. Su Hong's opponent wasn't just strong, he was far beyond the level of an ordinary challenger. White Fox's golden eyes gleamed from behind his mask as he drew in a deep breath. His voice was calm yet filled with restrained power. As he inhaled, a faint red aura began to rise around him, swirling like flames. Then, in a blur of movement, he stepped forward. His fist crackled with energy as he roared, rushing thunder fist, striking Su Hong in the face. The impact hit like a lightning bolt. Su Hong's body was sent flying backward, blood spraying from his mouth. He struggled to regain his balance, disbelief flashing across his eyes. He thought in shock if this was the strength of a true martial artist. The sheer force of the punch left the crowd stunned. In the audience, several people recognized the technique instantly. One guy shouted that it was triple ringing thunder fist. Another laughed, saying Minotaur was toast. On the stage, White Fox didn't stop. His fists moved like a storm, every strike heavy and precise. He taunted Su Hong between blows, asking if he was just going to defend. He told Su Hong to fight back and show him what he had. Su Hong, in the Minotaur mask, blocked with both arms, his muscles trembling under the continuous barrage. The sound of fists colliding echoed like thunderclaps across the arena. Inside, he gritted his teeth, thinking desperately that if this kept up, it was over. His mind raced as he struggled to stay on his feet. Gotta find a counter chance, he thought, scanning for an opening through the blinding flurry of punches. White Fox, surrounded by a red aura, advanced relentlessly. Each blow carried the weight of a storm, forcing Minotaur further back. White Fox's movements were sharp, precise, and merciless. Suddenly, White Fox found an opening. Minotaur raised his fists to block an incoming strike, but the force behind it still tore through his defense. His eyes widened as the impact exploded against his guard. With a roar, White Fox swung his fist, colliding against Su Hong's face with all his strength. The arena shook from the clash as Su Hong was sent flying backward. He hit the ground hard, his vision blurring as pain coursed through his body. His consciousness started fading fast, his body refusing to move. White Fox stood tall, brushing the dust off his white suit. Calmly, he stepped forward and placed his foot on Minotaur's chest. His voice was cold yet casual as he said, "Brother, This match's prize money? 0 for you. A faint mocking smile curved beneath his mask as he spoke calmly. He said that his teacher had invited Minotaur to join them, to throw fights in their favor from now on. If he agreed, they would pay him the prize money regardless of today's outcome. Su Hong, in the Minotaur mask, glared up at him through the pane, his breathing heavy but his resolve unbroken. With a strained voice, he spat out his answer, saying that he would never do that kind of dirty work. Hearing that, White Fox's expression darkened. His tone dropped as he leaned closer, warning Minotaur to think it over carefully, because refusing them was something he couldn't handle. But even while lying bloodied on the floor, Minotaur's voice carried defiance. He shouted that people like them dared to call themselves martial artists while doing such disgraceful things. White Fox let out a small laugh and straightened up. "Guess no deal then," he said coldly. In the next moment, his expression turned vicious. His aura flared red as he charged forward, shouting that he would end Minotaur right there, and that from now on he could dream of being a martial artist only in his sleep. He raised his leg to attack. At that moment, Minotaur's eyes widened, blood dripping down his face, as fury and determination burned within them. White Fox lunged in to deliver the finishing blow, but Su Hong moved swiftly and dodged his attack. White Fox's golden eyes widened in shock as something unexpected happened. Minotaur's body trembled, flames of determination burning around him as he rose to his feet. His breathing was heavy, but his voice carried unshakable resolve. He muttered to himself that he couldn't fail here. He couldn't fail at all. Step by step, he forced his battered body forward, his fiery aura growing brighter with each breath. White Fox froze in disbelief as he watched. His eyes widened behind the mask, and his mind screamed in shock. He couldn't believe it. Minotaur had taken a direct hit from his rushing thunder fist and was still standing. As memories flashed before his eyes, Minotaur's expression hardened. He remembered his family, the uncle and aunt who had sacrificed so much for him. He whispered that he wanted them to live good lives, that he couldn't let their years of effort go to waste. But another thought tore through him. Could he really abandon the martial artist's code just to survive? The question burned inside his heart. A vision of his family appeared before him, but the image shattered like glass. His voice rose in defiance as he shouted, "No, that future, hell no." At that moment, a glowing system screen flickered before him, its cold light forming words. "Then, for your family, for your faith, what price will you pay?" Minotaur's eyes blazed red. Lightning crackled around his body as he clenched his fists. His voice erupted with power and conviction as he shouted that he would give everything. In an instant, his aura exploded outward, engulfing the arena in a storm of fire and electricity. His eyes glowed fiercely as he stood tall once again, reborn through sheer willpower. A glowing screen appeared above Su Hong, asking what he was willing to give. Su Hong's body burned with red flames as he stood firm, and he answered with a powerful shout that he would give everything. Just as he said that, the scene in front of him shifted. His bull mask disappeared as he opened his eyes in a strange digital-looking space filled with vertical blue lights. His expression showed confusion as he looked around. He stood alone inside a large hall, and a huge dark shadow stretched behind him, forming monstrous shapes on the ground. He whispered a question, asking where this place was. A burst of golden light filled the hall. A towering, radiant figure appeared in front of him, its body shining like a golden statue with long, flowing limbs. Facing the blinding glow, Su Hong looked up as the figure asked who he was. The glowing figure leaned forward and said it would give him a chance. Its light began to scatter around the hall. Golden energy circled Su Hong. Rings of light wrapped around his body as the power gathered around him, swirling faster and brighter. The next second, a golden tablet appeared in front of him, with a loud shattering light. Su Hong stumbled back, staring at the shining screen, forming before his eyes. The tablet displayed his information. Su Hong looked at it in confusion as the words formed clearly. His name, Su Hong. His blood energy, 85. His spirit, 23. His physique, mortal body at 3%. His first quest, Path of the Arena. His diamond fist subtle mastery at 7%. Floating light palm proficient at 35%. Void step proficient at 56%. And his martial Dao points at 0%. He raised his hand toward the tablet, tapping it carefully. He wondered if the strange thing was touch-operated. The glowing screen continued to float before him, listing his quest. Su Hong saw the description telling him to train his martial arts and face White Fox outside. The quest objective was to hone his skills, raise Diamond Fist to Grand Achievement, and raise Floating Light Palm and Void Step to Subtle Mastery. For the quest reward, The system told him that this was a beginner tutorial, so there was no reward. Current progress showed his Diamond Fist subtle mastery at 7%, Floating Light Palm proficient at 35%, and Void Step proficient at 56%. It also noted that this quest could unlock a beginner tutorial. Su Hong read through it with narrowed eyes, quietly repeating the words beginner tutorial as he tried to understand. While he was thinking about that, something suddenly appeared behind him, forming from the blue light. The next second, Su Hong's head snapped sharply as a fast blow came toward his head from behind, cutting off his thoughts in an instant. It was a clone of Su Hong. It rushed toward him with a fierce strike, forcing Su Hong to lower his body and dodge. The two figures moved at high speed, their motions blurring as their blows passed each other by inches. Su Hong's eyes widened in shock. He realized the attacker looked exactly like him. He understood that the figure was his clone, and the clone was using Diamond Fist just like he did. As he watched the movements, he noticed that the clone's technique looked even more polished than his own, clean and precise, like a perfect demonstration. Su Hong's breathing steadied as he analyzed the fight. Seeing such a refined example in front of him, he thought it was a chance he could not waste. He tightened his stance and moved forward, deciding to learn from the flawless execution displayed by the clone. The two clashed again, their arms striking in a clean collision. Suddenly, the clone grabbed Su Hong's arm and moved to attack. Su Hong watched every detail, thinking that the clone seemed to be showing the technique step by step. But before he could react properly, the clone's attack came too fast. Su Hong's expression changed in panic as the punch hit him squarely in the torso. His body bent from the impact, and he cried out as the force blasted him backward. Su Hong slid across the floor, coughing lightly as he steadied himself. His clone stood firmly on the other side, the force of its last attack still rippling through the air. For a moment, Su Hong glanced at the golden panel glowing beside him. The progress bar under Diamond Fist showed a new number. He stared in surprise, remembering it had been 7% before. Now it displayed 10%. He wondered how he had improved so quickly. He tightened his stance again, realizing that fighting here really did allow him to raise his martial skills at an incredible speed. Both he and the clone rushed forward at the same time, their steps carving sharp lines across the floor as they closed the distance in an instant. Their fists clashed again and again. Each collision sent out shockwaves, and with every exchange, the mastery numbers on the floating panels increased. One panel showed Diamond Fist reaching 15%. Another panel flashed as Su Hong's level climbed to 23%. The two continued moving, their bodies blurring as they shifted positions. The Void Step progress bars rose as well. Su Hong's Void Step reached 59%, then climbed to 70%. The battle continued, the room filled with streaks of motion and rising skill levels as the two figures pushed each other forward. They clashed again and again, their fists and palms striking with blinding speed. Each impact sent shockwaves through the air as their movements grew sharper, faster, and more refined. As they exchanged blows, glowing system panels appeared around them. The panels showed the progress of their skills. Floating Light Palm rose from 39% to 47%. Diamond Fist, subtle mastery increased to 62%. Void Step, proficient climbed from 82% to 88%. Diamond Fist, subtle mastery surged to 88%. Floating Light Palm, proficient reached 95%. Void Step, proficient pushed even higher to 97%. Their movements grew even more explosive as their mastery continued rising. Then, one panel flashed brightly. Floating Light Palm, proficient hit 100%, and the technique evolved into Floating Light Palm, proficient subtle mastery. The fighter unleashed the newly mastered technique, striking forward with overwhelming force. Another panel lit up. Void Step, proficient reached 100%, changing into Void Step, proficient subtle mastery. His body blurred as he stepped through the air with perfect precision. A final golden panel filled the screen. Diamond Fist, subtle mastery reached 100%, transforming into Diamond Fist, subtle mastery grand achievement. He threw a crushing punch, the blow landing cleanly and sending his clone flying. With this, the battle ended. He stood alone in the quiet hall, breathing heavily, as golden fragments of the clone drifted around him. He lowered his fists and exhaled with exhaustion. He breathed out softly. A moment later, a system window appeared in front of him. The notification congratulated player Su Hong, telling him that he had completed the quest Path of the Arena. The quest rewards had been issued, and the system asked if he agreed to return to reality. He looked at it and whispered with a faint smile, "Thanks a lot." The next second, he returned to reality, where not even a second had passed. Wearing the bull mask, Su Hong stood calmly as flames rose around his body. His eyes glowed through the bull mask, and he gave a short reply, saying that he agreed. Across from him, White Fox watched the transformation with narrowed eyes. White Fox suddenly rushed forward. He called Su Hong a show-off and shouted for him to take his attack. His body shot across the arena in a straight line, wind trailing behind him. He attacked with explosive force and launched a fierce technique, his punch cutting through the air at high speed. But Su Hong moved even faster and dodged all his attacks easily. He then tilted his head slightly and answered in a low voice that White Fox's attack was too slow. Hearing that, White Fox's eyes widened. Before he could react, Su Hong's counterpunch smashed into him. The impact shattered the fox mask into pieces, sending fragments flying and knocking him backward. Su Hong rushed forward with fierce determination, his eyes sharp as debris scattered around him. The crowd in the stands gasped in shock as they watched the impact unfold. In the ring, the Minotaur-masked Su Hong stood tall and unmoving. His dark silhouette and glowing eyes loomed over his fallen opponent, who lay unconscious at his feet. The arena fell silent. A moment later, Su Hong looked toward the side of the ring where the announcer was standing. He spoke calmly, saying he had won the fourth match, and asked when he would receive his prize money. The announcer nearby blinked in surprise, before answering in a flustered tone. Inside the VIP viewing room, Fox Mask's teacher watched as the announcer announced the victory. She declared that Minotaur had successfully defended the arena and won the 60,000 yuan grand prize. The old man stared ahead in disbelief as he questioned how a martial apprentice could reach grand achievement in Diamond Fist, something even trained warriors struggled to do. He ordered his subordinates to follow the Minotaur and find out who he really was. The two men in suits bowed and replied that they understood. Sometime later, the night was quiet as Su Hong walked alone down a narrow street, his hands in his pockets and his steps echoing softly between the buildings. His expression remained calm, but his eyes shifted slightly, sensing something behind him. Farther back in the alley, two men in black suits hid in the shadows, watching him carefully. When Su Hong glanced over his shoulder, the two men stiffened. A moment later, he suddenly disappeared from their view, leaving them confused. They rushed farther into the alley, whispering anxiously. One of them complained that the boss had ordered them to uncover Su Hong's identity, yet they had already lost him. Above their heads, Su Hong clung effortlessly between the walls, suspended high above the alley. He watched them with a relaxed expression and muttered that they were still trying to tail him. The night sky hung quietly above Su Hong's neighborhood. 1 hour after escaping from the men tailing him, Su Hong returned home. Inside the house, Su Hong's family stared in shock at the huge stack of cash on the table. His uncle leaned forward with trembling hands and asked if he had robbed a bank, wondering where all that money came from. His aunt looked equally stunned, unable to believe her eyes. Su Hong sat across from them with a calm smile. He explained that he had been working as a sparring partner at a dojo. He said the dojo master thought he had potential, so he decided to sponsor Su Hong's training. His father frowned and reminded him that he had once said the dojo was extremely stingy. Su Hong reached out and held their hands, smiling brightly as he asked if they still didn't trust him. Hearing that, both his uncle and aunt softened. His aunt smiled with relief, and his uncle sighed happily. They said Xiao Hong would never do anything wrong, and praised him for finally making something of himself. Later that night, Su Hong moved quietly across the rooftop. Under the night sky, he sat beside a large, round water tank. He looked relaxed as he thought about his situation. He noted to himself that the martial exam registration fee was settled, and the rent was also settled. He added that his aunt's medical expenses would no longer be a problem either. A glowing system screen appeared in front of him. As he looked at it, he said that getting through this crisis was all thanks to the system. The screen displayed his name, Su Hong, along with his talent and stats. It showed his blood energy, spirit, and physique levels, along with 3 martial skills. Diamond Fist at Grand Achievement, 5%, Floating Light Palm at Subtle Mastery, 8%, and Void Step at Subtle Mastery, 9%. His martial Dao points were listed as 67. Su Hong observed that aside from his martial skill levels, the other stats didn't seem to have changed. Another notification appeared. It explained that he had gained 67 martial Dao points for defeating an opponent at a higher level. It said that martial Dao points could enhance blood energy and martial skills, and reminded him to allocate them wisely. Su Hong looked at the screen and said he should try it right now. He reached forward to adjust the numbers. A system sound followed, and the screen showed his blood energy rising to 90. Su Hong's eyes widened as energy surged through him. his entire body filled with heat and power. Flames of aura rose around him as he stood with a sharp, awakened expression. His clothes fluttered from the force of the energy as he felt the change taking place. Su Hong looked at the glowing screen in front of him. He whispered that a blood energy value of 90 was already equal to a quasi-warrior. Sweat slid down his face as he breathed out slowly. He then moved his hand across the transparent panel and said that he would pour all the remaining martial Dao points into blood energy. As he confirmed the action, lines of text appeared one after another, showing blood energy increasing by small amounts. As the numbers rose, he lifted his shirt slightly and examined his body. He noticed that his physical toughness had clearly improved, and even his injuries were almost healed. A strong wind swirled around him as he stood on the rooftop under the night sky. He could feel endless power gathering inside him. He realized he needed to find a place to test his current strength. He looked out across the rooftops, then leapt away from the building, moving quickly toward his next destination. He decided to go to the school's martial arena because they had a combat power tester there. Soon, he arrived at the outdoor martial arena of Star City No. 1 High School. His figure landed at the center of the wide circular platform under the moonlit sky. A Tier 1 combat power tester stood alone at the center. Su Hong walked toward the machine with steady footsteps. He stopped in front of it and prepared himself. He said that for his first punch, he would use 70% of his strength. Red energy flames rose around his body as he took his stance. His eyes sharpened, and a bright red glow flashed in one of them. He swung his fist forward with force. The punch landed on the tester, sending a powerful shockwave through the arena. Su Hong froze for a moment and let out a tense sound. He looked at the damaged machine with sweat on his face. He said the tester was too flimsy and wondered if they would make him pay for breaking it. Steam and sparks leaked from the machine as it continued to shake. Suddenly, a loud voice shouted from behind, complaining that it was noisy and asking what he was doing in the middle of the night. Hearing that, Su Hong quickly turned and sprinted away, thinking it was time to run. A few minutes later, an old man in pajamas stood beside the broken combat tester. He yelled angrily, asking which bastard had smashed the tester in the school's martial arena. He looked around and complained that in this school, only two little brats, Chen Shan and Li Tu, would dare to do something like that. The old man grew even more furious. His face turned red as he shouted that when school started he would definitely teach those two a good lesson. The next day, inside the gymnasium of Star City No. 1 High School, students gathered in a large group, while two people stood on the stage. The students talked among themselves as the gym filled with noise. Among the students, Chen Shan stood with a bandage on his head. Su Hong behind him looked confused and wondered why Chen Shan had been beaten up. Another student leaned closer and whispered that he heard Chen Shan had smashed the tester in the outdoor drill ground in the middle of the night and refused to admit it, so the principal punished him. Hearing this, Su Hong beside him sweated nervously, realizing that they had made Chen Shan take the blame. While they were talking, the two men stood by the microphone, one in a brown suit and the other in blue martial clothing. The man in the suit was the principal of Star City No. 1 High School. He told the students to quiet down. He explained that he had invited his old comrade, Chen Tian, a Tier 3 martial artist, to teach them a C-rank martial art called Thunder Rush Fist. He told the students that everyone must learn it well. Hearing that, the students reacted with excitement. One student whispered that it was his first time seeing a Tier 3 martial artist. Another pointed out that C-rank martial arts usually cost hundreds of thousands to learn at outside dojos. When Su Hong heard that it was Thunder Rush Fist, he immediately remembered that the white fox he fought had also used Thunder Rush Fist. The move created a punch that burst out with the impact of 3 punches at once. He thought about how expensive it would be to learn this martial art outside. He clenched his fist and decided that he must seize this opportunity. From the stage, Chen Tian then told the students there was no need for more talking. He announced that he would demonstrate the technique 10 times from start to finish, and how much they learned would depend on themselves. He prepared to begin and first adjusted his footsteps on the gym floor. Instructor Chen Tian demonstrated the Thunder Rush Fist. His body twisted sharply as he threw a powerful punch forward, wind swirling around his arm. He explained that the Thunder Rush Fist carried fierce and domineering momentum, and even at the basic level, a punch would produce the sound of thunder. The students watched as he continued. He said that at the proficient level, a person could strike out 3 sounds. He added that at the micro level, 5 sounds could be produced. He then moved into another stance and declared that at the mastered level, 7 sounds could be struck. Bright energy burst around him as he performed the technique and announced that this was his current realm. He faced the students again and stated that once someone reached the perfect realm, they would be able to strike out 9 sounds. But he told them not to aim too high, saying that reaching the basic level today would be good enough. He then prepared for another round and told everyone that he would start the second demonstration and that they should try to follow along. The students lined up and shouted while copying the movements. Hours passed. The gym floor was now filled with exhausted students sitting or lying down. Some said they couldn't learn it at all, while others complained about being tired. The instructor looked at them and asked if any of them had figured out the trick. A student who was Su Hong's friend sat on the floor trembling. Sweat dripped down his face as he cried out that C-rank martial arts were too hard to learn. He looked around beside him in confusion. He asked Su Hong if he had managed to learn it, but when he turned his head, Su Hong's spot was already empty. But before he could panic, a short distance away, Chen Shan stood proudly in a martial arts stance. Flames of energy rose faintly around him as he shouted that he had successfully reached the basic level. The other students stared in shock. Su Hong's friend wondered how Chen Shan's brain was built to learn it so quickly. He muttered that no wonder people called Chen Shan a genius. Across the gym, the principal stood with Chen Tian. The principal told him that the boy showing off was their school's #1 genius, Chen Shan, and asked if Chen Tian was interested in guiding him. Chen Tian watched calmly and replied that this level was only considered basic in other cities. Then a few minutes later, outside the gymnasium, sunlight fell across the stairs. Chen Tian walked beside the principal. He said that this batch of students wasn't impressive and that coming here was pointless. The principal answered that having even one student reach the basic level was already good enough. He asked if Chen Tian really expected them to find a top-tier genius. In the courtyard, as they walked side by side, Chen Tian told the principal that martial Dao cultivation was extremely cruel and that talent was simply too important. The principal nodded and replied that relying only on hard work without any opportunity was absolutely impossible. Just as they were talking, suddenly both of them stopped. Their eyes widened as loud explosive sounds echoed around them. They turned and saw that a burst of lightning appeared on the training grounds. Su Hong stood there with lightning wrapped around his body. Seeing him, Chen Tian shouted in shock, saying it was the 7-sound Thunder Rush Fist and that the school actually had such an expert. The principal beside him said it was impossible because he had never heard of it. As he stared through the fence, he pointed at Su Hong and shouted that it was a student, based on the clothes. In front of them, Su Hong struck out repeatedly, each punch releasing powerful sounds in the air. Instructor Chen Tian looked stunned and said he had only taught for half a day, yet a student had already reached mastery. The principal rested his face against the fence and asked if he had heard wrong, repeating that the student had made 9 sounds. But instructor Chen Tian stood frozen, trembling slightly. Seeing that, the principal asked him what was wrong. Instructor Chen Tian then lowered his head slightly. Sweat rolled down his face as he shouted that he understood everything now. The next second, lightning gathered around instructor Chen Tian's hand. He clenched his fist as bright sparks wrapped around it. In the next moment, the instructor swung his arm forward with force. He shouted the name of the move, while lightning and impact lines burst around his punch, releasing 8 sounds. After punching, instructor Chen Tian looked excited. Sparks circled his fist as he smiled proudly. The principal beside him was shocked, shouting that the instructor had reached 8 sounds. Instructor Chen Tian explained that watching the Thunder Rush Fist from that student earlier had inspired him, allowing him to break through. Then both of them rushed forward in panic. Instructor Chen Tian said it was not the time to talk and told the principal to quickly find the student who used that move. But when they reached the field, they looked around in confusion. The outline showed that someone had just been there, but the person was now gone. On the other hand, Su Hong, not knowing he was being watched, walked through the street at sunset. He rubbed his shoulder tiredly and said he didn't expect training a C-rank martial skill to be this exhausting, far harder than the D-rank Vajra Fist. Su Hong then opened his system status window. The system screen showed his information. It displayed his name, Su Hong, along with his vitality, spirit, and physique. It listed his martial skills: Thunder Rush Fist, at the perfect level; Vajra Fist, at 5% mastery; Floating Light Palm, at micro level 8%, and Void Step, at micro level 9%. Below that, the martial value was shown as 0. Su Hong looked at the glowing system screen and said that his Thunder Rush Fist had already reached the perfect realm. He explained that he now needed to find a way to earn martial values and try to break through to martial artist soon. He said that unlike last time, he did not need a life-and-death battle. He wondered if sparring normally with someone could also let him obtain martial values. While thinking all that, Su Hong arrived at the entrance of the Raging Thunder Dojo, his workplace. He stood before the open gate and looked inside. Annoyed, he thought to himself that he had finally arrived. Inside the dojo, many students practiced with spears. They moved quickly across the training hall, clashing their weapons against each other as they trained. One of the students noticed Su Hong and walked over. He asked Su Hong why he had come today. Su Hong smiled lightly and answered that nothing special was happening. He had simply come over to practice. While they were talking, suddenly, a man with purple hair stepped violently on a student's head, slamming him into the floor. The student's body shook from the impact. The purple-haired man looked down coldly. He shouted, asking how someone dared to say his teacher taught badly. He said that if the student's comprehension was poor, he should admit it. He demanded to know why excuses were being made. When Su Hong saw that purple-haired man, he asked his friend about the situation nearby. His friend explained that Su Hong hadn't been around lately, so he didn't know what had happened. He said the aggressive instructor was a newly arrived teacher who was very strong. He added that the instructor looked down on common students like them and taught his classes carelessly. He continued explaining that this purple-haired man was that instructor's disciple, a man named Li Yan, who was also very strong. As he said this, Li Yan stepped forward with a confident, arrogant expression. He threw a punch and mocked the person he was fighting, asking how someone of that level dared to challenge him. But before the punch landed, a hand suddenly grabbed Li Yan's wrist, stopping the attack. It was Su Hong who grabbed his hand. Su Hong calmly told him that they should stop here. Li Yan pulled back and angrily demanded to know who Su Hong was. He shouted that if Su Hong had the guts, he should fight him one-on-one in the arena. Su Hong answered without hesitation that he would oblige. Just then, the instructor walked in with an angry expression and shouted, asking why there was so much noise when class was starting. Seeing him, purple-haired Li Yan backed down and glared at Su Hong angrily, saying that Su Hong was lucky. Su Hong looked at him calmly and thought to himself that this person was a bit too arrogant. The instructor then stood before all the students and announced that it was the last day he would be teaching the Raging Sea Spear technique. He said he would follow the old rule and demonstrate it only once. The students watched as he performed the technique with a spear, swinging it sharply across the room. After finishing the move, the instructor narrowed his eyes and said that he was only demonstrating it once because he did not believe they could learn it. But Su Hong stood with a spear in his hand. Blue light wrapped around the weapon as he stepped forward. His expression stayed calm, and his sharp blue eyes focused ahead. In the next moment, a reflection appeared in his eye. The silhouette of the instructor performing the spear technique could be seen clearly inside his pupil. Then, after showing it once, the instructor threw his spear onto the wooden floor with a sharp impact. The instructor then walked toward the doorway with Li Yan. He looked back and said that how much the students learned now depended on themselves. As he left, the students complained loudly. They said that demonstrating it only once was unfair, and that the students in the back could not see anything clearly. But it was different for Su Hong. He lowered his gaze to the spear in his hand. Flames rose behind him as he remembered the explanation. The technique's core was that the spear moved like a flood dragon crossing the sea. With momentum like endless waves, Su Hong held the spear tightly as blue energy wrapped around his arms. His body lowered slightly, and his eyes focused with a calm and determined expression. His body moved. Blue currents flowed around him, while he twisted his stance and swung the spear with powerful force. He stepped forward, spinning the spear as the blue energy followed each movement. The watching students widened their eyes in shock, unable to believe what they were seeing. Some students shouted in surprise, saying that Su Hong seemed to have learned the technique. Others wondered what kind of martial arts prodigy he was, and questioned if they were too stupid to learn it. Hearing the commotion, purple-haired Li Yan rushed out, asking why they were making noise and who they thought had learned the technique. He came forward and saw Su Hong swing the spear again, his movements sharp and smooth as the blue energy trailed behind him. Li Yan watched silently, his expression turning serious. He admitted to himself that Su Hong seemed to have really learned it. He thought that he needed to test Su Hong further, wondering if he truly was a genius. As Su Hong stood with his spear lowered, Li Yan called out to him, saying he would give Su Hong some pointers. Su Hong listened quietly and answered, saying okay. Hearing that, everyone moved back. Leaving space in the center, Li Yan stepped forward and spun his spear with force. Seeing that, a student beside Su Hong warned him not to be impulsive. He said that Li Yan had a bad personality, but very high strength. Su Hong told him not to worry. Su Hong then stepped out. He lifted his spear and asked Li Yan to enlighten him. Li Yan's expression turned sharp. He swung his spear fiercely and shouted that Su Hong was arrogant. He asked Su Hong to watch as he used the Raging Sea Spear technique at the micro level, releasing waves of energy. Su Hong closed his eyes for a moment, then focused. Water-like energy swirled around his spear. In the next moment, his whole body moved like flowing waves. His spear technique became smooth and powerful. Blue energy burst out as Su Hong performed the Raging Sea Spear technique at the proficient level. His movement formed a huge water-like arc across the room. Li Yan stared in shock. He could not believe what he was seeing. He shouted in disbelief, saying it was impossible for Su Hong to reach the proficient level in the Raging Sea Spear technique. Su Hong swung his spear as blue energy wrapped around his arms. He used the Rage Sea Spear technique at proficient level. Water-like light spiraled around him as he stepped forward with sharp movements. The spears crashed with a heavy impact, sending shockwaves across the arena. Across from him, Li Yan was forced back by the collision. Shock flashed in his eyes as he watched the blue aura lash forward. He couldn't understand how Su Hong had reached the proficient level so quickly. He wasn't even a warrior yet his mastery had already grown at an unbelievable rate. Just then, Su Hong's eyes glowed gold for a moment, shining with intense determination. He pushed forward again, driving the spear straight toward Li Yan. A powerful impact exploded between them. Blue energy burst outward as Li Yan's spear was knocked back across the room. A glowing system message appeared in front of Su Hong, displaying that he had defeated a higher-level warrior. His martial Dao points increased by 35. Su Hong looked at the screen in shock, realizing that ordinary sparring matches also earned martial Dao points. He decided that he should spar with people more often. On the other hand, Li Yan fell to his knees, trembling as he stared at the floor. He muttered that it was impossible, absolutely impossible. He could not believe that Su Hong had trained the Rage Sea Spear technique to proficient level so quickly. His frustration rose, and he grew furious. He asked what would happen to him. He wondered what all his years of effort had meant. In the next moment, he shouted and rushed forward, swinging his fist toward Su Hong. He yelled, demanding to know what all his hard training had been for. But before the punch could land, a voice echoed, telling Li Yan to stop. Immediately, Li Yan's attack froze inches from Su Hong's face. The angry Li Yan turned his head and saw his teacher standing there. The teacher walked forward, slapped Li Yan, and scolded him. He said that if Li Yan could not even face defeat, then he was not worthy of being a martial artist. That slap struck Li Yan to his core, and his eyes widened in shock. The teacher looked at Li Yan's fallen spear in disbelief. He couldn't believe that just by watching his demonstration once, Su Hong had learned the Rage Sea Spear technique to proficient level. He admitted that even the geniuses from the imperial capital couldn't be this exaggerated. The teacher grabbed Li Yan by the head and bowed slightly towards Su Hong, thinking that Li Yan had talent but was far too arrogant, and that being beaten by someone like Su Hong was good for him. He apologized to Su Hong, saying it was his own failure for not disciplining his student properly. Su Hong watched silently and thought that this teacher had changed his attitude very quickly. Later that night, Su Hong walked alone down a quiet street. He felt that the day had worn him out, but he had gained a lot. As he looked at the glowing status window beside him, he noted that he had learned Thunder Rush Fist and the Rage Sea Spear technique, and had also earned martial Dao points. On the screen, his information appeared. Name, Su Hong. Blood energy, 91.7. Spirit, 23. Physique mortal body, 3%. Martial skills, Rage Sea Spear technique, subtle mastery, 28%. Thunder Rush Fist, perfect. Diamond Fist, grand achievement, 5%. Floating Light Palm, subtle mastery, 8%. Void Step, subtle mastery, 9%. Martial Dao points, 35 points. Su Hong fell deep in thought. He noted that the school exam was only a few days away, and students with money had already prepared high-grade alloy weapons. He thought that he needed to prepare his own weapon for the exam as well. He tested the feeling of the spear in his hand, and said that it felt comfortable. He thought that he might as well stick with using a spear from now on. He decided that he needed to buy an alloy spear, but remembering the price, he frowned. He admitted that his savings weren't even enough for his aunt's medical treatment, let alone buying an alloy weapon. Walking alone on the street, he wondered quietly what other ways he could make money. Just then, inside a convenience store, he overheard a broadcast. The announcement said that fierce beasts outside Star City were increasing every day, and the city lord was gathering warriors to hunt them. The rewards were described as generous. Hearing this, Su Hong looked up in surprise as an idea formed in his mind about leaving the city to hunt fierce beasts. Meanwhile, at Su Hong's house, his aunt stood behind his injured uncle, placing warm pads on his back as she scolded him. She asked why he was still working so hard when Su Hong had already given them money last time. His uncle, tired but firm, replied that Su Hong was still young, and they couldn't place all the household burdens on him. He said that as long as he could still work, he needed to save more for the kids. Just then, the door opened, and Su Hong stepped inside, calling out that he was home. Both his uncle and aunt turned in surprise before greeting him warmly. Su Hong walked over with a smile and offered to take over the chores. His aunt reminded him that they had told him to rest whenever he came home. Su Hong then turned to his uncle and gently placed a patch on his back. He told his uncle that he could earn money now and suggested that it would be better for him to stay home and take care of his aunt instead of working so hard. His uncle admitted that it sounded nice, but said he couldn't just sit still. With a confident grin and a thumbs up, he reassured Su Hong that he was only earning a bit for daily expenses and wouldn't push himself too hard. Su Hong's aunt smiled softly and told Su Hong that he would still need a lot of money for his martial arts training in the future. She said that both of them wanted to save as much as they could for him. Su Hong looked down at the hot patch in his hands and softly murmured to himself, calling out to his uncle and auntie. A determined look appeared in his eyes. He thought about how his uncle and auntie had always lived frugally. Unless he earned enough money to support them for a lifetime, they would never feel safe enough to retire and focus on their health. His expression hardened. He told himself that he absolutely could not miss the opportunity to hunt fierce beasts for the bounty. Sometime later, on his rooftop, Su Hong considered the idea of hunting down fierce beasts but remembered the dangers outside the city. The wilderness was unpredictable. To stay safe, he needed to raise his strength as much as possible. He decided to put all the martial Dao points he had earned into increasing his blood energy. That night, blue system panels appeared around him as he allocated his points. One by one, new notifications popped up, each showing his blood energy rising by small amounts. Eventually, a larger panel appeared before him, displaying that his blood energy was now 95.2. Su Hong sat cross-legged in a circle of burning red aura. Flames curled around his body as he checked his progress. He realized that he was now just one step away from becoming a warrior. 2 days later, at the school gymnasium late at night, Su Hong lay on the floor, drenched in sweat. System panels floated around him, displaying each of his martial skills: Rage Sea Spear Technique, Thunder Rush Fist, Diamond Fist, Floating Light Palm, and Void Step, all marked as perfect. After 2 full days of intense training, he had finally brought every martial skill to its peak. Breathing heavily, Su Hong stared upward. He told himself that all preparations were complete. It was finally time to leave the city. It was Saturday at the Star City Warrior base. Su Hong finally arrived and muttered that the place was really far away. As he walked through the gates, he looked around with curiosity. He thought that although he had seen the base many times on TV, this was his first time visiting it in person. Inside, he noticed warriors everywhere. Warriors who were rarely seen in daily life appeared all around him in the bustling streets. He opened a sheet of paper and read the bounty list silently. Unranked fierce beasts were worth 300 blue star coins each. Tier 1 lower stage fierce beasts were worth 1,000. Tier 1 middle stage fierce beasts were worth 3,000. Then he reached the line mentioning Tier 2 lower stage fierce beasts. Another line in the rules stated that after killing a fierce beast, its left ear must be cut off as proof. Without that, no payment would be issued. He stared at the rule with an awkward expression and wondered why it was so primitive. Nearby, a warrior walked up to the payment window and placed a bag on the counter. He asked the clerk to calculate how much everything inside was worth. Watching him, Su Hong thought that the bag must be filled with the left ears of fierce beasts. Just then, a loud shout echoed through the area as a group of people pushed forward. Someone at the front yelled for everyone to move aside. Su Hong turned his head and saw a group approaching. Among them was a blond young man walking confidently, while others cleared the path for him. One of the men shouted that young Master Ye was coming. As Su Hong observed, he quietly noted that the blond man's outfit and attitude looked similar to White Fox from the underground arena. Nearby, a few warriors whispered among themselves. One of them complained that the blond man was always showing off, saying that if his uncle were not the base director, he would have been beaten up long ago. Another person added that the blond man had already been beaten by someone a few days earlier, and it had been satisfying to watch. A third person responded that this explained why he hadn't been seen recently. Hearing that, Su Hong looked back. The blond young man passed by and glanced in his direction. The large masked warrior beside him also turned slightly. The blond man wore a faint smile on his face as he looked toward Su Hong. Su Hong stood silently, his expression calm as he looked ahead. He thought to himself that the danger did not only come from fierce beasts, but also from humans. Because of that, he reminded himself that he needed to be extremely careful. As he walked through the warrior base, someone approached him and asked if it was his first time there and if he was planning to enter the wilderness alone. He answered quietly that he was. The staff member watched him walk further into the passage and sighed, thinking that he was just another ignorant and fearless kid. Su Hong took another step forward, his shoe pressing down on the grass as he exited the tunnel. A bright light shone ahead. He stepped out of the dark passage and into the wilderness, where tall trees stretched out in every direction and sunlight spilled through the leaves above him. Su Hong stood with determination in his eyes. He tightened his grip on his sleeve and thought to himself that he must return with a full haul. 2 hours later, the forest around him was quiet. Sunlight filtered through the leaves as he walked deeper among the trees. He looked around and realized that he had not seen a single fierce beast. He wondered if all the beasts near the forest outskirts had already been hunted. He leaned against a tree with confusion on his face, holding his water bottle. Question marks hovered above him as he tried to figure out the situation. A moment later, he decided to head further inside. His body shot forward in a leap, speeding deeper into the forest. Su Hong rushed forward through the forest, his breathing sharp as the wind whipped past his face. Sweat formed along his cheek as he heard a sound ahead of him. A moment later, a white wolf, with glowing red eyes, burst through the trees. The beast lowered its body and growled, its claws digging into the dirt as it prepared to attack. Su Hong stopped and faced it cautiously. He looked at the creature and recognized it. According to his textbooks, this was a Tier 1 lower stage fierce beast, the Shadow Moonwolf. He thought to himself that this was the first time he had ever seen a living one. The wolf suddenly roared loudly, saliva flying from its jaws as it lunged toward him with its fangs bared. Su Hong tightened his stance as the beast leapt at him. Its crimson eyes locked onto him while it howled. The attack came down from above, straight toward Su Hong. Su Hong stood still as the fierce beast lunged at him with its claws extended. The wolf's red eyes glowed with killing intent as it swung its massive paw toward him. The wolf's attack cut through the air, but Su Hong dodged it by leaning back. The beast missed its strike. Lightning gathered around Su Hong's fist. His hand glowed with bright golden energy as he clenched it tightly. He stepped forward and struck the wolf with a powerful blow. Lightning exploded across the wolf's body as the impact sent it flying backward. The wolf crashed into a tree, rolling across the forest floor while letting out a weak howl. Su Hong then stood over the fallen beast. Lightning still flickered around his arm as he looked down at the defeated wolf lying motionless on the ground. Su Hong then looked at his trembling hand with bright eyes. He wondered if this was what fighting monsters felt like. It was even more exciting than he had imagined. His fingers shook as he remembered the battle. The feeling made his heart race. He clenched his fist with confidence. He thought to himself that he could now kill a Tier 1 initial stage ferocious beast in a single move. He wondered how he would perform against a Tier 1 middle stage ferocious beast. While he was thinking that, 2 glowing red eyes appeared quietly in the forest behind him. The next second, a huge figure stepped out. The scene revealed a Tier 1 middle stage ferocious beast, a raging black bear. The bear roared from behind him as Su Hong stood calmly with his fist raised. A powerful strike flashed across the darkness. In the next moment, the raging black bear collapsed with its eyes rolled back, beaten in a single blow. Standing over the fallen beast, lightning still flickered around Su Hong's arm. He thought that with his current strength, as long as he didn't provoke a Tier 2 beast, he wouldn't face too much danger. Finally, he crouched beside the defeated bear with a smile. He held up the bear's ear and thought proudly that 3,000 prize money was secured. A blue system window appeared in front of him. It displayed a reminder saying that his accumulated martial value was now enough for him to break through into a martial artist, and he should upgrade as soon as possible. Su Hong looked at the screen with excitement. He thought that he could finally break through and become a martial artist. But suddenly, he felt a very powerful aura behind him, shocking Su Hong completely. He turned quickly, sweat covering his face. He looked toward the forest and sensed the pressure coming from afar. He thought that the aura was extremely intense and wondered what kind of ferocious beast it was. He decided to go take a look and rushed through the forest at high speed. He landed on top of a large rock and looked down. His eyes widened in shock as he whispered that this was. Before him stood a massive creature, A glowing description appeared, explaining that it was a Tier 1 late-stage ferocious beast, black jade giant python. Below, 2 men were fighting the python with their weapons. The python struck them with its giant tail. The men used their shields to block, but the python's power was too much, making them spit out blood with just one attack. The python's massive tail smashed into both of them, sending them flying backward. Their bodies slammed into a rocky wall, breaking the stones on impact. From a distance, Su Hong watched the scene with widened eyes. Suddenly, shock flashed across his face as he stared ahead. The python lunged again. It swung its tail with incredible force, aiming straight at Su Hong. The ground cracked apart as the huge tail cut through the air. The beast's body twisted sharply. Its tail curved like a giant whip, moving faster than Su Hong expected. He gritted his teeth, thinking it was too fast, as the python's attack came crashing down. The giant python's body smashed into Su Hong, sending him sliding across the dirt as dust exploded everywhere. Nearby, dark blood splattered across the stone. A weak voice coughed again and again, the sound mixed with the shaking of the earth. Su Hong knelt down, covering his mouth as he coughed blood. In front of him, another man lay motionless, his body torn open and stained black with blood. He wiped the blood from his lips with the back of his hand. His expression stayed calm even though pain filled his body. Reaching forward, he grabbed the fallen man's spear and lifted it from the ground. He quietly said that he would borrow it for a moment. Then he stood up again and faced the enormous python. The python rose high into the sky, its golden eyes glowing fiercely. Wind whipped around them as it hissed loudly, towering over him. Su Hong held the spear tightly and stepped forward to face the beast. The giant python opened its jaws wide and rushed forward with a roar, its sharp fangs flashing as it dove down like a falling mountain. Su Hong dodged aside just in time. The creature's massive body slammed into the ground, sending rocks flying everywhere. In that moment, Su Hong quietly recalled something. Normally, killing a Tier 1 late-stage ferocious beast required several martial artists working together. But he was different. All of his martial skills had already reached perfection. With that level of mastery, he had easily killed the Tier 1 middle-stage raging black bear before. Because of that, he believed he now had the strength to fight the black jade giant python directly. He dashed forward with incredible speed, his footsteps leaving white streaks behind him. His body spun through the air, avoiding another strike as the python whipped its tail. Using void step. Perfect. He closed the distance in a blink. The massive python lunged again, jaws wide. But Su Hong's eyes stayed calm. Blue light burst around his spear as water-like energy gathered and wrapped around the weapon. He raised the spear and unleashed his technique, Raging Sea Spear technique. Perfect. A powerful wave of blue energy burst forward as his spear swung down, carrying the force of crashing tides straight at the python. The giant python's massive body twisted violently as the golden spearhead pierced deep into its scales. The impact sent shockwaves through the air, and the beast let out a furious roar. Its jaws opened wide in pain, revealing rows of sharp fangs. Su Hong moved swiftly, stepping across the python's body with quick, precise motions. Each step left a sharp mark on the ground as he moved toward the spear. His hand tightened around it, gripping it firmly while power surged along his arm. Blue energy swirled around him, wrapping his entire body in a flowing, water-like aura. He lowered his stance, spear ready, eyes sharp and focused. With determination burning in his expression, he whispered to himself that he would strike again, one more time. With full power, he threw his spear at the massive python. The weapon shot forward like a beam of light. The giant python whipped its massive body forward, but the blue energy slash cut straight through its attack. Su Hong's spear pierced the python's body as it roared in pain. Enraged, the giant python swung its massive tail to attack, but Su Hong moved at extreme speed, circling around the creature again and again as faint blue trails followed behind him. He thought that the difference in their size was too great. Landing a fatal blow in a single strike would be difficult. He decided he had to weaken the python as much as possible first, then wait for the right chance to finish it. Just then, the python's tail swept toward him. Seeing this, Su Hong raised his fist, and a surge of bright energy formed around it. He used his Thunder Rush fist, perfect technique, as his entire arm shone with crackling power. He launched himself forward, delivering a powerful strike that sent waves of lightning bursting across the battlefield. The ground shook as the giant python's tail whipped across the battlefield. After landing a successful strike, Su Hong quickly leapt back, widening the distance between himself and the massive creature. Dust rose behind him with each step as he prepared his spear again. He reminded himself that after every attack, he needed to back away fast. Only by keeping his distance could he avoid being crushed by the python's huge body. The python twisted angrily, its scales scraping against the ground. Su Hong stayed alert. He told himself to wait for an opening, attack again, and then retreat right away before the monster countered. The constant movement tired him. His breath grew heavy, and sweat rolled down his face. Still, he knew this method kept him safe. He exhaled as he steadied his stance. Across from him, the python trembled. Its growls grew weaker. It seemed to be nearing its limit too. Seeing this, Su Hong realized he only needed to circle it a few more times and strike carefully to bring it down. He gripped his spear and called out in determination, ready for another round. But just as he prepared to move, something caught his attention. A sudden sound behind him. Su Hong sharply turned his head, his eyes widening as he sensed something approaching. He demanded to know who it was. A large masked man suddenly leapt toward him from above, laughing loudly with a flaming fist raised. Su Hong quickly lifted his arm to block, gritting his teeth as the flaming punch crashed down on him. The force of the attack sent him flying across the ground, rolling until he came to a stop. He pushed himself up with difficulty, coughing as he tried to regain his breath. When he looked up, several figures were standing in front of him. He shouted, asking who they were. The man in the long coat stepped forward, surrounded by his group. It was the White Fox. He looked down at Su Hong with a confident smile and told him that they were meeting again. He then asked Su Hong to hand over the black jade giant python. The group of 5 stood together on the rocky path, watching the injured Su Hong kneel in exhaustion. His spear lay stuck in the ground beside him, its blade cracked from the earlier battle. White Fox stepped forward with a calm smile. His eyes narrowed slightly as he recalled the moment he saw Su Hong leaving the city alone. He said that when he first witnessed that reckless decision, he was certain Su Hong would die somewhere outside the city walls. He spoke again, amused. He admitted he never expected Su Hong's luck to be so strong. Not only had he survived, but he had even managed to encounter a critically wounded black jade giant python, one that was already on the verge of death. Hearing that, Su Hong stared at him quietly, realizing that if they thought he had merely found the python, that meant these 5 had just arrived. He observed them carefully. All 5 were martial artists. He realized that they had the numbers advantage. Fighting them head-on was impossible. Suddenly, the large masked fighter stepped forward aggressively. He shouted at Su Hong, asking if he hadn't heard young Master Ye's words. He demanded to know why Su Hong was still standing there when young Master Ye wanted the giant python for himself. Hearing that, Su Hong lowered his head slightly. His fists clenched. His jaw tightened. He said nothing, but his body trembled with anger. Su Hong glared forward, electricity crackling around his fist as he spoke. He said that they had only pushed him back earlier because of a sneak attack, and he asked if they really thought he couldn't defeat them. In the next moment, he shot forward and slammed his glowing fist into the masked brute's punch. The impact exploded outward, sending the large man flying. The brute's eyes widened behind his mask as he felt the force of the blow. Shock filled him as he thought about the terrifying power striking him. Su Hong didn't stop. He rushed in again, his fist flashing with red light, and struck the brute hard enough to knock him into the ground. The remaining group stood in the distance, watching their fallen companion lying in the grass. None of them moved. Then White Fox stepped forward slightly, looking at the scene with interest. With a slight smile, he commented on the attack. He said it was an excellent Vajra fist, and confirmed that Su Hong was indeed the Minotaur. Hearing that, Su Hong turned his head sharply, his expression tightening when he confirmed that it really was the White Fox mask. White Fox stood calmly, with his hand covering part of his face. His voice was smooth as he spoke. He said that Su Hong was the first person to humiliate him in front of so many people. He then dropped his hand and gave an order. His voice was cold as he commanded his subordinates to kill Su Hong. All 4 men around him rushed forward at once. Their weapons drew streaks across the ground as they charged towards Su Hong. Su Hong reacted instantly. His hand tightened around the spear, and his body shot upward in a single motion. Behind him, White Fox's group shouted to chase him. They sprinted after him as he leapt away from the rocky cliff. Deeper in the forest, the group slowed down, scanning their surroundings. Dense trees and scattered sunlight surrounded them as they searched the area. One of them shouted, asking where he went. Another warned that the woods ahead were thick and easy to ambush in, telling everyone to stay alert. The masked man with brown hair looked ahead as he walked through the forest. He scoffed and said there were so many of them, wondering if they were really afraid of just one man. Just as he said that, suddenly, a blur shot past him. Su Hong moved at incredible speed. The masked man's eyes widened as Su Hong dashed forward. Su Hong's eyes glowed with a sharp blue light as he closed the distance. In the next moment, he struck. The masked man was smashed into the ground with overwhelming force. From Su Hong's punch, 9 continuous sounds echoed in the air. Blood splattered across the man's mask as he lay motionless on the forest floor. Farther back, White Fox watched in shock. Sweat slid down his face as he stared at the settling dust clouds left behind by Su Hong. He cursed under his breath, unable to hide his disbelief. He wondered how Su Hong could possibly be this fast. White Fox's remaining 3 men stood together. One of them suddenly shouted in shock. He told young Master Ye that the technique being used by Su Hong was the Thunderclap Fist, specifically the 9 Echo Thunderclap Fist. He added that even rank 3 martial artists couldn't train the Thunderclap Fist to perfection. Hearing that, White Fox's expression twisted in frustration. He snapped at them to shut up. Sweat slid down his cheek as he stared ahead in disbelief. He couldn't understand how Su Hong had perfection in the Vairara Fist, and now perfection in the Thunderclap Fist. He questioned how any of this was even possible. Up in the trees, Su Hong watched them from above, staying calm as he observed the group below. He quietly thought to himself that if he hadn't just fought the giant python and consumed so much vitality, he could have crushed all 3 of them head-on. Since he couldn't confront them directly now, he decided on a different approach. He decided that he would have to defeat them one by waiting for the right moments. Thinking that, he threw his spear, but he didn't attack them directly. He threw his spear onto the ground right behind White Fox's group. It was meant to distract their attention, and it worked. As everyone turned to look at the spear, Su Hong made his move. Before White Fox's men could react, Su Hong appeared right in front of one of them. Blue light flashed in his eyes as he reached forward with a swift, precise motion. The man facing him froze, shock spreading across his expression as he realized he had been targeted. Su Hong kicked the man in the face. His strike landed with explosive force, sending blood scattering as the man's head snapped back violently. The impact launched the man's body into the air before it crashed onto the ground. Nearby, the remaining attackers turned in shock. One of them stared at the fallen body with fear spreading across his face, while another looked nervously toward his leader. One man shouted that Su Hong was too strong and urged White Fox to retreat, but White Fox refused. He glared ahead and demanded whether they were joking, insisting that he would kill the boy today. A blur of motion cut through the forest as Su Hong dashed between the trees. His speed left streaks of blue light trailing behind him. The attackers could barely react as Su Hong appeared again and rushed straight toward them. In the next moment, another attacker was struck so hard that his body flipped upward and slammed into the ground, shaking the forest floor. White Fox clenched his teeth in frustration. Sweat slid down his face as he stared ahead. He cursed under his breath, wondering how Su Hong had grown so much stronger in just a few days. Just then, a blur shot past him. Su Hong rushed forward with incredible speed, closing in from behind. White Fox immediately spun around, eyes wide, but Su Hong was already gone. Leaves scattered in every direction as the ground shook from his steps. White Fox shouted in anger, repeating his frustration again and again. In the next moment, Su Hong appeared behind White Fox again, saying it was finally his turn. But little did he know, White Fox had already detected him. White Fox immediately turned and raised his arm, blue light gathering around it. Energy sparks shot outward as he charged forward, shouting and telling Su Hong not to think he had already won. White Fox thrust his glowing finger upward, shouting the name of his technique, Void-Shattering Finger. Seeing that, Su Hong raised his spear to attack, but his senses warned him that it was dangerous. He bent down and dodged as the blue arc of energy sliced across the forest with incredible force. The blast struck a nearby tree, instantly blowing a massive hole through its trunk. Bark and dirt exploded outward as the tree shook from the impact. The entire tree burst apart, collapsing under the force of the attack. Across the forest, White Fox thrust both hands forward, using the same void-shattering finger technique again and again. Blue beams shot from his glowing fingers in every direction, filling the air with intersecting streaks of light. Su Hong jumped around the forest, dodging all of it. He watched White Fox with a sharp gaze. Sweat slid down his cheek as he assessed the attack's power. He noted that the martial skill wasn't weak, its level seemed high, possibly Class B. Then White Fox glared back with rage twisting across his face. He screamed that he had memorized Su Hong's face. He shouted that if he was injured today, he would kill Su Hong's entire family once he returned. This was White Fox's biggest mistake. Hearing the threat, Su Hong's expression darkened instantly. Blue light flashed across his eyes as White Fox's words rang in his mind. Su Hong sprinted through the forest. He zigzagged through the trees, leaving trails of destruction in his path. Ahead of him, White Fox glared nervously. He held up his glowing finger and shouted that his uncle was a supervisor at the martial artist base, and that his father held even higher status. But before he could finish, Su Hong appeared behind him. White Fox's eyes widened with fear as he sensed him closing in. Su Hong appeared behind him with lightning-like speed. Red light crackled around his fist as he spoke calmly, saying he preferred White Fox when he was acting arrogant a moment ago. His punch connected instantly. White Fox's face twisted as the blow sent him flying, blood spraying from the impact. Su Hong didn't stop. With one more sweeping attack, a red arc cut across the air and smashed into White Fox again, throwing him violently backward as his body spun out of control. White Fox was sent flying out of the forest. He fell from the cliffside and hit the ground with a violent impact, sending dust exploding into the air. Thick clouds of smoke rolled across the rocky ground. Through the haze, White Fox slowly pushed himself up. He coughed and panted heavily as the smoke began to clear. Su Hong, surrounded by a red aura, walked out of the shadows. His eyes were dark and cold. He looked straight at White Fox and said that he should never have used his family as a threat. Blood covered White Fox's face and clothes as he struggled to lift his head. He asked why Su Hong was so strong, and said it shouldn't be possible. He panted weakly and stared in disbelief, saying the other wasn't even a martial artist. White Fox screamed, asking Su Hong what he actually was. Just then, behind him, a massive black python rose from the ground, its eyes glowing and its tongue dripping blood. Terrified, White Fox's eyes widened as he turned around after sensing the black python. Just then, the black python slammed its tail onto the ground with tremendous force, cracking the earth. Seeing that, Su Hong got ready to face the giant python directly, gripping his spear. He said he had spent too much time fighting the others. As the monstrous snake coiled and lifted its head, he realized it had already regained its stamina. On the other hand, White Fox's 3 men whom Su Hong had knocked out before stood in the forest, shaken and confused. One of them muttered that Su Hong, whom they had fought, was far too strange. Another looked around anxiously and wondered where young Master Ye had gone, asking if he had already finished off Su Hong. Suddenly, the man in the red jacket lifted his head, alerted by a sound. Before they could react, they saw Su Hong running toward them from behind. He sprinted straight at them with his spear in hand. One of the men shouted that he would not spare him, while another yelled that Su Hong had finally come out, but Su Hong ordered them to move out of the way. Just as he said that, a loud rumble burst from behind. All 3 men froze when a massive python erupted from the ground, lunging toward them. Their eyes widened in shock. As the python crashed forward, Su Hong dodged aside, causing the giant creature to slam into the 2 martial artists. One of them screamed as the monster struck. A notification appeared, stating that Su Hong had indirectly killed an opponent martial artist and earned 30 martial value. A moment later, the python whipped around again, knocking the man in red into a tree. The notice appeared once more, another indirect kill, another 30 martial value. Su Hong stared at the scene in surprise. He hadn't expected to gain martial value this way too, but suddenly, the giant python's tail swung across the ground and came toward him. Seeing this, Su Hong was alerted, a bead of sweat sliding down his face as he reacted to the sudden movement behind him. He thought to himself that after so many battles, his martial value was finally enough for him to break through and become a martial artist. With a powerful leap, he spun into the air. He moved with lightning speed, jumping from tree to tree, until he made a large distance between himself and the python. He wished he could find a safe place to break through. His eyes sharpened when he spotted a cave in the distance, deciding that he would choose that spot. He shot straight down toward the cave entrance as the serpent followed. As he entered, the massive python crashed into the cave entrance, sending dust and rocks exploding upward upon impact. In the dim cave, Su Hong landed on one knee with his spear pressed against the ground. Dust and rocks fell around him as the giant serpent crashed down, its glowing eyes locked onto him. The python lurched forward, its jaws opening wide as it dove straight at him with a violent roar. But it couldn't enter. Inside the cave, Su Hong quickly pulled up his system status screen, while the serpent's body thrashed behind him. The python roared again as the system interface displayed Su Hong's information. Name: Su Hong, Vitality 96, Spirit 23, Physique, mortal body 3%. Martial skills, raging sea spear technique, perfect thunder rush fist, perfect vajra fist, perfect floating light palm, perfect void step. His martial value showed 504. Su Hong furiously tapped the vitality stat on his screen, shouting for it to increase faster. Numbers flashed rapidly as vitality rose by plus 0.1 again and again. A burning red aura erupted around him. Vitality surged through his body, making his entire frame tremble from the heat. Red light wrapped around him like flames as he gritted his teeth, thinking that it felt as if magma was flowing through his veins. The status screen flashed again, displaying that vitality had reached 100. Red energy burst outward. Seeing this, the serpent stopped, its eyes widening as a wave of crimson power surged across the cave. A red notification appeared above Su Hong, announcing his breakthrough and that he had become a Tier 1 martial artist. Flames of power burst around him as he stood in the center of the glowing circle. He looked at his own body, feeling the heat rising from within, and said that he had finally become a real martial artist. His fist tightened, energy crackling around it as bright light wrapped around his arm. In front of him, the giant serpent shrank back in fear, sensing the change in his strength. Su Hong stepped forward, flames burning around his body, and told the serpent that it was now his turn. His eyes sharpened, and with a swift motion, he launched himself forward. His glowing fist shot straight ahead, tearing through the air like a beam of light. The python was using its whole body to crawl out of the cave, but a loud impact echoed when Su Hong's punch struck the serpent's body. The python let out a furious roar as golden energy surged upward, launching the python high into the sky. The giant serpent's face filled the panel. Its scales cracked, and its fangs stained with blood. It let out a fierce hiss as fresh wounds covered its jaw. Su Hong charged forward with glowing eyes and a blazing fist. Energy sparked around his arm as he shouted the name of his technique, Vajra Fist. He leaped through the air, aiming straight at the serpent's open mouth. The enormous snake lunged upward, roaring as it extended its tail to attack Su Hong from behind. Su Hong met its tail attack head-on, blocking it with his burning fist. Red lightning surged around him as the impact exploded against the serpent's tail. Su Hong gritted his teeth. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he pulled back his arm. He tightened his grip on his spear and steadied himself. He then drove his spear downward with full strength. Blue energy burst outward as he slammed the attack straight into the serpent's stomach, forcing the massive creature down with overwhelming force. A blinding column of blue energy crashed down the python's body onto the ground. Lightning burst outward on impact, making the creature roar in shock and pain. From high above, Su Hong descended with flames wrapped around his arm. His fist burned like molten fire as he shouted the name of his technique, Thunder Rush Fist. He dove straight toward the thrashing serpent. Su Hong's fiery punch slammed into the creature's skull, sending waves of sound force rippling through the air. The impact echoed through the forest. The serpent's head recoiled violently, as golden lightning swallowed it. Su Hong's attack smashed it downward, driving its head deep into the ground. The earth cracked beneath the blow, and the forest shook from the impact. Smoke and dust rolled across the battlefield in thick waves. When the dust slowly cleared, Su Hong stood firmly on top of the python's massive head. His red aura flickered as he looked down at the defeated beast. He noted that although the giant python had already been heavily injured, he was now strong enough to withstand its attacks directly. A glowing panel appeared beside him, confirming that his martial value had increased by 94. The enormous serpent lay motionless beneath him. Its threat finally ended. Su Hong then sat on top of the giant python's severed head, holding a knife in his hand. As he looked at the huge corpse beneath him, he muttered that hunting ferocious beasts normally required cutting off their left ear to exchange for money. But then he paused. The thought trailed off into silence as he stared at the massive serpent. Snakes didn't have ears. He wondered helplessly what he was supposed to do in this situation. After a moment, he sighed and stood up. He said it was better to forget it and head back quickly. The scene shifted to a distant view of the cliffside where he had first fought that massive python and white fox. His footsteps echoed softly as he approached someone lying bloodied on the ground. It was White Fox, but he was already dead after being crushed by the giant python's tail. Su Hong looked down at him calmly. He said that ending up like this, White Fox had gotten off easy. Su Hong then crouched beside the fallen body and began searching through his belongings. While checking his pockets, he wondered if he might find the high-level martial technique White Fox had used earlier. His hand paused when he pulled out a small booklet. The cover was worn, but the words were clear. He read the title out loud, Void Breaking Finger. Later that night, As the massive corpse of the giant python rested motionless, something shone nearby. It was a small fire flickering inside a cave, whose entrance was covered by a wall of stone. Inside the cave, the warm glow of the fire lit up the rocks. Su Hong sat cross-legged with the void-breaking finger manual open on the ground. He calmly stated that he had already memorized the entire introductory method of the void-breaking finger, and the next step was to use the system to master it quickly. Soon, the surroundings shifted into a dark, digital-like space. Su Hong sat in the center and called out for the system to begin. In front of him, a glowing blue projection of himself slowly appeared. Training began instantly. Light beams surged around him, and a sharp force shot past his body as he practiced. He narrowed his eyes and continued. One by one, streaks of blue energy burst from his fingertips as he repeatedly used the void-breaking finger. His voice echoed as he shouted the name of the technique. System panels floated beside him, showing the mastery level rising rapidly, 51%, 63%, and 93%. Blue light filled the entire space as he continued to train, pushing the technique closer and closer. Suddenly, a faint blue screen flashed before Su Hong's eyes, showing a message that void-breaking finger had reached the basic stage. But before Su Hong could celebrate, a sharp beam of blue light shot into his forehead, causing his body to tremble. His eyes widened in shock. He coughed weakly, holding his chest as he returned to reality. He looked at the manual in his hand and thought that, as expected of a B-rank martial skill, even reaching the basic level put heavy pressure on him. While catching his breath, he decided he needed to find a monster to test the technique's power. 3 days later, deep in the forest, a massive bear with glowing red eyes burst through the trees. The beast roared furiously as it charged forward. Just then, Su Hong stepped in, raising his arm. Blue energy gathered at his fingertip. As he released his attack, he unleashed the void-breaking finger, sending a piercing beam of energy straight into the bear monster. The bear was struck violently, its body shaking under the force of the blow. Su Hong stood calmly with blue energy swirling around his finger. He realized he had finally reached the perfect realm of the technique. He felt satisfied, thinking that its power was truly worthy of a B-rank martial skill. Just then, a glowing notification appeared, displaying that he had mastered void-breaking finger to perfect void-breaking finger. With the skill perfected, he lowered his hand and said that it was time to go back. The scene shifted to a large fortified compound, the martial artist base, where countless martial artists were gathered within the wide courtyard. The martial artist base was lively that day. At the exchange counter, a startled clerk counted the rewards and announced loudly that the total came to 230,000. The surrounding hunters murmured in surprise. One of them praised the Thunder Squad, saying they were incredibly fierce for killing so many beasts. Another muttered that this single harvest equaled several months of his own hard work. Just then, a little distance away, new voices rose in excitement. Hunters pointed out that this guy didn't bring back a single non-ranked beast. Every corpse he carried was a Tier 1 ferocious beast, and some were even high-stage ones. Those voices attracted the Thunder Squad's attention. Those voices were for Su Hong. He stepped forward with a large bundle. The clerk checked the records and read out the numbers in disbelief. 72 initial stage beasts, 83 middle stage beasts, and 17 high stage beasts. The total reward reached 406,000 blue star coins. The hunters nearby stared at him in shock. Su Hong lowered his gaze slightly, sweat forming at his temple. He wondered if he had hunted too many beasts and become too noticeable. If he had known this would draw so much attention, he thought he should have killed fewer. Just then, loud noises echoed through the base. A burst of force shattered part of the plaza, catching everyone's attention. Hunters gathered and stared at the destroyed area. People shouted in confusion. Someone asked how the base could be attacked. Another questioned how this was possible when so many high-level martial artists were stationed there. Su Hong stepped forward among the crowd, gripping his spear as he looked toward the smoke rising from the damaged building. From the smoke, a pale hand pressed against the ground, a faint glint of light reflecting off several metal rings wrapped around its fingers. A man in a suit stepped forward from the smoke-filled ruins of the base. His expression twisted with fury as he shouted for the base to be sealed, ordering that not even a single fly be allowed to escape. This man was Ye Qi, the person in charge of the base, and White Fox Ye Feng's uncle. His subordinates responded instantly, shouting their acknowledgement. Seeing this, another supervisor hurried toward him, panic visible on his face. He asked Ye Qi what had happened. Ye Qi's eyes burned red with rage as he answered. He shouted that his nephew Ye Feng, along with the 4 martial artists accompanying him, were all dead. News of the death spread quickly among the crowd. Several martial artists whispered in shock, wondering how Ye Feng could possibly have been killed and how an entire group of 5 could be wiped out at once. Some people muttered bitterly. One man thought that if not for Ye Feng's background, he would have killed him long ago. Another person said that everyone there had been robbed by Ye Feng before. More voices joined, saying the scourge had finally been eliminated. Hidden among the crowd, Su Hong stood silently, listening to their reactions as the discussions grew louder around him. Ye Qi walked forward, announcing in a stern voice that a B-rank martial skill found on Ye Feng's body was missing. He declared that all martial artists had to be body searched and cleared of suspicion before they were allowed to leave. Amid the tense crowd, Su Hong stood quietly with his spear. He observed the situation calmly. As he listened, he thought to himself that based on the corpses, it was obvious White Fox had been killed by the giant python, so the incident should not be traced back to him. From across the open plaza, the officials and Ye Qi gathered in a group. Their eyes scanned the crowd in suspicion. Su Hong noticed their focused stares drifting toward him. He wondered silently if they were targeting him. Suddenly, the people around him slowly stepped back, creating a clear path as the officials walked forward, led by Supervisor Ye. Their footsteps echoed as they approached directly towards Su Hong. Then Ye Qi, with a dark expression, stepped out from the group. His eyes glowed coldly as he spoke with a forced smile, addressing Su Hong as little brother. He said he had heard that Su Hong alone had killed ferocious beasts worth 400,000, and he claimed that Su Hong's skills were truly amazing. Ye Qi looked down at Su Hong and said he had heard that Su Hong had killed a ferocious beast worth 400,000 credits on his own. He called it impressive. A woman nearby stared at Su Bai suspiciously. She said he looked like a rank 1 early-stage fighter at best and questioned how he could possibly kill so many beasts. She insisted that he must have scavenged young Master Yi's belongings and ordered the guards to search him immediately. 2 suited enforcers stepped forward, flames burning around their arms. One of them warned Su Bai not to resist, saying things would get ugly if he did. But before they could touch him, Su Hong moved. In an instant, his spear was at one guard's face. The guard froze in shock. He asked Su Hong what he was doing. The guard was stunned because he couldn't even follow how fast the spear had been drawn. Su Hong then asked calmly if they truly wanted to search him. He reminded them that he was a student of Star City High No. 1. Hearing that, Investigator Ye Qi narrowed his eyes as he thought about the situation. He knew the principal of No. 1 High was fiercely protective of his students, someone no one wanted to provoke. But to him, Su Hong still seemed extremely suspicious. He walked forward with 2 guards beside him. He thought that if Su Hong truly hunted all those beasts by himself, then he was a genius, and if they accused the wrong person and offended him, it would become a big problem. Facing Su Hong directly, Ye Qi explained that his nephew had been attacked and their family's secret technique had been stolen. He said he needed to find the culprit and hoped Su Hong would cooperate. Su Hong replied calmly, saying he only hoped they weren't accusing the wrong person. Seeing Su Hong's attitude, Ye Qi got angry, but he offered 10,000 credits as compensation for the search. Su Hong raised his hand and countered with 30,000. In his mind, he reasoned that Ye Feng had been killed by a giant python, and as long as the technique wasn't found on him, they couldn't blame him. After thinking for a moment, Ye Qi agreed. He told the guards to search. Su Hong lifted his arms slightly and told them to check carefully, saying he didn't want any false accusations. The guards began searching through his belongings, while the woman searched his bag. Ye Qi and the others watched closely. One of the guards finished checking and reported that there was nothing on Su Hong. Hearing this, Ye Qi told his subordinates to give Su Hong the 30,000 credits and let him go. Hearing that, Su Hong let out a small sigh of relief. In his mind, he felt lucky that he had cleaned everything up earlier. Otherwise, he would have been in serious trouble today. As he walked away with his spear, Ye Qi, who was in charge, ordered the others to continue searching everyone. No one was allowed to leave until they were cleared of all suspicion. Su Hong left, thinking about his next steps. He planned to shower and change clothes first. After that, he wanted to go to the Martial Artists Association to register for the assessment. He needed to get a guidance technique as soon as possible. Later, he arrived at an underground hotel inside the martial artist base. Inside a quiet and bright room, he sat shirtless on the bed, with his status window open in front of him. He checked his stats and was surprised. He had accumulated 534 martial points. He realized he had been so focused on training the void-shattering finger and hunting beasts these past few days that he hadn't used any of his points. His status panel showed name, Su Hong, vitality, spirit, 23, and physique, mortal frame at 6%. His martial arts were void-shattering finger at perfection, raging sea spear technique at perfection, thunderclap fist at perfection, vajra fist at perfection, floating light palm at perfection, and void step also at perfection. He also had 534 martial points. Su Hong remembered that a rank 1 early-stage martial artist usually had about 100 vitality, while a rank 1 mid-stage martial artist had around 200 vitality. He calculated quietly. If he used all his martial points on vitality, he could raise his vitality by 53.4 points, making him only about 40 points short of reaching mid-stage. He sat there, thinking carefully about what to upgrade next. He looked at his other stats and thought to himself that he still hadn't upgraded his spirit or mortal frame yet. He wondered what effects they might have. His screen displayed that he had 23 spirit and his physique, mortal frame was at 6%. He told himself that he had plenty of martial points anyway, so he decided to test it and see what would happen. He put some points into his spirit. Blue upgrade messages floated around him saying spirit increased by 0.1 again and again. As the light faded, he looked at his hands and admitted that he didn't feel much different after raising his spirit. Then he shifted his focus and began upgrading his mortal frame instead. Bright blue energy burst around him as new messages appeared. Mortal frame increased by 0.1, over and over. This time, he felt the strength increase clearly. He nodded to himself and decided to add even more. His status window updated again, showing that his spirit was now 26.5 and his physique mortal frame was at 36.1%. His martial arts list stayed the same: void-shattering finger, raging sea spear technique, thunderclap fist, vajra fist, floating light palm, and void step, all at perfection level. His martial points dropped to 0. He looked at his window and decided that his mortal frame level was enough for now. He planned to put 200 martial points into vitality next and the rest into spirit. A new wave of glowing panels swirled around him. Vitality increased by 0.1, filling the air, followed by more upgrades pouring into spirit. Suddenly, red energy exploded from his body. Su Hong clenched his fists as power surged through him. It felt as if an endless supply of strength was rising from deep inside, overflowing with unstoppable force. His body became very muscular. As the intense red aura around him faded, Su Hong's body slowly returned to normal. The overwhelming surge of power that had twisted his muscles settled down, leaving only a faint glow around him. He sat cross-legged on his bed, letting out a long breath. He was relieved that his body had returned to its usual shape. He thought to himself that if he had stayed in that bulky, muscle-bound form, he would have had no idea how to explain it to people he knew. Time passed, and an hour later, he arrived at the Star City Martial Artists Association. The tall building stood out among the surrounding structures. Inside the hall, Su Hong walked up to the front counter. He politely told the receptionist that he was there for the martial artist assessment. She nodded and told him that a staff member would guide him soon. As he followed her through the corridor, the guide glanced at him and commented that he looked quite young. She asked if it was his first time taking the assessment. She explained that to pass as a rank 1 martial artist, a person needed at least 100 vitality and over 1,000 combat power. She wished him good luck. Su Hong simply thanked her and continued walking. Nearby, 2 martial artists noticed him. One of them wondered aloud why Su Hong had come alone, without even a master accompanying him. The other guessed that Su Hong was probably just testing things out, considering his age. Su Hong continued forward quietly as their voices faded behind him. But just as he entered, his eyes widened slightly. His attention locked onto the assessment area ahead. A staff member read out the results loudly. Panjia's vitality was 102, but his combat power only reached 992, so the assessment failed. Panjia yelled in frustration, saying he had been so close. The crowd murmured all around. Next, another candidate stepped forward. The staff read the numbers again. Li Ming, vitality 105, passed. The examiner then announced that the next stage would be the combat power test. Li Ming faced the testing machine while the examiner watched. He took a stance and struck with full strength. The room shook from the force as he shouted. A moment later, the screen displayed the result. Combat power 1763, passed. Seeing that, the crowd murmured that Li Ming's combat power was 1763, almost reaching the level of a mid-stage rank 1 martial artist. People whispered that Jiang Ming from the Raging Thunder Dojo had a disciple named Li Ming. They guessed he must be that disciple and praised his talent, noting that he even used the thunderclap fist. Su Hong listened quietly. He wondered to himself why they mentioned Jiang Ming's disciple. He recalled that Jiang Ming's disciple was Li Yan, and questioned how many disciples that dojo master actually had. While he was lost in thought, Li Ming stepped toward Su Hong and told him it was his turn. As Su Hong went inside, Li Ming smirked confidently. He thought to himself that he was taking the assessment at this age, because he was a genius. Watching Su Hong enter, he wondered if someone the same age could ever compare to him, but suddenly, shocked reactions filled the room. People stared at the screen and cursed in disbelief. They wondered if the vitality tester was broken. They couldn't understand how someone's vitality could be that high. Hearing this, Li Ming was stunned. He looked back in shock as the examiner announced the result. Su Hong, vitality, 123. Li Ming, who had mocked Su Hong earlier, shouted in frustration, saying it was impossible. He tried to steady himself. He told himself to calm down, repeating that high vitality meant nothing and that only combat power truly mattered. A moment later, the examiner announced that the combat power test was about to begin. Everyone watched as Su Hong stepped up in front of the machine. He thought about his progress. He had already advanced to a martial artist and strengthened his body, so his power had grown a lot. He guessed that using 40% of his strength should be enough for this test. But then he worried. If he held back too much, he might fail the requirement. To be safe, he decided to use 50%. He took his stance and focused. His eyes sharpened as he rushed forward, his fist glowing with power. In the next instant, he struck the machine with a powerful blue force, sending a huge shockwave through the entire room. The machine went flying back violently as his attack blasted straight into it, leaving the ground cracked behind him. The machine exploded into pieces the moment his punch landed, leaving behind streaks of motion as fragments of metal scattered across the floor. Everyone watching froze in shock. Li Ming's eyes widened as he saw that the tester had been sent flying with just a single punch, calling that level of power terrifying. But what was even more terrifying was that Su Hong didn't even use any martial arts. Then the results appeared. The broken machine displayed the number 3004, a combat power normally reached only by a rank 1 high-stage martial artist. The crowd was stunned. They said that number was unimaginable. Up on the balcony, an instructor pointed at the chaos below. He told his superior that the same kid had caused trouble again, calling him an absolute monster. The superior looked down and recognized Su Hong. That was the same man who had watched Su Hong's match in the underground arena. With a calm expression, he said that it all made sense now. Meanwhile, in a bright office filled with sunlight, the president of Star City's Martial Arts Association, Wu Linshen, sat at her desk. She complained that the Yang City branch next door kept producing geniuses and showing off every day. She worried that if Star City didn't produce any geniuses soon, she would lose her job. Suddenly, an assistant burst into the office in a panic. He yelled that a monster had appeared in the martial artist assessment. Wu Linshen was startled enough to nearly drop her phone. He quickly explained that a rank 1 early-stage youth had sent the testing machine flying using only raw physical strength, and his combat power had reached 3000. Hearing this, Wu Linshen's eyes widened. She stared ahead, shocked by the news. Meanwhile, the Martial Artists Association's central hall was busy, filled with people walking around and talking. Su Hong stood near the escalators, with a staff member dressed in a suit. The staff member told Su Hong that he would first take him to the second floor to register his martial artist identity. After that, they could go collect his allowance. Su Hong nodded and thanked him. As they spoke, someone walked down the escalator. A pair of high-heeled boots appeared at the top, and a woman's voice said that the staff member could leave because she would personally handle Su Hong. The staff member froze. Then the woman stepped fully into view. It was the president. Her long golden hair flowed behind her as she looked down at them from the escalator. The staff member called out in surprise. The president walked up to Su Hong and asked if he was Su Hong. She introduced herself as Wu Linshen, the president of the Star City branch of the Martial Dao Association, and told him to follow her. Su Hong replied politely, calling her president. At the same time, he thought to himself that this person was the president of Star City's Martial Artist Association. He had heard rumors that she was a Tier 5 martial artist. She looked different from what he had imagined. The scene then shifted to the president's office. A bright and spacious room filled with warm sunlight. Su Hong sat on a couch while the blonde president reclined casually on another seat. She looked at him with a relaxed smile and began speaking. She said she knew he was a student from Star City No. 1 High School, and mentioned that Principal Lee Chengshan had complained to her before. According to him, the school had produced only 2 ordinary Tier 1 martial artists this year, yet Lee Chengshan somehow hit a major genius like Su Hong. Su Hong looked confused, and asked why she had brought him to her office. He explained that he only wanted to register as a martial artist, and collect his allowance and guidance technique. The president waved her hand confidently. She told him not to worry, saying the people downstairs had already handled his martial artist ID and monthly allowance. As for the guidance technique, she said she would teach him personally. She stood before him and asked how much he currently understood about guidance techniques. Su Hong thought for a moment. He said the textbook mentioned that heaven and earth spiritual chi had different attributes, and that guidance techniques were methods to absorb those spiritual energies to strengthen the body. He also added that absorbing spiritual chi of different attributes required a matching guidance technique. The president lifted her hand, and a warm orange flame appeared in her palm. She explained calmly that the textbooks were not wrong, but guidance techniques were more than just cultivation methods. She gave an example. The heavenly flame guidance technique she practiced mainly absorbed fire attribute spiritual chi. While it strengthened her body, it also gave her attacks the power of fire. As she spoke, the flame in her hand burned brighter and sharper. She then released the flame outward. A stream of fire shot across the room like a blazing whip, lighting up the entire office. She said that if someone could release attribute attacks externally, it would also increase their attack range. But for a Tier 1 martial artist, even carrying a small trace of attribute power was already impressive. Su Hong stared in surprise. He asked if guidance techniques could actually be used for attacking. He thought they were only for absorbing spiritual chi to cultivate. The textbooks never mentioned this part. The president raised her hand again, and symbols representing different elements appeared beside her. She explained that heaven and earth spiritual chi had 7 attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, and wind. Each had its strengths and weaknesses, but in pure attack power, thunder ranked first, metal second, and fire third. She added that the guidance technique someone could cultivate depended on their compatibility. As she spoke, she lifted a glowing red crystal ball from the table. Su Hong nodded slowly. He realized it wasn't possible to cultivate any guidance technique freely. One had to match their own compatibility first. The president held the glowing crystal ball in her hands. She explained that it was used to test a person's compatibility. The brighter and larger the glow, the higher the compatibility. She said that ordinary martial artists usually had only 20 to 30%. Her own compatibility was around 80%, which was already considered extremely high. She looked at Su Hong with confidence, and told him that someone as talented as him would definitely go beyond 90%. As she spoke, the flame inside the crystal disappeared, and she handed the ball to him. Su Hong looked at the crystal ball quietly. He thought to himself that President Wu had become a Tier 5 martial artist at such a young age, and was already considered a genius, yet her compatibility was only 80%. If he reached 90%, it would be too unbelievable. When Su Hong placed his hands on the ball, a blinding light erupted instantly. President Wu's eyes widened in shock. The entire crystal ball burst with intense red light, filling the whole room. The president jumped in excitement, and shouted that it was completely full. His fire attribute compatibility had reached 100%. She rushed to Su Hong and grabbed his shoulders, asking if he understood what this meant. He admitted that he didn't. She explained with great excitement that this meant he could absorb 100% of fire attribute spiritual chi from heaven and earth, without wasting even a single trace. She then explained calmly that her own compatibility was only 80%. Because of that, she lost 20% of the fire attribute spiritual chi every time she absorbed it. Even so, she had already reached Tier 5 as a martial artist, and had become the president of the Star City Martial Artists Association. Then she leaned closer to him. With a confident smile, she said that his future achievements would definitely be higher than hers. She admitted that she never expected a small place like Star City to produce someone as talented as him. Someone who was not weaker than geniuses from the Magic City Imperial Capital region. Su Hong looked at the crystal ball in his hands. He thought quietly to himself that the fire attribute was good, but he still preferred the thunder attribute. He wished he had the thunder spirit attribute instead. Just as he said that, the crystal ball suddenly burst with bright golden lightning. Thunder-like patterns flashed inside it, as powerful light filled the room. When he lifted the glowing sphere, President Wu stared at him in shock. He looked at her and said that his thunder attribute compatibility also seemed to be 100%. She stayed silent, unable to respond. President Wu stared at the test results in shock. She wondered if it was real or fake because the thunder and fire attributes both showed 100% compatibility. She felt overwhelmed and thought to herself that Su Hong was a monster, something far beyond normal. Just then, Su Hong, now holding a green crystal ball, spoke nervously. He told the president that the wind attribute also seemed to be 100%. Hearing this, the president looked even more stunned, unable to believe what she was seeing. She quietly muttered that the situation was too outrageous. A few minutes passed. The room became calm. Sunlight spilled in through the windows, while the two of them sat on separate couches. The president leaned back weakly, still trying to process everything. She slowly sat up and wiped the sweat from her forehead. She whispered that something was not right. All the attributes she tested were full. Every single one was at 100%. She wondered if she was dreaming. Her thoughts drifted back to her past. She once believed she was a top-tier genius. Becoming a 30-year-old Tier 5 martial artist was as rare as phoenix feathers or unicorn horns. But when she once faced an opponent beyond common sense, she realized she was just an ordinary person. She remembered standing before a massive monster. The ground cracked beneath her feet as the beast roared loudly. In that moment she understood that to defeat something beyond common sense she would need someone just as extraordinary. She then recalled a man standing atop that fallen creature, looking down with calm eyes. Only those who were also beyond common sense could fight such beings. Back in the room, she looked at Su Hong and thought that he was an existence ordinary people could never understand. On the other hand, Su Hong was lost in thought. Thinking seriously, he muttered that all 7 of his attributes were at 100%. If he focused only on thunder and ignored the other 6, it felt like a waste. He sighed, saying the situation was distressing. Then he turned to the president with a smile and asked if she could give him copies of the guidance techniques for all 7 attributes. The president stared at him speechlessly. She explained slowly that human energy was limited. No matter how talented someone was, it was recommended to cultivate only 1 or 2 attributes. She gave an example. In the past, someone had tried cultivating all 7 guidance techniques at the same time. Even after training for decades, that person remained only a Tier 1 martial artist. Hearing that, Su Hong told her that he could not choose a path yet, so he wanted to cultivate all attributes first and decide later which one to focus on. President Wu agreed, but warned him not to fool around and not to waste such rare talent. She then asked Su Hong if his school's monthly exam was coming soon. Su Hong nodded and asked why she suddenly mentioned it. President Wu explained that tensions on the All-Heavens battlefield were growing stronger. A huge war between the 10,000 races and the human race could break out at any moment. Because of this, nations had invested a lot of resources to create a genius training camp, and she wanted to recommend him. She said that if he could take first place in the school's monthly exam, she would give him a recommendation spot. Su Hong repeated her words softly, thinking about the war of the 10,000 races and the training camp. He then remembered the tragedy from over 10 years ago, the war that took the lives of all his relatives except his uncle and aunt. He clenched his fists and agreed, saying he would definitely work hard. Images of his past flashed in his mind, crying as a child, his uncle comforting him, and scenes of fear and chaos. He whispered to his uncle and aunt in his heart, promising that he would never let that tragedy happen again. Finally, Su Hong strengthened his resolve. He told himself that he must become strong enough to protect everyone around him. Late at night, Su Hong's home stood quietly under the dark sky. Inside, Su Hong sat at the table with a bright smile. He held an identification card in both hands and told his uncle and aunt that he had officially become a martial artist. His aunt wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes, happy and emotional. His uncle trembled with excitement as he held the card, unable to believe that Su Hong had really succeeded. They both praised him, saying that he had become a capable young man. Su Hong explained that a Tier 1 martial artist received a monthly allowance of 10,000, so his uncle no longer needed to work with such difficulty. His uncle laughed happily and said that Su Hong had now become the pillar of their family and that they would listen to him from now on. Su Hong smiled gently and promised that he would support the family from this day forward. Later that night, Su Hong sat alone on the rooftop. He crossed his legs and began cultivating. Orange energy flames burst out around him as he breathed steadily, focusing all his strength on training. Su Hong's eyes suddenly lit up with a bright, fiery glow. Power surged inside him, and his stare turned sharp and intense. The next second, he punched the air with determination. Energy gathered around his arm, spinning wildly as flames wrapped around his fist. He punched out with full force, sending a wave of heat and wind across the rooftop. When the energy faded, Su Hong looked at his fist. It was smoking lightly, He stared at it in confusion and wondered why the technique felt so weak. He asked himself if this was really the basic level of the guidance technique and why it had no power at all. Then a glowing system panel appeared in front of him. It showed his name and different stats. It also displayed a new line for guidance technique. He realized that he had actually learned the Heavenly Flame guidance technique. But it was only at level 1 with 5%. Su Hong became even more surprised. He wondered since when guidance techniques had levels. President Wu had never mentioned anything like that. If techniques could be leveled up, she would have told him. He looked back at the panel, thinking deeply. Maybe this guidance technique was different. Then a thought struck him. Su Hong stared at the glowing screen in shock. He couldn't believe it, but excitement spread across his face as he realized the truth. Only he could level it up. Su Hong stood before the glowing blue panel and stared at it seriously. He asked himself how he was supposed to upgrade guidance techniques, wondering if they were improved the same way as martial value. Just as he touched his system window, a red warning screen flashed in front of him. The panel showed the message: insufficient martial value. Seeing that, Su Hong sighed. He decided to first cultivate the rest of the guidance techniques. He told himself he would figure out how to earn more martial value later. He then sat cross-legged on the rooftop, surrounded by books. Flames of spiritual energy burst around his body, brightening the whole surrounding. Several hours later, Su Hong's inner view appeared, showing 7 glowing points of spiritual qi. Each point represented a different guidance technique. Thunder guidance technique, level 1. Water marsh guidance technique, level 1. Thick earth guidance technique, level 1. Spirit wind guidance technique, level 1, and others. The 7 different attributes of spiritual qi pushed against each other. Su Hong gritted his teeth as sweat rolled down his face. He understood why President Wu once said that a genius who cultivated 7 guidance techniques had stayed a Tier 1 martial artist for decades. He continued to channel the power. Flames rose around him, and he tried to control the energy. He noticed that although all 7 types of spiritual qi existed in his body, he could only use one attribute at a time. A ball of fiery spiritual qi formed in his hand as he breathed heavily. That bright flame swirled in Su Hong's hand as he watched it closely. He had realized that if he forced himself to use a second attribute, the 2 glowing forces instantly collided, followed by a violent explosion. It was a huge explosion of spiritual energies that shook his rooftop. The clash made both attributes disappear. Su Hong narrowed his eyes. He wondered if thunder and fire really couldn't be combined. Their natures felt similar, so why did they keep rejecting each other? He tried again. Thunder light and fire sparks wrapped around his fingers. The 2 forces touched. Another explosion burst out, and the energy scattered into the air. Still sweating, Su Hong clenched his teeth. He refused to give up. He yelled in frustration, telling himself to try one more time. Flashes burst from the rooftop again and again through the night, as he repeatedly attempted to fuse the attributes. When dawn arrived the next day, the building still glowed faintly from the leftover sparks of Su Hong's non-stop training. He breathed heavily, sweat running down his face. He told himself he just needed a little bit more. In his hand, the lightning and flame flickered and shook. He stared at it, insisting softly that he only needed a tiny bit more. He gritted his teeth and shouted for the power to fuse. Lightning and fire wrapped around his arms as he forced the 2 energies together. He raised his hand again and yelled, calling for fusion. A bright flame exploded in his palm. After trying through the whole night, he finally succeeded. He looked at the flame in his hand with relief and satisfaction. He then straightened his clothes and said it was time to go out and test the power. The scene shifted to Star City's Citizen Martial Arts Square, a large open plaza with a tall clock tower at its center. Training robots stood ready around the area. Su Hong stood in front of the spider-shaped combat tester. He pointed at it and said that he had switched to a Tier 3 combat power tester. Hoping it wouldn't break this time, he remembered that 50% power had reached 3,000 combat power. So he decided to try 30% power first. He raised his glowing fist and struck. The machine displayed the result. The number went above 2,300. He looked surprised. At 30% strength, the power should have been around 1,800, but it had increased by 500 more. He looked at the lightning burning in his hand, and thought that just the power of thunder alone was already this strong. Then he clenched his hand again, and aimed. He wondered how strong the fused power of thunder and fire would be. He released the combined force, and the explosion of lightning and flames shot forward. His punch smashed into the combat tester with overwhelming speed and power. The screen flashed new numbers. Su Hong stared in surprise. It showed 3041, far higher than he expected. He muttered in shock, wondering how it had passed 3000. He stood beside the damaged tester, rubbing his hands. He thought about how, with only his physical strength and the fused thunder fire, 30% of his power already surpassed a Tier 1 high-stage martial artist. Then he glanced at his own status and sighed. His vitality was only 123 points, which made the result even more terrifying. He thought that if the power was already this strong with just 2 fused attributes, he wondered what kind of strength he would have if he could fuse all 7 attributes. The thought of combining them filled him with excitement. He looked at the flames and lightning dancing in his hand, and smiled. He decided to go back and try fusing 3 attributes next time. Later, he was shown lying flat on the rooftop, exhausted. His shirt was gone, and his body was drenched in sweat. Small lights floated around him as he breathed heavily. He thought about the difficulty again. Fusing 2 attributes was already hard, but fusing 3 felt many times harder. He had rearranged and combined all 7 attribute patterns repeatedly, yet he still made no progress at all. Even so, he kept thinking about how powerful it could be if he finally succeeded. He looked at the system screen and wondered if increasing the level of his guidance techniques would help him succeed in fusing attributes. The screen listed the techniques he had. Thunder Guidance Technique, Level 1. Heavenly Flame Guidance Technique, Level 1. Water Marsh Guidance Technique, Level 1. Thick Earth Guidance Technique Level 1, and Spirit Wind Guidance Technique Level 1. He reminded himself that the monthly exam was tomorrow, and he needed to earn as much martial value as he could. The next day, all the students gathered at Star City No. 1 High School. Students stood on the field as the principal walked onto the stage. The principal told them that this monthly exam would be different. Because the front lines were under heavy pressure, a special training camp would now be held every year to select geniuses for focused training. He explained that the training camp had many resources, powerful martial arts, rare pills, and even grandmasters who would serve as instructors. The top 3 students in the monthly exam would be allowed to join Star City's training camp. Hearing that, the students became excited. Some shouted about wanting to enter the genius training camp. Others were shocked that a Tier 7 grandmaster might be an instructor, since even their principal was only Tier 3. Amid the noise, Su Hong stared ahead with a tired face as he remembered President Wu telling him that if he got first place, she would give him a spot. But didn't the top 3 all receive spots anyway? A friend of Su Hong told him that Chen Shan and Li Tu had already become Tier 1 martial artists. Beside them, several others had also reached the basic level of Thunder Rush Fist, and he felt they had no chance of winning. Su Hong looked confused. He thought about how he had only missed school for 10 days. Yet those students had already broken through to martial artist. His friend explained that recently, the principal had asked Senior Chen Tian, the instructor of Thunder Rush Fist, to give private lessons to talented students. Because of this, Chen Shan and Li Tu's vitality had already exceeded 100, and their Thunder Rush Fist could echo 3 times. While they were talking, suddenly Chen Shan and Li Tu walked forward confidently. One of them said he wanted everyone to know who the real No. 1 genius was. The other replied that when he beat him to the ground he hoped he would stay just as confident. Elsewhere, as Su Hong's principal came down from the stage, instructor Chen Tian asked him if he had found the genius who performed the 9 Echoes Thunder Rush Fist. Principal Li answered that he had searched everywhere recently, and didn't think that person was from his school. While they were talking, they suddenly heard some noise behind them and turned. A tall man in a black suit walked up with 2 others. It was Jiang Ming, who had taught Su Hong that spear technique. Along with him were Li Ming and Li Yan. Jiang Ming joked, calling Principal Li, Old Li, asking why he looked like his wife had run away. The principal looked at Jiang Ming and asked what he was doing at his school. Jiang Ming smiled and said that the quality of this year's students didn't seem very good. He then explained that he had brought 2 disciples with him. After the monthly exam, he suggested letting the first-place student come over for a spar. Hearing that, Principal Li's expression tightened. He knew that Jiang Ming had clearly come to embarrass him. He thought that if he refused, it would be like admitting that his school had no talented students at all. Jiang Ming continued speaking lightly. He said the students here looked weak anyway, so if the principal refused, he could understand. Hearing that, instructor Chen Tian snapped back angrily, asking if Jiang Ming was looking for trouble on purpose. Nearby, one of Jiang Ming's students, Li Yan, pointed toward the crowd. He told his teacher there was bad news. The kid named Su Hong had appeared. Jiang Ming looked confused and repeated the name, asking which Su they meant. As he turned toward the group of students, he suddenly recognized Su Hong standing at the back. Jiang Ming shouted in surprise. He realized it was that same little monster he had seen before. Su Hong looked at them calmly, a faint smile on his face as the crowd blurred around him. Jiang Ming stared in shock as sweat formed on his face. He realized that the kid they had been talking about was actually from Nome High School. He looked at his two disciples and grew even more troubled. He thought that if Li Yan and Li Ming fought Su Hong, they would definitely lose. Rather than letting them lose face in front of everyone, he needed to avoid the match. He quickly put on a smile and waved his hand. He told Principal Li and Instructor Chen not to be angry. He said he had only been joking and that there would be no competition. He even called his own disciples trash, saying they could never compare to the other school's students. Li Yan and Li Ming immediately shouted that they conceded. Hearing that, both Principal Li and Instructor Chen were furious. Their faces twisted in anger as they thought about how these men dared to mock them so sarcastically. Soon after, the scene shifted to the arena. A loud announcement echoed across the stadium, calling for match number 666, Su Hong, to begin. From the stands, Su Hong's friend leaned forward anxiously. He told his colleague that Su Hong's first opponent was a quasi-martial artist, and that this was extremely unlucky. He then called out to Su Hong, telling him that he could try to fight but shouldn't push himself. Getting injured at the start of the tournament wouldn't be worth it. Su Hong's opponent, Chen Peng, stepped forward and pointed at Su Hong. He asked if Su Hong planned to walk down on his own, or if he should beat him down instead. He clenched his fist and was about to charge straight at Su Hong with confidence. But before he could even react, Su Hong moved. He suddenly disappeared from his place, and the next second he appeared in front of Chen Peng. His figure flashed, and with one clean strike, he sent Chen Peng flying through the air. The impact was so strong that Chen Peng flipped upside down and crashed hard onto the ground. Everyone watching stared in shock. One student shouted in disbelief, asking when Su Hong had become so fierce. The others were stunned into silence. Su Hong stood calmly in the center of the field, surrounded by rising smoke. His posture was relaxed, but the crowd trembled. They realized what had happened. Su Hong had defeated a quasi-martial artist in one single move. Su Hong stood calmly on the battlefield, while another opponent lay defeated at his feet. The crowd shouted in disbelief, saying that Su Hong had won again and wondering how he had become so strong. Some even questioned if he had already reached the level of a Tier 1 martial artist. They announced that the next match would be the final battle. From the stands, Instructor Chen stared at Su Hong in confusion, wondering where this student had suddenly come from and why he hadn't appeared when private tutoring was offered. Principal Li blamed himself, calling it a failure in his own duties. Both of them discussed Su Hong further. Principal Li wondered how he had never noticed such a promising student before. By not training him early, he felt he had wasted a real talent. Instructor Chen said he felt Su Hong looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him. They then turned their attention to the ongoing semi-final match between Chen Shan and Li Tu, saying the winner would be decided soon. Watching their fight, they noted that the two fighters were evenly matched, making it difficult to tell who would win or lose. On the stage, Li Tu shouted at Chen Shan. He said that since they both used the same technique, the Three Echoes Thunder Rush Fist, Chen Shan would need to use his strongest move if he wanted any chance of winning. He then launched forward, using the Thunder Rush Fist with full force. Li Tu charged forward with a fierce expression, his fist slamming down with explosive force. Chen Shan answered with a sharp shout as he blocked, the impact blasting wind across the floor. Chen Shan's voice rose in anger as flames burst around his fist. He yelled at Li Tu to watch carefully, declaring himself the true number one of the school. From the sidelines, the students stared in shock. They shouted that Chen Shan was performing attribute externalization, unable to believe he had already mastered it. They recognized the blazing fist as the fire attribute, known for its immense power, second only to thunder. Li Tu stepped forward with a calm smirk as water-like energy flowed around his arm. He replied that attribute externalization was nothing special, and anyone could do it. The students gasped again. They shouted that Li Tu could also externalize attributes, and his was the metal attribute, a force even stronger than fire in combat. Li Tu dashed ahead, chains of metallic energy swirling around his fists. He announced that he also possessed this power as he launched his attack. His punches echoed with 5 sounds. Chen Shan, who charged forward, was shocked when he saw Li Tu unleash the 5 Echoes Thunder Rush Fist. A violent impact followed as Li Tu's strike landed cleanly. blasting his opponent backward in a streak of motion and shockwaves that tore across the arena floor. From the viewing platform, Principal Lee and Instructor Chen watched with widening eyes. Principal Lee muttered that Lee Tu had been hiding his strength deeply. Instructor Chen added that within just 10 days, Lee Tu had managed to master attribute externalization and even bring the Thunder Rush Fist to the micro level. They agreed that Lee Tu's talent was exceptional. Principal Lee then said there was no need to watch the final match. With micro-level Thunder Rush Fist and the metal attribute, he believed Su Hong had no chance of beating Lee Tu. Instructor Chen sighed that if Su Hong had learned a guidance technique and mastered Thunder Rush Fist as well, he might have stood a chance. Just then, Jiang Ming walked over and confidently placed a bet. He wagered 50,000 that Su Hong would take first place. Hearing that, Principal Lee and Instructor Chen were shocked. Principal Lee asked Jiang Ming if he was crazy. He said although Su Hong was good, how could he possibly win without a guidance technique? But Instructor Chen only laughed, saying that if Jiang Ming was delivering money to him, he would gladly take it. Soon, the announcer declared the final battle. Number 01, Lee Tu, against number 666, Su Hong. The match began. Students shouted from around the arena. Some cheered for Su Hong to seize the championship. Others urged Lee Tu not to lose face. The two fighters stepped onto the circular stage, facing each other as the final showdown began. Lee Tu stood confidently, telling Su Hong that he was lucky. He said Su Hong had only reached the finals because he hadn't met him or Chen Shan earlier. Su Hong looked calm. After hunting so many ferocious beasts, he felt that the students here were too weak. Now he finally thought someone worth watching had appeared. Lis Tu stepped forward with a grin. He said that since Su Hong reached the finals, he could call himself the second strongest in the school. Su Hong simply asked who the first was. Lis Tu stomped on the ground and declared that the number one was himself. He rushed in with a fierce attack, saying he only needed one move to show how big the gap between them was. The students watching gasped in panic. One of them exclaimed that Lee Tu was using the 5 Echoes Thunder Rush Fist right from the start, wondering if he was actually taking things this seriously. Another student nervously said it was already over. With the Thunder Rush Fist coming out, there was nothing left to fight. Su Hong was bound to lose. But Su Hong's eyes glowed with a sharp golden light, as power built up inside him. In the next moment, flames burst from his fist, and he shot forward. He said he only wanted to see where the limits of his physical body lay. The students panicked even more when they saw him rushing straight in. One shouted that Su Hong must be crazy, he didn't even dodge, choosing to meet the attack head-on. Another yelled that even if he wanted to die, this wasn't the way, urging the referee to save him quickly. The two fighters collided in the middle of the arena, their fists smashing together with explosive force. Shockwaves blasted outward as the impact shook the ground. They clashed again and again, their blows sending bursts of energy through the air. Su Hong met his opponent's thunderous attack directly, the impact scattering chains of water and sparks in every direction. Lee Tu stared in shock, realizing that Su Hong had actually neutralized his 5 Echoes Thunder Rush Fist instantly with just 5 punches. The two fighters clashed again, their fists colliding in a storm of blows as chains of energy whipped around them. Lee Tu gritted his teeth, wondering if Su Hong was a monster, because every punch Su Hong threw felt overwhelmingly heavy. Up in the stands, students watched with wide eyes. Su Hong's teacher exclaimed that Su Hong wasn't using any martial skills at all, yet he was evenly matched with Lee Tu, who was using the 5 Echoes Thunder Rush Fist. Su Hong's friend shouted that Su Hong's strength was far too terrifying. Principal Lee and Instructor Chen also looked stunned. Instructor Chen said that Su Hong must possess some kind of special physique, otherwise his strength wouldn't be this exaggerated. Principal Lee burst into laughter, proud that his school had actually produced a genius with a special physique. But Instructor Chen beside him shook his head. He said that although Su Hong's strength was astonishing, Lee Tu had already condensed an attribute, so Su Hong still held no real advantage. On the arena, the clash sent both fighters sliding back across the arena floor. Su Hong steadied himself as flames flickered around his fist, while Lee Tu skidded several meters away, forced backward by the impact. Lee Tu's eyes widened with anger and disbelief. He shouted that Su Hong shouldn't act arrogant, because the winner could only be him. Blue lightning surged around his arms as he powered up again. He then lunged forward, shouting for Su Hong to accept defeat. His fists, wrapped in chains of energy, tore through the air as he charged straight at him. Su Hong watched calmly. He thought to himself that he had originally planned to test how far he could fight Lee Tu, using only his physical body. But Li Tu had already stopped holding back and was now attacking at full power. Since Li Tu had gone all out, Su Hong decided he should also show some respect. Flames burst from his own fist as he sprinted forward to meet the attack head-on. Lightning burst across the arena as Li Tu shouted in shock. He looked at Su Hong with wide eyes as he recognized his technique. Realizing what he was seeing, he yelled that Su Hong could also use attribute externalization. Principal Li and Instructor Chen on the side trembled as golden lightning wrapped around the arena. Instructor Chen stammered in disbelief, unable to finish his sentence. Principal Li could only mutter in shock, saying he had no idea how this was even possible. Both of them were stunned that Su Hong possessed the Thunder attribute and had mastered the Thunder guidance technique. Instructor Chen explained that a special physique combined with the Thunder attribute, which had the strongest attack power, made this talent terrifying. Inside the arena, Su Hong and Li Tu clashed again, lightning and chains exploding in all directions. Li Tu stared forward, realizing something alarming. He admitted that Su Hong's Thunder attribute was even stronger than his own Metal attribute. Su Hong looked back with a calm, confident expression. Lightning coiled around his body as he spoke. He told Li Tu that since he had revealed his ultimate move, he would now answer it properly. Su Hong narrowed his eyes as lightning flickered around him. He told Li Tu that he would show his ultimate move as well. Golden light burned in his eyes as thunder wrapped around his fists. He also used his Thunder Rush fist technique as he charged forward. In the next moment, his strike landed with explosive force. The scene shook as repeated impacts echoed, one after another, driving Li Tu backward. Su Hong's blows landed so quickly that 9 echo bursts exploded across the arena. Li Tu's eyes widened in disbelief. While falling, he shouted that 9 echoes were impossible. Blood burst from his mouth as he crashed to the ground. Su Hong stood over him with a firm expression, thunder still crackling around his fists. The students in the stands fell silent for a moment. Shock spread across their faces. They were all speechless. A student finally spoke, stunned, asking if Su Hong had really won. Excitement erupted as others shouted that Su Hong had reached the perfect realm. Thunder Rush Fist, 9 echoes. They cheered that his technique was even fiercer than the teacher who taught it. Instructor Chen and Principal Li stared in shock. Instructor Chen stuttered out that Su Hong had produced 9 echoes. He asked if Su Hong was the same genius who had disappeared from school that day. Principal Li trembled as he said that this wasn't just a genius. This was the dragon of Star City No. 1 High School. Instructor Chen wiped his sweat and said that once a monster like Su Hong entered the training camp, he couldn't imagine how devastated the other geniuses with powerful backgrounds would be. Not far away, Su Hong walked forward calmly in his school tracksuit. Looking at him, Instructor Chen spoke with admiration, saying that a golden carp was not meant to stay in the pond. Once it met wind and cloud, it would transform into a dragon. To him, Star City was nothing more than a small puddle for Su Hong. Principal Li nodded with confidence. He said that in the upcoming training camp, Su Hong was destined to be a dragon rising from the abyss, soaring into the sky. He added that the Magic City Imperial Capital, and even the battlefield of 10,000 races, were the true places where a monster like Su Hong would shine the brightest. The scene then shifted to evening at Su Hong's home. As he returned, he called out to his uncle and auntie, saying he was back. Su Hong stepped in with his school bag. His uncle looked up from the table filled with dishes and asked how the exam had gone. Su Hong smiled and said he got first place. Hearing that, his uncle became excited, repeating that Su Hong had ranked first in the monthly exam. Then he eagerly asked if that meant Su Hong could now attend the training camp he had mentioned before. Su Hong nodded lightly, but suddenly, there was knocking on their house door. Su Hong turned his head toward the sound. A woman stood outside, knocking firmly and calling out, asking if this was Su Hong's house. Su Hong opened the door slightly and looked at her. Behind him, his aunt and uncle peeked curiously from inside. Su Hong asked who she was. The woman stood at the doorway, addressing Su Hong. She introduced herself, saying she was the parent of Lin Nian, from his school. She explained that only the top 3 students in the monthly exam were allowed to attend the training camp, and since her son ranked 4th, she wanted to discuss Su Hong giving up his spot. She then held out money, offering 30,000 in exchange for Su Hong's place, so Lin Nian could go instead. Hearing her, Su Hong remained expressionless, while his uncle and aunt looked on from behind, surprised. The woman grew irritated at his lack of reaction. She raised her voice, saying the training camp existed to nurture geniuses for the future battlefield. She warned that the competition was extremely cruel and that people could actually die. She continued, explaining that those in the camp consumed high-grade pills until they vomited and practiced high-level martial skills freely. She added that, given Su Hong's family circumstances, giving up early was for his own good. Hearing that, back inside the home, Su Hong's aunt looked worried and asked him if what the woman said was true and whether the camp was really that dangerous. Su Hong's uncle turned to his wife and told her to calm down. The uncle then looked at Su Hong seriously and asked if he could guarantee his own safety. Su Hong answered firmly that he could, a confident flicker in his eyes. Hearing that, the woman in the purple suit complained, saying they actually believed a child's promise. Su Hong's uncle replied that he trusted Su Hong. He said going to the training camp was Su Hong's own decision, and he believed his promise. He added that if he couldn't trust his own family, he wouldn't trust her instead. The woman shouted in anger, but the uncle slammed the door shut right in front of the woman's face, telling her to leave. The woman stormed out. As she walked away, she angrily muttered that they should wait to be eliminated from the training camp. Then inside the house, Su Hong stood in the room and looked at his uncle. He told his uncle that it was not like he had intentionally hidden the dangers of the training camp, but his uncle shook his head and told him it was fine. His uncle smiled and pointed at himself, saying he was just a rough man. He said Su Hong was more educated and understood the training camp better than he did. Since he had the resolve to face difficulties, they would support him. But his aunt suddenly slapped her husband's back and scolded him, asking what kind of talk that was. She stepped forward and told Su Hong that they did not ask for any ranking, they only wanted him to stay safe. Su Hong smiled gently and nodded. Night fell over the city. Lights from tall buildings glowed in the distance. Su Hong stood alone on the rooftop, looking over the skyline. He thought to himself that although his uncle and aunt supported him, they must still be worrying about him secretly. He told himself he absolutely could not let down their expectations. Standing under the night sky, he strengthened his resolve. He thought that to protect this hard-earned life, he had to become stronger. Su Hong looked at the glowing system panel in front of him. He said that he had fought more than a dozen matches in the monthly exam, and earned a total of 285 martial value points, but it still wasn't enough. The panel displayed his information: vitality, spirit, mortal body percentage, his guidance techniques, martial skills, and his total martial value. He tapped on the screen and increased his mortal body, which was currently at 36.1%. He said he didn't know what high-level skills or trump cards the geniuses in the training camp had. To fight against them, he needed to improve his physical combat power first. Immediately, red notifications floated around him one after another, showing that mortal body increased by 0.1. They appeared repeatedly as he pushed himself harder, sweat running down his face. A few minutes later, a new value flashed. His mortal body had reached 64.6%. Breathing heavily, he said he was still 35.4% away from reaching 100%. He wondered what kind of special physique would appear after the mortal body, but suddenly, he noticed something and looked at the panel again. He asked himself when the Thunder Guidance Technique and Heavenly Flame Guidance Technique had reached level 2. The screen showed both techniques listed at level 2. He touched his chin, thinking. He said he had only cultivated the guidance techniques for a few days and hadn't done anything else. He wondered if no special conditions were needed. Maybe simply cultivating the guidance techniques allowed them to level up naturally. Su Hong then activated his guidance techniques, thunder crackling in his left hand and flames rising in his right. He thought to himself that he would strive to level up one more time. The next morning, dawn broke across the city skyline as sunlight spilled between the tall buildings. Su Hong slowly opened his eyes after cultivating all night, sitting cross-legged with lightning and fire gathering in front of him. Notifications appeared showing that his Thunder Guidance Technique was now level 3, and his Heavenly Flame Guidance Technique had also reached level 3. He looked at the glowing panel beside him and realized that not only had his guidance techniques leveled up, but his vitality had increased by 3 points. He called it an unexpected harvest. The panel showed his stats. His vitality was at 126, spirit at 26.5, physique mortal body at 64.6%. In his guidance techniques, Thunder Guidance was at level 3, and Heavenly Flame Guidance was at level 3. His martial skills, Void Breaking Finger, perfect, Raging Sea Spear Technique, perfect, Thunder Rush Fist, perfect. His current martial value was 0. Finger, perfect, Raging Sea Spear Technique, perfect, Thunder Rush Fist, perfect. Then some time later, on a quiet street outside their house, his uncle and aunt stood together, watching him prepare to leave. His aunt told him to pay attention to safety, and if things didn't work out, he should just come home. His uncle waved and told her not to say such depressing things. He encouraged Su Hong instead, telling him to go to the training camp and bring back another first place. Su Hong raised his hand in response and said he was heading out now. Su Hong walked away down the empty street. His uncle's hand started shaking as he watched Su Hong's figure grow smaller in the distance. His wife looked at him and said he talked about her, but he was just as worried. His uncle sighed and said he only spoke that way because he didn't want little Hong to worry. Meanwhile, Su Hong walked through the city with a calm expression, carrying a long bag over his shoulder. The morning sunlight followed him as he continued forward. Suddenly, he heard a loud sound and turned his head slightly, his eyes narrowing. A red sports car screeched into view, drifting across the pedestrian crossing. Its tires smoked as it came to a sudden stop. President Wu was confidently in the driver's seat of the red sports car. She looked toward Su Hong and told him to get in. The scene shifted to the highway as the red car sped across elevated roads, sunlight reflecting off its surface as it cut through the city. Inside the moving car, Su Hong sat beside her while the wind rushed past. Su Hong turned to her and asked what she needed from him. President Wu, still driving, explained calmly. She said that there were things about the training camp he needed to know. She told him that, as the president of the Martial Dao Association, she knew the profiles of several participants. She continued speaking as the car accelerated. She told him that, from what she knew, some of the martial artists entering the camp were already Tier 1 high-stage fighters. She added that a few of them weren't far from breaking through to become Tier 2 martial artists. She added that a few monsters in the training camp possessed martial skills that were at least B rank. Su Hong listened quietly. He thought to himself that a Tier 2 martial artist required 200 points of vitality, and some people in this batch were already close to that level. But he didn't feel afraid. He believed that with the system space, he could quickly learn even B-rank techniques. As the car sped forward, President Wu looked at him and continued speaking. She said that Su Hong's talent was the strongest she had ever seen, but he didn't have the same resources as the others. She told him not to worry even if he faced setbacks at the training camp, because with his talent, surpassing them was only a matter of time. Su Hong nodded and thanked her, calling her Sister Wu. Hearing that, President Wu glanced at him again. She thought to herself that even though his vitality and martial skills were lower than others, he still remained calm. She realized she didn't need to worry about his mental state causing problems. Then sometime later, Su Hong met with his principal and went with him. Their vehicle drove along the winding road of the Tianlin mountain range. Snowy peaks and green slopes stretched far into the distance as the car made its way deeper into the mountains. Inside the car, Chen Shan and Li Tu were shocked and asked their principal why the training camp was located in the Tianlin mountain range, a place filled with fierce beasts. The principal, who was seated behind Su Hong, tried to calm them. He told them that there was nothing to worry about because grandmasters were guarding the training camp, so normally their lives wouldn't be in danger. Su Hong sat quietly while listening. He recalled information about the mountain range. The Tianlin mountain range spanned multiple cities, including Star City and Yang City. It was rich in spiritual energy and full of dangerous beasts. Some of those beasts were strong enough to rival Tier 7 grandmasters. Su Hong remembered that competition among the beasts was extremely brutal. Even the outer ring Tier 1 beasts there were far more vicious than beasts elsewhere. Normally, even Tier 2 warriors wouldn't dare enter lightly. While he was lost in thought, the car entered the forest and continued driving through the dense trees as they approached the training camp. As they moved through the dark forest, pairs of red eyes slowly appeared between the trees. Growling sounds echoed as many large beasts stepped out of the shadows, their eyes glowing brightly as they watched the road. Seated inside the vehicle, Li Tu started to shiver. He said he felt like something was watching them. Chen Shen frowned and asked if Li Tu thought a fierce beast might ambush them. Su Hong looked ahead calmly. He thought to himself that the competition in the training camp would probably be just as brutal as the beasts tearing each other apart in the mountains. A strange smile formed on his face as he admitted that he must be crazy because he was actually starting to enjoy the feeling. Their vehicle eventually arrived at a fenced-off training area. Groups of students were already gathered near a large tent. As Su Hong and his group approached, Li Tu laughed and wondered how strong the other people there were. Just as he said that, a crowd of students turned to look at them. Their expressions were mixed, some curious, some hostile, and some cold and confident, as they judged the newcomers walking into the camp. Seeing them, Chen Shen and Li Tu turned silent. their expressions stiff as they looked ahead. Su Hong stood calmly in front of them, holding his wrapped weapon while a relaxed smile rested on his face. He turned slightly and told them it was time to go. Chen Shen and Li Tu quickly agreed, following behind him as he led the way through the training camp. But suddenly, a hand reached out from an approaching supervisor, signaling them to stop. It was an instructor. He informed them that they would wait until everyone arrived. After that, the entrance assessment would begin. Su Hong was surprised to hear that, and asked if there was an entrance assessment as well. Just then, a sudden shout went up from the crowd, announcing that those rich kids had arrived. Whispered complaints followed. Some of the students muttered that the big clans always acted like they owned the place, making everyone else wait for them. Behind them, a line of luxury cars sped down the dirt road, engines roaring as they approached the training camp gates. When the vehicles stopped, several men in suits stepped out first, opening the doors for their young masters. From the red car, a white-haired man in elegant clothes appeared. From another car, a muscular man in a sleeveless shirt climbed out confidently. Nearby students began whispering. One of them admired how beautiful and cool Xiaoyan looked, calling spiritual mind masters enviable. That white-haired man scoffed at the surroundings, saying the place wasn't elegant. Someone pointed out Lin Xinghe, from the Lin family, saying he was almost tier 2, but far too flashy. The muscular man in front adjusted his gloves and told his group to move. Someone else in the crowd explained who he was, the city lord's son, Wang Tantuo. With 95% fire attribute compatibility and a special physique, he stood out even among geniuses. The three elites walked forward together, surrounded by bodyguards. Their arrival drew everyone's attention across the training grounds. Su Hong watched them calmly from the side. His classmates stood beside him, taking in the sight of the flashy newcomers. In his mind, Su Hong recognized the trio. They were the top Star City geniuses President Wu had mentioned. A faint smile appeared on his face as he wondered just how genius they really were. The instructor then stepped forward with a clipboard in hand. He announced that everyone had arrived and that he would now explain the rules for the entrance assessment. The crowd gathered around him in a wide circle. He told them that the actual training camp was located 30 kilometers deeper inside the Tianlin mountain range. He explained the next rule. Some of the fierce beasts in the mountains carried these tokens inside their bodies. Only those who obtained a token would be allowed to enter the training camp. Hearing that, Chen Shen and Li Tu grew worried. Chen Shen said that walking 30 kilometers in 8 hours might sound simple, but not in a place like the Tianlin mountain range. Li Tu pointed out that once they went deeper, they could run into high-level fierce beasts, and people could actually die. Su Hong listened quietly. He wondered if the task was really just to reach the camp within 8 hours. To him, that meant he had plenty of time to kill extra fierce beasts and earn more martial Dao points. Just then, a black-haired student raised his hand. He asked the instructor what would happen if they ran into beasts far beyond their level. The instructor answered bluntly, if that happened, they would be eliminated, though someone would step in to save their life. Hearing that, the crowd erupted in complaints. Several candidates shouted that the rules were unfair. They argued that stronger people could be eliminated, while weaker ones might pass by pure luck. Others joined in, saying the assessment seemed too luck-based. Hearing them, the instructor's expression hardened. He told them that fairness didn't exist in this world. He explained that someone could train for more than 10 years and still die instantly to a passing powerhouse the moment they stepped onto the myriad heavens battlefield. He asked if they would call that unfair too. Facing the group, he continued with a cold voice. He told them that if they didn't want to encounter high-level fierce beasts, then they needed to act carefully. He reminded them that avoiding risks, bullying the weak, and ganging up on the few with the many, those were the laws of the battlefield. A boy in a black suit agreed, and stepped forward with a dismissive tone. He said that if they were scared of dying, they should quit early, instead of wasting everyone's time. He added that being afraid of everything made them nothing but trash. Hearing that, the black-haired student who asked that question got furious. He pointed at the black suit man and shouted back, demanding he repeat what he said. The man in the suit turned and told him directly that he was a coward and trash. If he wasn't convinced, he could hit him, and he would cripple him on the spot. Seeing them fighting, the instructor raised the clipboard to cover his face, and continued explaining the rules. He said there would be no fighting inside the camp, but once they entered the mountains, the instructors wouldn't interfere. Whether someone wanted to steal tokens, or beat someone up, just because they didn't like their face, it was all allowed. Hearing that, a spark of energy flashed in the crowd as tension rose. Both the black-haired boy and the boy in the suit looked at each other in anger. Off to the side, Su Hong watched the scene unfold. He noted that the training camp was far more brutal than he expected. The rules practically encouraged the candidates to fight one another. He guessed that with rules like these, at least half the people would end up eliminated. He gripped his staff tighter and looked back at all the participants. He thought that if fighting was allowed outside the camp, then defeating these people might let him earn a huge amount of martial Dao points. The instructor finally raised his voice. He announced that the talking was over, and the assessment officially began. He ordered everyone to start moving. The moment he gave the signal, the entire group burst into motion. Candidates sprinted out of the gate, shouting as they pushed forward. Some yelled that they had to pass no matter what. Others complained about being shoved aside. The crowd stampeded into the forest, kicking up dust as they ran. Moments later, the dense trees swallowed the runners one by one, their figures disappearing deeper into the mountain path. As the assessment began, the black-haired boy immediately chased after the boy in the suit. He shouted while charging forward. He pointed at the boy in the suit and yelled that he would send him packing back home immediately. The suited trainee responded coldly, saying that if the man was so eager to be eliminated early, he would be glad to help. The attacker lunged with a glowing fist, shouting that the other man was dead. The suited man countered with a burst of blue energy, releasing a sharp cry as their fists collided. The impact exploded outward, sending shockwaves through the forest. The two exchanged rapid blows. Yellow and blue streaks filled the air as their punches crashed again and again, each collision blasting white sparks around them. The force of their clash rattled the trees while the spectators watched from a distance. High above on a branch, another trainee calmly observed the fight. It was Su Hong. He rested his weapon on his shoulder and thought quietly. He had wanted to use this chance to test the combat strength of the so-called geniuses, but what he saw was disappointing. They were nowhere near as strong as the rumors had claimed. He sighed, concluding that even if he defeated every one of them, he probably wouldn't earn many martial Dao points. Su Hong turned and walked through the forest, deciding to move away from the noise behind him. He thought that it was better to spend his time hunting more high-level fierce beasts instead. But behind him, those two boys' loud arguing echoed in the woods. They clashed, their hands locked together, blue and yellow energy bursting between them. One of them shouted that poor trash would always be poor trash, and that no amount of training could compare to generations of his family's wealth. The other fighter yelled back, refusing to be grouped with what he called poor trash. Their voices carried through the trees, and hearing them, Su Hong stopped, stunned as the insults repeated, calling people working-class losers and insisting that hard work was pointless. His expression darkened. A faint smile curved on his face as he muttered that he couldn't waste a martial Dao points delivery that had walked right up to him. He stepped forward toward the fighting pair and told them to stop fighting. When they looked up, Su Hong stood there holding a thick wooden stick. Blue energy flickered faintly around him. He stared at the two brawling trainees and asked, almost casually, why they didn't play with him instead. The two arguing trainees turned toward Su Hong. One of them shouted angrily, calling him another poor trash and warning that he would beat him up as well. The other scoffed, asking how someone at his level dared to butt into their fight. Su Hong didn't react. Instead, he told them they were misunderstanding him. He clarified and said how about they stop fighting with each other and team up to fight him instead. Hearing that, both trainees froze, staring at him in disbelief. Then one of them snapped. He charged forward with a roar, shouting how dare Su Hong look down on him. He shouted that Su Hong was dead and lunged with full force, fist drawn back. Su Hong didn't move until the attack reached him. His leg shot forward like a bullet, the air distorting from the speed. He kicked the boy in the stomach, and the boy was hurled backward in a blur. Su Hong's eyes glowed red as the strike landed cleanly. The trainee's face twisted in shock before he let out a pained shout. The force of Su Hong's strike tore through the clearing, sending that trainee flying across the ground. Wind spiraled violently, as the impact carved a clean path through the forest floor. The second trainee staggered back, shocked by the display of power. He stared at his fallen companion slumped against a tree. Fear crept across his face as he wondered how someone with equal strength could be defeated in a single move. Before he could react, Su Hong disappeared and rushed toward him in a blur. Su Hong appeared instantly, moving at a speed the trainee couldn't follow. The boy in the suit was overwhelmed by how fast his opponent had suddenly become. Su Hong raised the wooden stick calmly and told him that it was now his turn. The trainee froze, sweat dripping down his face as he tried to brace himself. But Su Hong had already closed the distance. In the next instant, the wooden stick smashed into the trainee with overwhelming force. Blood burst outward as the boy in the suit was launched back through the air, skidding violently across the ground. The man in the suit was sent flying through the air, crashing into a tree with a loud thud. His eyes rolled back as he screamed, unable to resist the force that overwhelmed him. On the ground, Su Hong stood calmly with the wooden stick resting on his shoulder. He looked down at the two defeated men and said that this was what they got for looking down on ordinary cultivators. Inside the monitoring room, instructors watched the scene on a large screen. One of them pointed at the display and wondered where this guy even came from. He complained that the two men had been having a normal duel, and the newcomer just walked in and one-shotted both of them. Another instructor asked if the two who got knocked down counted as eliminated. The supervisor shook his head and explained that they hadn't called for rescue, so the assessment would continue. The staff member bowed slightly and replied with a respectful acknowledgement. Back in the forest, the man in the suit slowly opened his eyes and groaned. He held his aching face and muttered that it really hurt. As he pushed himself up, his expression changed when he noticed the wooden bat beside him. He jerked back in panic, yelling for him to back off. His legs scrambled beneath him as the wooden stick rolled on the ground nearby. The man who had been beaten earlier screamed furiously, his face twisted with rage, and he shouted that he had never been humiliated like this in his life. He swore that Su Hong should never let him catch him again. Nearby, the other defeated man also woke up. He sat against a tree, clutching his chest. He muttered in frustration, blaming himself for underestimating Su Hong. He insisted that he never would have lost if he had taken the fight seriously from the start. The two men sat silently for a moment, looking at each other with awkward expressions. Neither spoke, but both shared the same bruised pride. Then one of them apologized. He said not to take his earlier words to heart and admitted that the other really was strong. The man in the suit nodded and apologized as well, saying he shouldn't have mocked him. They shook hands, the hostility between them fading. Before long, the two stood up and walked side by side through the forest, arms around each other like brothers. One of them urged the other to go find Su Hong and get their revenge. The man in the suit agreed, saying he absolutely had to hit Su Hong a few times with the stick to vent his frustration. On the other hand, Su Hong sprinted through the forest with incredible speed, a spear in his hand. Blue energy trails followed behind him as he dashed forward, ready for whatever came next. Suddenly, Su Hong's eyes narrowed as he sensed movement ahead. His expression remained calm, but he could already tell trouble was coming. Moments later, an entire herd of giant tusk boars burst through the trees. Their red eyes glowed fiercely as they charged forward, shaking the ground. Su Hong looked at them and complained that it was yet another Tier 1, lower-stage giant tusk boar group. He muttered that the Tianlin mountain range was filled with fierce beasts, and wondered how many groups he had run into already. The boars snorted and kicked up dust, growing louder as they approached. Their massive tusks cut through the air with a heavy whooshing sound. The herd roared together and rushed straight at him, their steps thundering across the forest floor. Seeing them coming, Su Hong's eyes sharpened, a golden flash reflecting in them as his focus intensified. In the next instant, golden lightning burst out around him. His spear swung in a wide arc, and glowing lightning lines cut through the charging boars. The entire area lit up as his attack struck them head-on. Su Hong passed by quickly with golden light wrapped around his arm as he swung his spear. The force of his attack slammed into the giant tusk boars, sending them crashing to the ground. Dust and shockwaves rippled through the forest. When the fight ended, he stood quietly among the fallen beasts. System floating screens appeared around him, showing the martial Dao points he gained. He looked at them and said that before, defeating one beast would earn him several dozen points. But ever since he leveled up and became stronger, the rewards had been getting smaller and smaller. He let out a small sigh and said he should hurry up and find a token. He used his spear to cut open a boar's stomach. As he searched through the bodies, he muttered that the dozen or so Tier 1 lower-stage beasts he killed earlier had no tokens at all. He wondered if this new batch might have one. Soon, he crouched beside each fallen boar and searched them one by one. Every corpse turned up empty. He stood up again and said that, as expected, not a single token appeared. It seemed like only higher-level fierce beasts would have tokens inside them. Then, half an hour later, he moved swiftly through the forest. His spear cut through the wind as he dashed between trees, leaving long streaks of motion behind him. As he ran deeper into the forest, he thought about how things used to be. When he moved 3 to 5 kilometers inside, he could encounter more than 10 low-level fierce beasts in just 1 hour. But now, no matter how far he went, he couldn't find even a single one. Just then, a sudden roar cut through the silence. A massive black tiger, its eyes glowing red, leapt out from the trees and pounced toward him with incredible speed. Wind tore through the air as its claws descended. Su Hong looked up sharply, his eyes glowing blue. A smile appeared on his face as he recognized the creature. He finally found one. This was a Tier 1 upper stage Dark Knight black tiger. Blue energy gathered at his fingertips. The power swirled and brightened until it burst outward. He thrust his glowing finger downward. A piercing blue beam shot straight into the tiger, splitting the ground beneath it. The Dark Knight black tiger roared in pain, its jaws wide open as blood sprayed from its mouth. The Dark Knight black tiger hit the ground hard, cracking the earth beneath its body. Dust scattered around it as it struggled, its body twitching from the impact. Su Hong didn't slow down. He gripped his spear tightly and lunged forward with incredible speed. His body spun through the air, and the spearhead glowed with bright light as he brought it down. He struck the tiger directly on the head. Blue energy exploded outward, shaking the ground again. The beast roared one last time before its strength faded. A screen appeared beside Su Hong, showing he earned 35 martial Dao points. He looked down at the fallen tiger and said that with his current strength, killing a Tier 1 upper stage fierce beast was as easy as breathing. He crouched beside the giant corpse and began searching. He said he hoped this high-tier black tiger would have a token inside. After cutting it open, he froze for a moment, then pulled out a blood-covered token. He laughed softly and said that, sure enough, it was inside the upper-tier beast's stomach. With the token in hand, he wiped the sweat from his forehead. Searching for just one token had taken him nearly 3 hours. Looking at the token in his hand, Su Hong thought about the beasts he had encountered. Tier 1 lower stage boars appeared everywhere, while upper stage black tigers only showed up once every half hour. As he walked, he realized something. The deeper he went into the mountain range, the stronger the beasts became. But there were fewer of them. He glanced at the corpse of the black tiger at his feet. Tier 1 upper stage black tigers gave more martial Dao points, but seeing only one every 30 minutes made it inefficient. Hunting the low-level fierce beasts on the outer edges would actually earn him more martial Dao points overall. He gripped the token and smiled to himself. Instead of chasing quality, he decided he might as well make it up in quantity. He raised his head and continued forward. There were 5 hours left in the assessment. He needed to gather enough martial Dao points to max out his mortal body progress. As he walked deeper, the forest shifted from sunlight to shadows. A blood-soaked clearing came into view. Deer were torn apart, their bodies floating in pools of red. The ground was littered with the corpses of boars, their bodies piled up everywhere. Su Hong had killed them all. Just as Su Hong killed another boar with his bare hands, suddenly a massive bear with glowing red eyes lunged forward, roaring as it swung its claws down. Blood splashed across the ground as he moved to dodge the sudden attack. He spun to the side with incredible speed. Flames wrapped around Su Hong's fist as he charged at the bear. He said that after killing dozens of Tier 1 fierce beasts, he had finally run into another Tier 1 middle stage one. His fiery punch shot forward like a blazing cannon. The bear was blasted off the ground, flying through the forest as an explosion of light followed behind it. The bear hit a rock wall hard, roaring in pain. Blood poured from its mouth as it tried to raise its head. Su Hong appeared in the reflection of the bear's eye, already leaping toward it with another strike prepared. The bear's eye trembled as he closed in. Su Hong slammed his fist down with blazing force, driving a beam of fiery energy straight onto the bear's head. The impact sent shockwaves through the ground as the beast's body was pushed backward. The force continued dragging the bear across the forest floor until it crashed violently into a large tree. The tree snapped in half from the impact, leaves scattering through the air. When everything settled, Su Hong stood covered in blood and dirt. He looked at his fist and spoke calmly. He said that once his mortal body reached 60%, he could kill Tier 1 middle-stage fierce beasts with physical strength alone. A system panel appeared in front of him, showing his stats. He noted that he had already earned 254 martial Dao points. With a little over 100 more, he could max out his mortal body progress. The panel listed his name, Su Hong, along with 120 blood energy, 26.5 spirit, and 64.6% mortal body physique. It also displayed his guidance arts, Thunder Guidance, and Heavenly Flame Guidance, both at level 3, and his martial skills, such as Void Piercing Finger, Rage Sea Spear Technique, and Thunder Rush Fist, all in perfect state. Below it, his martial Dao points total was shown as 254. Su Hong then looked ahead and tightened his grip on his weapon. He said there were still over 3 hours left, and he absolutely had to gather all the martial Dao points he needed. But before he could do anything, suddenly a very loud roar echoed across the trees. Su Hong stopped and looked up as the noise echoed through the forest. With sweat on his face, he asked what that sound was. But suddenly, a massive shadow appeared above the trees. A gigantic golden bird descended from the sky, its wings glowing with bright light. Leaves and wind swirled everywhere as it hovered overhead. Su Hong stared in shock and asked what kind of fierce beast it was. As the creature spread its wings wider, golden feathers shined like fire. Su Hong's eyes widened, and he wondered if it was the legendary Golden Rock Beast King. Just then, the beast screeched loudly, diving downward with blazing energy around its body. The impact of its movement tore through the forest, sending violent shockwaves in every direction. Su Hong planted his feet and gripped his spear tightly. The wind roared against him. He said the Beast King's power was absolutely terrifying. He held on as the shockwave struck. He realized that the creature had only flapped its wings once, yet the force was already this devastating. Just then, a violent crash echoed through the forest as a massive tree split apart, the trunk snapping cleanly under an immense force. Su Hong jumped back onto a broken slab of stone while the shockwave rushed past him. Wind roared around him as he tried to steady himself. He looked into the sky and asked what kind of ferocious beast could cause something like this. Pressed against a cliff wall, sweat ran down his face. He admitted to himself that he had recently grown a bit complacent about his strength. But now, faced with such overwhelming power, he realized that in front of true top-tier experts, he was nothing more than an ant. But his eyes suddenly widened. He saw something else approaching. High in the air, the Golden Rock Beast King hovered with its wings spread wide. A second figure approached, also shining with powerful golden light. Seeing that glowing sphere, Su Hong wondered if that figure could be rank 7 Grandmaster Qin Tianli. Wrapped in a fierce aura, Qin Tianli stepped forward, flames swirling around him. He called out to the Beast King, announcing himself as Qin Tianli. He said he was borrowing this territory, and demanded to know why the Golden Rock Beast King had returned. The Golden Rock Beast King swooped down with its wings spread wide, its claws reaching forward. It shouted that it never said it would lend its territory to anyone. Qin Tianli shot forward like a blazing golden firestorm. His aura erupted around him as he yelled that he would simply beat the Beast King until it agreed. The two forces collided mid-air. The rock's wings flashed with golden light as it twisted through the sky. Qin Tianli's punch exploded against its feathers, shaking the air. The golden rock beat its wings again with a sharp cry. Light spiraled around it as it forced Qin Tianli back with another powerful shockwave. Qin Tianli steadied himself, irritated by the noise. He rushed in again, yelling that the rock was too noisy. A rapid series of impacts followed. Explosions of golden force struck the rock's body again and again, lighting up the sky with bursts of energy as the two clashed violently in mid-air. Qin Tianli's punch smashed directly into the Golden Rock Beast King's head, sending feathers and blood scattering through the air. The explosive impact forced the massive beast backward. Qin Tianli floated calmly in the golden aura around him. With an icy voice, he warned the beast not to make him repeat himself. Qin Tianli declared that he was borrowing this land and ordered the Golden Rock Beast King to leave immediately. The rock screeched angrily as it pulled away into the sky, yelling that Qin Tianli should just wait. Qin Tianli waved it dismissively and told it to stop talking nonsense and get lost. As the beast disappeared, Qin Tianli took a slow breath, golden light swirling around his body. Then his voice echoed across the entire area. He introduced himself as Rank 7 Grandmaster Qin Tianli and told all trainees not to panic. The assessment would continue. Far below, Su Hong looked up in shock. Leaves drifted around him as he watched the golden rings of power spreading through the sky. He asked himself if this was truly the strength of a Rank 7 human martial artist. Su Hong clenched his jaw as he looked upward. Determination filled his eyes as he told himself that sooner or later he would reach that realm too. High above the training grounds, Qin Tianli descended toward the base. The crater-like area below was filled with buildings arranged for assessment. Hovering above the officials, Qin Tianli complained that the golden-winged rock should have just agreed from the start. He said he only wanted to borrow the territory as a trial ground. but the beast forced him to smack it instead. The staff stood at attention as he floated in the air. Among them, Lin Zi and Bai Mu, both rank 5 martial artists, spoke in admiration. They said Grandmaster Qin was even more fearsome than the rumors, and they noted that the Golden Rock Beast King, famous for its powerful body, had gotten its temper knocked out of it. Qin Tianli brushed off the praise and ordered them to follow him to the monitoring room. He wanted to see which trainee had withstood the Golden Rock's pressure earlier. The staff answered him respectfully. Inside the surveillance room, Qin Tianli pointed at the screens. The monitors showed trainees collapsed on the ground during the earlier shockwave. Lin Zi explained that most of them had been unable to move under the Golden Rock's aura. Qin Tianli stared at the surveillance footage with surprise. On the screen, a trainee knelt beside the corpses of several Tier 1 late-stage black tigers, still calm even under the Golden Rock's pressure. Qin Tianli asked who the boy was. Bai Mu checked the documents and explained. The trainee's name was Wang Tiantuo, a Tier 1 high-tier martial artist with blood chi 340 and a 95% fire attribute affinity. She added that he possessed the barbarian god-body physique, incredible strength, and was the son of the Star City Castellan. Hearing that, Qin Tianli raised an eyebrow. He said the Star City Castellan always compared having children to drawing lottery tickets. The man had fathered no less than 100 kids, and this time he finally produced a good one. Another playback appeared on the screen. Qin Tianli watched a different trainee slip out of the pressure zone using incredible speed. He commented that the boy's movement skills were impressive. Bai Mu reported his name, Lin Xinghe, Tier 1 high tier, blood chi 325, with a 96% wind attribute affinity from the Lin family of Star City. The footage switched again, showing a girl surrounded by a glowing protective barrier while rocks and trees shook around her. Qin Tianli noted that she was a spiritual telekinetic and praised her ability to use spirit power to counter the Golden Rock's pressure. Bai Mu identified her as Zhao Yan, a Tier 1 mid-stage spiritual telekinetic, with blood chi 290 and a 95% wood attribute affinity, from the Zhao family of Star City. Qin Tianli nodded, saying these three handled the Golden Rock's pressure with ease and clearly outmatched their peers. He then asked if there were any other talents worth noting. Bai Mu listed more names. Lin Po, a Tier 1 mid-stage martial artist from the Lin family, and another member of the Wang family, also Tier 1 mid-stage. She hesitated as she continued reading, noting that several more belonged to the famous families of Star City. Hearing that, Qin Tianli frowned. Bai Mu explained that the dozen or so students on the list all possessed Tier 2 mid-stage combat power, and none of them had fainted under the rock's aura. Qin Tianli questioned why every standout was from a major family, and asked what had happened to the school's students, especially those from number 1 high. Bai Mu continued reading the reports, explaining that the students from the various schools were only at Tier 1 early stage. She added that the 3 students from number 1 high had only broken through recently, and began listing their names. Qin Tianli waved his hand dismissively. He said he wouldn't bother looking, and commented that Star City number 1 high was unworthy of its reputation. But just then, Lin Zi suddenly shouted in shock, asking what was happening with one particular person. All 3 of them looked up at the screen. The scene showed Su Hong cutting down a ferocious beast with a powerful strike. They were all shocked to see that even after experiencing the Golden Rock's pressure, he still had enough strength to continue hunting. Bai Mu trembled as she clutched the report. She stuttered that the boy was Star City number 1 high's monster. Hearing that, Lin Zhao scolded her, telling her not to make a fuss in front of the Grandmaster. Qin Tianli stood between them in silence. But after glancing at the report himself, Lin Zhao also began shaking. With wide eyes, he repeated the same word, monster. Qin Tianli glanced at the 2 of them. He reminded them that both of them were rank 5 and should have seen countless geniuses before. He asked why they were making such a big fuss. He added awkwardly that they were still young and their temperaments weren't that steady. But when Qin Tianli looked at the report, his eyes widened in shock too. He stared at the report and screamed internally, asking if the boy they were looking at was even human. The report displayed Su Hong's profile. 18 years old, from Star City number 1 high, Tier 1 early stage, blood chi 123. It stated that he had perfected the C-rank martial art, Rushing Thunder Fist, and during the assessment, his physical strike alone produced 3,004 points of combat power, enough to rival a Tier 1 high-level martial artist. It also explained that he likely possessed a special physique and had 100% affinity for all 7 elemental guiding techniques. He was cultivating all 7 at the same time. Qin Tianli trembled as he read the file. He muttered in disbelief that such a freak could come from a backwater place like Star City. He compared the boy to a once-in-a-century talent, then corrected himself, calling him a once-in-a-millennium rarity. His expression shifted from shock to joy. Clenching the paper, his eyes glowed red with excitement. He shouted that he had struck gold. Then he suddenly paused. Something didn't add up. He demanded to know why someone with Su Hong's talent was still only at Tier 1 early stage, and why his blood chi was only 123. With a monster like this, that shouldn't be possible. Bai Mu quickly explained. She said that Su Hong was cultivating all 7 guiding techniques at the same time. Hearing that, Grandmaster Qin erupted in frustration as he read Su Hong's details again. He said it was no wonder the boy's blood chi was so low. Anyone cultivating 7 guiding techniques at once would destroy themselves. Even an immortal would be doomed. With that kind of strain, Qin questioned how Su Hong's cultivation could rise at all. He growled that the president of the Star City Martial Arts Association, Wu Linxin, should have explained this to the child but hadn't. Just then, a staff member stepped into the room, reporting that trainees were now arriving at the training camp one after another. Qin nodded and said they would go take a look. Outside, the first 3 trainees quickly greeted him. Wang Tiantuo stepped forward and saluted, addressing himself as a junior before Grandmaster Qin. Qin praised them, saying the 3 of them were very good. Then, 6 hours after the assessment began, more students staggered toward the camp. Some complained they thought they were going to die. Another reminded them they had faced the Golden Rock Beast King. At 7.5 hours, more trainees gathered. Qin stood above the group, while the students who arrived earlier said that there shouldn't be anyone left behind. One student suggested ending the assessment early. Another scoffed that anyone who still hadn't arrived after all this time must be incredibly weak. But Grandmaster Qin wondered why Su Hong, his newly discovered freak, still hadn't shown up. He worried that Su Hong might be lost somewhere in the forest. A hint of panic crossed his face as he thought that his precious treasure might get eliminated. Then, a few minutes later, Grandmaster Qin finally spotted a figure walking out of the forest. He let out a sharp snort, thinking that the brat had finally decided to show up. Su Hong stepped into the light, dragging his spear behind him. Dirt and blood covered his clothes. He muttered to himself that he had made it in time. He admitted he had been so focused on earning martial value that he had almost forgotten the deadline. When he entered the camp, the other trainees looked at him in shock. One of them whispered that Su Hong was even more ruthless than he was. Another said he didn't see any injuries on Su Hong at all, and wondered how many beasts he had killed to end up so dirty. 2 men who had been embarrassed by Su Hong earlier glared at him from the ground. One shouted that he had finally waited long enough for Su Hong to arrive. The other stopped him, saying not to rush. Once they entered the training camp, there would be plenty of opportunities to deal with him. Nearby, the 3 elite trainees watched Su Hong approach. One commented that Su Hong had passed right at the deadline and called him an expert. Another simply said it was interesting. Wang Tiantuo, resting with his eyes closed, only gave a short nod in agreement. As the sunset cast a warm glow over the camp, Instructor Lin Zi stepped forward. He announced that the 8-hour limit had ended. Anyone who hadn't arrived by now was completely eliminated. He then said he would begin introducing the facilities and rules of the training camp. Instructor Lin began introducing the major facilities inside the training camp. He explained that the camp contained a gravity training room, a movement skill training room, and even a ferocious beast combat room. He continued the tour, pointing toward a large traditional building and announcing the martial arts pavilion. Inside that pavilion, trainees could exchange contribution points for martial arts, movement skills, pills, and weapons, some even reaching A rank. Hearing this, Su Hong sat among the other trainees, blood-covered but calm. He thought to himself that coming to this training camp had been the right decision. But then Instructor Lin shifted to the rules. He stated that all these facilities required contribution points to use. There was only one way to earn those points, by passing the various training subjects. Outstanding performance would bring extra rewards. With the sun setting behind him, he dismissed the group. He told those who still had energy to begin training immediately. Then he instructed the injured students to follow him to the dormitories so they could rest, saying he wouldn't allow anyone to die under his supervision. Su Hong entered his assigned dorm room and looked around. He was surprised to find that it was a single room. He thought to himself that from now on he could cultivate and level up without worrying about anyone seeing him. Then sometime later, he sat cross-legged on his bed, finally ready for the moment he had been waiting for. His status screen appeared before him. showing his stats. His blood chi was 126, spirit was 26.5, and his physique, mortal body, was at 64.6%. His guiding techniques were the thunder guiding technique at level 3 and the heavenly flame guiding technique at level 3. His martial arts skills, void piercing finger, raging sea spear art, and rushing thunder fist were all at perfection. Currently, he had 354 martial value. With a calm breath, he decided to use all 354 points of martial value to completely upgrade his mortal body. A surge of power erupted around him. Red flames rose, and glowing notifications appeared one after another, showing that his mortal body increased by 0.1. Countless notifications appeared like this. His entire body strengthened continuously as the red energy washed over him. Finally, a new message appeared, showing that his mortal body had reached 100% and was now evolving. Su Hong's eyes snapped open, glowing with intense crimson light. His breath surged like a storm as the evolution began. A powerful change began inside Su Hong's body. Brilliant red light burst from the center of his forehead and chest. Lines of energy spread across his body like a glowing constellation, connecting different points as lightning-like power surged through him. Flames of red energy rose behind him while the transformation continued. The force of the evolution exploded outward. A violent shockwave spread through the room, spinning the air around him as the power gathered around his body. Moments later, the energy slowly settled. Su Hong opened his eyes, his body still glowing faintly with red power. Feeling the change in his strength, he realized that even the eruption of his physical body alone already possessed terrifying power. Then a new system panel appeared before him. It showed his new physique, talent, physique, overlord body. Spirit rank 0%. The system explained that the Overlord body was an existence possessing the strongest strength among all physiques in the world. Su Hong stared at the information in surprise. He admitted he had never even heard of such a physique before. Looking at the panel again, he noticed that the spirit rank was still at 0%, which meant the Overlord body could still continue to evolve. A curious thought appeared in his mind. If the Overlord body kept evolving, what kind of heaven-defying physique would it eventually become? Su Hong looked at his body and felt the overwhelming strength flowing through it. The quality of this special physique was truly extraordinary. Wanting to know exactly how powerful the Overlord body was, he decided to test its strength. He picked up his spear and casually gripped it. The moment he squeezed it slightly, the metal shaft began to bend and crack under the pressure of his hand. Su Hong stared at it in shock. The spear was made from C-rank alloy, and it was already about to snap just from him squeezing it. He quickly realized how terrifying his new strength had become. Then another thought crossed his mind. C-rank alloy spears were extremely expensive, and breaking one like this would cost a fortune. But a moment later, he remembered something. This spear had actually been picked up earlier in the Star City wilderness, so it hadn't cost him any money at all. Still, he understood that he would need a stronger weapon from now on. Su Hong decided that he should gather enough contribution points as soon as possible so he could exchange them for an A-rank alloy spear. As he thought about his next step, a new idea formed in his mind. He realized that contribution points could be earned simply by wearing a weight vest and training. With a determined expression, Su Hong wondered whether his new Overlord body would allow him to carry several hundred kilograms of weight. Without wasting any more time, he prepared to begin training. On the other hand, inside the warehouse training area, many martial artists gathered around the testing equipment. Suddenly, someone shouted in shock. The weight being tested had reached 3,000 kilograms. The crowd stared in disbelief. In the center of the room, Wang Tiantuo, wearing a heavy training vest, stood calmly. Even under the enormous weight, he moved without much difficulty. After testing the load, he casually remarked that it was still a bit light. The surrounding trainees were stunned. One of them shouted in disbelief, asking if he really thought 3,000 kilograms was light. Another person looked at him jumping with the massive weight and exclaimed that he could still leap into the air despite carrying such a load. Everyone knew that a normal Tier 1 martial artist could only carry a few hundred kilograms at most. What they were witnessing completely broke their understanding. From the side, Lin Xinghe and Xiao Yan watched the scene carefully. Xiao Yan commented that Wang Tiantuo's strength was as huge as a monster's. Lin Xinghe looked at him with a complicated expression and muttered that he was like a barbarian bull. Meanwhile, inside a monitoring room, Grandmaster Qin and staff members watched the training through a large screen. The footage clearly showed Wang Tiantuo carrying the enormous weight with ease. Grandmaster Qin spoke calmly, saying that Wang Tiantuo could easily carry a 3,000-kilogram load, a strength worthy of the barbarian god body. Nearby, Bai Mu, holding a report, asked Grandmaster Qin about Su Hong. She asked when they should find him to explain the matter of him simultaneously cultivating 7 guidance techniques. Grandmaster Qin shook his head slightly and said they could not approach him directly. He explained that geniuses always had strong pride. If they spoke to Su Hong too directly, it might only backfire. Instead, Grandmaster Qin decided they needed to use other methods, allowing Su Hong to understand the situation by himself and give it up voluntarily. Grandmaster Qin turned to Lin Zhe and asked if the night raiders he had arranged had finished assembling. Lin Zhe, standing beside him, replied that it would still take some time. Since they had to match the combat power of different students, arranging the personnel was a bit troublesome. Lin Zhe then smirked slightly and explained that the trainees had just finished the camp entrance assessment, so their mindset was probably very relaxed right now. Because of that, if they suddenly encountered a night raid, they would definitely panic and howl in misery. Grandmaster Qin then gave another order. He instructed them to arrange a Tier 1 high-stage martial artist to fight Su Hong, saying that he wanted Su Hong to be overwhelmingly defeated. After that, he planned to personally explain the disadvantages of simultaneously cultivating 7 guidance techniques. Once Su Hong experienced defeat, he believed that he would obediently listen and give it up. Hearing that, Lin Zhe hesitated and spoke carefully. He pointed out that a Tier 1 high-stage martial artist usually had more than 400 vitality and around 5,000 combat power points, while Su Hong's vitality was only a little over 100. Worried, Bai Mu said that this might not end well. If Su Hong were beaten too badly, his Dao heart might collapse from the defeat. Grandmaster Qin immediately rejected the concern. He said that he was doing this only to correct Su Hong's mistakes. With a cold expression, he added that if Su Hong's Dao heart collapsed so easily, then it would only prove that he was nothing but trash. Later that night, as Su Hong was going toward the warehouse, he heard someone shouting loudly that Wang Tiantuo was going to train in the gravity room, and everyone hurried over to watch the scene. Su Hong stood inside the training equipment room. When he heard that everyone had gone to watch Wang Tiantuo's training, he thought that he should also go take a look later. Before leaving, he noticed some equipment inside the room. On a nearby table was a box labeled "Scoring Bracelets, pick up on your own." Su Hong picked up one of the bracelets and examined it carefully. He wondered if this was the smart bracelet used for calculating points. After putting it on, he walked further inside the room and looked at the training equipment arranged there. In front of him were several weight vests used for training. He stopped in front of a rack labeled 1,500 kilograms and looked at the heavy vests hanging there. Then he continued walking and eventually saw another rack with an even larger label, 10 tons. Su Hong stared at it in surprise. He wondered if the heaviest one really weighed 10 tons, and whether it was forged from some kind of super heavy alloy. Looking at the massive weight vest, he couldn't help but question who could possibly wear something like that. After thinking for a moment, Su Hong decided to try one. The moment he lifted it and held it in his hand, his body immediately trembled under the terrifying weight. He realized that the vest was extremely heavy. Even though he could still wear it, the weight greatly reduced his speed, and he knew he wouldn't be able to last very long under such pressure. He then removed his jacket and picked up 5 tons of weight. With the heavy vest strapped to his body, Su Hong began testing his movements inside the training room. Each step slammed heavily against the ground as he moved, the tremendous weight making every motion difficult. Despite the pressure, he quickly adjusted his posture and stabilized his breathing. After testing it for a moment, he concluded that the 5-ton weight load was the most suitable level for him right now. Standing there in the training room, Su Hong thought about the others. He wondered how much weight Wang Tiantuo and the other 2 had chosen for their training. Since they were already at the Tier 1 high stage, he guessed their strength should be around the same as his, or maybe even a little stronger. After thinking for a moment, Su Hong wore his jacket on top of the weight vest and decided he should go watch their training. Observing their cultivation methods might help him learn something useful. With that thought in mind, he quickly left the training room and headed toward the gravity training hall, hoping to gain some experience. Outside the massive building, many students had already gathered, watching the training inside through a large display screen. Some of them spoke in amazement. They said that Wang Tiantuo was truly unbelievable because he had entered the gravity room without even removing his 3-ton weight vest. Another person added that Wang Tiantuo had even set the gravity to double the normal level, which sounded completely absurd. Inside the gravity chamber, Wang Tiantuo could be seen struggling slightly while moving under the overwhelming pressure. But even so, everyone watching knew the terrifying truth. The weight he was carrying had already reached 6 tons. Standing outside the gravity training hall, Su Hong listened to the discussions around him. When he heard that Wang Tiantuo's weight vest was only 3 tons, he was slightly surprised. To him, that sounded unexpectedly light. Realizing this, Su Hong understood that he might have misjudged the true toughness of the overlord body. Nearby, several students were gathered together, talking quietly. Su Hong recognized them as Chen Shan and Li Tu. He walked over and asked them what was going on. He wondered why they were standing outside instead of entering the gravity room to cultivate. Chen Shan explained with a sigh that the people inside were far stronger than they had expected. Compared to them, the 3 of them were lagging far behind. Because of that, they didn't want to go inside right now. If they entered the training room, they would definitely be singled out for comparison, which would be extremely embarrassing. Su Hong listened to their explanation and simply sighed, wondering if that was really the only reason. Without hesitating, he began walking toward the entrance of the gravity room. Seeing this, the others called out to him in surprise. They asked if Su Hong was really planning to go in right now, warning him that he might embarrass himself. They suggested waiting until there were fewer people before entering. However, some of the students watching from a distance began mocking him. One person sneered, asking if Su Hong was missing a brain. Another guessed that he probably wasn't even wearing a weight vest and was simply trying to surpass Wang Tiantuo by increasing the gravity multiplier instead. Someone else mocked him further, saying that a person with no sense of shame could become invincible in the world. But Su Hong ignored them and walked straight into the gravity room, without hesitation. He knew that gravity training rooms were extremely expensive to build, and usually only powerful aristocratic families could afford to use them. Ordinary martial artists rarely had the chance to train in such a place. Because of that, Su Hong was determined not to waste this rare opportunity. Inside the room, he quickly calculated the pressure he would face. Wearing a 5-ton weight vest, if the gravity were doubled, the pressure on his body would reach 10 tons. Under that level of force, he knew he would only be able to hold on for a little over 10 minutes. After thinking for a moment, Su Hong decided it would be better to start with 1.5 times gravity so he could last a bit longer. He reached out and adjusted the control panel. The screen immediately displayed the setting: Gravity 1.5x. The moment the gravity field activated, Su Hong's body trembled violently under the sudden pressure. The weight pressing down on him felt overwhelming. Outside the gravity room, the students watching through the screen began talking among themselves. Some of them mocked him, saying that he wasn't even wearing a weight vest, yet he only set the gravity to 1.5 times, which made no sense. Others laughed and pointed out that he had arrived last during the assessment, so they assumed his strength must be weak. To them, the situation looked ridiculous. But inside the gravity room, Su Hong ignored the outside voices. He sat down cross-legged and began circulating his energy, activating his guidance technique while enduring the heavy gravity. Under the crushing pressure, cultivating the technique became much more difficult than usual. Yet Su Hong quickly realized something important. Even though the difficulty had increased significantly, the speed of his cultivation had also accelerated greatly. 2 hours later, Su Hong was still inside the gravity room. Red energy flames surrounded his body as he continued circulating his guidance technique under the intense pressure. Sweat poured down his face, and his breathing became heavier, showing how exhausting the training was. After enduring the pressure for a long time, Su Hong finally stopped and checked his progress. Aside from the Thunder Guidance Technique and the Heavenly Flame Guidance Technique, all of his other guidance techniques had leveled up by 1 level. A system panel appeared in front of him, displaying his updated status. His vitality had increased from 126 points to 130 points, and his other techniques had improved as well. The results clearly showed that training inside the gravity room had greatly boosted his cultivation progress. Su Hong realized that the gravity room's effect was far better than he had expected. If the gravity training could produce such results, then the movement technique room and the ferocious beast room would probably be just as effective. Feeling completely exhausted, Su Hong slowly stood up and reached toward the control panel. With trembling hands, he turned the gravity machine off. Even standing up was difficult under the lingering pressure, but he managed to walk toward the exit. Finally stepping out of the gravity room, Su-hong wiped the sweat from his forehead and admitted that he was completely exhausted. Outside, a few students noticed him leaving and immediately began whispering among themselves. They mocked him, saying that the student who ranked dead last in the assessment had come out of the gravity room very quickly. One of them laughed and said that Su-hong wasn't even wearing a weight suit, yet he still couldn't handle 1.5 times gravity and came out drenched in sweat. Another student arrogantly claimed that if it were him, he could easily sleep inside the gravity room overnight. Just then, Su-hong removed his jacket, revealing his weight suit, and complained about how uncomfortable it was. The suit had terrible breathability, and wearing it made him feel extremely hot. This caught the attention of the two students watching him. Their eyes widened in shock as they stared forward in disbelief. The two students stared at Su-hong with surprise as they realized that he had actually been wearing a weight vest before, and they wondered how heavy it was. In front of them, Su-hong slowly removed the heavy vest from his body. Watching him struggle, one of the students commented that for someone who ranked last, even 500 kilograms would already be hard to handle. However, since he managed to stay inside the gravity room for 2 hours, his strength could at least be considered acceptable. Another student added that even if Su-hong had some strength, he still couldn't be compared to Wang Tiantuo at all. Ignoring them, Su-hong carefully placed the weight vest on the ground. Meanwhile, the others continued talking, saying that comparing anyone to Wang Tiantuo was a joke, because no one among them could match that monster. At that moment, someone suddenly shouted that Wang Tiantuo was coming out. Everyone immediately turned their attention toward the gravity room. They were shocked as they realized that Wang Tiantuo had endured 6 tons of pressure for more than 2 hours. Wang Tiantuo then came out, sweating heavily. Seeing that, one student exclaimed that Wang Tiantuo's physical strength was incredible, and that he was clearly number 1 in the training camp. Another added that even with a 500-kilogram weight, they themselves could only last half an hour at most. Right then, the heavy vest Wang Tiantuo was wearing dropped on the ground with a loud impact. The ground cracked slightly under the force, and dust rose into the air. The surrounding students froze, their eyes widening in shock as they stared at the scene. At the same time, Wang Tiantuo stepped out, stretching his arm as sweat dripped down his body. He let out a breath, feeling relaxed after finishing his training. Looking at him, the students remarked that the weight was truly terrifying. After finishing the gravity training, Lin Xinghe approached him, admitting that in terms of raw strength he was indeed inferior to Wang Tiantuo. However, he suggested that they go to the movement technique room and compete there instead. Hearing that, Wang Tiantuo sighed and said that Lin Xinghe cultivated an A-rank movement technique, and it even had the wind attribute. Competing against him in that field would be nearly impossible. Hearing this, Su-hong was shocked because an A-rank movement technique was extremely rare and powerful. Su-hong smiled and acknowledged that although his overlord body granted him tremendous physical strength, he was currently lacking a high-level movement technique. Soon, everyone arrived at the movement technique training room. Someone recognized the technique being used and exclaimed that it was the A-rank movement technique called Flying Swan, Startling Cloud Step. Its power was overwhelming. One of the students admitted that when he set the training difficulty to level 3, the room became densely packed with flying arrow projectiles. He couldn't even dodge them properly. And Lin Xinghe had actually set the difficulty to the maximum, level 10. Seeing this, all the students were stunned. They watched as Lin Xinghe moved inside the room, his figure flashing through the air like a streak of light. Arrows shot toward him from every direction, crisscrossing the space at terrifying speed. The attacks were so fast that the other students' eyes couldn't even keep up. One of them admitted that he wouldn't last even a single second under that level of speed and pressure. As Lin Xinghe moved gracefully through the training room, pink petals suddenly began to swirl around him. His figure looked almost unreal, like a scene from a dream. Someone in the crowd couldn't help but shout that he actually had spare energy to show off, wondering where those petals even came from. Another person immediately protested, saying it wasn't showing off at all. All they could think about was how handsome he looked. Watching from the side, Su-hong commented that it was a good movement technique. Immediately, a system screen appeared before him, showing that his understanding of Flying Swan's Startling Cloud Step was at 1%. Su-hong's blue eyes sharpened as he focused carefully on Lin Xinghe's movements. Every step, every shift in balance, every subtle flow of force was reflected clearly in his eyes. He took a step forward. In the crowd, someone noticed him and shouted for the others to look quickly. Another person frowned in confusion. Soon, everyone noticed what Su Hong was doing. He began to move his body in the same rhythm he had just observed. Blue streams of light swirled around him as he mimicked the footwork. But seeing that, someone burst out laughing, saying they should look at what this guy was trying to do. Another mocked him, asking if he really thought he could learn the flying swan's startling cloud step just by watching Lin Xinghe's movements. Someone else laughed even harder, saying there was no way an A-rank movement technique could be so easy to learn. Su Hong's mind transferred to the digital space. Su Hong continued moving his body the same as Lin Xinghe, dodging flying arrows as his progress bar slowly started rising. It reached 8%, then 15%. His steps became smoother. His body began to follow the natural rhythm of the technique. Progress reached 30%. Blue light wrapped around him as he advanced rapidly, weaving through the complex grid of attacks. Inside the digital space, his progress continued to rise at an unbelievable speed. As it reached 43%, pink light swirled around his body. It went up to 78%, then 93%. Then a system notification appeared before him, congratulating him for officially reaching the basic level of the flying swan's startling cloud step. Blue energy surged around his body as he stabilized his stance. He realized that he had finally learned his first A-rank movement technique. However, as he thought about it, he felt a little awkward. Lin Xinghe's movements were too showy, they were flashy and overly dramatic. He admitted to himself that he had never seen a normal version of the flying swan's startling cloud step before. For now, he could only learn from Lin Xinghe. Just then, another system message appeared, saying that it was now sending Su Hong back to reality. When he returned, he clenched his fists with excitement. He thought that since he had already learned the movement technique, there was no need to continue training in the movement technique room in the future. Instead, he decided it would be better to go to the ferocious beast room, kill ferocious beasts, obtain martial value, and raise his vitality. But as he stood there, he suddenly noticed that everyone around him was staring at him. Confused, he wondered why they were all looking at him like that. Someone finally spoke up, telling him that his posture just now had been extremely showy. It perfectly captured the essence of Lin Xinghe. Another person admitted in amazement that they definitely couldn't imitate it. It was simply too flashy. Hearing that, he froze. A troubling thought crossed his mind. Could it be that he had also performed those showy movements in reality? Sweat formed on his forehead as he replayed the scene in his mind, realizing just how dramatic he must have looked. As he hurried away, frustration filled his mind. He swore to himself that he absolutely could not use Lin Xinghe as a learning template again in the future. Behind him, voices echoed loudly. Some girls shouted for him not to leave. Others begged him to perform that move again. Someone even yelled that he had been exploding with handsomeness just now. Hearing those words, he moved even faster, trying to escape the crowd. While running, he suddenly narrowed his eyes as he sensed that someone was following him. Not far away, those two men who had been beaten up by Su Hong in the forest watched him from the shadows. One of them said they had finally found him and that he should be heading to the ferocious beast room. The other smirked and suggested that they block the door. When he came out, they would give him a few vicious blows. Soon, Su Hong arrived at the ferocious beast room. It was a large building with crowds already gathered outside. Inside, Wang Tiantuo laughed loudly. He asked Xiao Yan if she had said she wanted to compete with him in killing ferocious beasts. Xiao Yan calmly replied that she only wanted to know, between the two of them, who was truly number one in the training camp. Hearing that, Wang Tiantuo raised an eyebrow and questioned whether she really thought she could defeat his barbarian god body by relying on spiritual telekinesis. He wondered aloud if he was being underestimated. Xiao Yan remained composed. She answered that it was actually he who had underestimated the power of a spirit master. Hearing the words spirit master, Su Hong paused because he had never actually seen a spirit master's fighting method before. He decided that he might as well go take a look first. He could always come back later to fight ferocious beasts and earn martial value. Inside the ferocious beast room, something shocking was happening. Xiao Yan suddenly floated into the air. Seeing this, Su Hong was stunned. He could not understand what was going on. She had actually floated out of thin air. Sweat formed on his face as he remembered that walking on air was a method only grandmasters possessed. He wondered if this was truly the power of a spirit master. In the next instant, Xiao Yan raised her hand. Golden light gathered at her fingertips. Streaks of flowing light shot forward at terrifying speed. Before anyone could react, 3 Tier 1 high-stage black tigers were pierced at the same time by that golden light. Blood splashed as the beasts collapsed instantly. Su Hong stared in disbelief. In just one moment, she had simultaneously killed all three of them. He could not understand what those streaks of flowing light were. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed through the arena. A massive, ferocious beast appeared behind Zhao Yan, its eyes glowing red with killing intent. Red energy surged around it like flames. But suddenly, the massive beast's eyes widened in shock. Xiao Yan turned sharply, and using her telekinesis, she grabbed the beast's neck. Su Hong was shocked to see that Xiao Yan was actually using spiritual telekinesis to forcibly bind and control her enemy. Golden energy flared again. Xiao Yan made a simple motion with her hand. In the next instant, blazing streaks of light slashed forward. The attack tore through the beast with explosive force. As Su Hong observed closely, he finally understood. Those streaks of flowing light were daggers. He felt a chill run down his spine, walking on air, controlling objects from a distance, even controlling enemies directly. Now he truly understood why spirit masters were known to be ridiculously strong enough to easily crush ordinary martial artists. Suddenly, the crowd behind him erupted in shock. They stared at the battlefield in disbelief. Someone shouted in confusion, asking what that giant sword was. Golden light filled the entire ferocious beast room as a giant ferocious beast appeared there. Seeing that, Xiao Yan created a massive golden sword in the sky. Blazing light poured down like a pillar from the heavens. Xiao Yan raised one hand calmly. In the next instant, the enormous sword slammed straight down. The giant ferocious beast opened its mouth and roared, but the golden blade pierced through it with overwhelming force. The beast's massive body trembled violently as the attack tore through it from head to tail. Watching from the side, Su Hong felt his heart shake. He realized that it was a weapon, but just moments ago she had not been holding any weapon at all. He could not understand how such a huge weapon appeared out of nowhere. He also wondered how something that massive could possibly not weigh several tons. At that moment, Lin Xinghe appeared there and explained to everyone that this was a martial skill belonging to spirit masters, and it was even ranked as high as A rank. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. A martial skill belonging to spirit masters was already shocking enough, but A rank made it even more unbelievable. Some of them admitted they had never even heard of such a thing before. Then someone turned toward Lin Xinghe, questioning how they all seemed to know A rank martial skills. He asked Lin Xinghe whether Wang Tiantu might also possess one. Lin Xinghe casually waved his folding fan and calmly stated that Wang Tiantu indeed possessed an offensive A-rank martial skill. The others stared at him in disbelief. Someone muttered in shock, wondering if they were all monsters. Another voice questioned how they could be so heaven-defying. Sweat rolled down Su Hong's face when he heard that Wang Tiantu not only had an A-rank martial skill, but that it was also offensive. Inwardly, he exclaimed that this training camp was truly filled with A-rank martial skills, and felt that coming here had been the right choice. Suddenly, an explosion echoed from the testing area. A Tier 1 high-level ferocious beast was blown apart with a single punch from Wang Tiantu. Seeing that, all the students were stunned. They could not understand what kind of martial skill could destroy such a beast in one strike. But someone corrected them, saying it was not a martial skill at all. It was purely Wang Tiantu's physical strength. The realization shocked everyone even more. He was this powerful without even using a martial skill. Watching quietly, Su Hong observed that Wang Tiantu did not seem to have any intention of using his martial skills at all. After a moment of thought, Su Hong decided he would find a chance to learn from him next time. For now, his goal was simple. He wanted to become a spirit master. However, his spirit stat was only 26.5. A system panel showed his current stats. His vitality was 130. His spirit was 26.5. His physique showed overlord body, profound rank at 0%. He had mastered several guidance techniques. As for martial skills, he possessed many. Still, to become a spirit master, one needed their spirit stat to exceed 100 points. Su Hong calculated silently. He was still short by 73.5 points. Then he calculated that 73.5 points in spirit meant he needed 735 points of martial value. Clenching his glowing fist, his eyes hardened with determination as he was about to go on a killing spree. At that moment, those two boys who were after Su Hong arrived there. One of the boys pointed toward the entrance and said that Su Hong had gone inside. They immediately walked toward the entrance, saying that everyone else was focused on watching Wang Tiantu and Xiao Yan's training, and no one was paying attention to this side at all. A greedy smile appeared on one of the boys' faces. He called it a perfect opportunity and suggested they rush in and ruthlessly beat that kid up. Just as they were about to move, one of them suddenly saw something and shouted in alarm. The other quickly scolded him, telling him not to scream, otherwise Su Hong would notice them. Then both of them turned toward the large screen, which was showing Su Hong. They stared in disbelief. Su Hong was standing alone in the training arena, but he was not facing just one ferocious beast. He was challenging more than 10 ferocious beasts at once, and every single one of them was Tier 1 high stage. The sight left those two boys stunned. They could not believe what they were seeing and wondered if he was completely insane. The two boys panicked as they watched the screen. One of them urgently suggested going to find the instructor to save Su Hong, fearing that otherwise he would definitely die, but the other shook his head, saying it was already too late. At this rate, Su Hong would be torn to shreds in seconds. He said it seemed there was no way for them to get revenge anymore. At the same time, Su Hong stood calmly in the arena as a faint smile appeared on his face. His eyes sharpened as he raised his hand and challenged the beasts directly. He told them to come. In the next moment, the ferocious beasts roared wildly. Their massive bodies charged toward him from all directions, shaking the ground as they closed in. But Su Hong did not retreat. Instead, he moved, his body twisted mid-air, effortlessly dodging a powerful strike. In the very next instant, as he jumped high, blue energy gathered in both of his hands. He used his void-breaking finger technique. A brilliant glow burst out as he prepared his counterattack. Surrounded by ferocious beasts on all sides, he did not retreat. Instead, his body twisted mid-air as blue energy beams surged violently from his palms. With a single rotation, streaks of blue light sliced through the air. His attacks landed one after another. Claws and fangs never even reached him. Blood sprayed as the beasts were torn apart mid-charge, their bodies slashed open by the glowing arcs of energy. The arena filled with flashes of blue light. Outside, the two students stared at the screen in complete disbelief. One of them muttered, asking if he was dreaming. He could not believe this was something a Tier 1 initial stage martial artist could do. Even a middle stage martial artist, surrounded and attacked by over a dozen high stage ferocious beasts, would definitely die. Yet Su Hong was dominating them effortlessly. Suddenly, one of them leaned forward. He said that Su Hong's movement technique looked familiar. He said it was Lin Xinghe's flying swan startling cloud step. Hearing this, the other boy was too shocked, saying there was no way. He immediately rejected the idea, saying Su Hong was just a number 1 high school student. It was impossible for him to have access to such a high-grade movement technique. He wondered if Su Hong could possibly be from some great family. Then the other boy asked if it could be that he had seen Lin Xinghe use it once and learned it. Both of them were stunned thinking that. Then one of them exclaimed that the technique Su Hong was using was an A-rank movement technique. It was impossible to master something like that just by watching it briefly. He wondered how heaven-defying Su Hong's talent must be. The other boy swallowed nervously. He suggested that maybe they should forget about revenge. Even if they gathered more people, they would not be strong enough to defeat Su Hong. But the first student clenched his teeth tightly. Sweat rolled down his face as anger burned in his eyes. He said that whether Su Hong was the heir of a great family or some kind of monster genius, he could not swallow this humiliation. While shaking, the other boy raised a hand and pointed toward the screen, telling the first boy that before he went looking for trouble with Su Hong, he should take another look at the screen. Hearing this, the first boy froze and turned back toward the screen in silence. What he saw left him speechless. His metal bat fell from his hand. He muttered in disbelief that they had only been talking for a few minutes. Yet all the high-stage ferocious beasts inside were already completely dead. On the screen, Su Hong stood calmly atop the massive corpse of a giant serpent-like beast. Around him, the bodies of other monsters lay scattered across the battlefield. Standing among the corpses of fallen beasts, Su Hong calmly calculated his gains. Over a dozen Tier 1 high-stage ferocious beasts had only given him a total of 81 martial value points. That meant they averaged just 7 points each. He realized that the stronger he became, the harder it was to earn martial value. But suddenly his blue eyes sharpened as he noticed movement. From the dark upper level of the building, several ferocious beasts emerged. Their red eyes glowed ominously in the shadows. The air turned heavy with bloodlust. Without hesitation, Su Hong stood tall atop the corpse beneath his feet. Red light flickered throughout the building as more beasts stirred in the darkness. He declared that there was no time to rest. He said they should continue. In the next instant, the giant beast lunged downward from above, claws extended, tearing through the air toward him. But Su Hong did not panic. His expression remained steady. A golden glow ignited around his fist as energy gathered rapidly. Using his Vajra fist, he stepped forward and threw a powerful punch that collided with the descending beast. A burst of golden light exploded outward. The impact sent shockwaves ripping through the air as multiple beasts were struck at the same time. He landed in the middle of those beasts as golden energy spiraled around him, expanding violently. The ground beneath his feet cracked. Seeing his power, the remaining beasts hesitated. The saber-toothed and the giant scorpion-like monsters began to retreat. But Su Hong did not let them escape. He launched himself forward as a faint smile appeared on his face. He demanded to know where they thought they were going, and ordered them to hand over all their martial value. His body shot through the air at incredible speed as he reached out with one hand. He grabbed onto the thick tail of a fleeing scorpion beast. With a violent motion, he swung it around. The massive creature crashed into the surrounding beasts. The beasts' bodies were sent flying across the battlefield. The arena echoed with the sounds of bones breaking and monsters howling. Outside, the giant screen flickered with violent flashes of red and gold. The two boys stood frozen in front of it, and neither of them spoke. After a long moment, the first boy forced a smile and said he wondered when this cycle of vengeance would ever end. He said he had decided to forgive Su Hong. The other boy immediately agreed. He suggested they should slip away quickly before Su Hong noticed them again. Otherwise, they might end up beaten half to death one more time. While they were going, they passed by a group of students gathering in front of the screen showing Wang Tiantuo and Xiao Yan's fight. Someone shouted that 9 Tier 1 high-stage ferocious beasts had been hammered to death by Wang Tiantuo in less than 10 minutes. Another voice added that Xiao Yan had stood completely still and killed a full 8 Tier 1 high-stage ferocious beasts. The crowd buzzed with shock. Just then, one man noticed the two boys and called out to them. The two boys stiffened and slowly turned around. The man asked if they were back already. He asked if they were supposed to be getting revenge and whether they had already beaten that kid up. The two exchanged nervous glances. One of them scratched the back of his head and laughed awkwardly, saying yes. Both of their expressions stiffened completely as they admitted the truth in their minds. If they had not been clever enough to retreat in time, they would have been lying on the ground like dead dogs right now. They complained that this training camp was outrageous. It was filled with heaven-defying monsters everywhere. Just then, the massive doors of the training ground opened with a loud sound as Wang Tiantuo and Xiao Yan came out. Seeing that, someone shouted that they had come out. Xiao Yan was surprised to see that Wang Tiantuo had killed so many ferocious beasts. She said that even with the overlord body, he must be exhausted. She asked how many contribution points he had earned. Wang Tiantuo glanced at his wrist display and announced that he had earned 280 points. Xian Han also checked her own screen and said she had 270 points. Hearing this, the surrounding crowd instantly fell into an uproar. Someone shouted in disbelief that it was far too many. A Tier 1 high-level ferocious beast was only worth 5 contribution points. If calculated that way, the two of them must have killed 50 or 60 high-level ferocious beasts. Wang Tiantuo then checked the results of the weight vests and said that the contribution points for the weight vest had been settled at 100 points. Xiao Yan looked at her display and said she only had 50 points from it. Around them, other students began checking their own scores. One muttered that he had only gotten 20 points. Another complained that he had carried a 1-ton weight and only received 30 points. Someone in the back whimpered that he had only gotten 10 points, nearly on the verge of tears. The gap between them was painfully obvious. Just then, Lin Xinghe appeared and asked Wang Tiantuo and Xiao Yan who had won their ferocious beast hunting competition. Xiao Yan pointed at Wang Tiantuo and answered that it was him. From the side, people remarked that Lin Xinghe's points must also be heaven-defying. A guy sighed that with those 3 monsters around, everyone else could only fight for 4th place. Hearing everyone, the 2 boys standing behind who had seen Su Hong's power smiled. They called all those people ignorant because they knew that there was an even more terrifying monster in the training camp. Someone standing above those 3 so-called monsters. On the other hand, at Su Hong's side, 1 hour later, The battlefield had turned into a gruesome scene. The walls and surroundings were splattered with blood, and the bodies of ferocious beasts lay piled across the ground. The air felt heavy, filled with the aftermath of intense battle. On top of those corpses sat Su Hong, his body covered in sweat. He exhaled in exhaustion and let out a long breath. After continuously killing ferocious beasts for over an hour, even with his overlord body, he could feel the strain taking over. Even after everything, he was still far from reaching 735 martial value points. He then checked his training watch for points. Despite the exhaustion, he had gained 700 contribution points. He wondered what kind of rewards he could exchange for them at the martial art pavilion. His watch showed that for hunting ferocious beasts, he got 400 contribution points, and for the weight vest, he got 300 contribution points. The total stood at 700. After confirming it, he arrived at the martial art pavilion. Under the night sky, the grand building stood tall, glowing warmly with light. Inside the martial art pavilion, behind a long wooden counter, a receptionist in a pink suit lazily leaned back in her chair, resting her chin on her hand. Across from her, Su Hong stood calmly, flipping through a thick catalog. His eyes scanned the list carefully. A Tier 1 Vitality pill was for 10 points. A Tier 1 Blood Recovery pill was for 20 points. A Tier 1 Spirit Gathering pill was for 30 points. Another Tier 1 Spirit Gathering pill was for 50 points. He continued turning the pages and saw that an A-rank martial art, Explosive Palm, was for 2,000 points. Another A-rank martial art, Bone Netherfire Fist, was for 2,880 points. Then another A-rank martial art, Startling Swan Heavenly Roam, was for 3,000 points. Looking at it, Su Hong thought that A-rank martial arts were extremely expensive. The cheapest one cost 2,000 points. Compared to that, the prices of the pills were still acceptable, especially since there were spirit gathering pills available here. The receptionist looked at him with mild curiosity and asked whether he had decided what to exchange for. She examined him briefly and assumed he was only at the Tier 1 initial stage. In her mind, she guessed he probably could not afford to exchange for anything significant. Ignoring her assumption, Su Hong then asked calmly whether the spirit-gathering pills referred to the kind that could increase spiritual power. The receptionist said yes and explained that the spirit-gathering pills were only effective the first time they were taken. The higher the grade of the pill, the better the improvement effect. Hearing that, Su Hong immediately checked the book. He saw that the highest grade of spirit-gathering pill available there reached Tier 4. Costing 500 contribution points. The catalog listed clearly. A Tier 4 Vitality pill was for 100 points. A Tier 4 Blood Recovery pill was for 200 points. A Tier 4 Energy Gathering pill was for 300 points. And a Tier 4 Spirit Gathering pill was for 500 points. After a brief moment of silence, Su Hong made his decision. He asked the receptionist to give him a Tier 4 Spirit Gathering pill first. Hearing this, the receptionist froze. Her eyes widened in shock as she blurted out, telling Su Hong that a Tier 4 Spirit Gathering pill cost 500 contribution points, not 50. Su Hong showed his point-calculating watch and said that was right, a Tier 4 Spirit Gathering pill. Still stunned, she quickly checked his contribution balance. The number displayed 700 points clearly in front of her. She was stunned seeing that he actually had a full 700 contribution points. Her attitude instantly changed. With a bright smile and sparkling eyes, she carefully brought out an ornate wooden box and handed it to him politely. She told him that it was his spirit-gathering pill. He thanked her and then asked if they had any dual thunder and fire attribute alloy spears. Without missing a beat, she nodded enthusiastically, saying they did have them for only 200 points. She thanked him warmly for his patronage, calling him handsome with a cheerful expression. Outside, the night sky stretched wide and clear as Su Hong returned to his room. Inside, he placed his new spear with his old spear. His new spear was a C-rank dual thunder and fire attribute spear named the Thunder Fire Spear. Later that night, Su Hong reviewed his progress. His vitality and guidance techniques had improved again. He had also obtained 490 martial value points. A translucent system panel appeared before him, showing his stats. Currently, he had 135 vitality and 26.5 spirit. He had 5 guidance techniques and 3 martial arts. His martial value was 490 points. Su Hong sat cross-legged on his bed with the wooden box placed before him. The improvement he achieved in a single day was greater than what he had gained in an entire previous week. Still, after calculating carefully, he realized that his spiritual power stood at 26.5. Even with 490 martial value points, he was still 25.5 points short of reaching 100. He opened the box. Inside was the golden spirit gathering pill. He picked up the pill and looked at it steadily. He hoped this spirit gathering pill could provide at least 25 points of spiritual power improvement. With determination in his eyes, he ate the pill, thinking that no matter what, he was going to become a spirit master. The next second, the Tier 4 spirit gathering pill dissolved inside his body. The instant he swallowed it, its effects manifested immediately. A surge of vibrant green energy burst forth from within him. Spiritual power radiated outward as streams of luminous energy flowed through his meridians, converging at his core. The energy spiraled steadily, filling his entire body with warmth and vitality. Su Hong felt the exhausted nerves throughout his body gradually relax. A deep sense of comfort spread from within, soothing every part of him. As the energy continued to circulate, his mind became astonishingly clear. His senses sharpened, allowing him to perceive everything around him with perfect clarity. The spiritual energy settled smoothly within him, strengthening both his body and mind. Finally, he opened his eyes slowly as a sharp glint flashed across them. After absorbing the effects of the pill, Su Hong quickly checked his system panel. His eyes widened as he saw the results. His spiritual power had risen to 50.5, increasing by a full 24 points. The astonishing improvement left him stunned, making him realize the incredible potency of a Tier 4 spirit gathering pill. Su Hong carefully analyzed the numbers once more. With 50.5 spiritual power and 490 martial value points, his progress had reached 99.5%. He was only 0.5% short of breaking through. Thinking about it, he sighed inwardly. If he had known earlier, he would have hunted one more ferocious beast to obtain the remaining 5 martial value points needed for the breakthrough. A faint sense of regret crossed his face, but it quickly faded. Calmly leaning back on his bed, he accepted the situation. Since he could only collect martial value again tomorrow, there was nothing more to do for now. Closing his eyes, Su Hong decided to rest for the night. Meanwhile, at the training camp warehouse, rows of hunters gathered inside the vast hall. Weapons lined the walls, and the atmosphere buzzed with quiet discussion as the trainees held documents in their hands. Among the crowd, a group of men recognized someone familiar. One of them spoke with surprise, asking why Bu Jingfeng, who had been cultivating at Martial Dao University, had also been summoned there. Another man echoed the question with curiosity, wondering why Bu Jingfeng was serving alongside them like everyone else, despite his status among the geniuses. Bu Jingfeng scoffed arrogantly, his lips curling into a disdainful smirk. He declared that if he were still in high school, those so-called geniuses would not even be qualified to serve as his sparring partners. Nearby, several hunters laughed loudly as they examined the documents in their hands. One of them remarked confidently that the trainee under his supervision, Wang Tiantuo, possessed a vitality score as high as 340 points. He mockingly asked whether such a level had even been attainable back in their own days. Another man joined in the laughter, boasting proudly that the trainee he was responsible for also had vitality exceeding 300. Another guy added with confidence that his trainee was even a spirit master, implying that the strength of such a prodigy required no further explanation. Hearing this, Bu Jingfeng could not help but feel surprised. He questioned how the trainees under their charge could all be so powerful, while the one assigned to him was only at the Tier 1 initial stage with a vitality value of 123. As he spoke, he stared at the document in his hand. It contained Su Hong's profile, an 18-year-old student from Star City No. 1 High School. The report detailed that Su Hong was at the Tier 1 initial stage with a vitality value of 123. The others looked at the document in disbelief. One of them questioned how such a seemingly insignificant trainee could have been assigned to him. Another insisted that Bu Jingfeng's strength was the highest among all martial artists who had arrived that day, even superior to the three of them. They wondered aloud whether Grandmaster Qin had made a mistake by arranging a Tier 1 initial stage trainee for a sneak attack against another of the same level. At that moment, footsteps echoed through the hall. The murmuring ceased instantly as Grandmaster Qin entered, accompanied by 2 of his attendants. With calm authority, Grandmaster Qin affirmed their doubts, saying this was right. Bu Jingfeng stood before Grandmaster Qin, with visible frustration. He complained that the arrangement was insulting, claiming that assigning him such an opponent was nothing more than giving him a piece of trash at the Tier 1 initial stage. But Grandmaster Qin looked at him calmly and explained that Su Hong was not as simple as he appeared. Despite having a vitality of only 123 points, his combat power was strong enough to rival that of a Tier 1 high-stage martial artist. Hearing this, the surrounding hunters were stunned. They could hardly believe that someone with such low vitality could possess strength equal to a high-stage martial artist. Shock filled their expressions as they wondered what kind of monster Su Hong truly was. Grandmaster Qin continued, revealing that part of Su Hong's intelligence was classified and therefore not included in the files they had received. He assured them that once he exchanged blows with Su Hong, he would naturally understand his true abilities. Still dissatisfied, Bao Jingfeng lowered his head and protested. He explained that his own vitality was nearly 500 points, and he was on the verge of breaking through to become a Tier 2 martial artist. Yet he was being ordered to bully a junior with only 123 vitality points, which he found utterly unreasonable. Grandmaster Qin's expression hardened. He sternly ordered him to stop complaining and fight as instructed. With decisive authority, he struck Bu Jingfeng lightly on the head, reminding him to go all out. He emphasized that it would be best if he defeated Su Hong so thoroughly that Su Hong would begin to doubt his own life. Hearing this, Bu Jingfeng hesitated before asking cautiously whether Grandmaster Qin held a grudge against the trainee. He warned that if he crippled Su Hong during the fight, he would not take responsibility. A sinister smile slowly spread across Grandmaster Qin's face. He coldly replied that Bu Jingfeng should beat Su Hong without restraint. Not only would he bear no blame if Su Hong were crippled, but he would also be rewarded for it. Bu Jingfeng felt a chill run down his spine, terrified by the Grandmaster's cruel smile. To him, Su Hong seemed pitiful, unaware of the brutal challenge that awaited him. A cold command echoed through the night as Grandmaster Qin ordered everyone to stop wasting time and begin the operation immediately. In the next instant, all those hunters, now wearing masks, launched forward with explosive speed, their movements slicing through the air as they descended toward their target. The scene shifted to a quiet training city under the night sky, where faint lights glowed from buildings scattered across the skyline. The calm atmosphere was suddenly shattered as the hunters stormed into action. Inside a building corridor, one of the masked hunters struck swiftly, while another attacker advanced relentlessly with a weapon in hand. From inside, voices rang out in alarm. Someone shouted, demanding to know who they were, while another voice declared that it was a sneak attack. Amid the chaos, a frightened voice pleaded desperately, asking if he could at least put on some underwear before the assault continued. Awakened by the commotion, Su Hong jolted upright in his bed. Shock filled his eyes as he realized that it was a sneak attack. The next second, he turned his gaze toward his door. Deep slashes suddenly tore across its surface. Bu Jingfeng, wearing a mask, broke through the door and jumped inside, gripping a weapon glowing with a fierce purple aura. With a confident smirk, he unleashed a powerful strike, sending a blazing arc of energy crashing down toward Su Hong. The violent impact shattered the floor as the purple energy exploded outward, forcing Su Hong to leap back to avoid the devastating blow. Regaining his balance amid the chaos, Su Hong quickly assessed the situation. A tense thought crossed his mind, as he recalled a disturbing rumor. There were whispers that the All Heaven's 10,000 races frequently hunted down human geniuses across the world to weaken the strength of humanity. He wondered if these attackers were among them. Without hesitation, he clenched his spear from the side, steeling himself for the battle. Though uncertain of the enemy's true power, he remained alert and prepared to defend himself. The next second, Bu Jingfeng jumped towards Su Hong, his blade radiating a dangerous purple glow. With a mocking tone, he declared that it was just as he expected. A mere Tier 1 initial stage brat stood before him. Running into him, he sneered, was nothing but bad luck. Su Hong was surprised to see that the attacker was a human martial artist at the Tier 1 high stage, not a member of the All Heaven's 10,000 races as he had initially suspected. A confident smile slowly spread across his face. The timing was perfect. This opponent was exactly what he needed. Determination filled his gaze as he tightened his grip on his spear. He believed that by defeating this enemy, he could obtain the final 5 points of martial value required to break through and become a spirit master. Meanwhile, Bu Jingfeng watched in disbelief. He could not understand why a mere Tier 1 initial stage martial artist would choose to confront his attack head-on instead of evading it. To him, such a decision seemed utterly reckless, as if Su Hong had lost his mind. In the next instant, their weapons collided with explosive force. A brilliant burst of energy erupted at the point of impact, sending shockwaves through the air. Bu Jingfeng's eyes widened as he was forced backward, stunned by the overwhelming power behind the strike. Realization struck him like a thunderbolt. This seemingly insignificant brat possessed strength far beyond his expectations. Bu Jingfeng admitted that his combat power was indeed capable of rivaling that of a Tier 1 high-stage martial artist. As he struggled against the pressure of the clash, he finally understood that Grandmaster Qin had spoken the truth. Bu Jingfeng's eyes widened in disbelief as he felt the overwhelming force pressing against him. Panic surged through his mind as he realized something was terribly wrong. He shouted inwardly that this level of strength was impossible, and questioned how a Tier 1 martial artist could possess such terrifying power. At that moment, Su Hong remained calm. He acknowledged that his opponent was merely at the Tier 1 high stage, and reminded himself that he had already fought someone of that level before. With unwavering confidence, he tightened his grip on his weapon and commanded the energy around him to press forward. A crimson aura erupted from his body as he raised his spear high. With a fierce shout, he unleashed his full strength and brought the attack crashing down. His strike descended like a blazing comet, smashing toward Bu Jingfeng with unstoppable force. The impact exploded with a thunderous sound, sending shockwaves across the battlefield and forcing Bu Jingfeng backward. Staggering from the overwhelming power, Bu Jingfeng trembled as he gripped his sword. Unable to contain his shock, he wondered if Su Hong was a monster. Bu Jingfeng decided to now get serious, as purple flames covered his blade. He steadied himself, gripping his glowing weapon. With a confident expression, he declared that a battle between martial artists was not merely about comparing who possessed greater physical strength. Su Hong watched closely, recognizing that it was a fire attribute martial art, something he had never encountered before. So he also activated his lightning attribute martial arts. Without hesitation, Bu Jingfeng unleashed his power. Purple flames surged violently, forming a blazing arc that tore through the air. With a mocking grin, he challenged Su Hong, questioning how he intended to withstand a B-rank martial art. With a thunderous roar, he executed his technique, Flame Slash, sending a massive wave of blazing power crashing towards Su Hong. Facing the incoming attack, Su Hong remained calm. Golden lightning crackled fiercely around his body as he raised his spear, gathering immense energy. As he assessed the incoming strike, he realized that the power behind it might be even greater than the void-breaking finger. A technique also ranked at B level. The clash of power erupted violently as the two attacks collided mid-air. Purple flames and golden lightning struck against each other, releasing a blinding burst of energy that illuminated the battlefield. The impact exploded outward with overwhelming force, sending shockwaves in every direction and shattering the ground beneath them. Amid the swirling dust and debris, Su Hong descended calmly from the air, smoke curling around him as the battlefield fell silent. Standing in front of Bu Jingfeng, he held his spear firmly, his expression composed and unwavering. Bu Jingfeng stared in shock, sweat running down his face as he struggled to comprehend what had just happened. He realized that Su Hong had not used any martial arts at all. Instead, he had blocked his B-rank fire attribute martial art, using only thunder externalization. The realization struck him deeply, filling his mind with disbelief. Bu Jingfeng clenched his fists as he acknowledged the terrifying talent before him. It was no wonder Grandmaster Qin had instructed him to go all out. This opponent was far stronger than he had anticipated. Then, with a faint hint of mockery in his tone, Bu Jingfeng remarked that it was truly a pity that Su Hong still did not know any thunder attribute spear techniques. Otherwise, he would not have been defeated so easily. Hearing this, Su Hong smiled, golden lightning crackling around his spear as he spoke with quiet confidence. He admitted that it was true. He did not know any thunder attribute spear techniques. However, what if he said this on top of it? Just as he said that, blazing crimson flames erupted from his spear as lightning wrapped around it, merging together. The fusion of lightning and fire ignited violently, surrounding his body in a brilliant aura. Flames roared along the length of the spear, while arcs of thunder crackled fiercely, intertwining into a single devastating power. But Jingfeng watched in disbelief, asking how this was possible. Shock and fear spread across his face as his eyes widened. He realized that this was attribute fusion. The reason Bu Jingfeng was so shocked upon seeing Su Hong's attribute fusion was because it was a principle understood by every martial artist that attributes repel each other. Both Su Hong and Bu Jingfeng stood facing one another inside the damaged room, as Su Hong held his spear blazing with fire and streaks of lightning crackling. Across from him, Bu Jingfeng tightened his grip on his weapon, sweat running down his face. Shock filled his eyes as realization dawned on him. Attribute fusion. The power of thunder and fire. He had always believed it was nothing more than a legend. Just then, lightning flashed across Su Hong's eyes as golden sparks danced in his vision. Without hesitation, he attacked. His spear shot forward in a burst of flame and thunder. Seeing the incoming fast strike, Bu Jingfeng's eyes widened in alarm. He shouted in panic as Su Hong's spear tore through the air toward him. Reacting instantly, he roared out his technique, Flame Slash. Purple flames spiraled around his blade as he swung with full force, unleashing a blazing arc of energy. The two attacks collided violently. Flames and lightning clashed in a blinding explosion of light. Bu Jingfeng wanted to deflect Su Hong's attack, but just as Su Hong's spear touched his sword, thunder crackled violently along the shaft while flames spiraled downward, gathering into a single devastating strike. The fused power of thunder and fire crashed toward Bu Jingfeng like a descending pillar of destruction. Caught in the center of the blast, Bu Jingfeng could only stare in disbelief. He admitted that this power was far too outrageous. Bu Jingfeng groaned in pain as he was blasted away, completely overwhelmed by the fused elemental force. Ripping through the wall, he went flying out of the room. When the dust slowly began to settle, the flame and thunder around Su Hong's spear calmed down. Amid the swirling smoke, Su Hong stood calm and steady as a notification popped up, stating that he had gained 7 martial value. A faint smile appeared on his face as he realized that the martial value required to become a spirit master. He finally had enough. A system panel appeared before him, showing his stats. Su Hong's vitality was 135, spirit was 50. His guidance techniques. Thunder guidance technique was at level 4. Extinguishing heaven guidance technique was also at level 4. Water marsh guidance technique was at level 3. Origin earth guidance technique was at level 3. And spirit wind guidance technique was also at level 3. His martial skills. Flying cry sweeping cloud step was at basic 3%. Startling thunderfinger was at perfect, and raging sea spear technique was also at perfect. His current martial value was 497, but the number increased by 7. On the other hand, a few seconds earlier, outside the trainees' rooms, Grandmaster Qin and Bai Mu stood waiting. Grandmaster Qin looked calm and confident. He remarked that it was about time. In his view, Su Hong should have already been defeated by Bu Jingfeng. He had prepared several sets of arguments to persuade Su Hong to give up cultivating multiple guidance techniques simultaneously. Tonight, he was certain he would correct him. Just then, the rooftop of Su Hong's room exploded outward, as a body was blasted into the air, debris and fragments scattering across the night sky. Both Grandmaster Qin and Bai Mu looked up in shock as the figure came hurtling down at terrifying speed. In the next instant, the body slammed violently into the ground right in front of them, cracking the pavement and sending dust and stone flying everywhere. The fallen man lay sprawled in the rubble, blood trailing from his mouth. His eyes were wide with disbelief, his face twisted in pain. Bai Mu gasped as she recognized that it was Bu Jingfeng. Grandmaster Qin's expression changed instantly as he stared down at the injured Bu Jingfeng. Bai Mu stared ahead in shock, sweat running down her face as the realization struck her. Bu Jingfeng was lying here now, which meant Su Hong had defeated him. Before she could fully process it, violent beams of energy tore through 3 more rooms' rooftops. Covered in golden, blue, and purple light, 3 more figures shot downward like meteors, crashing into the ground with explosive force. The impact shook the surroundings. Grandmaster Qin and Bai Mu stood frozen as those new figures fell beside Bu Jingfeng. Those 3 were hunters who had gone after trainees like him, and now all of them lay there completely defeated. Suddenly a voice came from above. It was Lin Xinghe. With a faint chuckle, he addressed Grandmaster Qin and remarked that next time he should send someone stronger because this opponent had not been enough of a fight. Beside him stood Wang Tiantuo, and Shan Yan floated quietly inside a glowing golden sphere. Just then, Wang Tiantuo noticed that there were 4 hunters lying on the ground instead of the 3 they had defeated. Shan Yan questioned why there was 1 more body. Had someone actually won faster than them? From the rooftop above, Lin Xinghe spoke dismissively, saying that this 4th martial artist must have been too weak and was easily dealt with. Hearing that, sweat rolled down Bai Mu's face, because she knew that Bu Jingfeng was not weak. He was the strongest among the 4. Seeing them, Grandmaster Qin fell into deep thought. He stroked his beard while observing the situation carefully. He reasoned that Wang Tiantuo and Lin Xinghe were both at Tier 1 late stage, and Xiao Yan was a spirit master. For them to win was normal. However, Su Hong was only at Tier 1 initial stage. Yet he had faced a quasi-Tier 2 martial artist and won even faster than Wang Tiantuo and the others. The more he thought about it, the more unsettled he became. He wondered how on earth Su Hong had done it. Was it a top-tier martial skill or a top-tier physique? Before he could continue analyzing, Lin Zhao came running toward them in panic. He shouted that something big had happened. Grandmaster Qin turned slightly and asked calmly if a trainee had been killed by mistake. Without showing any concern, he waved his hand dismissively and remarked that it was no big deal. After all, it was normal for a few people to die. But Lin Zhao rushed forward in panic and shouted that it was Su Hong. He quickly explained that when Su Hong was fighting Bu Jingfeng, he had used a fusion guidance technique. Hearing this, Grandmaster Qin paused slightly and murmured that it was a fusion guidance technique. He admitted that he had been wondering how Su Hong managed to defeat Bu Jingfeng. But the next second, Grandmaster Qin's expression changed. While releasing huge amounts of golden energy, he grabbed Lin Zhau's shoulders and demanded to know what he had just said, declaring that he could not simply spout such nonsense. Lin Zhao stated that Su Hong had truly fused the dual thunder and fire attribute guidance techniques and used them to defeat Bu Jingfeng. He insisted that he had seen it clearly on the surveillance. If no one believed him, they could go and ask Bu Jingfeng directly. Hearing that, Grandmaster Qin fell silent. He looked at Bu Jingfeng, lying on the ground, who also stated that it was indeed the dual thunder and fire attribute fusion. Hearing that, Grandmaster Qin's eyes burned with intensity as he declared that the only genius martial artist of the human race who had ever researched and achieved dual attribute fusion had taken a full 19 years to accomplish it. Yet Su Hong, according to the Star City Association, had been in contact with the 7 guidance techniques for less than a month. The comparison left him deeply shaken. He clenched his fists and called Su Hong a monster, but immediately corrected himself, saying this was not merely a monster. This was a heaven-descended Emperor Star, a true dragon appearing in the world. Beside him, Bai Mu pulled the trembling Lin Zhao backward, as he struggled to steady himself after Grandmaster Qin had shaken him completely. Bai Mu then asked Grandmaster Qin whether attribute fusion was truly that powerful. Could it really allow someone at Tier 1 initial stage to defeat Tier 2 Bu Jingfeng? Grandmaster Qin explained to her that back then, the martial artist who researched attribute fusion had been able to suppress and fight Tier 2 opponents while still at Tier 1. Hearing that, Bai Mu wondered aloud that with such formidable combat power, why it was not widely promoted for cultivation. Although the difficulty was high, what if the fusion succeeded? Grandmaster Qin answered with a grave expression that many people had tried in the past, but they discovered that attribute fusion was not only extremely difficult, it also carried a very high probability of crippling oneself. Even if someone truly succeeded in cultivating it, if they remained stuck at the Tier 1 martial artist realm for their entire life, what use would it be? But Su Hong was different. He had succeeded in fusing them in less than a month. Such comprehension was simply too heaven-defying. Moreover, he possessed 7 attributes simultaneously. If he were to fuse them all, Grandmaster Qin wondered with excitement how massive that power would become. Grandmaster Qin imagined the future. He said that if a monster like Su Hong were allowed to grow, he feared that one day Su Hong could stun the great emperors of the 10,000 races with a single move. Hearing this, Lin Zhao told Grandmaster Qin that he was boasting too much, far too much. Bai Mu pointed out that fusing 2 attributes was already extremely difficult. Fusing 7 attributes was nothing but pure fantasy. Grandmaster Qin coughed lightly and told them to forget his brief loss of composure. However, he continued seriously that if Su Hong were allowed to cultivate 7 attributes simultaneously, what if he became stuck while trying to fuse 3 attributes in the future and ended up delaying his breakthrough? If that happened, he, Qin Tianli, would become a sinner of the human race. At that moment, Lin Zhao suddenly remembered something important. He told Grandmaster Qin that Su Hong definitely possessed a special physique. His raw strength had even crushed Bu Jingfeng. Hearing that, Grandmaster Qin's expression changed instantly, and he demanded to know why such an important matter had not been mentioned earlier. They analyzed the situation carefully. Bai Mu said that Su Hong only had 120 points of vitality, yet he had crushed Bu Jingfeng, who possessed nearly 500 vitality. Lin Zhao said that the vitality difference was almost 4 times. Such strength amplification even surpassed Wang Tiantuo's barbarian god body. Hearing all that, Grandmaster Qin concluded that Su Hong's physique might also be a heaven-defying existence. After a moment of thought, he made a decision. They would organize a martial arts competition the next day. He wanted to comprehensively test Su Hong's combat power and vitality value. He ordered that Wang Tintuo's group of 3 be brought out to spar with Su Hong. With a serious expression, he stated that he wanted to see what kind of scene would unfold when a monster like Su Hong faced the strongest geniuses of the training camp. On the other hand, a massive hole was left behind in Su Hong's room. Broken concrete and shattered stones surrounded the opening as cold night air drifted inside. Inside the ruined room, Su Hong sat quietly on the floor at the center of the destruction. While outside, Grandmaster Qin was talking with others. Ignoring everything around him, Su Hong focused inward. In one breath, he added all the martial value into spirit points. A translucent system panel appeared before him, showing that his vitality was 135 and his spirit was 50.5. Then small notifications popped up one after another, saying his spirit increased by 1. His spirit value continued rising without pause. A faint smile appeared on his face. He declared that he was finally going to become a spirit master. In the next moment, a powerful aura erupted around him. Rings of light formed behind his head like orbiting halos. Glowing against the dark sky, energy surged outward, enveloping his entire body. He closed his eyes and calmly felt the transformation. He described it as a wonderful feeling. White spiritual energy flowed around him like flames, wrapping his body in brilliance. His breathing became steady and slow as he adjusted to the change. To him, the sensation was strange yet fascinating. It felt as though a person had suddenly grown a third arm, something unfamiliar, slightly awkward, yet undeniably powerful. His body formed an energy hand. Another system panel flashed brightly before him, saying his spirit was at 100.2%. The moment it exceeded 100%, the spiritual energy around Su Hong suddenly dispersed outward. He exhaled slowly, sweat sliding down his face as the white aura swirled and gradually stabilized around his body. His gaze sharpened as he sensed the changes within himself. Nearby, fragments of broken concrete began to tremble. Then his bed vibrated against the ground. Then, slowly, it started to float. It lifted inch by inch into the air, suspended by an invisible force. Then Su Hong's body rose gently off the ground, surrounded by shattered debris and floating slabs of concrete. The white spiritual aura enveloped him completely, making him appear almost radiant in the ruined room. Su Hong realized it was done. He could now walk on air and use telekinesis to attack, just like Xiao Yan. A satisfied expression crossed his face. He thought about Xiao Yan's A-rank spirit martial art and concluded that he must learn it as well. He also set his sights on Wang Tiantuo's offensive A-rank martial art. The scene shifted to the next morning. Under a bright sky streaked with early sunlight, a voice rang out across the training camp. Everyone was ordered to gather within 1 minute. Being late by even 1 second would result in a deduction of contribution points. Hearing the announcement, the trainees rushed down the stairs, breathing heavily. One of them shouted in frustration, asking if they were kidding, and whether they were not going to let them rest. Another complained loudly that yesterday had already been the camp entry assessment, weight-bearing training, and even a night raid. Their faces were filled with exhaustion and anger as they ran. One boy shouted that this training camp was simply too outrageous. The scene shifted to the courtyard. All the trainees stood gathered in formation under the morning sky. An instructor stood calmly on a raised platform in front of them. Su Hong had also arrived and adjusted his sleeve quietly while standing among the crowd, watching without saying anything. The instructor looked around at everyone and said that it was very good. Not a single person was late. He then added that he had originally thought many of them would be beaten so badly that they would not even be able to get up. Smiling slightly, he remarked that it was as expected of geniuses. Suddenly, a trainee stepped forward and raised his hand. He complained that he could have won against the Night Raider martial artist the previous night, but the opponent had launched a sneak attack. He continued angrily, saying that the raider had not even let him put on his underpants and had deliberately aimed for his crotch. That, he insisted, was the real reason he lost. Hearing that, the instructor looked at the complaining trainee with faint anger. He asked whether, if the one sneaking up on him the previous night had been an assassin from the All Heaven's 10,000 races, he would have asked them to wait for him to put on his underpants as well. Hearing that, the trainee froze, unsure how to respond, and laughter erupted from the crowd. One of the trainees slung an arm over the embarrassed man's shoulder and joked that from now on, they would call him Bro Underpants. The surrounding students burst into even louder laughter. Meanwhile, Su Hong, standing quietly among them, thought to himself that although the instructor made a lot of sense, actual combat would never care whether someone was ready or not. Still, after a tiring day and being ambushed in the middle of the night, it was normal for everyone to feel disgruntled. The instructor raised his hand again and addressed the group. He said that he knew many of them were still unconvinced, so today he would give them another chance to perform. He announced that they had arranged a comprehensive test. Whether it was vitality, combat power, spirit, strength, or speed, the system would test everything. He continued by saying that after the test, there would be an actual combat ranking. The top 10 students would receive different amounts of contribution point rewards every day. As the instructor finished speaking, all the trainees began whispering among themselves. Some of them glanced toward Wang Tantuo, Lin Xinghe, and Xiao Yan, standing confidently at the front. They thought that the top 3 would definitely be those 3. Others felt relieved, saying that fortunately there were also rewards for 4th to 10th place. One trainee clenched his fists and muttered to himself that no matter what, he had to squeeze into the top 10. Meanwhile, Su Hong stood quietly and wondered what the reward for first place would be in such a comprehensive test and ranking. The instructor suddenly coughed loudly and ordered everyone to quiet down and follow him to the test. Soon, the group arrived at a warehouse that served as a temporary testing ground. Inside, a large machine stood on a raised platform. It was labeled as a Tier 2 combat power tester. The trainees gathered below, forming a crowd as they looked up at the equipment. From the stage, Grandmaster Qin observed the crowd and noticed that Su Hong was hiding among them. He noted that Su Hong did not stand out at all. A trainee standing nearby, Su Hong noticed Grandmaster Qin's gaze and mistakenly thought that Grandmaster Qin was looking at him and thinking highly of him. However, Su Hong beside him knew that he was 80% wrong. Su Hong knew that the person being targeted by Grandmaster Qin was him. On the stage, Grandmaster Qin looked at the crowd and calmly announced that he thought highly of all of them, so he had made a temporary decision. He declared that the one who ranked first in the comprehensive score for combat power, vitality, speed, and other aspects would receive an additional reward. That person would be allowed to choose an A-rank martial art or movement technique. Hearing this, the crowd immediately grew excited. Someone exclaimed that it was an A-rank martial art and called it a grand gesture. Others began discussing intensely, saying that Wang Tiantuo and the other 2 would probably have to go all out now. One person asked who everyone thought could win. Hearing this, Wang Tiantuo thought to himself that A-rank martial arts were not common. Even his family only possessed a few of them. Xiao Yan smiled faintly as she thought that simply by getting first place in the comprehensive test, she could freely choose an A-rank martial art. Lin Xinghe thought that as long as he obtained an A-rank martial art that could complement the Flying Swan's startling cloud step, no one in the family would dare to say that speed was useless anymore. When Su Hong heard about the reward, his eyes sharpened. He thought to himself that it was another A-rank martial art. A faint red aura seemed to glow around him as he decided that he would have to go all out in this test. On the stage, Grandmaster Qin narrowed his eyes slightly. He wanted to see just how strong the true strength of this monster-like, talented Su Hong really was. Soon, he began calling names. He ordered Lin Xinghe to go first. Second would be Xiao Yan. Third would be Wang Tiantuo. The crowd immediately reacted. Some whispered that the test was starting off explosively right away. Others said that with those 3 testing first, who would even dare to test next? Many began wondering who the 4th person would be, thinking that whoever it was would definitely be sweating bullets. Then Grandmaster Qin calmly announced the next name. 4th, Su Hong. The crowd instantly turned their heads in surprise. Su Hong stood among them, a bead of sweat sliding down his face. He calmly thought that, as expected, this Grandmaster Qin had his eyes on him. Whispers spread through the crowd. Someone questioned whether Su Hong was not the one who had come last during the camp entry assessment. Su Hong's classmate Chen Shen shook his head and sighed, saying that Su Hong was truly too unlucky. Li Tu placed a hand on Su Hong's shoulder and asked if he had offended Grandmaster Qin. The crowd murmured among themselves. They said that putting the 3 strongest first and then the weakest would make the contrast even stronger. It was too stimulating. Someone guessed that Grandmaster Qin probably wanted to use this method to motivate the weaker students, hoping they would learn from shame and become braver. Amid the whispers, those 2 trainees who had seen Su Hong's strength let out a quiet laugh and said that they would all be dumbfounded later. Then, on the stage, the instructor reminded everyone that they would test physical body combat power first, and then martial skill combat power. A large combat power tester stood in the center of the arena. Lin Xinghe stepped forward calmly. He thought that the combat power tester was not his strong point. Without hesitation, he dashed forward and threw a powerful punch. His fist struck the machine with explosive force. The impact caused sparks to fly as the number on the screen rapidly increased to 4113. The crowd was instantly shocked. Someone shouted that it was over 4,000 and that this punch was thrown without using any martial skills. People stared in disbelief. They could not believe that Lin Xinghe had called this his weak point. However, someone commented that compared to his terrifying speed in the movement technique room, his physical combat power was indeed his weak point. But Su Hong knew that since Lin Xinghe could cultivate an A-rank movement technique, his physical body would definitely not be bad either. His lips curved slightly into a faint smile. He judged that it had to be at least a B-rank martial art. He wondered if he could learn it. Green energy began to swirl tightly around Lin Xinghe's fist. Wind gathered in layers, wrapping around his hand as sharp currents formed. In the next moment, he stepped forward and unleashed his technique, Cloud-Hiding Gale Fist. A powerful green torrent of wind crashed down onto the combat power tester. The machine trembled violently as the numbers on the screen surged upward to 5642. Seeing that, the crowd was completely stunned. Someone shouted that 5600 was already the standard of a Tier 2 martial artist. Another cried out in disbelief, saying the combat power was unbelievable. What shocked them even more was that this was not his strongest ability. It was only his weak point. They realized that he had just used a B-rank wind attribute martial art, and they called it terrifying. At that moment, a system notification appeared before Su Hong, saying he had acquired a new achievement. Wind, Cloud-Hiding Gale Fist. Su Hong immediately used it, calmly observed the result, and thought that using a B-rank martial art had only increased his combat power by 1600. To him, the increase felt a bit small. On the stage, Lin Xinghe brushed shoulders with Xiao Yan as they passed each other. She told him that it was just so-so and asked why he looked so smug. With a faint smile, he told her to do her best. The examiner announced the next result. Xiao Yan's physical body combat power was 32,053. The number appeared clearly on the combat power tester. Seeing that, Su Hong commented that it was normal for a spirit master's physical body to be a little weaker. What truly mattered was spiritual telekinesis, martial arts. Xiao Yan closed her eyes and took a deep breath. A golden light suddenly ignited around her body. Her spiritual power surged outward, blazing like flames. In the next moment, a massive golden spirit weapon condensed in the air and smashed heavily toward the combat power tester. The entire machine shook under the impact. At that instant, a notification appeared before Su Hong, saying he had acquired a new martial art, Spirit Weapon Condensation Art. Seeing this, a faint smile appeared on his face. He thought to himself that this training camp was simply amazing. With excitement in his eyes, he wondered how many martial skills he could still learn today. Golden energy surged and rapidly condensed, forming a massive glowing spirit weapon in mid-air. The brilliant construct pulsed with power as it fully materialized. With a sharp motion, Xiao Yan swung her arm downward. The enormous golden spirit weapon followed her command and slammed fiercely into the combat power tester. The impact was explosive, sending shockwaves and sparks in all directions as the machine trembled violently under the force. Moments later, a blue holographic display appeared, showing the number 5942. Seeing that, the crowd erupted in shock and excitement. Many stared wide-eyed at the result, stunned by the overwhelming power. People exclaimed that her combat power was nearly 6,000. Even higher than Lin Xinghe's. Others recalled that she previously had just over 3,200 combat power, and now it had almost doubled. The spectators praised the terrifying explosive strength of a spirit master, calling them true darlings of heaven. Amid the commotion, Su Hong stood calmly among the crowd, surrounded by a faint blue aura as his mind went into the system space. Some trainee beside him said he felt a surge of jealousy of Xiao Yan. He reflected that the most frightening aspect of spiritual power was not only its explosive strength, but also its versatility. It could be used to walk in the air and control objects, making it extremely valuable in real combat with countless practical applications. On the other hand, in the system space, golden spiritual energy surged violently around Su Hong, spiraling upward as he raised a single finger toward the sky. The power gathered rapidly, forming a massive, radiant construct above him as the surrounding air trembled with intensity. But the next second, the condensed spiritual construct instantly dispersed, scattering into countless golden particles that faded into the air. Su Hong breathed heavily in exhaustion. He understood that the weapon condensation art could materialize not only weapons but almost anything, tables, chairs, benches, and even ferocious beasts, by using spiritual power. However, the more solid and realistic the condensed object became, the more spiritual power it consumed. After evaluating his current strength, Su Hong concluded that his spiritual power level was still insufficient to master the technique immediately. Beads of sweat formed on his face as he acknowledged the difficulty. Returning to reality, he decided that he would learn it gradually in the future. For now, his attention shifted to the next participant, Wang Tiantuo, whose martial art he was eager to see. Soon, an announcement rang out. It was Wang Tiantuo's turn. The crowd's excitement surged as Wang Tiantuo walked forward with a powerful and imposing presence. Spectators eagerly discussed his reputation, stating that he possessed the barbarian god body, a physique known for its terrifying strength. With such overwhelming physical power, he held an absolute advantage in combat power and was widely expected to secure first place. As anticipation filled the arena, many declared with confidence that the true god of combat power had arrived. Su Hong stood among the crowd, calmly observing the scene ahead. As he watched Wang Tiantuo prepare for his turn, he wondered how much of a difference there was compared to his own overlord body. Wang Tiantuo stepped forward confidently, his eyes sharp and filled with determination. Raising his fist, he declared that everyone should watch closely, because this punch would show the gap between him and them. Power surged around his arm as he launched himself forward and delivered a devastating punch to the combat power testing machine. The impact exploded outward with a thunderous force, sending shockwaves rippling through the arena. The audience was instantly stunned. Some shouted in disbelief, questioning whether what they had just seen was real. Others exclaimed that it was unbelievable. Wang Tiantuo's pure physical punch was only 300 points lower than Lin Xinghe's result when he had used a martial art. The crowd erupted in amazement, recognizing the terrifying power of the barbarian god body, a physique famed for its immense strength. Amid the lingering dust and shockwaves, Grandmaster Qin and Lin Ze observed the scene from a distance. Grandmaster Qin remarked that it was very good. Hearing this praise, Wang Tiantuo respectfully cupped his fists and thanked Grandmaster Qin. With unwavering confidence, he then announced that he would use a martial art next, preparing to demonstrate even greater power. As Wang Tiantuo prepared to unleash his next move, Su Hong grew excited, realizing that Wang Tiantuo's offensive A-rank martial art was finally about to be revealed. He watched calmly from the side with a faint smile. At the center of the arena, energy began to gather around Wang Tiantuo's arm. White, flame-like power surged and crackled, wrapping tightly around his hand as his aura intensified. With a powerful stance and focused gaze, he condensed the energy further, preparing to release a devastating attack. Observing the technique, Grandmaster Qin immediately recognized it. He noted with interest that Wang Tiantuo was using the A-rank martial art known as the Bone Netherfire Fist. At the same time, a system notification appeared before Su Hong's eyes, indicating that he had acquired a new martial art, Fire, Bone Netherfire Fist. Seeing that, Su Hong's eyes widened as he recalled that this martial art was also available in the martial art pavilion and required 2,800 contribution points to exchange for it. With sharp focus, Wang Tiantuo's eyes gleamed as he prepared to act. Wang Tiantuo unleashed his A-rank martial art with overwhelming force. His arm, engulfed in blazing energy, came crashing down like a meteor, and the impact shook the entire arena. The combat power testing machine flashed brightly before displaying the result, 7534. The crowd erupted in shock. Spectators were stunned, exclaiming that if it were just 500 points higher, it would meet the standard of a Tier 2 middle-stage martial artist with a vitality value of 600. Many were stunned, recalling that Wang Tiantuo's vitality was only around 350, which made his result even more astonishing. Grandmaster Qin watched with satisfaction and praised Wang Tiantuo highly. He remarked that Wang Tiantuo's elder had long spoken of nurturing a grandmaster, and now it was clear there would be no problem achieving that goal. Wang Tiantuo respectfully cupped his fists and humbly responded that he would borrow the grandmaster's auspicious words. With Wang Tiantuo's performance concluded, Grandmaster Qin called for the next participant, Su Hong. As Su Hong walked forward calmly through the crowd, whispers spread among the spectators. Many felt that after the outrageous performances of the top three, anyone going up now would be extremely humiliated. Some were surprised by Su Hong's composure, saying that if they were in his place, they would be terrified. Some guys murmured that a dead pig does not fear boiling water. Reaching the testing area, Su Hong stood before Grandmaster Qin and Lin Zhe. Grandmaster Qin explained the rule clearly. The first punch must rely purely on physical strength, and no martial arts could be used. Su Hong calmly acknowledged the instruction with a simple agreement, and prepared to begin. Su Hong planted his foot firmly on the ground, his body lowering as a powerful aura swirled around him. The air twisted with force, and dust rose beneath his feet as he gathered his strength. After a brief moment, he let out a quiet breath, steadying himself. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes as confidence filled his expression. In his mind, he declared that the test reward was definitely his. In the next instant, Su Hong surged forward like a released arrow. His fist shot out with explosive speed and slammed into the combat power testing machine. A thunderous boom echoed across the arena as a massive cloud of dust and debris erupted, stunning everyone present. As the smoke cleared, the glowing screen of the machine revealed the result, 655-1. The spectators froze in shock. The number was far beyond what anyone expected. Grandmaster Qin stared at the result, his eyes widening as cold sweat formed on his face. Grandmaster Qin admitted internally that he had still underestimated Su Hong's terrifying monster-like strength. The arena fell into complete silence as the crowd stared at the combat power tester in disbelief. The astonishing result left everyone speechless. Suddenly, murmurs erupted among the spectators. Many exclaimed in shock that the reading had exceeded 6,500 and questioned whether the combat power tester had malfunctioned. Others pointed out that Su Hong had previously ranked last, yet now he displayed strength like a monster. Some trainees admitted they had believed Wang Tiantuo was already invincible in the training camp, only to realize that an even more powerful expert had emerged. From the observation area, Wang Tiantuo, Lin Xinghe, and Xiao Yan watched with tense expressions. Xiao Yan remarked in astonishment at the exaggerated combat power. Lin Xinghe concluded that such power was impossible for a Tier 1 martial artist, and insisted that Su Hong must be a Tier 2 martial artist. Realizing the gap between them, Wang Tiantuo lowered his head and admitted that he had been too arrogant before. After the commotion settled, Su Hong calmly turned toward Grandmaster Qin and respectfully asked whether he should continue using a martial art for the next test. Grandmaster Qin looked at him with approval and simply nodded, telling him to continue. Su Hong then stepped into position and steadied his breathing. He clenched his fists as he adjusted his stance. In the next moment, his mind went into the system space as he started learning his new martial art technique. A system-like interface appeared, displaying his new martial arts learning percentages that steadily increased: 1%, 4%, 6%, 9%, 14%, and 23%. Su Hong stood calmly as a cold, blue flame-like aura surged around his body. The system displayed rising progress percentages. As the power continued to build, he realized that the bone netherfire fist suited him perfectly. He noted that learning it was even faster than mastering the flying swan startling cloud step, which was also an A-rank martial art. Watching from the observation area, Grandmaster Qin wondered how high Su Hong's combat power would rise once he used a martial art. Lin Zhe then reminded Grandmaster Qin that Su Hong came from an ordinary family, suggesting that the rank of his martial art should not be high. However, Grandmaster Qin calmly observed Su Hong and stated that in his current state, what he was executing was definitely not a low-level martial art. At that moment, the system interface completed its process. The display showed that his bone netherfire fist learning had reached 100%. Now he had learned the bone netherfire fist at the basic level. A sharp glint flashed in Su Hong's eyes as his mastery was finalized. Blue netherfire gathered around his fist as he stood firmly in the arena. Shocked voices rang out from the crowd as someone recognized the technique, exclaiming that it was Wang Tiantuo's bone netherfire fist. The spectators were stunned and questioned how Su Hong could know it as well. Without hesitation, Su Hong stepped forward and unleashed the technique. As his aura surged and power condensed into his strike, he wondered how powerful an A-rank offensive martial art was. With netherfire blazing around his arm, Su Hong drove forward to deliver the attack. Su Hong's blazing strike slammed into the combat power tester with explosive force. A shockwave burst outward, sending dust and debris flying across the arena as the machine trembled under the impact. The spectators were forced to shield their faces from the powerful gust. Amid the swirling dust, shocked voices rang out. Some exclaimed in disbelief that Su Hong's power was even greater than Wang Tiantuo's and urgently asked for the combat power reading. As the dust settled, the display lit up with a shocking number. A stunned voice cried out that it was a full 9,000 combat power. Others quickly pointed out that 9,000 was already the standard for the Tier 2 high stage, expressing disbelief at the result. From the observation area, Lin Ze questioned whether such combat power was possible for a Tier 1 initial stage martial artist with only 123 points of vitality, suspecting that the tester's data might be faulty. Grandmaster Qin, watching calmly, concluded that Su Hong was truly a monster. Nearby, Lin Xinghe analyzed the numbers aloud. He explained that 7,000 combat power corresponded to Tier 2 initial stage, 8,000 to Tier 2 middle stage, and 9,000 to Tier 2 high stage. Zhao Yan reasoned that the standard vitality for a Tier 2 martial artist was 500 and concluded that Su Hong must have hidden his true vitality, which should definitely exceed 500. Hearing this, Wang Tiantuo admitted that his own vitality had not even reached 400 yet and said it was not shameful to lose to Su Hong. However, the situation took another shocking turn. When the vitality tester displayed Su Hong's actual value, only 137, the crowd erupted in disbelief. Wang Tiantuo shouted in shock that Su Hong's vitality was merely 137, while Lin Xinghe questioned whether the vitality tester itself was broken. The vitality tester displayed the number 137, leaving everyone in shock. Lin Zi stared at the result in disbelief and declared that the situation was simply outrageous. The crowd quickly erupted into heated discussion. Some questioned whether the number was missing a zero and wondered if it should have been 13,700 instead. Others shouted in astonishment that Su Hong was actually only a Tier 1 initial stage martial artist. The shock deepened as people exclaimed that producing 9,000 combat power with just 137 vitality was far too outrageous to believe. As the murmurs spread through the room, Su Hong calmly stepped out of the testing chamber, steam drifting around him. Nearby, Grandmaster Qin watched with a serious and thoughtful expression, silently acknowledging the extraordinary result. Regaining control of the situation, Grandmaster Qin addressed the crowd and told them to stop crowding around. He announced that they would proceed with the practical combat test and directly begin the practical combat tournament ranking. He then explained the rules of the competition. The tournament would adopt a challenge system where participants could designate their own opponents. He further stated that if no one dared to challenge a participant, that person would be ranked first and would receive the reward of an A-rank martial art. At that moment, someone called out to Grandmaster Qin. It was Lin Xinghe. He stepped forward confidently and, with a determined expression, pointed at Su Hong and declared that he wanted to fight him. Lin Xinghe looked at Su Hong with a confident smile, thinking that although Su Hong's combat power could be called invincible, his vitality was far too weak. He planned that as long as he used his movement technique to avoid Su Hong's attacks, he could rely on his higher vitality to slowly exhaust him to death. But Grandmaster Qin firmly rejected the idea. Lin Xinghe was startled and let out a confused sound, unable to understand the response. Grandmaster Qin then made a shocking proposal. He looked at Lin Xinghe, Zhao Yan, and Wang Tiantuo, and said that the three of them could attack together. Hearing that, the group froze in surprise. Lin Xinghe immediately questioned the decision, asking what kind of opponent deserved the three of them attacking at the same time. Zhao Yan accused Grandmaster Qin of looking down on them too much. With a sneer, Wang Tiantuo added that he was only worried they might accidentally cripple Su Hong while playing around. Grandmaster Qin ignored the complaints and turned his gaze towards Su Hong, asking him what he thought. Without hesitation, Su Hong said that he had no objections. Hearing that, Wang Tiantuo and his group looked at him with amusement. Wang Tiantuo wondered aloud if Su Hong truly believed he was guaranteed to win. Zhao Yan let out a quiet chuckle. Looking down at Su Hong, they mocked him for being so pretentious. Lin Xinghe declared confidently that, forget about fighting the three of them, he could defeat Su Hong alone and leave him completely stunned. The atmosphere grew tense as the challenge was set. Grandmaster Qin gave the signal and announced that they could begin. All four of them stood facing each other inside the vast testing hall. In the next instant, Lin Xinghe dashed forward with incredible speed. Wang Tiantuo and Zhao Yan followed closely behind, charging straight towards Su Hong. As he moved, Lin Xinghe formed a plan in his mind. He decided that he would first unleash a cloud-hiding gale fist, and then retreat. Once Su Hong was occupied with the others, he would launch a sneak attack from the flank. With the speed of his flying swan startling Cloud Step, he believed it would be impossible for Su Hong to react in time. But suddenly, Xiao Yan sensed danger and shouted for Lin Xinghe to dodge. Before Lin Xinghe could react, Su Hong had already moved. In a blur of motion, he appeared behind Lin Xinghe. Lin Xinghe was stunned, unable to comprehend what had just happened. With cold determination, Su Hong said goodbye as his fist surged forward, aimed directly at Lin Xinghe. But just as Su Hong's fist was about to land, everything came to a sudden stop. Su Hong's punch froze mid-air, inches away from Lin Xinghe's face. In a blur of motion, Lin Xinghe backed away, barely dodging Su Hong's attack. Lin Xinghe fell back and returned to Wang Tiantuo and Xiao Yan's side. He thanked Xiao Yan, who was using her golden spiritual energy to stop Su Hong's punch mid-air. Lin Xinghe warned them, saying Su Hong's speed was unusual and that they needed to be careful. Su Hong stood there with one hand vibrating non-stop. He realized what was happening. It was spiritual telekinesis. It was his first time experiencing the strange feeling of being controlled like that, and he was clearly not used to it. His eyes narrowed slightly. From the corner of his eye, he glanced toward Xiao Yan, who had used that spiritual telekinesis. In that moment, Su Hong made his decision that he needed to finish her off first. Without hesitation, he dashed forward again, moving so fast that afterimages trailed behind him. The air split around his body as he charged straight toward her. Xiao Yan's eyes widened as she immediately recognized that Su Hong was using Lin Xinghe's flying swan startling cloud step. At the same time, shock spread across Lin Xinghe and Wang Tiantuo's faces. Lin Xinghe yelled in disbelief, wondering how Su Hong could use the flying swan startling cloud step when he was supposed to be of the fire attribute. Wang Tiantuo understood and told him that Su Hong must have dual attributes and that they should stop him. Wang Tiantuo stood in front of Xiao Yan and declared that he would stop Su Hong, ordering her to use spiritual control. She agreed and activated her ability. Wang Tiantuo jumped at Su Hong, with blue netherfire surging violently around his fist as he roared the name of his technique, Bone Netherfire Fist. Seeing that Su Hong did not back down, he also used the Bone Netherfire Fist. Blazing flames spiraled fiercely, twisting through the air as his punch shot forward with overwhelming force. Seeing Su Hong's attack closing in, Xiao Yan thrust her hand out and used her spiritual control to freeze Su Hong's hand. Golden spiritual power wrapped tightly around Su Hong's body, restricting his movements. He clenched his teeth and admitted inwardly that this spiritual control was even more troublesome than he had imagined. Before he could fully adjust, Lin Xinghe leapt high into the air. He shouted fiercely, calling Su Hong a monster and ordering him to take his kick. Watching from the sidelines, Grandmaster Qin stroked his beard and thought that it seemed it was still too early for Su Hong to fight 1 against 3. The abilities of a spirit master were simply too difficult to deal with, because once controlled by a spirit master, one must either forcefully break through with physical strength or counter it using spiritual power. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult to break free. Looking at Su Hong, he thought that although Su Hong's physical strength was very high, it probably still was not enough to break free from such control. But at that moment, Grandmaster Qin noticed that Su Hong's lips curved into a smile. Grandmaster Qin was shocked, seeing that Su Hong was actually smiling, as Lin Xinghe and Wang Tiantuo came toward him from both directions while using their powerful techniques. In that moment, with a sudden burst of strength, he shattered the spiritual restraint on his body. Blood burst from Xiao Yan's mouth as the backlash of her spiritual control struck. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she realized that Su Hong had actually forcefully shattered her spiritual power, using nothing but brute strength. At the same time, Su Hong raised his arm and blocked Lin Xinghe's and Wang Tiantuo's incoming attacks head-on. Observers stared in disbelief. They could not believe what they were seeing. Just by relying on physical strength, Su Hong had blocked it. Not only that, he had even shattered Xiao Yan's spiritual telekinesis using pure physical power. The crowd erupted in astonishment. They called it ridiculous, saying Su Hong's strength was inhumanly great. He was simply a humanoid, ferocious beast. In the next moment, Su Hong tightened his grip on Lin Xinghe's leg and Wang Tiantuo's hand. Lin Xinghe's and Wang Tiantuo's faces twisted in shock as they shouted in panic, cursing loudly. But it was already too late. Su Hong swung them violently through the air, turning the battlefield into chaos. Su Hong's eyes glowed coldly as he tightened his grip further. In the next instant, he smashed Lin Xinghe and Wang Tiantuo straight into the ground. The impact echoed loudly across the arena. The floor cracked open as their bodies slammed down headfirst. Dust and debris burst into the air. Pinned against the shattered tiles, Wang Tiantuo gritted his teeth and cursed, while blood spilled from Lin Xinghe's mouth as the force of the blow shook his entire body. Around them, the crowd stood frozen in shock. They stared at the brutal scene unfolding before their eyes. Someone muttered in disbelief that it was too savage, but Su Hong did not stop. He lifted them again and slammed them down repeatedly. The ground trembled with each impact. Lin Xinghe's and Wang Tiantuo's eyes rolled back as they completely lost consciousness. Only then did Su Hong stop. He lowered his head slightly and let out a long breath, standing amidst the drifting smoke and debris. Then suddenly his eyes sharpened as he looked to his side. A flicker of alertness flashed across his face. Standing at his side, Xiaoyan hurriedly raised both hands and backed away. Her voice trembled as she shouted at him not to come any closer. She quickly declared that she surrendered. Seeing that, the room fell into stunned silence. Someone exclaimed in disbelief that Su Hong had actually won. Another questioned whether the training camp's strongest trio had truly been defeated by him alone. They called him an absolute monster. At that moment, Grandmaster Qin frowned slightly and asked what all the noise was about. He questioned if anyone else planned to challenge Su Hong. Silence answered him. With no one stepping forward, the result became clear. He declared that Su Hong was first place in this combat test. Hearing that, the crowd murmured. A guy awkwardly stated that Su Hong was number 1 in the training camp and that there was no need for the remaining matches. Another voice quickly admitted surrender, saying he forfeited and did not want to take a beating. After witnessing that battle, only an idiot would dare to challenge Su Hong. Grandmaster Qin then looked over the arena and announced that since that was the case, Su Hong would take first place. Looking at Lin Xinghe and Wang Tiantuo lying there, he continued speaking, stating that the 2nd to 10th places in the tournament would also receive rewards. He instructed everyone to continue the competition, adding that instructor Lin Zi would arrange the rest. Then he turned his attention back to Su Hong. He declared that as the universally acknowledged first place, Su Hong should come with him to receive his reward and choose an A-rank martial art. Hearing this, Su Hong's eyes lit up. He felt a surge of excitement because he had obtained another A-rank martial art. Later, away from the crowd, while walking with Su Hong, Grandmaster Qin told him that ever since the day he stepped into the training camp, he had been paying attention to him. He remarked that while others could not wait to show off their strength, Su Hong chose to hide his. Su Hong replied that he had no power or influence. If he revealed himself too early, it would only make him an easy target. Hearing that, Grandmaster Qin started laughing. He said he liked smart people like him. Then he explained that this combat tournament had actually been arranged by him specifically for Su Hong. He wanted to strive for more resources on Su Hong's behalf. Then, with a serious tone, Grandmaster Qin said that in today's world, the strong only grow stronger and resources would always be concentrated on geniuses. He told Su Hong that there was no need for him to hide his strength in the future. He declared that he, Qin Tianli, would personally cover him and challenge anyone who dared to cause Su Hong trouble. Hearing this, Su Hong respectfully thanked Grandmaster Qin. Soon after, they arrived at the martial art pavilion. The warm golden light filled the room as they stepped inside. A staff member immediately greeted Grandmaster Qin with respect. Grandmaster Qin instructed the staff member to bring the list of martial arts. He then told Su Hong to look carefully and choose well, adding that he should ask if there was anything he did not understand. Su Hong asked Grandmaster Qin what kind of martial art he thought would be better for him to choose at that moment. Grandmaster Qin looked at him and asked what martial arts he already knew. Su Hong started listing them. He said he knew Bone Netherfire Fist, Flying Swan Startling Cloud Step, Cloud Hiding Gale Fist, and Void Breaking Finger. The rest were of lower rank. Hearing that, Grandmaster Qin was surprised. He stated that he did not even have Flying Swan Startling Cloud Step and Cloud Hiding Gale Fist in his martial art pavilion. He asked if Su Hong had learned them simply by watching Lin Xinghe use them once. Su Hong only responded with a quiet sound. Hearing that, Grandmaster Qin fell silent. Inwardly, he admitted the truth that Su Hong was truly a monster. That staff member looked at Su Hong with surprise. She wondered who he was, thinking that Grandmaster Qin had actually brought him personally to choose a martial art. Grandmaster Qin calmly explained that Su Hong already had an offensive martial art and a movement technique. He said that Su Hong could now learn a control-type martial art, and pointed out that this one was not bad. He introduced it as Flame Cage, an A-rank martial art. He explained that it condensed fire spiritual chi into a flame cage to trap and solidify enemies. Grandmaster Qin continued explaining. He said that offensive martial arts only required attaching spiritual chi to weapons or the body. However, control-type martial arts required spiritual chi to leave the body, something most Tier 2 martial artists could not achieve. He reminded Su Hong that he was currently only at the Tier 1 initial stage. Logically speaking, he should not recommend it. But with Su Hong's talent, he believed he should be able to learn it. Grandmaster Qin then said that he had learned this martial art before. He offered to demonstrate it first, so Su Hong could decide whether to choose it or not. Hearing that, Su Hong respectfully thanked him. Grandmaster Qin raised his hand as spiritual chi gathered between his fingers. A small flame suddenly appeared, glowing brightly as it formed in the air. Grandmaster Qin told Su Hong not to think that control-type martial arts were inferior to offensive martial arts. He explained that their usefulness in battle was immense. As he spoke, flames surged outward and formed a blazing cage in the air. The fiery cage burned intensely, radiating powerful heat. Grandmaster Qin told Su Hong that the first step was to trap the enemy inside the flame cage. Then, after trapping them, one could launch an attack. He created a fire bow and arrows and aimed at the cage. He stated that by doing so, it would be possible to achieve a one-hit kill. He shot, and the fiery energy gathered and exploded downward with tremendous force. After the demonstration, Grandmaster Qin looked at Su Hong and explained further. He said that maintaining the flame cage while launching an attack at the same time was currently impossible for Su Hong. Even for him back then, he had only mastered it after becoming a Tier 3 martial artist. Hearing this, Su Hong shook his head. He said that since even Grandmaster Qin considered it so difficult, he would choose something else. He stated that he no longer wanted a control-type martial art. Grandmaster Qin looked slightly surprised and asked if he was giving up so quickly. Inwardly, he reflected that geniuses were usually arrogant. Yet a monster like Su Hong actually listened to advice. He thought that Su Hong's future was limitless. But on the other hand, a system notification appeared before Su Hong, telling him that he had acquired a new skill. Fire, flame cage. Su Hong gave a faint smile because he had already obtained this martial art. He then politely asked Grandmaster Qin to help him look for another martial art instead. Grandmaster Qin looked at him and explained that he already possessed an offensive martial art and a movement technique. For now, a control-type martial art was not suitable for him. He suggested that Su Hong should consider learning a defensive martial art next. After flipping through the book, Grandmaster Qin pointed at one technique and stated that this martial art was definitely suitable for him. It was an A-rank Earth attribute technique called Thick Earth Armor. He explained that it condensed battle armor on the body's surface using Earth spiritual chi, providing extremely high defense. Su Hong thought to himself that with his physical body combined with this defensive martial art, the effect would certainly not be bad. He nodded and agreed that he would listen to Grandmaster Qin. Suddenly, Grandmaster Qin remembered something and asked about Su Hong's special physique. Su Hong answered that his special physique was the Overlord body. Saying that, Su Hong thought inwardly that the Overlord body possessed the greatest strength among the 3,000 physiques. If the Grandmaster heard this, he might even pull out a whole basket of A-rank martial arts to give him. He even imagined that Grandmaster Qin was shocked and exclaimed that it was actually the once-in-a-millennium Overlord body, and excitedly declared that all those A-rank martial arts were his. But in reality, Grandmaster Qin frowned and said he had never heard of a physique called the Overlord body. Su Hong laughed awkwardly and admitted that he had actually come up with that name himself. Hearing that, Grandmaster Qin realized that it seemed to be a physique that had not been recorded yet. Grandmaster Qin then spoke seriously. He said that even a full-power punch from Wang Tintoke, who possessed the barbarian god body, had been easily blocked by Su Hong. The strength amplification of Su Hong's Overlord body was truly terrifying. He added that he had never seen the strength of a Tier 1 martial artist reach such a level. Just then, his phone rang with a funny ringtone. Su Hong was surprised to hear that. Grandmaster Qin answered it and asked what the matter was, saying that he was still busy. On the other end, he was informed that the contribution point statistics backend showed that when Su Hong was fighting earlier, he seemed to still be wearing a weight vest. Grandmaster Qin was stunned. He immediately turned to Su Hong and asked whether he had really been wearing a weight vest while fighting Wang Tiantuo and the other two. Su Hong replied that if he had taken off the vest to fight those three, wouldn't he have been unable to get the contribution points? Hearing this, Grandmaster Qin was shaken. Sweat formed on his forehead as he tried to calm himself. He told himself to stay calm because Su Hong was a monster, and he should not view him with a normal mindset. Grandmaster Qin told Su Hong to stop obsessing over those contribution points. He explained that as long as Su Hong successfully challenged the training camp later, there would be plenty of martial art rewards. He urged him to hurry up and take off the weight vest. Su Hong agreed and took out his weight vest. The staff member stepped forward and said she would help him. She told him to take it off and give it to her, and she would send it back to the warehouse. Before handing it over, Su Hong told her that it was a bit heavy. With a proud expression, she declared that she was the Martial Art Pavilion Administrator, a dignified Tier 2 martial artist. However, the moment she took the vest, her expression changed. She froze in shock. Before she could react, the weight vest that Su Hong gave her dropped onto the ground from her hands. Its impact was thunderous. The floor cracked and shattered under the weight. Startled, the staff member asked how many kilograms the vest weighed. Su Hong answered that it weighed 5 tons. Hearing this, Grandmaster Qin was stunned. He thought to himself that Su Hong had been carrying a 5-ton weight at the Tier 1 initial stage. Not only that, he had even defeated 3 Tier 1 late-stage geniuses while wearing it. The realization left him speechless. Grandmaster Qin wrapped an arm around Su Hong's shoulders and called him a little monster. He said that he actually had an A-rank martial art that he wanted to give him. Su Hong looked up and asked what martial art it was. Grandmaster Qin reminded him that he used a spear. He added that Grandmaster Zhang Lin of Yang City also used a spear. He explained that Zhang Lin possessed an A-rank thunder spear art. Its power was considered extremely strong even among A-rank martial arts. Grandmaster Qin then proposed an idea. He said he would take Su Hong to arrange a battle with Zhang Lin's student and help him trick Zhang Lin out of his martial art. Su Hong hesitated and said that did not sound very nice. Grandmaster Qin immediately replied that Zhang Lin had been mocking Star City's training camp, calling it full of trash. He declared that he had to mock him back. After that, Grandmaster Qin told Su Hong to go back and prepare first. They would head to Yang City early the next morning. Su Hong agreed. Later that night, the lights of a student's building glowed under the quiet sky as Su Hong returned to his room. Su Hong looked around his room and said that the training camp had actually helped tidy it up very nicely. As he sat down to start cultivating, system notifications soon appeared before him, telling him that he had acquired a new martial art, fire. Then another notification appeared, saying he had acquired a new martial art, spirit, soul capture art. Then a third notification followed, saying he had acquired a new martial art, earth, thick earth armor. Sitting cross-legged, surrounded by rising flames, Su Hong decided that he would hurry and cultivate these 3 martial arts. He aimed to reach the basic level for all of them before tomorrow morning. At the same time, Grandmaster Qin contacted Zhang Lin. He told Zhang Lin to prepare his Thunder Spear art because tomorrow he would bring his student to challenge his dojo. Zhang Lin responded confidently. He told Grandmaster Qin to drop it. He said that Yang City's training camp had produced a wood spirit body and that the student had even broken through to become a Tier 2 martial artist. He added that in just 2 days, the student had cultivated the A-rank control-type martial art, Wood Prison, to the point where spiritual chi could leave the body. In front of him, in a training room, a muscular young man stood with a green aura surrounding him. Power surged through his body as he trained, showing the strength of his cultivation. His name was Lin Chunfeng. His eyes widened sharply as green light gathered within them. In the next moment, he unleashed his technique and shouted, "Wood Prison." Thick green vines burst out violently, twisting and spiraling through the air. They wrapped around everything in sight, forming a powerful wooden cage. The vines lashed forward with force, filling the room with glowing green energy. But suddenly at once, the raging vines trembled and stopped. Then the green energy shattered into glowing fragments. The wooden prison collapsed and the vines broke apart into scattered light before fading away completely. Breathing heavily, Lin Chunfeng lowered his head and admitted that he had failed again. From behind him, his master Zhang Lin told him that a control-type martial art was not something he could successfully train just because he wanted to. He warned him not to bite off more than he could chew. Lin Chunfeng clenched his teeth and looked up with determination. He told his master to give him at most 1 month, promising that he would successfully reach the basic level. Hearing that, Grandmaster Zhang Lin looked at his phone and asked Grandmaster Qin if he heard that Lin Chunfeng claimed he could learn it in a month. He recalled that back in his own day, he had spent almost 3 months on it. He remarked that the boy was truly a monster. He continued, saying that the student he was bringing was not someone that certain pieces of trash could challenge. On the other end of the call, Grandmaster Qin got furious hearing that and wanted to shout, but before he could, Grandmaster Zhang Lin abruptly hung up. After ending the call, Grandmaster Zhang Lin turned to Lin Chunfeng and told him that when Grandmaster Qin brought his student to their door, he must not win too easily. He instructed him to act as if the fight were evenly matched and to win by a narrow margin. He said they needed to leave the other side some face. Lin Chunfeng smiled confidently and assured him that there was no need to worry about his acting skills. The next afternoon, at Yang City training camp, the facility stood atop a high plateau surrounded by mountains. Grandmaster Qin and Su Hong came flying there. Grandmaster Qin pointed at the building below and told Su Hong that they were here. As the wind rushed past Su Hong's face, he thought to himself that he had never expected his first experience of flying to happen in such a situation. They soon landed in an open area surrounded by mountains. Grandmaster Zhang Lin stood there with several men waiting for them. Grandmaster Zhang Lin looked at Grandmaster Qin with a grin and asked what kind of genius he had brought this time. He told him to hurry and let him see. Grandmaster Qin introduced Su Hong calmly. He said his name was Su Hong, a Tier 1 initial stage cultivator, and that he used a spear just like him. Su Hong stepped forward respectfully and greeted Grandmaster Zhang. Seeing him, Grandmaster Zhang frowned and asked Grandmaster Qin if he was joking. He questioned whether he had gone senile, wondering how he could treat a Tier 1 initial stage as some kind of treasure. In his thoughts, Zhang found it absurd. A Tier 2 fighting a Tier 1 initial stage would be an instant kill. He wondered how he was supposed to act like the fight was evenly matched. He then looked at Lin Chunfeng, thinking that the moment to test his acting skills had finally arrived. Grandmaster Qin told Grandmaster Zhang to hurry up and start the fight, saying that after finishing, they still needed to head back for dinner. At the training camp martial arena, a large crowd gathered in the open square. Among the students, some whispered curiously. One wondered what level of strength the genius from Star City had. Another laughed and said he hoped the challenger would not be weaker than him later. Standing in front of the crowd, Grandmaster Zhang raised his hand and introduced the guest. He told everyone that this was the famous Grandmaster Qin Tianli. The students immediately greeted him respectfully. Grandmaster Zhang continued speaking and said that the one standing beside Grandmaster Qin was the genius from Star City who had come to challenge them today. Su Hong stepped forward, smiled, and greeted everyone politely. Grandmaster Zhang forced a smile when he revealed that Su Hong's realm was Tier 1 initial stage. Hearing this, the whole crowd instantly erupted in shock. They could not believe that a Tier 1 initial stage had come to challenge them with just that level of strength. Someone shouted that Lin Chunfeng was a Tier 2 martial artist and could kill him instantly with one hand. Another person mocked him, wondering whether to praise his courage or his thick skin. Lin Chunfeng forced a nervous smile as sweat rolled down his face. Hearing that Su Hong was a Tier 1 initial stage fighter, in his heart he wondered how he was supposed to act out a back-and-forth battle and barely win at the end. Nearby, Grandmaster Zhang spoke with a faint smile. He told Grandmaster Qin that if his student defeated Su Hong at Tier 1 initial stage, he would have to teach his student an A-rank martial art. He admitted that he felt a little embarrassed, even asking. Grandmaster Zhang then patted Su Hong's shoulder and told him that if he won, then besides the Thunder Spear art, he could also choose another A-rank martial art. He told him to do his best. Su Hong immediately thanked Grandmaster Zhang. Hearing that, Grandmaster Qin praised Grandmaster Zhang, saying that he was actually quite a nice person. However, Grandmaster Zhang was thinking that it was impossible for a Tier 1 initial stage to defeat Lin Chunfeng, who was already Tier 2 and possessed a wood spirit body. Soon, both fighters stepped onto the martial arts viewing platform and stood facing each other from a distance. Grandmaster Zhang warned Lin Chunfeng to know his limits. Lin Chunfeng answered calmly, telling him not to worry. Lin Chunfeng stepped onto the platform with his sword in hand, looking calm on the outside. Inside, however, he was thinking carefully. He wondered how he should act out the fight. If he seriously injured the other party with just one move, it would not look good. From the other side, Su Hong stepped onto the stage barehanded. Seeing that, Lin Chunfeng called out to him and asked if he was not going to use his spear. Saying he remembered that Su Hong had brought one with him, Su Hong replied calmly that he would not use it for now. In his heart, he thought that he only knew the C-rank Raging Sea Spear technique. Its power was far inferior to the Cloud-Hiding Gale Fist and the Bone Nethercold Ghost Fist. If he used a spear, he would actually be at a disadvantage. But hearing this, Lin Chunfeng misunderstood him and sneered, calling him arrogant. Lin Chunfeng shouted that he wanted to see exactly what gave Su Hong the confidence to be so arrogant, and rushed forward at incredible speed. Wind gathered around his body as he shot through the air like a blade. A green aura burst out from him, and he slashed downward fiercely, but Su Hong easily dodged. The force of the attack crashed into the ground, sending shockwaves across the platform. Using his flying swan startles the cloud's footwork, Su Hong moved with incredible speed and went behind Lin Chunfeng. Seeing that, Lin Chunfeng was shocked, realizing that Su Hong actually knew an A-rank wind attribute movement technique. Watching that move, a smile appeared on Lin Chunfeng's face. He found it interesting. Lin Chunfeng sneered and charged at Su Hong again, declaring that movement techniques were useless against him right now. He extended his hand. Green light gathered around it as he activated his technique, Wood Prison. A burst of green energy shot forward, and wooden vines rose from the ground, rushing toward Su Hong and trapping his legs. Seeing the vines, Su Hong was shocked, realizing that it was a control-type martial art. He remembered Grandmaster Qin telling him that control-type martial arts were very hard to practice. Realizing this, he understood that Lin Chunfeng was truly a genius. Facing the incoming restraint, Su Hong narrowed his eyes and decided that if he could not escape normally, he would use brute strength to break free. But before Su Hong could do anything, something unexpected happened. The green vines started disappearing. Su Hong blinked in confusion. He was surprised to see that Lin Chunfeng's wooden restraint had dissipated in just a second. But at that moment, Lin Chunfeng was already behind Su Hong. He leapt into the air with his weapon raised high. With a fierce expression, he declared that being able to hold his opponent down for a moment was enough. He swung down with full force, aiming to finish the attack. Below him, Su Hong remained calm. His eyes sharpened as he watched the strike descend. In the next instant, green energy gathered around his fist. Power surged outward as he clenched his hand tightly. With a sudden burst of speed, he threw a punch. The air around his fist twisted as green energy spiraled violently. His body moved forward with unstoppable momentum. Seeing this, Lin Chunfeng's eyes widened in shock. He realized that the punch was far too fast. Before he could chop down with his weapon, the strike would arrive first, and hit him instead. Sweat ran down his face as he quickly made a decision. Shouting desperately, he activated his technique, Wood Escape. Wooden energy erupted in front of him, forming a protective barrier as he tried to block the incoming punch. Su Hong's punch slammed directly into the wooden defense. With a loud crash, the green barrier shattered under the force of his strike. Splinters and fragments exploded outward as the impact tore through the wood. Lin Chunfeng was blasted backward, thrown into the air by the overwhelming power. The shockwave spread in a wide circle, shaking the surroundings. Gritting his teeth, Lin Chunfeng stared in disbelief. He could not help but think that Su Hong's strength was ridiculous. The spectators watching the fight were completely stunned. One of them muttered in shock, asking what the hell had just happened. Another exclaimed that the shattered technique had been an A-rank defensive martial art, executed by a Tier 2 martial artist. They realized that the strength of this Tier 1 initial stage fighter was probably greater than that of a ferocious beast. In the seating area, Grandmaster Qin laughed loudly and asked Grandmaster Jiang how it was. Grandmaster Jiang replied calmly that having just great strength would not be enough to defeat Lin Chunfeng. He told him to watch carefully. In the arena, as Lin Chunfeng was sent flying backward, Su Hong charged at him with explosive speed. In the blink of an eye, Su Hong suddenly appeared and delivered a powerful kick. The force of the strike tore through the air and cut Lin Chunfeng in two, but then he disappeared. Watching closely, Su Hong realized the truth. It was actually an afterimage. Before he could fully react, Lin Chunfeng appeared behind him and attacked with a powerful strike, saying that Su Hong was not the only one who knew an A-rank movement technique. Green light erupted as Lin Chunfeng countered with his technique, but Su Hong moved fast and dodged his strike again. Lin Chunfeng's attack hit the ground with a violent explosion, sending debris and cracks across the ground. Smoke and dust filled the surroundings as the shockwave faded. Breathing heavily, Lin Chunfeng told Su Hong to give up, saying that for a Tier 1 initial stage fighter to push him to this extent, he was already strong enough. He added honestly that if they were in the same tier, he would be inferior to him. But suddenly, Su Hong raised his hand toward Lin Chunfeng. Lin Chunfeng stared at him in confusion, but suddenly his eyes widened as a thought crossed his mind. Could Su Hong also know? But it was already too late. Su Hong smiled as flames began to gather around his palm, burning fiercely. In the next instant, a massive pillar of fire erupted upward, forming a blazing structure around Lin Chunfeng. Surrounded by roaring flames, Lin Chunfeng trembled and shouted in shock. He instantly recognized that it was a control-type martial art. His heart pounded as he realized the truth. A mere Tier 1 initial stage martial artist had actually learned a control-type martial art. Sweat rolled down his face as he tried to calm himself. He told himself that it did not matter. Su Hong would not be able to maintain it for long. All he had to do was wait for the flames to collapse on their own. Not far away, Grandmaster Qin and Grandmaster Jiang watched in disbelief. Grandmaster Jiang exclaimed in shock that it was the flame cage. He could not believe that Su Hong had mastered the flame cage at the Tier 1 middle stage. He turned to Grandmaster Qin, telling him that his student was simply too ridiculous. When Grandmaster Jiang saw Grandmaster Qin's expression, he asked why he looked so shocked. Wasn't this the very martial art he taught Su Hong? Grandmaster Qin hesitated awkwardly and tried to respond, stumbling over his words. Grandmaster Jiang suddenly realized something and shouted in disbelief. He pointed out that Su Hong was supposed to have a wind attribute. He demanded to know where this fire attribute had come from. Grandmaster Qin coughed and replied that it was simply multiple attributes. He asked whether there was really a need to be so shocked about it. But Grandmaster Jiang frowned and said that if that was the case, why had the flame cage not collapsed yet? Grandmaster Qin told him to look carefully at Su Hong's hand. There was a white flame there. On the battlefield while Lin Chunfeng stood inside the blazing flame cage, Su Hong stood in front of him as white flames rose on his hand. Sweat dripped down Lin Chunfeng's face as he forced out a strained smile. He could not believe what he was seeing. He asked whether Su Hong could really maintain the flame cage and attack at the same time. He admitted that even a Tier 3 martial artist would find something like that difficult to do. Su Hong said bingo and raised his fist, blue flames swirling around it. Su Hong charged at Lin Chunfeng with blue energy swirling around his fist as the flame cage continued burning fiercely around him. Seeing the incoming attack, Lin Chunfeng gritted his teeth and reacted quickly. He activated his technique, Wood Escape, forming a wooden barrier to block Su Hong's attack. But Su Hong's fist crashed forward with unstoppable force. The impact struck hard against Lin Chunfeng's body. A sharp sound echoed as the blow landed. Blood spurted from Lin Chunfeng's mouth, and his eyes widened in shock. Wooden fragments exploded into the air as he was driven backward by Su Hong's strike. Through clenched teeth, he cursed bitterly, saying this was simply too ridiculous. Su Hong's strike connected cleanly, and Lin Chunfeng's body bent backward from the force, fragments of wood and debris scattering through the air. A sharp cry escaped his mouth. Blood sprayed from his lips as he was sent flying. He gritted his teeth in pain, letting out another strained sound as he hit the flame cage behind him. Fire roared upward, surrounding his entire body. Lin Chunfeng slowly turned his shoulder, flames swirling violently around his back. Then glowing green energy began to spread across his wounds. His heal and recover immediately started. Bright green light pulsed as the damaged flesh visibly regenerated. With sweat rolling down his face, he clenched both fists, flames blazing higher behind him. He smirked confidently and declared not to underestimate the healing power of a Tier 2 martial artist's wood spirit body. Su Hong narrowed his eyes as he looked at Lin Chunfeng and muttered to himself that it was a wood spirit body, a special physique with incredibly strong recovery power. But then his gaze sharpened. He thought that if one punch was not enough, then he would throw a few more. Without hesitation, he launched himself forward, his fist cutting through the blazing flames. He declared that he did not believe Lin Chunfeng could keep recovering forever. His punches rained down one after another, crashing through the fire with explosive force. But Lin Chunfeng only grinned through the blood on his lips. He shouted that it was useless, and that Su Hong could not outlast him. He added confidently that a Tier 1's endurance could never surpass a Tier 2's. Green spiritual energy swirled around his body as he raised his hand. He said he wanted to see whether the flame cage would collapse first, or whether his recovery power would run out first. Hearing that, Su Hong felt the strain in his body. He realized there was not much fire spiritual chi left within him. Once the restriction of the flame cage disappeared, the situation might reverse completely. Su Hong moved his hand, and with a swing of his arm he dissipated all the flames. The fire scattered across the ground as green spiritual energy flared up around Lin Chunfeng's body. With a loud laugh, Lin Chunfeng mocked Su Hong, asking if he was already giving up. His body immediately started to recover as the green aura intensified around him. His wounds visibly began to mend under the glow of his wood spirit body. Smirking confidently, he declared that now it was his turn to counterattack, and that Su Hong was bound to lose. But suddenly, his expression changed. His eyes widened in shock as he saw something unusual. He stared forward and demanded to know what that thing was. Across from him, Su Hong stood calmly as golden lightning and flames crackled around his arm. He admitted that this move consumed a great deal of energy and that he had not originally planned to use it. Electric arcs danced wildly around his body, illuminating the battlefield. Seeing that overwhelming power, Lin Chunfeng trembled. Sweat rolled down his face as he shouted in disbelief, asking whether this was truly a power a Tier 1 martial artist could unleash. He called Su Hong a monster. Panic flashed in his eyes. He told himself that he absolutely could not let him get close. Green energy surged violently as he pushed his hands onto the ground. Lin Chunfeng clenched his teeth and used his wood escape technique desperately, repeating the words wood escape again and again. Green spiritual energy burst from his hands and slammed into the ground. In an instant, thick wooden walls shot upward from the floor, rising one after another with violent force. The towering wooden barriers stood in front of Su Hong, blocking him from attacking. Behind the walls, Su Hong lowered his gaze slightly. His golden eyes began to glow intensely, lightning flickering within them. Without hesitation, he stepped forward. Golden lightning exploded from his body as he drove his fist into the wooden barrier. A deafening crash echoed through the arena. The massive wooden wall cracked under the impact, splinters and debris flying everywhere. The lightning-charged punch tore straight through the defense. In the next instant, Su Hong burst through the broken wall in a streak of golden light. Before Lin Chunfeng could react, Su Hong descended and smashed his electrified fist downward. Lin Chunfeng was blasted backward violently. His body spun through the air before crashing heavily onto the ground. Dust exploded outward as he struck the floor, completely overwhelmed by the lightning-infused punch. Su Hong stood calmly amid the fading golden aura. Flames and lightning slowly settled around him as he looked down at his defeated opponent. Silence spread across the arena. Su Hong stood alone at the center, while Lin Chunfeng lay motionless on the tiles. The crowd watching from a distance fell into stunned silence. Someone finally broke the quiet in disbelief. They exclaimed that Lin Chunfeng had been knocked out with just one punch, even though he possessed a wood spirit body. Another voice cried out in shock, saying that the power of that punch was almost catching up to an S-rank martial art. They could not believe it. They added that Su Hong was only at the Tier 1 initial stage. Grandmaster Zhang stared in disbelief and demanded to know what kind of monster Grandmaster Qin had brought. He turned to Grandmaster Qin and, pointing at the arena, shouted that it was attribute fusion. Su Hong actually knew attribute fusion. He emphasized that such a young Tier 1 martial artist had already mastered attribute fusion and asked whether he understood what that truly meant. Grandmaster Qin calmly sipped his tea and said that it did not matter. He added that he definitely would not tell anyone that Su Hong had only taken 1 month to achieve dual attribute fusion. Grandmaster Zhang, beside him, froze in confusion. Still holding his teacup, Grandmaster Qin continued in a casual tone. He said that if people knew Su Hong had 100% compatibility with 7 attributes and could cultivate 7 guidance techniques simultaneously, they would probably be scared to death on the spot. Hearing that, Grandmaster Zhang turned pale, sweat running down his face. Grandmaster Qin simply looked away calmly while drinking his tea. After a moment, he suddenly exclaimed that it had slipped out and claimed he regretted it very much. However, his satisfied expression clearly showed otherwise. His words echoed dramatically in Grandmaster Zhang's mind. Fusing dual attributes in 1 month, achieving 100% compatibility in 7 attributes, and cultivating 7 guidance techniques at the same time. He was too stunned. Grandmaster Qin then reminded Grandmaster Zhang that since Su Hong had won, it was now time for him to fulfill his promise. He demanded an A-rank Thunder Spear art, and for the other reward, he wanted him to personally teach Su Hong the ultimate skill, Palm Thunder. Grandmaster Zhang stuttered in disbelief before finally nodding weakly and agreeing. Later, the scene shifted to the martial arts training room, a large dome-shaped building standing quietly under the open sky. Inside the martial arts training room, Su Hong and Grandmaster Zhang stood facing each other on the circular platform, each holding a spear. Grandmaster Jiang looked at Su Hong and admitted inwardly that Su Hong was truly a monster. He had never seen someone like him in his entire life. After a moment, he straightened his posture and began explaining seriously. He said that the A-rank Thunder Spear art he was about to teach was called 9 heaven-breaking spears. He gripped the spear firmly, and lightning suddenly surged around it, crackling with blue energy. He explained to Su Hong that in the 9 heaven-breaking spears, every 3 moves formed one stance, and there were 3 stances in total. Electricity wrapped around the spear as he continued, saying that each stance was stronger than the last, and the difficulty of learning them increased progressively. He then added that if it were an ordinary martial artist, he would not teach this technique at all unless they had reached Tier 4. However, he looked at Su Hong calmly and said that with Su Hong's talent, learning the first stance should not be a problem. Grandmaster Jiang's eyes flashed with lightning as he gripped the spear tightly. Blue electricity crackled violently around the weapon. He shouted at Su Hong to watch closely. In the next instant, thunderous power burst forth. He declared the first stance, river overturning. A massive surge of lightning exploded outward like a raging river, flipping upside down. Waves of electric energy roared across the platform, crashing forward with unstoppable force. Without pausing, he continued. He announced the second stance, sea inverting. The spear swept downward, and the lightning transformed into something even more terrifying. It rose like an enormous ocean turned upside down. A colossal wave of thunder spiraled into the sky, swallowing everything in its path. The roaring energy surged, layer after layer, each strike heavier than the last. Standing below, Su Hong felt as if he were trapped in the center of a violent thunderstorm. He thought that in this storm of lightning, he was like a lone boat drifting in the ocean. Any single bolt of thunder, or even a raindrop, could completely overturn him. As the storm reached its peak, Grandmaster Jiang's voice rang out once more. He calmly declared the third stance. The spear tip erupted with blinding light, gathering all the thunder into a single dazzling point. Grandmaster Jiang shouted its name, heaven breaking. In the next instant, he flipped his body in midair and drove the spear straight downward. Thunder roared violently as the spear pierced toward the ground like a bolt falling from the heavens. The impact did not explode wildly. Instead, the gathered lightning spiraled outward, forming enormous twisting tornadoes of electric energy. The storm churned and rotated fiercely, filling the entire training room with terrifying pressure. Su Hong watched the raging vortex carefully. He realized that Grandmaster Jiang had clearly held back on that final spear strike so as not to destroy the room. Even so, the residual power of the move still whipped up a horrifying tornado. Facing such overwhelming strength, Su Hong admitted inwardly that he was like an ant standing before the instructor right now, but his eyes remained steady. He silently declared that in the future, he would also possess such combat power. Gradually, the thunderstorm subsided. The violent winds calmed, and the lightning scattered into faint sparks across the circular platform. Grandmaster Jiang lowered his spear and looked at Su Hong calmly. He threw a manual at Su Hong and explained that this was the full demonstration of the 9 heaven-breaking spears. He told Su Hong to practice it himself first, and if there was anything he did not understand, he could ask at any time. Su Hong respectfully thanked Grandmaster Jiang. Grandmaster Jiang smiled faintly and told him there was no need for thanks. He said he was only honoring the bet between them. He then added that once Su Hong had mastered the first stance, he would teach him a second martial art called Palm Thunder. Grandmaster Jiang explained that although the power of the 9 heaven-breaking spears was considered extremely strong compared to Palm Thunder, it still fell far short. Hearing this, Su Hong was surprised. He wondered if Palm Thunder was even more powerful than the 9 heaven-breaking spears. Holding the manual in his hand, he felt a surge of determination. He told himself that he needed to hurry and learn this spear art. Grandmaster Jiang then mentioned that he still had matters to discuss with Grandmaster Qin. He said he would return later to check on Su Hong's practice. With that, he prepared to leave, leaving Su Hong alone to begin his training. Then, 1 hour later, the training hall stood quiet from the outside as Grandmaster Jiang returned. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. He asked Su Hong if he had figured out the trick yet. Calmly, he told him not to rush, explaining that this technique could not be learned in just a month or two. But before he could say more, a sudden burst of golden lightning erupted from the center of the room. Thunder roared violently as Su Hong launched himself forward, spear in hand. Electric arcs wrapped around the weapon as he struck downward with force. The impact sent shockwaves across the floor, lightning flashing in every direction. Grandmaster Zhang watched from behind as the storm of energy gradually faded. Su Hong stood upright, breathing steadily. He admitted that the 9 heaven-breaking spear art was too difficult. For now, he had only barely reached the beginner level. Then, without hesitation, he looked at Grandmaster Zhang and firmly asked him to teach Palm Thunder next. Grandmaster Zhang wiped the sweat from his face as he forced a smile. In disbelief, he muttered to himself that this was what a monster's talent looked like. A few hours later, outside, the sun was already setting, its golden light reflecting off the glass dome of the training hall as someone was seated on its stairs. It was Grandmaster Zhang, who was staring ahead in a daze. At that moment, Grandmaster Qin approached and asked why he was standing outside, spacing out. He questioned whether he had taught Palm Thunder to Su Hong yet. Grandmaster Zhang calmly replied that he had already finished teaching it and told him to go see for himself. Grandmaster Qin narrowed his eyes and warned Grandmaster Zhang not to tell him that he had held back on Su Hong. He said that Palm Thunder was an extremely high-difficulty martial skill. If it was not taught step by step, how was Su Hong supposed to possibly learn it? Before he could finish speaking, the sound of crackling thunder echoed from inside. Grandmaster Qin looked through the doorway and saw Su Hong standing in the center of the room. Lightning surged around his body as golden arcs burst from his palms. The Palm Thunder technique had already taken form. Lightning crackled wildly around Su Hong's body as golden thunder gathered between his palms. With excitement in his voice, he declared that he had finally learned Palm Thunder. Outside the training room, Grandmaster Qin watched the scene unfold. He admitted that although he had been mentally prepared, he still did not expect Su Hong to master it so quickly. Grandmaster Zhang recalled that it had taken him 3 whole months to grasp Palm Thunder in the past. And even then, his teachers had called him a prodigy. But looking at Su Hong's performance, he concluded that Su Hong would definitely reach Tier 9 one day. His future was limitless. Grandmaster Qin then told Jan to stop sighing and said that he would treat him to a meal. It had been a long time since they had shared a proper drink together. Before leaving, he informed Su Hong that he would be going out drinking with Grandmaster Zhang. The camp assistants would arrange a temporary dormitory for him, and they would head back tomorrow. Su Hong immediately replied that he understood. That night, at the Yang City Training Camp dormitory building, Su Hong lay on his bed, thinking quietly. After defeating Wang Tiantuo and the others yesterday, and Lin Chunfeng today, he calculated that he had earned a total of 230 martial Dao points. A translucent system panel appeared before him. It displayed his current status. His vitality and blood were at 138.6, his mental power was at 100.2, and his physique, overlord body and spirit rank were at 1%. His guidance techniques were listed clearly. Thunder guidance technique had reached level 5. Heavenly flame guidance technique was also level 5. Spirit wind guidance technique was level 4. Under martial arts, his mental weapon condensation secret was still at the introductory stage. Cloud hidden gale fist, bone chilling nether flame fist, and flying swan startling cloud step had all reached the proficient level. Thick earth battle armor remained at the introductory level. Looking at the panel, Su Hong frowned slightly. He admitted that his blood energy was still too low. His spirit, physique and martial skills all needed improvement as well. The 230 martial Dao points he had earned were far from enough. He reminded himself that realm was the foundation. Increasing blood energy had to come first. With a focused expression, he began allocating points. The numbers on the panel started rising. Blood energy increased by 0.1. Then another 0.1. Again and again, the value climbed steadily. Even so, Su Hong knew he needed more martial Dao points. But inside the training camp, no one would dare to spar with him anymore. After a moment of thought, he concluded that from now on, he could only grind more fierce beasts in the beast room. At the same time, in a hotel under the moonlit sky, Grandmaster Zhang cursed loudly, calling Grandmaster Qin a bastard. Both of them were drinking at a table as Grandmaster Zhang angrily complained that Grandmaster Qin had tricked him out of 2 A-rank martial skills. Grandmaster Qin told him that he had already said that countless times. While they were talking, suddenly the door behind them burst open as someone rushed inside. He shouted loudly that he had finally found Grandmaster Zhang. He told Grandmaster Zhang that tonight's night raid event was about to begin, and everyone was waiting for his order. Grandmaster Zhang turned his head. He responded that since it was a night raid, they should begin immediately and not go easy on the participants. The messenger quickly relayed the command. announcing that under Grandmaster Zhang's orders, the night raid would begin and they were to drill them hard. However, Grandmaster Qin reminded Grandmaster Zhang that Su Hong was also staying in his dorms tonight. Hearing that, Grandmaster Zhang's expression changed. With a loud smack, he suddenly sobered up. In panic, he shouted for them to postpone the night raid and delay it immediately, but the messenger nervously replied that the word had already been sent out. The night raid had already started. On the other hand, outside under the dark blue night sky, many figures gathered on a mountain hill as the raid unfolded throughout the dormitory area. 2 warriors stood at the corner of the hill, looking down at the dormitory. One of them, Bu Jinglong, who had fought Su Hong before, looked at his companion and asked why he was still participating in night raids despite being a Tier 2 upper stage warrior. The other, Bo Jingfeng, calmly explained that there was a wood spirit body here with extremely strong regeneration and that Grandmaster Zhang had specifically asked him to come. Bo Jingfeng thought of Grandmaster Zhang and spoke helplessly. He said that the wood spirit body was only Tier 2 lower stage and that arranging this felt like bullying kids. Beside him, Bu Jinglong paused slightly. Hearing the mention of a night raid and a wood spirit body, he muttered that it sounded strangely familiar. Bu Jinglong then smirked and teased him. He said he had heard that Bu Jingfeng was reverse killed by some brat during a night raid at Star City's camp. He clicked his tongue and mocked him, saying it was a shame for his big brother's reputation. Bu Jingfeng's face flushed with anger. He immediately defended himself, saying that he had only underestimated Su Hong. If he ran into Su Hong again, he would definitely take him down. Bu Jinglong sneered and reminded him that he was only a near Tier 2 warrior. Beating a Tier 1 lower stage opponent was nothing to be proud of. Bo Jingfeng warned him not to get cocky, adding that wood spirit bodies were troublesome and that he should be careful not to end up eating dirt. Bo Jinglong let out a cold laugh, questioning whether he would really eat dirt. Then Bu Jinglong ordered everyone to put on their masks and follow his command. Immediately, all masked figures rushed forward together. Bu Jinglong shouted for his brothers to charge with him. Under the night sky, chaos erupted around the dorm buildings. Shouts rang out as someone yelled that they were under attack. Cries of pain echoed through the area, followed by angry curses in the darkness. Hearing the loud commotion outside, Su Hong slowly opened his door and looked into the hallway. He wondered if all that noise meant this was a night raid. Before he could think further, chaos erupted in the corridor. A naked boy was sent flying by a masked attacker. He shouted that they had no honor. Another masked figure lunged at Su Hong aggressively, accusing his companions of even missing one of the students. But in the next instant, a powerful punch slammed directly into the attacker's face. The masked man's head snapped back violently as he was struck. Su Hong's punch blasted the attacker into the air and smashed him against the ceiling before sending him crashing down. Dust filled the hallway as the impact echoed through the building. With a cold expression, Su Hong spoke. He said that they did not even bother asking who he was. He was not even part of their training camp. Yet they were attacking him without question. Su Hong looked up in surprise. He paused and questioned to himself if this really was a night raid. The masked attacker hung awkwardly from the cracked ceiling, his body trembling. Su Hong observed carefully and noted that they were all dressed in black outfits and wearing masks. A thought crossed his mind. If he put on their clothes and pretended to be one of the raiders, he could openly beat up students and farm martial Dao points. But then again, that idea felt kind of wrong to him. But Su Hong being Su Hong, he was not going to stop. A few minutes later, in another room, a flustered student shouted angrily, telling the attackers that if they had guts, they should wait until he put some underwear on. The masked raiders laughed and told him not to fight it, advising him to be a good boy and let himself be knocked out. But suddenly, another masked figure appeared and declared that he had his back. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. The first raider coldly announced that this section was his night raid zone and questioned what the other was doing there. Little did he know that the second raider was none other than Su Hong. Su Hong charged forward and punched that raider, sending him flying out of the room. Seeing this, the student was frightened. He stared in shock, asking what was going on. He asked if it was friendly fire. Su Hong then turned to leave. He grinned and declared that it was a jackpot. He proudly announced that he could earn a few hundred points tonight. The half-naked student looked confused and asked if they were not going to hit him. But ignoring that student, down the corridor, Su Hong rushed forward with flames blazing from his hand. Laughing confidently, he said that they were all higher tier, so he could go all out. Without hesitation, he attacked. Bright golden strikes exploded across the hallway as all the raiders and students were hit repeatedly. The victims cried out in pain, shouting and demanding to know why they were hitting them. A raider yelled that they had a mole among them, but it was already too late. Chaos intensified as Su Hong delivered a powerful blow, sending that raider crashing backward. After defeating everyone, Su Hong let out a heavy breath. He said that the first floor had been cleared, and it was time to move up to the second floor. Moments later, the scene shifted to the second floor. Su Hong's powerful golden strike crashed down the corridor, sending masked figures flying in all directions as the impact echoed repeatedly. Blue system panels appeared around him one after another, showing martial Dao points increasing rapidly. +20, +8, +22, +5, +11, +6, +14, +16, and many more. Laughter rang out as Su Hong declared proudly that he was rich. The total kept rising as he ran upstairs. The scene shifted to the third floor. Several masked figures stood together, discussing the situation. One of them said that the student named Lin Chunfeng was a beast, still holding out against Tier 2 upper stage Bu Jinglong. Another added that Lin Chunfeng's regeneration was insane. If the fight dragged on any longer, Bu Jinglong would be the one in danger. Right in front of them, the battle on the third floor intensified. Lin Chunfeng, radiating bright green energy, hovered in the corridor. Opposite him, Bu Jinglong burned with red energy as the two prepared to clash amidst the shattered hallway. But from the side, Su Hong approached them from behind. He looked at the group gathered in the hallway and asked why they were all bunched up there. One of them replied that all the other students had already been taken down. Only that Tier 2 wood spirit body was left. Another told him that he should come and watch, saying that the boy's recovery was absurd. But Su Hong smiled and calmly said there was no need for that. Golden energy began to gather around his fist as flames flickered along his arm. The others noticed his movement and asked what he was doing, but in the next moment he moved. He struck fiercely, saying that he had already gotten a feel for wood spirit bodies. His attack slammed into all the masked fighters, sending them flying. From the side, Bu Jinglong, burning with red energy, shouted, asking why he was hitting his own people. Lin Chunfeng, wrapped in bright green energy, looked at him in confusion. The corridor grew tense as green and red auras flared against each other. Finally, Su Hong unleashed his golden aura and stepped forward confidently, telling them to come at him together. Bu Jinglong, surrounded by red energy, looked at Lin Chunfeng and told him to take a break. He said that after he finished the other guy off, he would deal with him next. Wrapped in blazing red energy, he leaped forward, his fist blazing as he charged straight down towards Su Hong, saying that Night Raiders were only responsible for their own targets. Since he was not following the rules, he would teach him a lesson. Seeing him coming, Su Hong calmly gathered his power. Golden light surged around his arm as he prepared to counter. Their attacks collided violently. Red and gold energy exploded against each other, lightning-like sparks flashing through the corridor. But Su Hong's punch was more powerful, and Bu Jinglong felt it. He frowned in confusion, surprised by the resistance he felt. His hand was also injured, and he backed off. Shocked, he cursed and demanded to know what kind of power this was. Su Hong forced Bu Jinglong to retreat and put some distance between them, but Su Hong charged at him again. Seeing him charge again, Bu Jinglong turned toward Lin Chunfeng and shouted that this guy's strength was not right. He suggested they join forces. Lin Chunfeng reacted with surprise, but agreed. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and used his wood prison skill. Bright green energy burst from his palm. Thick wooden vines erupted from the ground and twisted violently towards Su Hong. Those vines tried to wrap around him and restrain his movements, but Su Hong did not get caught. Using his hand, he jumped forward and dodged. Taking advantage of the moment, Bu Jinglong rushed forward with blazing red energy and shouted for Su Hong to be defeated. He rushed forward at full speed, his fist driving down with crushing force. But instead of breaking through, his attack slammed against a strange purple armor. Startled, he realized what it was. An Earth attribute armor. He could not believe it. He looked at Su Hong, surrounded by the Earth attribute armor, and wondered where this monster had come from to actually be able to block his Tier 2 high-stage attack. In the next instant, Su Hong moved with blinding speed, closing the distance in a flash. Bu Jinglong's eyes widened in shock, and before he could react, a powerful strike slammed into his chest, smashing him back against the wall. The impact cracked the surface behind him. Bu Jinglong coughed violently, blood spilling from his mouth as the force of the blow overwhelmed him. Su Hong moved again, flames blazing fiercely around his arm as he leapt into the air to attack Lin Chunfeng. In the next instant, Su Hong's flaming attack came crashing down. The impact slammed Lin Chunfeng into the ground with explosive force. The floor cracked, rubble scattered, and dust rose into the air. Lin Chunfeng's face was buried in broken debris. His eyes were shut tight, bruises covering his face as smoke drifted around him. At that moment, 2 system notifications appeared in the air. For defeating Bu Jinglong, he gained 140 martial value. And for defeating Lin Chunfeng, he gained 75 martial value. Su Hong became very excited seeing that in just one night, he had earned over 2,400 points of martial value. He felt rich. Then a detailed status panel appeared before him, showing his vitality, spiritual power, physique, spirit rank, his 3 guidance techniques, his 6 martial arts, and his 2430 total martial value. The next morning, everyone whom Su Hong had beaten sat together in anger. Lin Chunfeng held an ice pack to his head, still clearly injured. Beside him sat Bu Jinglong with bandages on his face. They all looked worn out after the intense battle from the night before. Grandmaster Zhang angrily pointed toward the damaged area and told Grandmaster Qin to look at the good deed his so-called monster student had done. Su Hong immediately denied it. He respectfully told Grandmaster Zhang that he did not do this. Grandmaster Zhang refused to believe him. He told Su Hong to stop pretending and questioned who else could possibly have done such a thing. Grandmaster Zhang lost his patience. Furious, he shouted at them to scram. He said that just seeing them made him angry. Grandmaster Qin grabbed Su Hong and flew into the air. He burst into laughter and mockingly said goodbye to Grandmaster Zhang before leaving. As they were in the air, Grandmaster Qin turned to Su Hong and asked if he was still lacking martial arts for the 3 attributes of metal, wood, and water. Su Hong replied honestly. He confirmed that he was, and asked why the Grandmaster was asking. Grandmaster Qin smiled slightly and said that he still had some old friends. He suggested they go pay them a visit. Over the next 10 days, they visited 3 other training camps. At one camp, when Su Hong defeated that Grandmaster's disciple, that Grandmaster angrily accused Grandmaster Qin of fraud. But Grandmaster Qin calmly told him to concede defeat when losing a bet and not to play dirty. With the same routine as before, Su Hong won 3 new A-rank cultivation methods. Later, the scene shifted to Su Hong's training camp dormitory. Inside his dormitory, Su Hong sat cross-legged as a powerful red aura flared around his body. He learned those 3 new martial arts, and system notifications appeared, telling him that he had learned the metal element technique, Metal Repel, at basic level, the wood element technique, Vine Entanglement at basic level, and the water element technique, Water Dragon at basic level. Su Hong had finally raised all 3 A-rank martial arts to the basic level. Sweat rolled down his face as he reflected on it. Suddenly possessing so many A-rank martial arts was something he would not have even dared to imagine before. After accumulating so much martial value, he decided it was time to increase his vitality. His status panel appeared. He currently had 2,984 martial value. He began pouring his martial value into vitality. Vitality increase panels flashed repeatedly in front of him. Again and again the numbers rose. His body swelled with power, muscles tightening as red flames surged wildly around him. He realized he might have added a bit too much this time. Even so, when the surge finally stabilized, he calculated the result. He had gained 450 points of vitality. Now, he was only 50 points away from breaking through to become a Tier 2 martial artist. After increasing his vitality, Su Hong checked his remaining martial value. He still had 100 points left. Looking at his system panel, he wondered whether he should strengthen his spiritual power or upgrade his overlord body. After thinking for a moment, he decided to try strengthening the overlord body. He tapped the option, his 100 martial value was used, and a notification appeared showing that his overlord body spirit rank had increased by just 0.1%. Seeing the result, he was stunned. 100 points of martial value had only increased it by 0.1%. The system updated, and now his physique overlord body, spirit rank, was at 1.1%. Sweat slid down his face as he realized how difficult it was to upgrade the overlord body. He admitted to himself that this physique was far too hard to improve. After thinking it over, he concluded that from now on, he should prioritize breaking through to become a Tier 2 martial artist. With that decision made, he rushed out the door. He planned to go to the ferocious beast room to farm more martial value. But as soon as he stepped out, he saw Grandmaster Qin standing outside his door. Grandmaster Qin looked at him calmly and asked whether Su Hong was still lacking a healing martial art. Su Hong looked at Grandmaster Qin with an awkward smile and wondered if the old master had come once again with another arrangement. Soon after, the scene shifted to the Hang City training camp. A vast compound stood among towering mountains and drifting clouds. Birds circled above the tiled rooftops as young martial artists gathered below. Grandmaster Wang Qingshan explained the rules of the wilderness special training. The training required surviving in the 10,000 monster mountain range for 7 days. No supplies were allowed to be carried. Only by killing ferocious beasts of the same realm or higher could the participants obtain contribution points. Su Hong listened carefully while standing among other trainees holding long spears. He realized that Hang City, the provincial capital of Jiangnan Province, truly gathered geniuses from everywhere. The difficulty of training here far exceeded that of Star City. Grandmaster Wang Qingshan then announced that the special training would begin and ordered everyone to move out. Without hesitation, the trainees leapt off the platform and rushed into the mountains below. As they left, Grandmaster Wang spoke to Grandmaster Qin. He questioned whether the boy Grandmaster Qin had brought, who had not even reached Tier 2 yet, was really worth making a bet on. Grandmaster Qin said that was right. He told him that the terms of the bet were clear. If Su Hong won, Grandmaster Wang would teach him an A-rank healing martial art. In exchange for however many of Grandmaster Wang's students managed to defeat Su Hong, he would personally teach each of them an A-rank martial art. Grandmaster Wang hesitated and pointed out that half of the students present were already Tier 2. He questioned whether Grandmaster Qin truly had the ability to teach that many A-rank martial arts. Grandmaster Qin remained indifferent. Seeing that, Grandmaster Wang said that letting the boy experience those beasts early on was not a bad thing. When Grandmaster Qin heard this, he was startled and asked if the beasts from the 10,000 races demonic cult had already arrived. Grandmaster Wang reassured him, saying that the ones who had come were merely some Tier 2 and Tier 3 small fry. Hearing that, Grandmaster Qin became anxious, saying Tier 3 beasts were no joke. Sending the students against them would be driving them to their deaths. However, Grandmaster Wang spoke firmly, saying that the war of the 10,000 races was cruel. Without enduring hardships, how could anyone become a true powerhouse? Hearing that, Grandmaster Qin sighed, as there was nothing he could do. Grandmaster Qin wanted to tell Su Hong that he was not required to take first place this time. Simply coming back alive would be enough. Meanwhile, in the mountains, Su Hong fought fiercely. Lightning surged around his spear as he launched himself forward. With a powerful strike, he pierced through a wolf ferocious beast. Blood splattered as golden lightning exploded outward. Next, he fought a boar ferocious beast. He soared high into the air, gathering blazing golden energy around him. Like a radiant meteor descending from the sky, he unleashed a devastating attack. Golden light rained down in countless streaks, crashing violently onto the beasts below. The mountains trembled under the storm of lightning as Su Hong continued his relentless assault. Next, Su Hong's spear flashed with green light as it pierced through the massive serpent-like beast. With a loud roar, the creature's body split apart. Blood sprayed into the air as the long body collapsed heavily onto the ground. Night slowly fell over the mountains. A crescent moon hung high in the sky, but Su Hong didn't stop. He charged at a black tiger beast that was wrapped in blazing red energy. A powerful wave of blue water spiraled upward like a roaring dragon and smashed down violently. The impact echoed through the valley as the beast was struck down. After the battle, Su Hong walked toward a cave, surrounded by the remains of defeated beasts. Su Hong thought to himself that the power of these newly learned martial arts was very strong. However, if he used them continuously, the spiritual qi in his body was clearly insufficient. He walked into that cave. Bloodstains covered the ground, and broken bones were scattered around him. He realized that he had finally gathered enough martial value. He needed to hurry and break through to become a Tier 2 martial artist. A system panel appeared before him. It displayed his information, and currently he had 502 martial value. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he began to cultivate. Red energy surged around him as the system continuously displayed notifications. His vitality increased little by little. The numbers kept rising as Su Hong focused silently on his breakthrough. But outside, in the quiet of the night, suddenly a figure stepped through the grass. It was a red-haired man. He muttered to himself that it was the middle of the night, yet he had been sent to come and check the area. He felt there was no need to be so careful. As he walked deeper into the forest, he thought about the sacrificial location hidden deep within the 10,000 monster mountain range. In such a remote and desolate place, he believed there was no way anyone else could possibly be there. But suddenly, he paused when he saw something. He saw the body of a fallen beast lying near the cave entrance, blood pooled beneath it. He narrowed his eyes and looked ahead. To his surprise, there really was someone there. That man stared toward the dark cave opening under the starry sky and coldly ordered the hidden person to stop. With a sinister smile, he spoke loudly into the night. He declared that he knew someone was hiding inside. He told them to come out on their own, and he would give them a quick death. Otherwise, he threatened that he would swallow them alive and skin them. That red-haired man stood at the cave entrance with his arms spread slightly. He stated calmly that the person inside had killed a rank 1 Crimson Flame Black Tiger. At most, he concluded, that meant they only had the strength of a rank 2 or rank 3 martial artist. He warned them not to try to resist, otherwise he would show them something worse than death. Inside the cave, Su Hong, who was hiding behind a rock, listened carefully. Judging by that man's tone, Su Hong realized he did not seem like someone who could be trusted. And the way he spoke showed that he even looked down on rank 3 martial artists. Su Hong wondered if that man could possibly be rank 4. Although Su Hong had already broken through to rank 2, he was not sure whether he could defeat a rank 4 opponent. No matter what, he decided that he needed to escape the cave first. With a sudden burst of movement, he attacked, unleashing a powerful surge of blue energy that roared outward like a dragon. The force blasted through the cave entrance, shaking the ground. Outside, the red-haired man looked up at the sudden attack. A grin spread across his face. He laughed and said that Su Hong had finally shown his face. Flames ignited in his hand as he took out his blade and prepared to respond. That red-haired man cut down Su Hong's attack with ease, surrounded by clashing waves of red energy. After sensing the power of the technique, he smirked and concluded that the opponent was only an early-stage rank 2. Su Hong used the opportunity to run out of the cave. That red-haired man looked toward the cave and asked mockingly if he was trying to escape. Then he ran after him, laughing and admitting that killing a Crimson Flame Black Tiger at early-stage rank 2 was quite impressive. He even called him a genius, but he added that he loved crushing so-called lucky geniuses the most. As he rushed forward to attack, his expression suddenly changed. He froze for a moment, confusion flashing across his face. A drop of sweat rolled down as he let out a puzzled sound. Outside the cave, he noticed that Su Hong had stopped running. He asked why he had stopped. Standing calmly with his spear in hand, Su Hong looked at him steadily. After observing the power that had just been released, Su Hong concluded that the red-haired man was only an early-stage rank 3. He added that he had initially thought the man was rank 4. Su Hong noticed the dark tattoo on the man's neck, and stated that the tattoo belonged to the celestial race. He then asked if the man was part of the Myriad Race's demon cult. It was known that the members of the Myriad Race's demon cult were originally humans. However, they viewed being human as a disgrace and took pride in becoming part of the so-called Myriad Races. They carried out terrorist attacks and captured humans as sacrifices for other races, all in order to receive rewards. Golden energy surged around Su Hong as anger filled his eyes. He called that man human scum and declared that people like him deserved to die. The red-haired man smirked and told him to try. Flames wrapped around his arm as he prepared his attack. With a fierce shout, he unleashed his technique, Sky Sun Slash. A blazing arc of fire tore through the air, descending with overwhelming force. Facing the incoming attack, Su Hong steadied himself. He realized that this was his first time fighting a rank 3 martial artist. He decided that he would have to go all out. As the blazing attack descended, Su Hong unleashed his counter. With a powerful shout, he activated his technique, River Flip. A massive surge of energy roared upward, colliding directly with the fiery slash. The two forces crashed violently, flames and lightning scattering in every direction. Seeing the clash, Su Hong was stunned. He realized that a rank 3 martial artist's technique had actually been scattered by his own attack. The red-haired man's eyes widened in disbelief. He could not understand it. He was an entire level higher, and was even using an A-rank technique. Yet he was falling behind. On top of that, Su Hong was supposed to use water attribute abilities. How could he also wield lightning? Anger twisted his expression. He cursed and declared that Su Hong was asking for death. Golden arcs of energy tore across the battlefield as he swung his blade in all directions to attack. In the next instant, a flash of lightning streaked through the air. Before the red-haired man could react, Su Hong appeared behind him in a burst of speed, his blade cutting forward with decisive force. Golden lightning roared upward like a blazing pillar, illuminating the entire battlefield. Su Hong leapt into the air, surrounded by crackling energy. The red-haired man froze in shock as the overwhelming power pressed down. With calm eyes and steady resolve, Su Hong called out his next technique, Sea Treader. The lightning intensified, surging violently around him. The red-haired man felt the terrifying pressure and realized that this power was even stronger than his own Sky Sun Slash. Panic gripped his heart. He immediately decided that he had to retreat. Just as he attempted to pull back, green vines suddenly shot upward from the ground and wrapped tightly around his legs. His eyes widened in disbelief. It was a wood attribute control technique. First water, then lightning, and now wood. He couldn't believe his opponent was using multiple attributes. The vines tightened, holding him firmly in place. In the next instant, the blazing sphere of lightning energy crashed down with unstoppable force, exploding in a brilliant burst of light. The lightning slowly faded, leaving smoke drifting through the forest. Su Hong stood calmly, holding his spear as arcs of electricity crackled around him. In front of him, a molten figure knelt within the smoke, its body melting and reforming. Seeing that, Su Hong wondered if the man had dodged the attack using some strange movement technique. The molten body continued to dissolve, heat rising from it as it softened and shifted. Suddenly, a little farther away, fragments of dark rock began floating in the air. An eye opened within the rocky mass as it reappeared. The red-haired man reformed his body from the scattered stones, kneeling on the ground. His skin looked cracked like burning rock, glowing with lava-like veins. Fear filled his thoughts. He realized that he had not encountered a mere human genius. He had run into a complete monster. But anger quickly replaced fear, as Su Hong tracked him down, saying that he wanted to see where he could run now. With a furious roar, the red-haired man cursed him and shouted that the brat would pay. A bright light began to gather on his neck where the wing tattoo was, glowing intensely as he prepared another attack. The red-haired man roared as dark wings burst out from his back. He shouted for Su Hong to feel the divine might of the celestial race. His body, cracked like burning stone, surged with violent energy as the transformation continued. Seeing this, Su Hong tightened his grip on his spear and swung it forward. He declared that neither human nor ghost had ever mutated into such a state, and that everyone in the demon cult was insane. But in the next instant, the red-haired man caught the spear with his bare hand. Shockwaves rippled outward from the impact. Su Hong was flung backward as the force exploded between them. The red-haired man sneered and shouted that Su Hong knew nothing. Once his transformation was complete, he would become a true celestial. He then roared that their sacrifice ritual would not be ruined. Dark wings spread wide as he pressed forward with killing intent. But suddenly, flames erupted violently around him. His eyes widened in disbelief as the blazing attack pierced through the battlefield. He could only shout in shock as the overwhelming fire engulfed him. Su Hong's eyes sharpened as flames spiraled violently around his fist. He thrust his hand forward and used his flame cage technique. In an instant, towering pillars of fire erupted from the ground, forming a blazing prison around the red-haired man. The flames roared upward like burning walls, sealing him inside. Without hesitation, Su Hong shifted his stance. Golden lightning crackled wildly around his spear as he lowered his body and used his piercing spear Destruction. The spear shot out like a bolt of thunder, wrapped in violent arcs of lightning. It pierced straight into the enemy's chest, sparks exploding upon impact. A massive blast followed. The ground shattered as debris flew into the air. Fire and lightning collided in a blinding explosion. When the smoke cleared, Su Hong knelt firmly with his spear planted before him, lightning still dancing around the blade. Behind him, the red-haired man's body was thrown backward, his wings torn and his cracked skin breaking apart like shattered stone. Blood spilled from his mouth as he collapsed onto the ground. With fading strength, he looked toward Su Hong and trembled. His voice shook as he muttered that Su Hong was a monster. Then the red-haired man's body began to crumble. With a cracking sound, his stone-like skin shattered into pieces, scattering across the ground like broken rock. A blue system panel appeared in the air. It displayed that Su Hong had killed a mutated celestial and gained 212 martial values. Su Hong looked at the notification in surprise. He muttered that the points for killing a demon cultist were actually this high. He reflected that he had been fighting beasts for so long and had only earned 500 points. Then his expression grew serious. He recalled that the enemy had mentioned a sacrifice ritual. He wondered if they had already captured humans. Realizing the seriousness of the matter, he decided that he needed to inform the Grandmaster. At the Hangzhou training camp, night had already fallen. Grandmaster Qin looked at his phone calmly. He said that Su Hong had reported encountering the myriad race's demon cult. He explained that Su Hong mentioned they were performing a sacrifice ritual and had called for them to save people. Sitting at a tea table, Grandmaster Wang told him that the sacrifices this time were their own cult members, so there was no need to worry about them. Hearing that, Grandmaster Qin remarked that sacrificing their own people was truly demon cult behavior. He then poured tea for himself. Grandmaster Wang looked at him and asked if he was still in the mood for tea. He questioned whether he was not going to save his student. Grandmaster Wang calmly took a sip of tea and replied that it had only been an early-stage rank 3 cultist. He said Su Hong had already taken care of him. Hearing that, Grandmaster Wang said that a high-stage rank 1 killing an early-stage rank 3 and a demon cultist at that was nothing special. He remarked that his student bragged too much. Grandmaster Qin simply told him to believe whatever he wanted. Then, 3 days later, a beast lay dead on the ground, blood pooling beneath its body. Su Hong stood nearby, leaning against the monster with his spear resting at his side. He muttered that it had already been 3 days. He had killed plenty of rank 3 beasts, but he had not found another cultist. A blue status panel appeared before him, displaying his information. His vitality had reached 5002 and his mental strength was 100.5. His constitution was listed as Overlord Body, Spirit Grade 11%. His total martial values were 832. Looking at the number, he remarked that it was only a little over 800 points in total. Not as good as killing 4 cultists. Just then, he sensed a sudden warning and looked up. From between the trees, a woman stepped forward and spoke in a playful tone. She called him a little handsome guy and praised his perception for being sharp enough to notice her presence. She smiled faintly and told him that if they had met at another time, she would not have minded showing him some love. Her expression then turned cold. She declared that since he was here now, he would simply have to die. In the next instant, energy gathered in her hand. Sharp, glowing blades formed around her as she launched a fierce attack, sending multiple streaks of light slicing toward him at high speed. Su Hong stood calmly, his spear resting over his shoulder as the attacks rushed toward him. Looking at her, he realized she was a cultist. A faint smile appeared on his face as he thought that his martial values had just delivered themselves to him. Su Hong raised his hand and unleashed his powerful water dragon technique. A massive dragon formed from surging water burst forward, roaring as it crashed ahead with overwhelming force. The water dragon exploded outward, blasting through everything in its path. Just then, as Su Hong was extending his arm, a red robe suddenly blasted out from the smoke to attack him. In the next moment, Su Hong moved swiftly and grabbed that red robe. He thought that this was perfect. He could ask her where the other cult bases were. With full force, he pulled that woman toward himself, ordering her to get over there. The woman was dragged by that robe toward Su Hong. She was shocked and cried out in disbelief, asking what kind of crazy strength this was. That woman swung through the air, her red whip-like weapon still wrapped around him as the momentum pulled her violently. And in the next instant, Su Hong moved. With explosive force, he countered mid-air and slammed her down toward the ground. A powerful burst of energy followed as she crashed heavily below. Dust and shockwaves spread outward from the impact. Su Hong stood over her fallen body, his spear pointed down at her. Coldly, he ordered her to talk and demanded to know where the 10,000 Races demon cult base was located. Lying on the ground, injured and bleeding from the mouth, she quickly gave in. She told him it was 10 kilometers north of there. Desperately, she begged him to spare her life and promised to tell him everything. Without hesitation, he asked how many third-tier warriors they had brought this time. She answered weakly that, counting herself, there had only been one more third-tier warrior. Hearing that, Su Hong calculated that he had already taken out 2 third-tier warriors. That meant only one remained. If that was the case, then he could wipe out every last cultist there. Killing enemies at his own tier should be enough to push him into tier 2. While he was lost in thought, that woman suddenly broke free from him. She shouted that he was underestimating her and swore that this old lady would never let him off. Suddenly, the wing tattoo on her back began to glow. With a fierce roar, she declared that it was a heavenly god race mutation. Dark wings burst out from her back as her aura surged wildly. She announced that once she mutated, her strength would double, and killing him would be a piece of cake. But the next second, golden lightning suddenly tore down from above. In the next instant, a blazing pillar of energy struck through her body, forcing her down violently. Su Hong stood firm amid the crackling lightning and coldly stated that the 10,000 Races demon cult had committed too many vile acts. He would not let a single one of them escape. He then cut that woman in two, telling her to hand over her martial Dao points. A blue system panel appeared before him, displaying that he had gained 208 martial Dao points. Seeing the number, he remarked that 208 martial Dao points were not bad at all. On the other hand, deep within the forest stood the 10,000 Races demon cult's sacrifice site. Dozens of cultists gathered around a group of humans, and the air was thick with tension. One of the humans cursed angrily, saying that the cultists had lied to them. They had been told there were only 2 people at the base. They were also told those 2 were Tier 2. But now, all of them were clearly Tier 3. At that moment, a tall and muscular man stepped forward. He was known as the Blood Commander. He gave a single order to the cultists to kill them. Hearing that, one cultist sneered and pointed out that there were 3 Tier 2 fighters, and all of them were human geniuses. With killing intent rising, they charged forward, mocking the so-called geniuses and shouting for them to die. They roared that they would skin them, tear out their tendons, and offer them up to the immortals. On the other side, the 3 fighters remained fearless. They declared that their enemies were only Tier 3, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Even if the worst happened, they would die together, and no matter what, their grandmasters would avenge them. High above the scene, Grandmaster Qin and Grandmaster Wang observed everything from a distance. Grandmaster Wang remarked that those 3 were the top geniuses in Hongcheng, and asked if they were not bad at all. Grandmaster Qin remarked that the 3 youths were truly impressive. To stand their ground against a swarm of Tier 3 enemies and risk their lives like that showed real courage. They were not bad at all. Grandmaster Wang then decided to let them fight it out first. If the situation truly became dangerous, they would step in. But Grandmaster Qin, looking behind him, said that he did not think it would be necessary. With a faint smile, he added that his little monster was already on the way to rescue his kids. Hearing that, Grandmaster Wang scoffed and asked how much fake liquor he had drunk that day. A Tier 1 kid saving people from a pack of Tier 3 warriors? Even he could not boast that boldly. Grandmaster Qin didn't reply to that and just smiled. Down below, the 3 young fighters were already injured and exhausted. One of them gripped his weapon tightly and shouted that he would hold the enemies off while the others ran, but his companions refused. If they were going to die, they would die together. Suddenly, a cultist lunged forward with a sinister laugh, declaring that none of them were getting away. A violent red slash tore through the air toward the trio. Seeing the attack descending upon them, one of the youths could only mutter in despair that it was over. Just as the red slash was about to strike the 3 youths, a golden streak suddenly tore across the battlefield. A powerful bolt of lightning shot forward, cutting through the air and slamming into the attacking cultist. The force of the strike carved a long trench across the ground. Before anyone could react, the cultist was blasted backward and pinned violently against a tree. Blood splattered as his body hung there, pierced through and unable to move. The surrounding cultists froze in shock. They looked around nervously and shouted, demanding to know who was there. In the next instant, Su Hong appeared in front of them with golden lightning crackling around his arms. He struck 2 cultists simultaneously, electricity wrapping around their bodies. They convulsed violently as the lightning exploded around them. Su Hong stepped in close and drove a palm filled with crackling lightning straight into his opponent's body. Golden electricity exploded outward with a sharp snap spreading across the man's chest. He moved with lightning speed and attacked several enemies simultaneously. They were all lifted off the ground as arcs of golden energy whipped around them in a wide curve. Su Hong then stopped and looked toward the 3 youths, asking if they were okay. The 3 stared at him in shock. One of them, breathing heavily and covered in sweat, recognized him. He asked if he was Su Hong from Star City. Another muttered in disbelief that he had taken out that many Tier 3 opponents in an instant. He could hardly believe it. Grandmaster Wang watched the scene with a serious expression. He turned and asked Grandmaster Qin why his student knew Thunder Palm. Didn't he say that Su Hong had no attributes and could not learn martial skills? If he could repeatedly use Fire Palm Thunder, did that mean he had already broken through to Tier 2? Grandmaster Qin was shocked himself and explained that when Su Hong first entered the camp, he had only been at the Tier 1 lower stage. Then suddenly, he advanced to the Tier 1 upper stage. It had only been a few days, and now he had truly reached Tier 2. His cultivation speed was nothing short of ridiculous. Su Hong told the three behind him that he would cover the rear, and that they should leave first. The young man with the shield hesitated, but finally nodded. He told Su Hong to be careful as they prepared to retreat. Su Hong remained calm, though a drop of sweat slid down his face. He realized that the woman had lied to him. She had brought more than a dozen Tier 2 fighters with her. But instead of fear, a grin slowly formed on his face. He muttered to himself that they were all his. No one was going to take them from him. Each kill was worth at least 200 martial Dao points. To him, this was a fortune waiting to be claimed. Suddenly, a bald man with glowing fists rushed forward, roaring that he would smash him into paste. The ground cracked beneath his charge as he lunged at Su Hong. In the next instant, golden lightning flashed. Su Hong moved like a streak of light, his kick striking with explosive force. Blood sprayed into the air as the attacker was blown away. When the dust settled, Su Hong stood alone, calm and unmoving, as the pieces of that man's body fell onto the ground. Golden lightning crackled violently around Su Hong's hand as he lunged forward. His eyes were cold and focused, as he declared that it was their turn next. The remaining men froze in fear. One of them stammered, telling him not to come any closer. Before they could react, screams echoed through the area. A terrified voice cried out that he was a monster. Another desperately shouted for the Blood Commander to save them. Far above, a caped figure walked calmly up a long staircase, ignoring the chaos below as the screams continued to ring out. That caped figure took a deep breath and smelled the blood in the air. On a blood-soaked platform, he stood among the corpses with his arms spread wide, and declared that the holy cult of the 10,000 races would never forget the sacrifice made today, and that it was all worth it. Back on the battlefield, as Su Hong killed an enemy and blood splashed into the air, he saw something unusual and tilted his head in confusion. Su Hong looked around at the battlefield and noticed something strange. He saw that the blood was flowing in one direction. He frowned slightly and wondered what was going on. The streams of blood began rushing forward, gathering together unnaturally around that caped figure. A dark red vortex formed above the platform. Su Hong narrowed his eyes. He muttered to himself, wondering if this was the sacrifice they had been talking about. All that blood condensed into a towering figure wrapped in crimson energy. Then a cold voice echoed through the air, calling humans lowly creatures. Golden light burst from above as enormous wings spread wide. A majestic being descended slowly, radiating brilliance. Feathers drifted through the air as the figure declared that they stood before the noble heavenly god race and ordered them to kneel. The winged figure hovered over the battlefield, looking down at Su Hong from above. But Su Hong did not kneel. Instead, he gripped his weapon and looked up calmly. He remarked that killing mutated cultists had already given him a large amount of martial Dao points. With a faint smile, he wondered how many points he would receive for killing a real member of the heavenly god race. That winged man looked down at Su Hong with cold golden eyes and called him an ant. He demanded to know who had allowed someone so insignificant to look up at him. His expression turned harsh as he declared that Su Hong would pay for his insolence with death. In the next instant, the winged figure vanished in a blur and appeared behind Su Hong. Seeing that, Su Hong's eyes widened slightly. Sweat ran down his face as he realized just how fast the opponent was. Before he could fully react, the winged man struck with overwhelming force. Golden energy exploded as his attack landed on Su Hong, shaking the ground beneath his feet. The battlefield cracked apart under the impact, light bursting outward in every direction. After that clash, the winged man looked at Su Hong with a faint smile. He admitted that it was interesting to see someone like him among the younger generation of the human race. Sweat rolled down Su Hong's face as he admitted to himself that the heavenly god race was truly powerful. The winged man looked down at him calmly. He said that he had originally thought this possession would be like before, nothing more than wiping out a few human ants. However, he did not expect to meet a monster genius like Su Hong among the younger generation of the human race. Because of that, he decided it would be better to strangle the threat in its cradle and remove it permanently. But suddenly, cracks spread across his body. He cursed the physical body he was using, complaining that its vitality had not even reached Tier 4 and was already about to collapse. Even so, he smiled coldly and declared that Tier 3 peak was more than enough to easily kill an ant like Su Hong. Su Hong's eyes sharpened as he processed the information. He realized that it was not a true member of the heavenly god race standing before him, but a human possessed by one of them. Understanding this, he clenched his fist as lightning began to surge around his body. Then he declared that, in that case, it was not certain who would kill whom. Su Hong used his Thunder Rush fist to attack. Golden lightning streaked across the battlefield as the two of them collided again and again. Explosions burst in midair, while Su Hong and the possessed heavenly god race exchanged blow after blow without retreating. From the sky, Grandmaster Qin and Grandmaster Wang watched the battle unfold. Grandmaster Qin admitted that the physical body of the heavenly god race was truly formidable. To actually be able to exchange blows with Su Hong like that, Grandmaster Wang frowned and replied that the heavenly god race was not the main point. The real question was what exactly was going on with Su Hong. On the battlefield, the fierce exchange continued. Grandmaster Wang was shocked that Su Hong was fighting the heavenly god race using nothing but his physical body and was even suppressing his opponent. What made it even more unbelievable was that Su Hong was a whole realm lower than the heavenly god race. Suddenly, Su Hong's lightning-covered fist struck heavily against the opponent's body. The winged man's eyes widened in shock as he was blasted backward through the air. Staring at Su Hong in disbelief, he shouted, asking what kind of physique a mere human could possibly possess. He declared that even on the all-heavens battlefield, when facing the chosen ones of the 10,000 races, his physical strength had never suffered defeat. Yet today, even though he could not exert his full power, he was actually being beaten back step by a human. While he was in that condition, on the other hand, Su Hong was completely relaxed. He mockingly asked the winged man if he was tired, telling him to keep going. A fierce red aura flared around Su Hong as flames rose behind him like a blazing tide. He calmly admitted that ever since awakening the overlord body, he had never felt so exhilarated. In the past, he had been afraid of accidentally beating someone to death, but now, all he needed to consider was how to kill his opponent. Across from him, the possessed heavenly god race gritted his teeth and said that if not for this physical body being too weak, with his true strength, Su Hong interrupted casually, saying that if the opponent's real body were here, the battle would have been even more satisfying. Hearing that, the winged man's face twisted with rage. He shouted furiously that a mere ant dared to humiliate him like this. Golden light suddenly gathered above him as he activated a powerful technique. A dark sphere surrounded by blazing golden radiance appeared in the sky. He declared the name of the technique, Divine Arsenal. Immediately, multiple golden portals opened in midair. From each portal, brilliant golden weapons came out. Blazing golden spears descended like a divine rain of weapons. Hovering in midair, the winged man declared that Su Hong was the very first person to force him to use this move. Standing below, Su Hong looked up at the overwhelming storm of spears. He realized that each of those golden spears possessed enough power to obliterate a Tier 3 martial artist. He wondered what kind of martial art this was. Suddenly, a blue system panel appeared before his eyes. It displayed a notice stating that this martial art could not be learned. Su Hong was stunned. He had never encountered a martial art that could not be learned. From afar, Grandmaster Wang explained that this was the heavenly god race's innate martial art, Divine Arsenal. Only those with extremely pure bloodlines could cast it. Grandmaster Qin said that the heavenly god race's bloodline was incredibly pure. He wondered whether the opponent might be an important figure among the heavenly god race. Grandmaster Wang grew anxious and urged Grandmaster Qin not to hesitate. He insisted that Su Hong was a precious treasure and could not be allowed to die. However, Grandmaster Qin remained calm. He told him not to panic and to wait a little longer, reminding him that Su Hong had not yet used his ultimate move. He then added that Su Hong's compatibility with all 7 attributes was 100% and that he had already mastered the fusion of thunder and fire attributes when he was only a Tier 1 martial artist. Hearing that, the anxious Grandmaster Wang stared at him in shock, demanding to know if that was true. Meanwhile, golden light continued to gather around the winged man. As the divine arsenal intensified, he admitted coldly that if Su Hong were allowed to grow, he would become a massive threat. Golden light blazed across the sky as the winged man looked down coldly at Su Hong. He declared that since Su Hong had the potential to become a massive threat, he should die there today. At once, countless golden spears tore through the air and rained down toward the ground like divine punishment. The forest trembled beneath the overwhelming pressure as the glowing weapons streaked downward. Standing alone on the battlefield, Su Hong faced the descending storm without retreating. Then, a faint smile formed on his lips. He admitted that his opponent was also the first person to force him to use his full strength. Golden lightning began to crackle around his body. Sparks danced across his arm as he gripped his weapon tightly. With a sharp motion, he used his 9 heaven-breaking spears. Third stance, heaven-breaking. In the next instant, blazing lightning gathered around him and condensed into a massive spear of thunder and fire. The energy surged wildly, illuminating the battlefield. Su Hong launched upward like a streak of lightning, his spear piercing through the sky. A blazing pillar of thunder and fire shot straight toward the falling golden spears. The two overwhelming forces collided mid-air, and the sky exploded in a storm of light and lightning. The winged man's eyes widened in shock as Su Hong's blazing spear of thunder and fire pierced straight toward him. A stunned expression crossed his face. He could not believe what he was seeing. He shouted that this was impossible as the lightning-infused spear tore through his divine attack. The overwhelming force slammed downward, and in the next instant, a violent explosion erupted on the ground. Thunder and fire spread outward in a blazing circle, scorching everything in their path. When the light finally faded, only charred fragments remained. He was completely carbonized. The shattered stone structures collapsed with loud crashes, dust rising into the air as debris rolled across the ground. At the center of it all, Su Hong stood holding his spear, his body trembling slightly from the exertion. A translucent blue panel appeared before him. It displayed that he had gained 843 martial value. Sweat dripped down his face as he steadied himself, a faint smile forming on his lips. He admitted quietly that it was really worth a lot. Grandmaster Wang rushed down excitedly, his robes fluttering as he exclaimed that this was his darling treasure, his great genius. Su Hong stood there holding his spear, still catching his breath, looking slightly confused by the sudden enthusiasm. Grandmaster Wang declared that if he had not seen it with his own eyes, even if someone had beaten him to death, he would never have believed it. A Tier 2 martial artist had actually taken out a member of the heavenly god race. Su Hong wondered why Grandmaster Wang was so excited. After all, was it not just a heavenly god race opponent? Grandmaster Qin asked Grandmaster Wang if he should not be excited. Calming down slightly, Su Hong reflected that, as expected of the heavenly god race, ranked in the top 10 of the all heavens, even an ordinary clansman had forced him to use his trump card. He admitted it was hard to imagine how terrifying the true geniuses of the heavenly god race must be. Su Hong blinked and asked if he had been wrong. Grandmaster Qin quickly corrected himself, saying that he should not be this excited over defeating a small fry from the heavenly god race. Then, 4 days later, the special training came to an end. At the martial grounds surrounded by mountains and grand buildings, the results were announced. Someone commented that the Su Hong brought by Grandmaster Qin was far too absurd. The rankings were displayed. First place was Su Hong with 17,210 points. Second place was Lu Dao with 4,700 points, and then so on. Seeing the rankings, a guy muttered that Su Hong had not even reached Tier 2 yet, so those points must have come from cheating. But those students who had seen Su Hong fighting could not stand the accusations anymore. One of them angrily declared that Su Hong was impossibly strong. Even if the 3 of them teamed up, they still would not be his match. Another agreed, saying that Tier 3 demonic cultists were nothing to Su Hong. He took them down with a single move each. Someone then wondered where Su Hong was, mentioning that he still wanted to ask him for some guidance. Another replied that Grandmaster Wang was currently teaching Su Hong an A-rank martial art personally. Walking out of the hall, Grandmaster Wang clicked his tongue in disbelief and said that the little monster had learned his healing martial art in just half a day. Grandmaster Qin simply laughed and told him to get used to it. Meanwhile, Su Hong sat cross-legged inside the training room. His upper body was bare as energy swirled around him. After circulating the technique, he slowly opened his eyes. He said it was as expected of the most valuable healing martial art among A-rank techniques. It had completely erased even old, long-standing scars on his body. His skin gleamed as if polished. After killing ferocious beasts and demonic cultists, he had also accumulated enough for 4,800 martial value. A translucent panel appeared before him, displaying his information. His vitality was at 506.9, spiritual power at 100.6, and his physique, overlord body. Spirit rank was at 1.1%. He had 4,842 martial value. Looking at the panel, Su Hong calmly analyzed his situation. Not only could he raise his spiritual power to 500 points and become a Tier 2 Spirit Master, but his vitality could also be increased significantly. On the other hand, at the Heavenly God Race planet, within the Heavenly God Palace, A grand and radiant palace stood above cascading waterfalls and blooming gardens. Inside the majestic hall, towering figures of the heavenly god race sat upon their thrones, looking down at a lone man standing below. One of them questioned coldly how he could have lost. He had faced a human whose realm was lower than his. Not only had his physical strength been suppressed, but even after using the divine arsenal, he still lost. The man below lowered his head respectfully. He admitted that the human could only be described as a monster genius. His name was Tia Ming of the heavenly god race, the same winged man who had fought with Su Hong. Then a voice asked where Tian Shang was. Tian Shang stepped forward calmly and answered that he was present. The commanding voice declared that if the human child was not eliminated, he would surely become a massive threat. An order was issued to kill him and eradicate him as soon as possible. Tian Shang accepted the order without hesitation. That voice continued, asking whether the divine object fragments within the human race territory had been found. Tian Shang reported that not a single fragment had been discovered yet, though there had been some recent news. The command came once more, saying that no matter what, they were to continue searching, and they must ensure that the human race did not notice. A ferocious bear threw its head back and roared loudly, its jaws wide open and fangs glistening. In the next instant, Wang Tiantuo charged forward. He unleashed the bone netherfire fist, his attack surging with power as it crashed toward the beast, cutting its head in two. At the Star City training camp, a group of trainees gathered below a large screen, watching the battle unfold. Someone exclaimed in disbelief, wondering if Wang Tiantuo had gone crazy. He had already fought several Tier 2 ferocious beasts. Another person said that ever since the three of them joined forces and were defeated by Su Hong, they had all gone mad. They now spent every day inside the gravity room and the ferocious beast room, exchanging all their contribution points for pills to improve their strength. In a training chamber, intense battles continued. Ferocious beasts fell one after another under relentless attacks. Surprisingly, within just a month, all three of them broke through to Tier 2. It was terrifying. Elsewhere, Lin Xinghe roared as he trained, gripping heavy weights in both hands. His muscles trembled as he pushed himself to the limit. Someone remarked that the once flashy Lin Xinghe had almost trained himself into a muscular macho man. At the same time, their thoughts turned toward one person. They wondered when Su Hong would return, admitting that they could no longer wait. Then, a few hours later, Grandmaster Qin returned to his own training camp. Lin Ze greeted Grandmaster Qin, saying that he was finally back. He immediately looked around and asked where Su Hong was. Grandmaster Qin calmly explained that Su Hong had wanted to train in the woods for a few more days, so he had returned first. Lin Ze questioned whether Su Hong would miss the training camp, since it would end in just a few days. Grandmaster Qin reassured them, saying that Su Hong was not stupid. 2 days later, deep in the mountains, a massive serpent coiled itself tightly around a tall stone pillar, its body wrapped firmly as it let out a sharp hiss. On top of that stone pillar, Su Hong sat cross-legged in meditation, surrounded by a golden aura. System notifications appeared one after another, showing his spiritual power increasing by 0.1 repeatedly. The increments continued steadily, until the display showed that his spiritual power had reached 500. At that moment, the giant serpent opened its jaws wide and roared fiercely. The giant serpent lunged at him with its jaws wide open, its red eyes glowing fiercely. A burst of golden light flared from Su Hong's hand as he thrust his palm forward. Su Hong's spiritual hand grabbed the giant serpent, making it unable to move. The giant serpent was stunned, but Su Hong remained calm. A brilliant golden radiance gathered in his palm, forming a sharp radiant structure. He declared the use of the weapon condensation art. The golden energy rapidly condensed into the shape of a massive sword, shining brightly against the dark sky. The enormous golden blade formed completely and descended with unstoppable force toward the serpent below. The sword sliced through the giant serpent's body like butter, its light overwhelming everything around it. Su Hong stood calmly as the shattered remains of the serpent scattered below him. He remarked that the martial skill power of a Tier 2 spirit master was indeed terrifying. With a quiet command, he dispersed the golden sword formed from his spiritual energy, and the radiant light gradually faded away. Feeling the surge within his body, he realized that his spiritual power had greatly improved. He decided that he could now attempt the 3-attribute fusion. Standing firmly, he raised both hands. Thunder crackled in one palm, fire blazed in the other, and sharp metallic energy gathered between them. As soon as the 3 attributes of thunder, fire, and metal came together, they instantly became volatile. The energies collided violently in his hands, exploding outward in blinding light. Su Hong's expression changed as he felt the force spiraling out of control. He admitted that he was losing control of it. The unstable fusion erupted with tremendous force, lightning and flames tearing through the surroundings as the stone pillar shattered and debris flew everywhere. As the explosion subsided, Su Hong was thrown back heavily against the rocks. Coughing weakly, he acknowledged that the power of a failed fusion was truly terrifying. Even so, he concluded that if the fusion ever succeeded, it might even be powerful enough to injure a Tier 4 martial artist. It was the last day of the training camp. Su Hong walked forward calmly, holding his spear over his shoulder as he entered through the open gates. Soon someone noticed him and shouted that Su Hong was back. They urged others to quickly notify Wang Tiantuo. The news spread quickly. People rushed to watch, saying that Wang Tiantuo and the other two were going to challenge Su Hong again. Some spectators began wondering who would win this time. Standing before the three challengers, Grandmaster Qin asked them if they thought they could win. Without hesitation, they answered confidently that they would win. Facing them, Su Hong calmly asked if they were sure they truly wanted to challenge him. Wang Tiantuo and the others released their auras and warned Su Hong not to underestimate his enemies. Lin Xinghe declared that now all three of them had broken through to Tier 2. With overwhelming confidence, Xiao Yan added that she could now defeat him all by herself. Su Hong smiled awkwardly and apologized softly. Then he calmly revealed that he was also a Tier 2 martial artist now. Flames erupted around his body, rising fiercely as his aura expanded outward. All three opponents were stunned. Wang Tiantuo demanded to know how that was possible, saying that Su Hong had just been at the Tier 1 initial stage before. Lin Xinghe could not believe what he was seeing, and questioned if this was even real. Even so, Xiao Yan stepped forward boldly. She declared that even though Su Hong was Tier 2, she was still a Tier 1 spirit master and was not afraid of him. She immediately activated her weapon condensation art. Golden light surged into the sky, condensing into a massive radiant sword that descended with overwhelming power. But suddenly, her radiant sword was hit by another, more powerful sword, and shattered. Caught in the explosion of light, Xiao Yan coughed up blood and cried out in pain as the impact overwhelmed her. Su Hong pointed his spiritual sword, surrounded by a brilliant white aura, and apologized calmly once more, revealing that he was actually a spirit master as well. The three opponents were stunned. Lin Xinghe was shocked, realizing that Su Hong was a Tier 2 spirit master. Wang Tiantuo understood that Su Hong had not even used his full strength when he sparred with them last time. As they instinctively backed away, they began listing his abilities in disbelief. Tier 2 Spirit Master, Tier 2 Martial Artist, and a top-tier special physique. Looking down at them with a faint smile, Su Hong declared that the three of them were not enough. He suggested that everyone come at him together instead. He treated it as an opportunity, thinking that it was another great chance to earn a large amount of martial value. Behind him, a massive spiritual phantom manifested, its glowing eyes shining with overwhelming pressure. The spectators trembled at the terrifying presence. The crowd quickly panicked. Some shouted that they surrendered immediately. Others yelled for him to go find Wang Tiantuo and Lin Xinghe instead. Many warned him not to come any closer. Fear spread rapidly as Su Hong started attacking them, radiating absolute dominance. Instructor Linze and Bai Mu confronted their grandmaster, accusing him of hiding the news that Su Hong was a spirit master. They questioned whether he was treating them too much like outsiders. But the grandmaster stood silently for a moment. Shock washed over his face as he muttered in disbelief that Su Hong was a Tier 2 spirit master. He found himself completely speechless. Bai Mu and Linze asked him directly whether he truly had not known beforehand, but the grandmaster burst into loud laughter. He declared that Su Hong was a monster among monsters. He even claimed that such a genius would only appear once in a millennium and that the human race was saved. Meanwhile, chaos continued in front of them. Su Hong was beating all the students all by himself in a completely one-sided fight. Bai Mu asked whether they should go and stop them. However, Linzi told her that there was no need to interfere. This was youth. At that moment, Grandmaster Qin suddenly narrowed his eyes, sensing something unusual. He let out a low hum, clearly having noticed the change in the atmosphere. Just then, a massive fiery phoenix descended from the sky, its wings blazing as it roared that 30 days had passed and that the humans should get out of its sight. Su Hong, who was fighting, stopped and looked up. He immediately recognized the presence. He realized that it was the Great Rock again. Grandmaster Qin's aura suddenly erupted in a violent surge of purple energy. With fury in his voice, he declared that he had already given that smelly feathered bird enough face. The ground cracked beneath him as spiritual power burst outward in waves. The Great Rock responded coldly, stating that the time had come and that it would naturally leave. It questioned whether this was now their turn to chase people away. The Great Rock called out to Grandmaster Qin Tianli, asking what he intended to do today, but before the sentence could finish, the clash had already begun. The rock roared that it was not afraid. In an instant, Grandmaster Qin punched it with his blazing purple flames. Explosions of light and energy filled the sky as the Grandmaster launched his attack, punching the Great Rock again and again. Watching from below, Su Hong felt the terrifying heat radiating through the air. He wondered if this was truly the flame of a Tier 7 Grandmaster, noting that the temperature was overwhelmingly intense. To him, this battle was no different from immortals fighting in the heavens. As the Grandmaster stood atop the golden-winged Great Rock, the massive bird shouted desperately for him to stop hitting it. It claimed that it had a powerful backer supporting it today. Grandmaster Qin warned it to call that person out, saying he would beat him up as well. But suddenly, a cold voice echoed through the sky, saying that it was enough. Grandmaster Qin's expression changed instantly, shock flashing across his face. High above the mountains, a dark shadow with glowing red eyes appeared. Purple energy spiraled around it, pressing down upon the land like a storm. A single crimson eye opened within the darkness, staring down with terrifying authority. Bai Mu realized the truth in horror. It was actually the Lord of 10,000 Monsters. Linze remembered that the golden-winged Great Rock was related to that supreme being. Su Hong clenched his fist as he knew that the Lord of 10,000 Monsters was one of the strongest entities in the entire 10,000 monster mountain range. Even the weakest among those monsters were Tier 9, and above Tier 9 there were still King Tidal realms. High above the forest, the Lord of 10,000 Monsters with the crimson eye stared down coldly, its gaze piercing through the storm. Su Hong felt the overwhelming pressure and realized the truth. Facing experts of Tier 9 and above, even a Tier 7 Grandmaster seemed insignificant. He clenched his fists tightly. At that moment, he was only Tier 2. The gap between him and those beings was like heaven and earth. He thought that if that kind of expert were to attack Star City, the current him would be powerless. Who could he protect? He would not be able to protect anyone. A strong determination rose in his heart. He had to become stronger. Tier 3, Tier 4, Tier 8, Tier 9, and one day he would reach the King Realm. Meanwhile, Grandmaster Qin looked at the golden-winged Great Rock and said that even the Lord of 10,000 Monsters had appeared. The mixed feathered bird truly had a deep background. The rock glared fiercely and warned Qin Tianli to just wait. Soon after, the enormous bird spread its wings and flew into the distance. Its figure slowly dissipated into the sky. Grandmaster Qin didn't panic because, in the end, he knew that the Lord of 10,000 Monsters had an old agreement with the human race and could not attack casually. Therefore, there was no need to worry about him bullying the younger generation. Despite the sudden appearance of the Lord of 10,000 Monsters, the training camp eventually ended as usual. Vehicles arrived at the camp entrance as students began leaving in groups. Su Hong walked out with his backpack over his shoulder. It had already been a month since he left home, and he thought that his uncle and aunt must be very worried about him. Just then, someone called out happily, saying they had finally found him. It was his classmates, Chen Shen and Li Tu. They gathered around him and joked that after the training camp, he would become famous in Star City. Even though they had not gotten along before, they hoped he would not target them in the future. Su Hong sighed and asked if he was really that petty. He said that if they had not mentioned those past issues, he would have already forgotten about them. Soon, an announcement was made to all the students. They were praised for their hard work during training. To welcome everyone back, the City Lord's estate had prepared a banquet with various gifts. All students were invited to attend. The students thanked the City Lord for his hospitality. As his friends chatted excitedly around him, Su Hong felt slightly overwhelmed. In his heart, however, he did not want to attend any banquet. He only wished to return home as soon as possible and reunite with his uncle and aunt. The scene shifted to Star City, at the City Lord's estate. Inside the grand banquet hall, golden chandeliers hung from the ceiling, and a long red carpet stretched down the center. Guests filled the hall, seated at round tables covered with luxurious dishes. The atmosphere was lively, and the sound of chatter echoed everywhere. A waiter approached two guests and politely told them that they were assigned to a specific table. One of them nervously thanked him. It was Su Hong's uncle and aunt. When they sat down, an awkward silence surrounded them. The two looked uncomfortable as they stared at the lavish food in front of them. At another table, some elegantly dressed guests whispered among themselves. They questioned whose parents were sitting over there. One woman wondered aloud if migrant workers were also allowed to attend the banquet. Another person complained about the waiter, asking why he was bringing just anyone over. Meanwhile, Su Hong's uncle and aunt, sitting at the table, felt uneasy. His aunt worried that they might be embarrassing little Hong by dressing the way they did. His uncle could only respond helplessly, saying those were their best clothes. With a sigh, they both felt that perhaps they should not have come at all. While they were feeling uneasy at their table, suddenly Su Hong's principal approached them with a warm smile. He asked if they were Su Hong's relatives. He then introduced himself as Li Chengsham, the principal of No. 1 High School. Su Hong's uncle and aunt were startled and quickly greeted him respectfully, addressing him as principal. Both of them were clearly nervous. The principal laughed kindly and told them there was no need to be nervous. He reached out to shake their hands, but Wu Lingshan noticed them and stepped forward. She grabbed Su Hong's uncle's hand and introduced herself as Wu Lingshan, the president of the Star City Martial Artists Association. With great excitement, she declared that Su Hong was the most promising genius she had ever seen. She laughed loudly, clearly proud of the young man. Overwhelmed, Su Hong's uncle and aunt stuttered nervously as they greeted the president. At another table, several guests watched the scene in shock. They whispered among themselves, wondering what was happening. They could not believe that the principal of No. 1 High School and the president of the Martial Dao Association had personally gone to greet those people. They also noticed that the two of them seemed to have a very good relationship with them. Some guests looked confused and asked who Su Hong was. They even wondered whether there was any powerful family with the surname Su in Star City. Meanwhile, another table was filled with chatter as the banquet continued. Lin Xinghe's father smiled proudly and said that the city lord had a good son with a barbarian god body. In his opinion, that boy would easily take first place in the training camp. Nearby, the city lord of Star City and Wang Tiantuo's father, Wang Ni, calmly held a glass of wine and laughed. He admitted that both the Xiao family and the Lin family made him envious. He explained that one of the younger generation was the only spirit master in Star City, while another had terrifying comprehension. That young genius had mastered the A-rank martial art, Flying Swan, Startling Cloud Step, even when he was only at the Tier 1 initial stage. Xiaoyan's father nodded confidently. He said that compared to the barbarian god body, the spirit master seemed stronger. He believed his family's Yanyan would most likely take first place. Lin Xinghe's father let out a soft laugh and said that with Xinghe's movement technique before the overlord body and spiritual telekinesis could even react, they might already be defeated. Hearing them, the city lord slammed his hand down and angrily argued that his Tiantuo's attack power far exceeded ordinary people. He firmly declared that Tiantuo would definitely be first in the training camp. Xiaoyan's father responded with a confident laugh, saying that spirit masters were extremely rare, and that his Xiaoyan had the potential to become a king. Lin Xinghe's father added that in all martial arts under heaven, only speed was unbreakable. In his eyes, Xinghe was invincible. Wang Ni stubbornly insisted that his Tiantuo would completely crush the other two. As their voices grew louder, the atmosphere at the banquet table became tense, each father fiercely defending the strength of his own child. As the fathers continued arguing, Su Hong's principal turned to President Wu and asked if she was not going to break up the fight. President Wu crossed her arms and said that if they expected her, an older leftover woman, to step in and stop a few men from showing off their children, she might not be able to resist beating someone up instead. She then added calmly that when that kid arrived, the men bragging about their children would all fall silent. The principal looked at her and asked if she truly thought so highly of Su Hong. After all, Su Hong was only at the Tier 1 initial stage. With a confident smile, she replied that it was simply a woman's intuition. At that moment, a man rushed in and loudly reported to the city lord that the special bus for the training camp had arrived. Hearing this, the city lord immediately stood up and announced that the pride of Star City had returned. He called for everyone to come out with him to welcome them. Outside the grand gates, luxury cars slowly pulled in along the red carpet as security stood guard. The atmosphere was lively and expectant. Soon, injured Lin Xinghe and Xiaoyan appeared. Xiaoyan's father looked at his daughter and exclaimed that she had lost weight and gotten tanned, saying it broke his heart. Lin Xinghe's father anxiously asked his son how he had gotten hurt, worrying that his handsome face was disfigured. When the city lord heard Lin Xinghe's father call his son disfigured, he immediately retorted angrily. Pointing at Wang Tiantuo's injured face, he asked what that meant for his own son then. Xiao Yan looked at Wang Tiantuo coldly and said that someone had refused to admit defeat, so naturally he had been beaten badly. Lin Xinghe added that he had admitted defeat quickly, so he had taken fewer beatings. Hearing them all, the fathers were shocked. They could not believe that all three of them had lost. They wondered who could possibly defeat their children. But suddenly, the city lord noticed something strange. He sensed their auras and realized that all three had broken through to Tier 2. Xiao Yan's father was stunned. A Tier 2 martial artist, combined with spiritual telekinesis, should have been nearly unbeatable. He could not understand how they had still lost. Lin Xinghe's father muttered in disbelief that perhaps Star City had produced a true monster. All three young fighters then spoke honestly. Wang Tiantuo admitted that the opponent's strength was greater than his. Lin Xinghe said that the opponent's speed was faster than his. Xiao Yan confessed that the opponent's spiritual telekinesis was stronger than hers. Hearing this, the fathers fell silent. Finally, Wang Tiantuo told them that they should see for themselves. Xiao Yan declared that the person who defeated them was a monster. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed as students began walking down the bus stairs. A line of injured students stood facing each other, the air heavy with tension. At last, a footstep echoed as Su Hong descended the stairs, saying that them acting like this made him feel very awkward. He casually added that he really wanted to go home. His uncle and aunt must have prepared good food for him and were waiting for him right now. The surrounding students stood in respect. In the distance, Su Hong's uncle and aunt rushed forward, shouting, "Little Hong!" Others looked confused and whispered, wondering whether he was actually their child. When Su Hong saw his uncle and aunt, his face lit up with happiness. But as his uncle and aunt were coming over, suddenly his aunt tripped. She cried out in surprise, but just as she was about to fall, her body suddenly stopped in midair. She began to float gently, surrounded by a faint force. The people behind her froze in shock as they watched her suspended above the ground. Su Hong stepped forward and quickly asked his aunt if she was hurt. His uncle, still amazed, asked what kind of martial art this was, saying it was incredible. His aunt reassured him that they were fine and had only been startled. Looking at him proudly, they said that he had grown stronger again. For the past month, they had been worried sick about him. Su Hong smiled calmly and told them there was no need to worry, since he had already returned. Not far away, the city lord and Xiao Yan's father stared at him in shock. The city lord exclaimed that Su Hong was actually a spirit master, and not just that, but a Tier 2 spirit master. Xiao Yan's father finally understood and muttered that no wonder his Yanner had lost. Su Hong's principal and President Wu turned to each other. Su Hong's principal demanded to know why the president had not told him that Su Hong was a spirit master. At the same time, President Wu angrily accused him of hiding the fact from her. After a brief pause, they both realized the truth at the same time. They had not known either. President Wu then stepped forward confidently and declared that anyone who still dared to covet her position should fight her for it. She warned them to be careful, or she would bring Su Hong to beat their disciples into a pulp. Laughing boldly, Su Hong's principal announced that his #1 high school would rise next year. He challenged them to see how they would compete with him for resources then. The others could only stand there, speechless and frustrated, as they celebrated their victory. As soon as the news spread, many influential figures reacted immediately. One person demanded all the information about Su Hong from #1 high school. Another urgently ordered someone to prepare a generous gift at once. Someone excitedly declared that he had found the perfect husband for his daughter. Another quickly instructed his people to bring their daughter to the city lord's estate and dress her beautifully. But someone had already taken out a luxurious tray, holding a bank card and property documents. Star City's city lord, Wang Ni, stepped forward proudly. He announced that student Su Hong was indeed the #1 genius of Star City, truly a dragon among men. He then offered Su Hong a villa and 3 million in cash, explaining that it was the bonus prepared for first place in the training camp, and asked him to accept it. Watching from the side, others immediately saw through it. They mocked the so-called bonus, saying the city lord had only just realized his own son was not first. They understood that he had clearly seen Su Hong's family was not wealthy, and had prepared the reward on the spot under the excuse of a training camp prize. They complained that the old fox had acted too quickly. The The city lord continued smiling and declared that as the #1 talent of Star City, Su Hong could ask for anything in the future, and he would help him with all his might. Hearing this, Su Hong thought carefully. He realized that the city lord was publicly trying to win him over. If he refused, he would offend him. But if he accepted and sided with him, he might not be able to refuse any requests from the city lord in the future. He silently weighed his options as the city lord extended his hand toward him. Su Hong carefully considered the situation. He knew that the city lord's faction was the most powerful in Star City, so he could not afford to offend him. Moreover, with the city lord protecting his family, he would be able to go out and train without worry. He also had Grandmaster Qin, President Wu, and his principals supporting him. With their backing, he would not have to fear the city lord forcing him into anything excessive in the future. After weighing everything, Su Hong made his decision. He thanked the city lord for his favor, and admitted that he truly did need his help. The city lord smiled broadly and shook his hand firmly, telling him to feel free to ask for whatever he needed. Su Hong then made his request. He explained that his aunt had a rare disease and asked if the city lord could help treat it. Hearing this, his uncle and aunt were deeply moved. His aunt softly called his name, her eyes filled with emotion. The city lord immediately agreed. He ordered his subordinates to handle the matter and instructed them to use the best medical resources available. His subordinate respectfully responded and promised to carry out the order. With that, the agreement between them was sealed, and Su Hong had secured powerful support for his family. The city lord looked at Su Hong with a satisfied smile and asked if there was anything else he wanted. He told him not to be polite, saying he liked straightforward young people the most. After a brief pause, Su Hong admitted that he also wanted a handy weapon. The city lord laughed heartily and told him to come with him to the armory and pick whatever he liked. Su Hong thanked the city lord respectfully. The city lord smiled even wider and thought to himself that he had been afraid Su Hong would not ask for more. The more requests Su Hong made, the deeper he would be tied to the Wang family. Su Hong then turned to his uncle and aunt and asked them to wait for him for a while. The city lord instructed Tine Tuo to host the banquet in his place and said he would return shortly. Wang Tiantuo politely guided Su Hong's uncle and aunt to another area. Onlookers whispered that Su Hong's family had truly risen to great heights. Soon they arrived at the city lord's mansion armory. Inside, rows of weapons were neatly displayed. The city lord explained that one section contained C-grade alloy weapons, another held B-grade weapons, and the deepest part contained A-grade weapons. He then asked Su Hong what attribute he possessed and told him to go straight to the A-grade area and pick one. Seeing the display of high-level weapons, Su Hong realized that an A-grade alloy weapon was worth hundreds of millions. He understood that the city lord was truly going all out to win him over. Su Hong looked at the city lord and respectfully asked whether there were any multi-attribute alloy weapons available. The city lord was startled. He repeated the question in disbelief and asked whether Su Hong was a multi-attribute martial artist. Su Hong calmly explained that he cultivated multiple attributes at the same time. He added that Grandmaster Qin thought highly of him and had advised him to choose a multi-attribute weapon if possible. As he spoke, 7 different attribute energies appeared around his body, glowing in different colors. The city lord stared in shock and stammered that there were 7 attributes. Seeing the city lord's reaction, Su Hong thought to himself that since he had already decided to accept the city lord's attempt to win him over, the more monstrous he appeared, the more the city lord would value him. The city lord could hardly believe what he was seeing. He exclaimed that cultivating 7 attributes at the same time should make cultivation extremely slow. He questioned how Su Hong's cultivation speed could be so fast. He even recalled that it was said that those who cultivated 7 attributes could not even reach rank 2, but Su Hong was already a rank 2 7-attribute martial artist. He was also a rank 2 spirit reader and possessed a special physique that surpassed the barbarian god body. Overwhelmed, the city lord declared that such a monster had actually appeared in his Star City. He felt as though a heaven-sent genius had descended upon them. After a moment, he sighed and called himself useless in front of nephew Su Hong. Seeing his sudden reaction, Su Hong asked what had happened to the city lord all of a sudden. The city lord led Su Hong through the armory and explained that multi-attribute alloy weapons were extremely rare. Even in his own collection, there were only a few dual-attribute weapons. As for 3-attribute weapons, he said there was only one available, a B-grade dark gold profound iron spearhead. Holding the spearhead in his hand, the city lord asked whether Su Hong wanted him to dismantle an A-grade alloy spear shaft so he could make do with it for now. Su Hong clasped his hands politely and thanked the city lord for the offer. He said that for the shaft he could simply continue using his Thunderfire spear. A 3-attribute spearhead would already be enough for him at the moment. The city lord then mentioned that anomalies had recently appeared near Star City. Rumors claimed that dual-attribute and even multi-attribute fierce beasts had emerged. He assured Su Hong that he would have someone keep an eye out for him. Su Hong looked surprised and asked what kind of anomalies he was referring to. The city lord explained that while Su Hong had been attending the training camp, anomalies had appeared all over the world. In those places, not only had multi-attribute fierce beasts shown up, but multi-attribute natural treasures had also been born. He added that someone had personally witnessed a thunder-attributed fierce beast that, after coming into contact with a shard-like object, gained the ability to breathe both thunder and flames. The city lord told Su Hong that Stargazing Lake, located outside Star City, had also reported sightings of multi-attribute fierce beasts. Su Hong was surprised and asked about Stargazing Lake. The city lord explained that Stargazing Lake was too dangerous for him at the moment. He advised that once Su Hong entered a martial arts university in the future, he would have more opportunities to obtain multi-attribute weapons. There was no need to take risks now. Su Hong thanked the city lord for his guidance. A few hours later, outside Su Hong's house, an official vehicle from Star City arrived. The car attracted the attention of many neighbors, who gathered around in curiosity. Some people wondered why an official Star City vehicle had come to their neighborhood. Others quickly recognized the license plate number and exclaimed that it belonged to the city lord's private car. The crowd was shocked, questioning what the city lord was doing there of all places. Among the onlookers, the woman who had tried to buy Su Hong's training camp pass stared at the luxurious car with longing. She thought that if her son Lin Nian could ride in such a car, she could die without regrets. At the same time, resentment filled her heart. She believed that if Su Hong had given the training camp slot to Lin Nian, her son would have had a bright future. Angrily, she swore that she would raise the Su family's rent and drive them out. The woman stood with her arms crossed, staring at the car in disbelief as the door slowly opened. Then, from inside, Su Hong, his uncle, and his aunt stepped out. Seeing that, everyone was shocked. Someone asked why Su Hong's family was getting out of the car. Another person explained that Su Hong had gone to the training camp and was now being sent back in the city lord's private car. It seemed that the Su family had truly struck it rich. Hearing this, the woman was stunned. She could not believe it and muttered in shock, wondering how such a thing was possible. Su Hong's uncle stepped forward and spoke calmly. He greeted Sister Hong and said he just happened to have something to tell her. He announced that Su Hong had taken first place in the training camp and that the city lord had rewarded their family with a villa. They would be moving the next day. Sister Hong could only stammer in disbelief, asking if it was true. Su Hong's uncle then added that they would no longer be renting the apartment. He politely asked if she could refund the extra rent they had paid. His wife quickly interrupted, saying there was no need for a refund. Their family now had money, so they could simply treat it as a gift for Sister Hong. Later, as they walked inside, Su Hong's uncle asked whether they should move the tables and chairs from the apartment to the villa. His wife told him not to be so stingy. Su Hong was an important figure now, and they should not embarrass him. Su Hong laughed and said he was not afraid of being embarrassed as long as everyone was happy. That night, under the quiet city lights, Su Hong stood on his rooftop, watching over the silent buildings. He said that today would be the last time he trained in that place. Surprisingly, he felt a little reluctant to leave. He checked his remaining martial values and calculated that after upgrading his mental strength and defeating everyone in the training camp, his total martial values had exceeded 1,900. His status panel displayed his information. His blood chi was over 500, and his mental strength had reached 500. Various breathing techniques and martial arts skills were listed, along with their levels. At the bottom, his martial values showed 1944. He began to convert his martial values into blood chi. One notification after another appeared, each showing his blood chi increasing by 0.1. His blood chi steadily increased until it reached 701. With over 700 blood chi points, he successfully broke through to the mid-stage of rank 2. As he sat there, red energy flames surged around his body. His muscles swelled as the power coursed through him. After stabilizing himself, he said that he should look up the anomalies the city lord had mentioned, along with information about Stargazing Lake. However, when he gripped his phone, cracks suddenly spread across the screen. He realized that his body had not fully adapted to the power of mid-stage rank 2 yet. Fortunately, his phone had not been completely crushed. While sitting on the rooftop at night, Su Hong scrolled through the news on his phone. He read that an S-grade spiritual medicine had appeared abroad, causing countless martial artists to scramble for it. Even grandmasters had taken action. Another report stated that after a fierce flame beast touched a certain mysterious shard, it immediately gained thunder and earth attributes. It was also mentioned that all the martial artists who had witnessed the mysterious shard had recently died under strange circumstances. As he continued reading, he found information about Stargazing Lake. A rank 2 multi-attribute fierce beast had been discovered there, attracting a large number of rank 3 and rank 4 martial artists. Su Hong fell into deep thought. He admitted that he might not be able to defeat a rank 4 martial artist yet, but escaping from one should not be a problem. After making up his mind, he decided that once his family finished moving the next day, he would personally go and check out Stargazing Lake. The next day at Star City's Villa District, Su Hong's new home was already attracting attention. Inside the luxurious villa, gifts were piled everywhere. So many people had come to drop off presents that morning that it felt as if the doorstep was being worn out. It was clear that everyone living in the area was extremely wealthy. Because of that, his family felt they could not afford to embarrass Su Hong in the future. Soon, visitors arrived one after another. They greeted him warmly, telling Su Hong that he was welcome at their homes anytime and that their doors were always open. Others eagerly mentioned that their houses were filled with rare collectibles and invited him to visit whenever he had time. Su Hong could only smile awkwardly and respond politely, saying definitely again and again while sweat formed on his forehead. After finally seeing the last of them off, he collapsed onto the sofa, completely exhausted. He complained that socializing with so many people was even more tiring than grinding monsters and training. Even so, he reminded himself that he still had to head to Guansheng Lake that afternoon. Later, the scene shifted to the Martial Base, where activity was already underway. When Su Hong arrived at the Martial Base, he was surprised to see so many people gathered there. He wondered why the base was so crowded. Since Guanxing Lake had experienced an anomaly, he thought most people should have already gone there. As he walked through the base, he overheard several warriors talking. They questioned when the Tier 3 and Tier 4 warriors heading to Guanxing Lake would finally leave. Because of them, the Tier 1 warriors did not even dare to step outside. If those stronger warriors decided to rob them, they would not have the strength to fight back. At the same time, on the second floor of the Martial Base, Ye Qi, whose White Fox nephew had been killed by Su Hong, stood by the large window looking down at the crowd below. With a stern expression, he turned and asked the young man seated behind him if he was certain that Su Hong was the one who had killed his nephew. The young man sitting calmly on the sofa replied that he was 100% sure. Then, the young man stood up and said there was one more thing that he needed to mention. As he stepped forward heavily, the atmosphere suddenly changed. In the next moment, a powerful aura burst out from him and pressed Ye Qi onto the ground. The young man holding the wine glass stood calmly, red flames blazing behind him. His eyes glowed coldly as he warned Ye Qi to watch his mouth and address him respectfully. Overwhelmed by the terrifying aura, Ye Qi immediately trembled and admitted his mistake. He begged for forgiveness, calling him sir. Meanwhile, at Guanxing Lake, warriors were already gathering around the water. In the forest near the lake, several powerful fighters stood by the shore. Not far away, Su Hong quietly hid behind a tree, observing them carefully. He quickly noticed that there was not a single Tier 1 warrior in sight. Everyone present was at least Tier 2 or Tier 3. Among them, there were even several Tier 4 warriors. Su Hong realized that Guanxing Lake only had a Tier 2 multi-attribute beast on record. If that was the case, then other anomalous zones with higher-tier beasts must be attracting even stronger experts. Just then, one of the warriors suddenly noticed movement in the lake and shouted for the others to look over there. In the next instant, the surface of the water exploded upward. A massive column of water shot into the sky, crashing down with terrifying force as everyone stepped back in shock. From within the surge, a huge beast emerged. Su Hong immediately recognized that it was a star-spotted giant fish. The hunters confirmed that it was a Tier 3 lower-stage star-spotted giant fish. The enormous creature roared as blue energy gathered in its mouth. A glowing sphere of water and lightning condensed rapidly, crackling with power. Seeing the attack charging, someone yelled for everyone to run, warning that the beast possessed a dual-attribute water cannon. But not everyone panicked. One warrior scoffed and said there was nothing to run from, insisting that it was only a Tier 3 fish. He stepped forward confidently and pressed his hand onto the ground, creating a rock wall and declaring that he was a Tier 4 warrior. He moved to block the star-spotted giant fish's attack head-on, but the beast released its dual-attribute water cannon. The glowing beam pierced straight through his earth defense as if it were nothing. The impact was devastating, and he was heavily injured. Su Hong, watching in shock, realized that a Tier 3 dual-attribute attack had just torn through a Tier 4 earth defense like paper. As chaos spread along the shore, another warrior suddenly stepped forward. Surrounded by a golden aura, he declared that he had waited half a month for this moment. Finally, a dual-attribute beast had appeared. He rushed toward the fish as the glowing energy sphere gathered once again in its mouth. Then he threw a punch and told it to get back onto the shore. The star-spotted giant fish crashed onto the land as multiple warriors attacked at once. Blades and weapons struck its massive body from every direction. Greed quickly overtook fear. A warrior shouted that the fish belonged to him. Others yelled that it was first come, first served, and whoever grabbed it would keep it. 1 minute later, the enormous beast lay dead on the ground. The warriors quickly gathered around it, searching its body, but disappointment soon spread. Someone cursed in frustration, saying there was nothing inside. Another questioned in confusion, asking if they had not been told that the fish's belly was full of treasure. Su Hong, who stood quietly in the forest, turned away slightly, thinking to himself that a Tier 3 dual-attribute beast had been turned into sashimi in under a minute. He sighed inwardly, saying that the Tier 4 warriors were far too vicious. If he stayed near them, he would not get anything at all. Just as he prepared to leave, his eyes suddenly widened as he sensed danger. In the next instant, a masked man wrapped in crackling blue lightning appeared behind him, his blade raised high. The assassin lunged forward with explosive speed, aiming a deadly strike at his back. But for a second, the assassin's body froze mid-attack. He was stunned. Seeing that, Su Hong reacted instantly. He twisted his body and leaped upward, narrowly dodging the attack as the ground below shattered from the force. The masked man realized something shocking. He recognized that Su Hong was a spiritual mind master. Su Hong's eyes widened in shock as he realized that the assassin was a Tier 4 warrior. He immediately ran away from there. Sweat rolled down his face as the thought struck him again. A Tier 4 had tried to ambush him. If he had not used his spirit power to freeze the attack at that exact moment, he would already be dead. Before he could go far, several figures rushed out from the forest behind the masked attacker. One of them shouted at their leader, accusing him of being careless and failing the ambush. Su Hong quickly counted them. There were 6 more, and they were all Tier 3 warriors. The masked leader snapped back angrily, telling them to shut up. He revealed that the target was a spiritual mind master. Su Hong's expression darkened as he sensed even more presences. There were 7 more nearby, and they were Tier 3 as well. That meant roughly a dozen Tier 3 killers, along with 1 Tier 4 killer, all assembled just to eliminate him, a mere Tier 2 warrior. Even Star City's city lord would struggle to deal with so many at once. As he dashed forward through the forest at full speed, one thought echoed in his mind. When had he offended someone so important? As the masked assassins chased after him, frustration spread among them. One of them demanded to know why Su Hong was so fast. Another immediately recognized the technique and shouted that it was the A-rank soaring Hong steps. They decided to keep him running and wear him down, confident that a Tier 2 warrior could never outlast them. But as Su Hong sprinted forward, he merely smiled faintly. He thought to himself that no one had ever said anything about competing in stamina. In the next moment, he shot upward into the sky, moving so fast that the forest below blurred into streaks of green. The assassins stared upward in disbelief. One of them shouted in shock that he was a Tier 2 warrior who could actually fly, calling it insane. Another growled in humiliation. There were so many of them, yet they still could not kill him. Dozens of kilometers away, Su Hong finally slowed down and landed in a quiet forest. He leaned heavily on his spear, breathing hard. His blood energy was nearly drained, and his spirit was exhausted. Now, all he could rely on was the Overlord body's toughness and his raw physique to carry him as far away as possible. As he caught his breath, suspicion filled his mind. He wondered who was trying to kill him. Could it be the White Fox's uncle, Ye Qi? Su Hong knew that Ye Qi might only be Tier 3. But if the entire Ye family had paid enough money, they could easily hire that many Tier 3 killers. He was confident that he could kill all of those Tier 3 assassins. But the Tier 4 warrior was the real problem. If he focused on taking down the Tier 3 fighters first, he would leave himself wide open to a sneak attack from the Tier 4. and if he chose to fight the Tier 4 head-on first, he would end up injured and then get swarmed by the others. There was only one possible solution. Unless he could kill those Tier 3 assassins in an instant, he could not focus everything on taking down the Tier 4. His blue eye glowed faintly as lightning crackled around his body. Flames ignited in one hand, while cold mist swirled in the other. On the other hand, the masked assassin leader cursed in frustration and slammed a huge rock, cutting it in two. He angrily said that the intel had claimed Su Hong's combat strength was only on par with a Tier 3, even though he was just a Tier 2. No one had mentioned that he was a Tier 2 spiritual mind master. Another warned their leader that if Su Hong managed to escape back to Star City, they would be finished. A different man added that it was not just them. Even that mysterious lord would not dare reveal his identity by attacking Su Hong inside the city. If that lord found out they had failed, they would all be dead men walking. The masked leader suddenly shouted at them to shut their mouths. He coldly declared that if Su Hong returned to Star City, he would only die faster. At that moment, a group of robed figures appeared in the forest. One of them calmly said that Su Hong had only revealed he was a Tier 2 spiritual mind master yesterday, so there had been no time to update the intelligence. He added that they were still fortunate. Their people were stationed in every anomalous zone. He would have the others seal off the entire area. If they still could not kill Su Hong after that, they could simply wait for death. The masked leader replied that he owed them one, and told them to lock the place down tightly. As they began to move, the masked leader muttered with hatred that little bastard Su Hong would be torn to pieces. As they left, the robed man looked at the device in his hand. He examined the area carefully and concluded that there was nothing there either. He calmly said they should move to the next area. The next day, at night, while Su Hong was killing a beast, an assassin suddenly shouted that they had found the brat. Another yelled not to let him get away. Days passed. Then, on the fourth day, those assassins found Su Hong again. The masked assassin leader roared for him to die as he attacked with a violent slash, but Su Hong leapt into the air and dodged the attack. Time continued to move forward. Then, on the seventh day, while Su Hong was answering nature's call, one of the assassins found him and suddenly shouted that Su Hong was there. He urgently called for everyone to gather in that direction as he rushed towards Su Hong once again. In a burst of anger, Su Hong kicked the masked man hard and shouted that the man had been peeping while he was relieving himself. The impact sent the masked fighter crashing to the ground with a painful cry. After 7 days of running for his life, while still hunting beasts, Su Hong felt completely exhausted. Even with the Overlord body supporting him, he knew he was reaching his limit. Eventually, he arrived at the Star City official supply outpost. He thought to himself that it was risky, but he had no choice. He needed to rest at an official supply point for one night. He believed they would not dare attack him directly on government grounds. But as he walked inside carrying his spear, several men quietly watched him from a distance. This was just as he had expected. His movements were being monitored. Seeing all this, Su Hong became certain that the one trying to kill him was Ye Qi from the Martial base. Su Hong entered the temporary supply stronghold hotel to rest first. He checked his status window. His vitality was at 705.5, spiritual power at 500, physique overlord body spirit rank at 1.1%, and he currently had 540 martial value. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he calmly reviewed his condition. His current vitality was 705, but to reach the Tier 2 high stage, it needed to reach 900. The martial value he had earned over the past 7 days was not much. It was not enough to let him break through. But he knew that increasing vitality by only a few dozen points would not help much right now. His eyes shifted to the Overlord body. Its spirit rank was only 1.1%. He decided that strengthening the Overlord body would be better. Not only would it directly increase his combat power, but it would also improve his endurance. He began upgrading it. Red notifications appeared one after another, saying that his Overlord body had increased by 0.01%. Again and again, the value rose as power surged through his body. A fierce crimson aura erupted around him, filling the room with overwhelming pressure. He could not help but feel shocked. The increase in strength was terrifying. Finally, the system displayed a new notification. His Overlord body spirit rank had reached 6.5%. Although it had only increased from 1.1% to 6.5%, his overall strength had risen by at least 20%. Su Hong decided that next he would cultivate his guidance techniques while resting his eyes. Red energy continued to flow around his body as he calmly focused on training. He thought that if enemies came, he would simply jump out of the window and escape. A few hours later, night fell. The moon hung quietly in the sky outside the open window. Su Hong went downstairs to the dining hall. Someone laughed loudly and told the others to hurry and record the scene to post online. Su Hong, sitting alone with food in his hands, suddenly lost his appetite after seeing that scene. It had been a long time, yet those killers still had not found him. He began to wonder if they truly did not dare to make a move inside the supply stronghold and were instead preparing to ambush him outside. Nearby, a group of people talked loudly. One of them complained that he had found a 3-star patterned dark purple bamboo that day, but it had been robbed by a few Tier 4 martial artists. Another man exclaimed that a 3-star pattern was a treasure comparable to an A-rank treasure. Someone else asked where exactly it had been found, and whether the man was just bragging. Hearing them, Su Hong recalled that the star-patterned dark purple bamboo was an extremely rare multi-attribute natural treasure. A 1-star patterned dark purple bamboo could contain 2 attributes of spiritual qi. With each additional star pattern, it could hold 1 more attribute. A 3-star patterned dark purple bamboo could contain 4 attributes of spiritual qi. Su Hong thought that even if he mastered 4-attribute fusion in the future, he would still be able to use it. Su Hong joined their conversation, telling them that it was said that in the birthplace of natural treasures, there were strange magnetic field rules. Even a Tier 4 martial artist would not find it easy to simply snatch such a treasure. Hearing that, someone at the table praised him, saying that he was quite knowledgeable. He explained that there was an extremely strong gravity magnetic field around the dark purple bamboo, and the higher the tier of the martial artist entering, the stronger the magnetic field became. The man who had been bragging laughed loudly and said that the Tier 4 martial artists who tried to rob the bamboo were crushed into meat paste by the gravity the moment they rushed in. Others were shocked, saying that even Tier 4 martial artists had died instantly. It was far too terrifying. Hearing this, Su Hong quietly wondered whether his overlord body could withstand that terrifying gravity. He squeezed the burger in his hand slightly, but suddenly, a violent explosion of red energy burst across the hall. Debris flew everywhere, and the people at the nearby tables shouted in shock, cursing loudly in panic. A pillar of red energy suddenly shot upward, tearing through the hall with terrifying force and rushing towards Su Hong. But Su Hong remained seated. He simply leaned back slightly in his chair and dodged it. The pillar of red energy shattered walls and sent debris flying in every direction. Su Hong turned his head and looked ahead with cold eyes. He thought that it was finally here. That group of masked men stepped forward, weapons in hand. Their masked leader mocked Su Hong, asking why he was not running this time, and reminding him that he used to be good at escaping. The onlookers trembled in shock. Someone whispered that a Tier 4 martial artist was leading the attack, accompanied by more than a dozen Tier 3 fighters, all just to kill a youth who was only Tier 2. They wondered what kind of huge trouble Su Hong had gotten himself into. The masked men ordered everyone to leave at once, declaring that they were clearing the area. Terrified, all the martial artists scrambled away, shouting in panic and urging one another to hurry. Amid the cracked ground and scattered debris, Su Hong remained seated alone, facing the approaching enemies without fear. The masked men surrounded Su Hong with weapons drawn. The masked leader mocked him, asking if he really thought they would not dare attack him inside the supply stronghold. With a faint smirk, Su Hong asked them whether they would believe him if he said that he had been waiting for them. The masked leader laughed loudly and questioned whether Su Hong truly thought he could wipe them all out by himself. In response, Su Hong grabbed his spear. Flames and lightning suddenly wrapped around the spear as energy surged violently around him. The power coiled tightly, crackling with heat and electricity at the tip of the weapon. Su Hong raised his spear as blazing lightning spread across it. The air around him trembled under the rising force as he looked at them steadily and said that he would never know unless he tried. The masked assassin leader stared in shock, sweat running down his face. His voice trembled as he realized that Su Hong possessed 3 attributes. Panic immediately spread among them. He jumped back and shouted for everyone to scatter, but it was already too late. Su Hong leapt forward and drove his weapon into the ground. Lightning burst out from the point of impact, spreading in every direction. The floor lit up as blazing energy surged outward, surrounding the masked men. With a cold, glowing eye, Su Hong commanded the power to explode for him. The masked assassin leader cursed under his breath as waves of blazing light streaked across the area. Outside, People saw the supply stronghold suddenly erupt with dazzling golden light. Flames and lightning shot out from within the building. Staring at the overwhelming glow, someone muttered in confusion, wondering what that light was. But the next second, a massive explosion erupted from the stronghold. Fire and debris blasted outward, sending shockwaves across the courtyard. The crowd below stared in horror as flames swallowed the building. One of the onlookers shouted in disbelief, questioning whether it was truly necessary to use such overwhelming power just to kill a Tier 2 martial artist. The shockwaves swept across the ground as several Tier 3 martial artists were thrown violently into the air before crashing down. Bodies hit the earth one after another. Someone trembled and wondered why these were the ones who had died. He could not believe that such terrifying power had truly been released by that Tier 2 youth. Moments later, the building collapsed completely. Dust and smoke filled the air as the ruins settled into silence. At the center of a deep crater, with debris scattered all around, one figure slowly stirred, coughing repeatedly. He struggled to rise amid the fallen bodies surrounding him. It was the Tier 4 masked assassin leader. He stood among the ruins, his body trembling slightly as embers drifted through the night sky. He stared at the destruction in disbelief and admitted that the power was truly terrifying. He realized it was even a 3-attribute martial art. Frustration rose inside him as he cursed the intelligence network for failing to mention this detail. Looking at the crater and the scattered bodies around him, he assessed the situation calmly. Even at the center of the explosion, as a Tier 4 martial artist, he himself had suffered heavy injuries. Since Su Hong was only Tier 2, he concluded that he must be dead. After a moment of silence, he decided to let it go. Although the casualties were severe, the mission could still be considered complete. He let out a tired sigh, thinking it was far better than all of them being executed by Lord Nabu. But suddenly a violent surge of energy erupted behind him. The masked assassin leader's eyes widened in shock. From within the blazing light, Su Hong launched forward with a spear blazing with power. He used the third stance of the 9 heaven-breaking spears, the heaven-breaking technique, to attack. The masked assassin leader turned sharply, stunned to see Su Hong still alive. He swung his sword at Su Hong as Su Hong's blazing attack crashed toward him. The masked assassin leader swung his attack through the blazing red energy, but when the light faded, Su Hong was nowhere to be seen. Shock spread across his face as he wondered where Su Hong had gone. But a sudden thought struck him, and he wondered if it could be what he feared. He turned and saw Su Hong running toward the remaining Tier 3 masked assassins. Anger quickly replaced his doubt. He shouted furiously, accusing Su Hong of tricking him. He ordered his subordinates to wake up and pin Su Hong down immediately. One of the injured men, confused and barely conscious, asked what their boss was talking about. Before anyone could react, a sharp spear stabbed both of those assassins from behind. Su Hong appeared through the smoke. He stood with a spear in his hand, carrying the 2 killed masked assassins over his shoulder. Coldly, he declared that if he could not kill a Tier 4 martial artist, then killing the Tier 3 martial artists under him would be enough. Su Hong's expression turned serious as he reflected on the terrifying aftermath of the attack. He realized that the power of a failed 3-attribute fusion was far more frightening than he had expected. He knew that if he had not condensed the thick earth armor and upgraded his overlord body in time, he would have been crippled even if he had survived. Without hesitation, he flung the 2 dead Tier 3 martial artists into the air and coldly bid the Tier 4 masked assassin farewell. He immediately turned and ran away from there. In his heart, he calculated the situation clearly. The enemy's Tier 3 martial artists were almost completely wiped out. As long as he could successfully fuse the 3 attributes, he believed he still had a chance to kill the Tier 4 martial artist. Across from him, the masked assassin leader erupted in rage. His eyes glowed blood red with killing intent. Surrounded by blazing red energy, he roared that he would tear Su Hong's corpse into 10,000 pieces. The scene shifted to the Star City martial artist base. Inside the base, several martial artists gathered near the entrance, discussing recent events. Among them was the group of Wang Tiantuo, Lin Xinghe, and Zhao Yan, who were at the training camp with Su Hong. Lin Xinghe sighed and said that he had originally wanted to invite Su Hong to go to Stargazing Lake together. However, he had not expected Su Hong to leave 7 days earlier. Wang Tiantuo added that Su Hong had only rested for 1 day before heading to Stargazing Lake to train, while the rest of them had taken 7 full days to recover. Lin Xinghe told him not to compare themselves to a monster. Determined, Xiao Yan suggested that they set off quickly. Perhaps they could even run into Su Hong near Stargazing Lake. Elsewhere, a furious voice cursed those masked assassins as nothing but trash. It was Ye Qi. Sitting in a chair, he angrily smashed a teacup onto the ground. He couldn't believe that those masked assassins had not only impersonated the martial artists of his base, but had also locked down the area around Stargazing Lake. On top of that, they had dared to attack Su Hong directly at the supply stronghold. Ye Qi was very scared, because he knew that if Su Hong were to die, even a fool would suspect him. He also knew that the City Lord valued Su Hong greatly, and if anything happened to him, the City Lord would not hesitate to wipe out their entire clan. The scene then shifted to the dark purple bamboo forest. There, a terrifying purple gravity field spread across the forest. The bamboo bent under the overwhelming force. Only a single bamboo was still standing beneath that powerful aura descending from above. This was the mysterious gravity field. Several martial artists struggled within the field. One man clenched his teeth and cursed. He said the gravity was too terrifying. The treasure was right in front of his eyes, yet he simply could not reach it. Another martial artist revealed that he had only taken the 14th step, and the gravity was already more than 30 times stronger than normal. Outside the gravity field, someone calmly calculated that, assuming a body weight of 80 kilograms, 30 times the gravity would equal a little over 2 tons. He questioned how a Tier 3 martial artist could not even withstand this. Another person explained that this was not like carrying a heavy object. Instead, every single cell in the body had to endure 30 times the gravity. Even if the bones and muscles could withstand it, the internal organs and brain might not survive such pressure. While they were talking, the group that had helped those masked assassins hunt down Su Hong appeared behind them. Those martial artists were surprised to see them. The group's leader, a black-haired man holding a tablet, stepped forward. Looking at the gravity field, he said that the higher a martial artist's cultivation, the greater the gravity applied by the gravity field. He added that if a Tier 4 martial artist like himself entered, the gravity he would endure would probably be several times greater than what a Tier 3 martial artist experienced. Looking at the bamboo standing in the middle, the black-haired leader thought that although the 3-star patterned dark purple bamboo was certainly precious, it would be meaningless if it could not be obtained. The black-haired leader then turned around to leave, thinking that he should continue searching for the divine object instead. But as he walked, the compass-like tablet in his hand suddenly reacted. He froze and shouted for everyone to stop. Staring at the device, he realized with surprise that he had finally found it. He looked toward the direction indicated by the tablet, and saw that it was pointing at the 3-star patterned dark purple bamboo in the gravity field ahead. His expression darkened upon seeing that. He thought that of all places for the divine object to be hidden, it had to be inside the dark purple bamboo. Frustrated, he wondered how he was supposed to retrieve it. Just then, he sensed someone approaching. He turned sharply and saw Su Hong running toward him. He was confused about why Su Hong was there. He couldn't believe that a Tier 4 leading a group of Tier 3 martial artists had actually failed to kill a mere Tier 2 brat. With killing intent rising in his eyes, he gripped his weapon tightly and cursed his subordinates as useless trash. In the end, he would have to handle this himself. The black-haired leader immediately charged at Su Hong, thinking that there was no reason to refuse merits delivered right to his door. If he killed Su Hong, that lord would definitely reward him. At that moment, Su Hong sensed the attack and felt the overwhelming pressure approaching. He could not help but admit that it was a strong aura. The black-haired leader lunged forward with full force, his weapon slashing down fiercely toward Su Hong. But in the next instant, a blazing energy erupted. A powerful orange energy flared around Su Hong's body, forming a fiery defense that covered him completely. The attack collided with the burning aura, and a massive explosion of light and force burst outward, shaking the surroundings. The smoke slowly dispersed, and Su Hong stood at the center, gripping his staff. The black-haired leader faced him from a short distance away. Breathing heavily, Su Hong looked at the black-haired leader and admitted that he was not bad. He had actually managed to withstand his strike, but the black-haired leader's expression turned cold. He declared that Su Hong must die today. With a fierce shout, the black-haired leader swung his weapon again, a powerful wave of energy forming around the blade as he charged forward. Su Hong's eyes sharpened. He recognized the black-haired attacker as a demonic cultist, and he realized that he even knew his name. As the black-haired leader rushed closer, Su Hong understood that, aside from Ye Qi, the demonic cult also wanted him dead. Without hesitation, flames erupted along his arm and weapon. A blazing strike shot forward, colliding head-on with the incoming attack. The two forces met in midair with a thunderous crash. The two forces collided violently, and a blazing explosion burst outward, flames roaring as the impact shook the ground. The shockwaves spread across the forest, tearing through the earth and sending dust flying in all directions. The black-haired demonic cultist was thrown backward at high speed, crashing through the bamboo grove as a long trail of force carved a path behind him. Struggling to steady himself, he stared ahead in disbelief. He could not understand it. Was this power really something a Tier 2 martial artist could unleash? Clenching his weapon tightly, fear crept into his heart. He realized that Su Hong was far too monstrous. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He saw Su Hong running toward the gravity field. Panic flashed across his face as he shouted for his allies to stop Su Hong. In the next moment, several figures rushed forward together, charging through the forest toward Su Hong. Seeing the demonic cultists blocking his path in front, and Tier 4 martial artists chasing from behind, Su Hong felt that this pursuit was endless. The cultists gritted their teeth as they ran. They had seen it clearly. Su Hong had taken all of their leader Bai Ao's attacks head-on. One of them suggested undergoing a mutated transformation to deal with him. Another immediately rejected the idea. He argued that Su Hong could only cast such a tremendously powerful martial art once at most. It would be impossible for him to use it a second time. Another man said that as long as they held Su Hong back, their leader Bai Ao would catch up and finish him. A bald man covered in blue energy shouted for everyone to attack with all their strength and stop Su Hong. But before the command could even be completed, a blazing slash cut across his neck. In a single instant, Su Hong tore through them like light. Their bodies were struck before they could react. It was an instant kill in one move. The remaining cultists froze in terror, sweat pouring down their faces. They stared in disbelief and shouted in panic, questioning how he could possibly use that move again after claiming he could not. But the cultists refused to retreat. No matter what, they had to stop him. One of them shouted for his brothers to charge, and they rushed forward through the bamboo forest. In the next instant, Su Hong leapt high into the air, lightning wrapping around his spear. He unleashed his move, treading sea. A blazing wave of lightning and flame crashed down like a tidal force. The ground split apart under the impact. The cultists were swallowed by the storm of energy. They screamed in shock, realizing that the kid was far too terrifying. Before the dust even settled, the cultist leader, Bai Ao, roared angrily and lunged forward with his weapon. He shouted that he wanted to see how Su Hong would block his move. His attack came down like a crashing waterfall of force. But just as the strike descended, Su Hong stepped onto a purple bamboo and, using his flying swan startling cloud step, jumped inside the gravity field. He moved with lightning speed inside the gravity field, thinking about why he would bother blocking the full-powered strike of a Tier 4 martial artist. The surrounding men stared in disbelief, seeing that Su Hong had stepped more than 10 paces in an instant. They wondered how powerful Su Hong's physical body must be. It was as if gravity had no effect on him at all. Seeing this, the cultist leader Bai Ao roared angrily, telling Su Hong not to think that just because he had escaped into the gravity field, there was nothing he could do. But as Bai Ao took his first step inside, the gravity intensified rapidly. With only one step, the pressure had already increased 30-fold. Bai Ao's face twisted in shock. He thought that if someone at his level continued deeper for over 10 steps, he would have to endure hundreds of times the gravity. Meanwhile, Su Hong continued forward without hesitation. Seeing that, Bai Ao cursed the crushing gravity as it pressed down on him. Even so, he gathered his strength and threw his spear at Su Hong with full power. The spear shot forward with unstoppable force. In an instant, the spear was overwhelmed by the surrounding gravity force and fell onto the ground. Seeing that from afar, the cultist leader Bai Ao shouted angrily, telling Su Hong that if he had the guts, he should not come out. Seeing that the cultist leader Bai Ao was not coming any closer, Su Hong lowered his spear and steadied his breathing. Having reached this position, he believed it should be temporarily safe. Right before his eyes stood the 3-star patterned dark purple bamboo. However, as he tried to get closer, his body trembled under the immense pressure. He could clearly feel that the gravity around him was growing stronger and stronger. Besides that, he also had injuries on his body, and he was already close to his limit. He decided that he needed to use a healing technique first. Knowing that the people from the demonic cult would not be able to cross into this area for the time being, he sat down and began circulating a healing martial art. A green aura wrapped around his body, slowly restoring his injuries. Watching from a distance, several people were shocked. They realized that he was actually using a healing martial art to treat himself. Someone pointed out that he had just used the thunder attribute earlier. How could he also know a wood attribute healing technique? Another person exclaimed that this was not the main issue. The real problem was that he was already only a little over 10 steps away from the dark purple bamboo. The cultists' leader Bai Ao immediately ordered his men to notify Lin Chen and the rest to come quickly, saying they needed to join forces to kill Su Hong. They absolutely could not let him leave alive. Seeing Su Hong inside the gravity field, his face twisted with anger and fear because he knew that the divine object was very likely hidden inside that dark purple bamboo. If Su Hong managed to obtain it, none of them would survive. Near Stargazing Lake, a wounded cultist with dark wings lay on the ground, unconscious and battered. Not far from him, 3 people stood at the edge of a cliff overlooking the lake. It was Wang Tintuo, Lin Xinghe, and Xiao Yan who had killed that cultist. They had just discovered that the entire area around Stargazing Lake had been locked down by demon cultists. Wang Tiantuo wondered whether the cult might be targeting Su Hong. Lin Xinghe replied that it was hard to say. The demon cult could also be searching for treasure. After a brief pause, they decided to hurry back to the martial artist base to report that demon cultists had appeared in the area. As they ran through the forest, Xiao Yan frowned and said that something felt wrong. If Stargazing Lake had truly been locked down, it was impossible for the martial artist base to have no reaction at all. Lin Xinghe immediately understood the implication and asked if she was suggesting that the martial artist base might be colluding with the demon cult. Determined to confirm the situation, Wang Tiantuo decided to directly notify his father and have him send people to seize control of both the martial artist base and Stargazing Lake at the same time. At the City Lord's mansion, City Lord Wang was shocked to hear that the Stargazing Lake area had been sealed off by demon cultists and that the martial artist base might be working together with them. Wang Tintuo also told him that Su Hong was likely near Stargazing Lake and could be the demon cult's true target. Hearing this, the City Lord was furious. Without hesitation, he declared that he would personally bring men over immediately. On the other hand, at the purple bamboo gravity field, Su Hong was still inside. Not far away, several demon cultists stood in the forest. Just then, the masked assassin whom cultist leader Bai Ao had called for arrived. However, cultist leader Bai Ao was shocked and demanded to know why he was alone and where the others were. The masked assassin leader, who was injured and breathing heavily, explained that Su Hong, whom they were after, had fought dirty and caused heavy casualties among their brothers. Cultist leader Bai Ao was stunned upon hearing that over a dozen Tier 3 martial artists had been completely wiped out. He said that even if they had faced a dozen Tier 3 wild boars, they would not have been eliminated so easily. Yet they had fallen to Su Hong, who was supposedly only a Tier 2 martial artist. The masked assassin leader gripped his sword in anger and revealed that Su Hong knew a powerful 3-attribute fusion martial art. He blamed their intelligence network for failing to mention such critical information, and warned that anyone else who had gone unprepared would have died as well. Cultist leader Bai Ao scoffed at the claim, saying that a 3-attribute fusion martial art should not even exist in this world, and that the excuse sounded ridiculous. However, as he recalled the battle, doubt crept into his mind. He remembered seeing that Su Hong truly possessed 3 attributes. He began to wonder if there really could be a martial art capable of fusing 3 attributes together. In the end, they looked toward Su Hong and agreed on one thing. No matter what the truth was, if they failed to eliminate Su Hong, the higher authority behind them would kill them instead. 2 hours later, Su Hong slowly opened his eyes while seated within the gravity field. He saw that thanks to an A-rank healing technique, both his physical body and spiritual energy had fully recovered to their peak states. However, he could still see that the group of demon cultists had not left. It was clear to him that they would not stop until they killed him. He fixed his gaze on the 3-star patterned ink purple bamboo standing ahead. Once he obtained it, he planned to escape immediately. With that thought, he rose to his feet and stepped forward, gripping his weapon tightly. But the moment he moved, the ground beneath him cracked. The gravity in the area had intensified again. After only a few steps, the pressure pressing down on his body grew significantly heavier. Sweat poured down his face as he struggled to endure it. He gritted his teeth and forced himself to continue, telling himself that he could definitely do this. From a distance, the masked assassin leader watched in disbelief. He calculated that Su Hong needed only 5 or 6 more steps to reach the ink purple bamboo. He was shocked by how strong Su Hong's physical body was. Cultist leader Bai Ao cursed under his breath. calling him a genius with a rare 3-attribute constitution. Cultist leader Bai Ao concluded that the moment Su Hong pulled out the ink-purple bamboo, the magnetic field would completely disappear. As soon as that happened, they planned to immediately rush in, surround him, and kill him without hesitation. The masked assassin leader swore that he would personally tear Su Hong into pieces. Inside the terrifying field, Su Hong struggled forward, step by step under the crushing gravity. Sweat dripped down his face as he endured the overwhelming pressure. Finally, after immense effort, he reached the ink-purple bamboo. He let out a breath of relief and murmured that it was finally within reach. However, just as he stood there, something caught his attention. Under the horrifying gravity of the magnetic field, even solid rocks were being crushed into powder. Yet a small black fragment lying near the bamboo had not deformed in the slightest. This abnormal detail immediately raised suspicion. He wondered whether the fragment could be some kind of treasure. He bent down and picked it up, holding the strange black fragment in his hands. Su Hong examined it carefully. He admitted to himself that he could not tell what kind of material it was. There did not seem to be anything unusual about it at first glance. Still doubtful, he decided to test its toughness. Even when he used all his strength, he could not bend the fragment in the slightest. It was far too tough, far beyond ordinary materials. As he continued gripping it, the sharp edge suddenly sliced his palm, and a drop of blood flowed onto the fragment. Before he could fully process what was happening, he felt the fragment moving. To his shock, it began merging into his body through the wound on his palm. In that instant, a violent reaction occurred. All 7 types of spiritual energy around him began skyrocketing at once. Multicolored lightning-like streams of power wrapped around his body, surging wildly through his meridians. A system notification suddenly appeared before him, informing him that he had obtained a fragment of the 7 gods' cauldron. Startled but quick to react, he realized that this fragment must be a treasure capable of raising his cultivation. Gritting his teeth, he immediately sat down and seized the opportunity, absorbing the surging energy as his aura flared upward in blazing red waves. Outside the magnetic field, the masked assassin leader watched in confusion. He could not understand why Su Hong had suddenly sat down and started cultivating. Cultist leader Bai Ao cursed, and realized that Su Hong had bent down earlier. He must have picked something up. Inside the field, Su Hong felt the change clearly. The spiritual energy of all 7 attributes had skyrocketed by more than 10-fold. Previously, using the same attribute A-rank martial arts several times in a row would completely drain his spiritual energy. Now, however, he felt that he could unleash it dozens of times consecutively without exhausting himself. Even more astonishing was the fact that the 3-attribute fusion he had struggled to achieve for so long had now been completed directly and effortlessly. Radiant energy swirled in his palms as a glowing sphere of fused power formed before him. A system panel appeared, displaying his updated status. His blood chi and mental power had increased significantly. His overlord body spirit rank had risen, and the 7 gods cauldron fragment was listed as 1 out of 100. Realizing this meant there were 99 more fragments scattered somewhere. Su Hong's heart stirred with ambition. Just a single fragment had caused his strength to soar. The 7 gods cauldron was clearly a treasure far beyond S rank. If he could gather all 99 remaining fragments, he could hardly imagine how powerful he would become. With 3 attributes fused and an immense amount of spiritual energy surging within him, Su Hong slowly rose to his feet. A confident smile appeared on his face. There was no longer any need for him to run. Su Hong's eyes turned sharp as he declared that it was time to end this. With a firm grip, he seized the ink-purple bamboo. Spiritual energy spiraled around him in glowing rings as he pulled upward with overwhelming force. Outside the magnetic field, cultist leader Bai Ao realized that Su Hong was about to pull out the ink-purple bamboo and shouted for everyone to prepare to strike. The masked assassin leader snarled that he did not need any reminders. He wanted to kill him even more than the others did. Su Hong grabbed the bamboo with both hands, and with a powerful roar, he yanked the bamboo free. The moment it left the ground, a violent surge of energy burst outward in expanding rings. The oppressive gravity field that had crushed everything within its range instantly disappeared. Freed from the pressure, the cultists charged forward at full speed, surrounding him from all directions. They shouted for him to prepare to die and launched their attack without hesitation. Standing at the center of the clearing, Su Hong took out his spearhead and attached it to the 3-attribute ink-purple bamboo. He then turned and let out a cold snort. His eyes filled with confidence and disdain. He decided that since they were so eager to attack, he would let them help him test the true power of the move he was about to unleash with all his strength. Gripping the ink-purple bamboo tightly, he swung it upward. Lightning and flames surged along the weapon, twisting together in violent streams of energy. The ground beneath him trembled as a blazing sphere of power gathered at the tip of the bamboo. Cultist leader Bai Ao and the masked assassin leader, who had rushed forward together, were shocked to see that. But it was already too late. In the next instant, a blinding light erupted, as Su Hong shouted for the power to explode. A massive pillar of fiery lightning shot upward, expanding in a roaring wave. The explosion tore through the air, swallowing everything in its path as shockwaves rippled across the clearing. The cultists screamed as the blazing beam tore through them. One man let out a hoarse cry as the scorching energy engulfed his body, flames and lightning streaking across his chest. Another shrieked in agony as he was hurled backward by the overwhelming force. The explosion carved a massive crater into the earth. Trees at the edge of the clearing trembled, and smoke spiraled into the sky. The ground cracked open, glowing with molten streaks as dust and embers drifted through the air. When the smoke began to settle, broken bodies lay scattered across the scorched battlefield. Some were burned beyond recognition, while others struggled weakly amid the rubble. The masked assassin leader coughed violently, black blood spilling from his mouth as disbelief filled his eyes. He could not understand how such terrifying power was possible. To him, it seemed absurd. Cultist leader Bai Ao, barely able to stand, concluded that Su Hong must have obtained the fragment of that divine object. Otherwise, there was no way he could have suddenly become so strong. Through the haze of smoke, Su Hong stepped forward calmly, lightning still crackling along the ink-purple bamboo. With a faint smile, he asked whether hunting him had been enjoyable, because now it was his turn to kill them. Su Hong stood holding the ink-purple bamboo in his hand. Looking at the surviving cultist leader, Bai Ao, and the masked assassin leader, he told them that survival was not impossible. If they wanted to live, all they had to do was reveal the location of the demonic cult's stronghold in Star City. He pointed out that for them to have worked together with Ye Qi from the martial artist base and gathered so many people in such a short time, it was obvious that numerous members of the demonic cult had already been hiding in Star City for a long time. The masked assassin leader's face twisted with rage. Refusing to submit, he leaped forward to attack Su Hong, shouting that Su Hong should not be so arrogant. Even if he died, he swore he would drag Su Hong down to hell with him. At the same time, the injured cultist leader, Bai Ao, threw something towards Su Hong and urgently yelled for the masked assassin leader to stop and retreat immediately. A blinding flash erupted from the hidden device Bai Ao had thrown. Su Hong covered his eyes to block the light. As the smoke and dust disappeared, Su Hong saw that Bai Ao and the masked assassin leader had vanished. Seeing that, Su Hong's legs gave out, and he fell to the ground. He let out a sigh of relief, saying that they had finally run away. He sat on the scorched battlefield, leaning on the ink-purple bamboo as sweat rolled down his face. That devastating attack he had just unleashed had nearly drained all of his thunder, fire, and metal-attributed spiritual qi. Su Hong knew that if those two Tier 4 martial artists had truly been willing to fight to the death instead of retreating, he might not have been able to defeat them. Knowing he was in a dangerous state, Su Hong decided he needed to recover as quickly as possible. Once his spiritual qi returned, he intended to settle the score with Ye Qi. Without wasting any time, he activated a healing technique. Green spiritual energy flowed around his body as his injuries slowly began to recover. Meanwhile, far away in the forest, the cultist leader Bai Ao and the masked assassin leader continued running at full speed. The masked assassin leader suddenly looked back and realized that Su Hong had never pursued them. Thinking it over, he concluded that the terrifying martial arts Su Hong had used must have completely exhausted his spiritual qi. In his view, Su Hong had merely been bluffing to scare them away. But the cultist leader Bai Ao immediately argued back. What if Su Hong had not been bluffing at all? After all, geniuses often possessed abilities that defied logic. Still unwilling to admit fear, the masked assassin leader pointed out that Su Hong was only a Tier 2 martial artist, while the two of them were Tier 4. However, Bai Ao angrily told him to shut up, reminding him that both of their teams had been completely wiped out despite that advantage. As they continued fleeing, Bai Ao said that a single Tier 2 martial artist had somehow reduced two Tier 4 martial artists to commanders without an army. If news of such a battle spread, few people would believe it, yet the reality was right before their eyes. In their minds, these monstrous geniuses seemed to become more outrageous with every generation. At the martial artist base, tension was growing by the minute. Ye Qi sat alone in a luxurious room, anxiously waiting for news. He knew the blockade around the area could not continue forever. If it dragged on any longer, the city lord would eventually discover what was happening. Just as his patience was running out, the communication token in his hand suddenly lit up. A message arrived through the token, and a smile briefly appeared on his face. At last there was finally a result. However, the moment he heard the report, his expression froze. The operation to assassinate Su Hong had failed. Shock instantly replaced his confidence. He shouted in disbelief, asking if they were kidding him. They couldn't even kill a Tier 2 martial artist. He said that if Su Hong didn't die, their secret would definitely be exposed. Ye Qi cursed repeatedly in frustration. His mind raced as he searched for a way out of the disaster. In the end, he came to only one conclusion. He had to flee Star City immediately. Otherwise, once the city lord uncovered the truth, there was no chance he would be spared. As Ye Qi hurried toward his vehicle, rage and panic churned inside him. In his heart, he blamed everything on Su Hong. If not for him, he would never have been driven into such a desperate situation. Just as he was about to escape, a blazing wall of fire suddenly erupted in front of him, cutting off his path. Ye Qi froze, sweat forming on his forehead, as a familiar voice echoed through the area. Su Hong had arrived. Stepping out from the shadows, Su Hong looked at him and asked where he thought he was running. The sight of Su Hong instantly filled Ye Qi with shock and fury. With his eyes glowing red from anger, Ye Qi roared Su Hong's name. He unleashed his power and charged forward. In his mind, Su Hong was nothing more than a Tier 2 martial artist, while he himself stood at the peak of Tier 3. There was no way a mere Tier 2 could threaten his life. Flames surged around him as he launched a fierce attack, but Su Hong remained calm and moved slightly to the side, easily dodging the attack while gripping his spear as lightning crackled around it. Su Hong looked at Ye Qi and replied that it was hard to say who would win. The next moment, with a powerful swing of his staff, Su Hong unleashed a terrifying strike. Before Ye Qi could react, the lightning-charged blow reached him and pierced his chest. Blood sprayed from Ye Qi's mouth as he stared at Su Hong in disbelief. At that moment, only one thought remained in his mind. Su Hong was a monster. Su Hong's attack carried overwhelming force as it sent Ye Qi flying into a car behind him. The next second, a deafening explosion followed, and Ye Qi's vehicle was engulfed in flames. Amid the burning wreckage, Su Hong turned around with his staff resting on his shoulder, his expression unchanged as sparks drifted through the air around him. The surrounding spectators were completely stunned. Someone recognized the victim as Ye Qi, the person in charge of the martial artist base. What shocked them even more was that Su Hong had killed a peak Tier 3 martial artist in a single move. The crowd stared at the burning scene in disbelief. In broad daylight, right in the middle of Star City, someone had actually dared to kill a city official. The next second, sirens echoed through the area as several vehicles rapidly surrounded the scene. From one of them came City Lord Wang. The crowd recognized him and shouted that the City Lord had arrived. The atmosphere immediately grew tense. Many spectators believed Su Hong was in serious trouble. After all, he had killed Ye Qi in public. In their eyes, there was no way the City Lord would simply let him go. However, some people quickly began discussing how they could help Su Hong. They suggested testifying that Ye Qi had attempted to ambush him first and had merely been killed in self-defense. Others readily agreed, saying that Ye Qi had deserved his fate and that they should support the young martial artist. But to everyone's surprise, the City Lord did not show the slightest anger. Instead, he hurried over to Su Hong and anxiously asked whether he had encountered any danger, repeatedly checking to see if he had been injured anywhere. The crowd instantly fell silent. No one knew how to react to the scene unfolding before them. Su Hong awkwardly scratched the back of his head and could only smile helplessly. The City Lord then noticed the dark purple bamboo staff in Su Hong's hand. His eyes widened in shock as he identified it as a 3-star patterned dark purple bamboo, an extremely rare treasure. He praised Su Hong's incredible luck, saying that obtaining such a treasure was practically heaven-defying. Su Hong could only respond with an embarrassed smile. Looking at the overly concerned City Lord, he felt somewhat uncomfortable. Then the City Lord looked at the burning car behind him with Ye Qi lying on top of it. Staring at Ye Qi burning in the flames, he asked Su Hong to tell him everything that had happened. More than 10 minutes later, after leaving the scene, Su Hong sat inside a vehicle and calmly recounted the entire story. When he finally finished, he simply said that was roughly everything that had happened. Hearing all that, City Lord Wang's jaw dropped in shock. Trying to organize the unbelievable information, he slowly summarized the situation. According to Su Hong's account, the demon cult had secretly colluded with Ye Qi. Together, they had sent 2 Tier 4 martial artists and more than 20 Tier 3 martial artists to hunt him down. For 8 straight days, Su Hong had been forced to flee while fighting for his life. During that time, he had either killed or severely injured every Tier 3 martial artist pursuing him. Even more shocking, he had seriously wounded the 2 Tier 4 martial artists and managed to seize the 3-star patterned dark purple bamboo from them. Su Hong nodded and confirmed that the summary was more or less accurate. The city lord was completely stunned. Unable to contain his excitement, the city lord grabbed Su Hong by the shoulders and asked whether he would be interested in marrying all 40+ of his daughters. He said that maybe they could mass-produce monster geniuses like Su Hong and then save the human race. Su Hong was left speechless by the absurd proposal. He quickly waved his hands and awkwardly asked the city lord to stop joking around. He pointed out that the mastermind behind the demon cult might still be hiding somewhere within Starpole City. The city lord immediately agreed. He said that although the enemy's previous attempt had failed, the next assassins sent after Su Hong could be far stronger, perhaps Tier 6 experts or even Tier 7 grandmasters. And given Starpole City's current strength, they simply did not have the ability to guarantee his safety against opponents of that level. Fortunately, the college entrance examination was only a month away. The city lord advised Su Hong to enter one of the nation's top universities, such as Magic City University or Imperial Capital University. Once he was accepted into one of those elite institutions, even a Tier 7 grandmaster would not dare attack him so easily. Su Hong nodded firmly, saying he would definitely get in. Before they parted ways, the city lord promised to send 2 teams of martial artists to patrol around Su Hong's residence, so he could cultivate without worry during the next month. Su Hong sincerely thanked him for the arrangement. When Su Hong finally returned home, his family was immediately alarmed by his appearance. Seeing him covered in blood and carrying his weapon, they rushed over in panic. They anxiously asked if he was injured and urged him to go to the hospital at once. Su Hong quickly reassured them, saying the blood covering his body belonged to ferocious beasts he had fought along the way. He himself was not seriously hurt, so there was no need to worry. After returning to his room, Su Hong sat on his bed and reviewed the results of his recent battle in the bamboo forest. The fight had rewarded him with roughly 3,100 additional points of martial value. Opening his status panel, he carefully examined his current attributes. His vitality had reached 707.5 points, while his spiritual power stood at 501. He also saw the progress of his overlord body physique, the 7 Gods Palace fragment, and the various cultivation techniques and martial arts he had mastered. As he studied the numbers, Su Hong fell into deep thought. If he invested all of his martial value into vitality, his vitality would immediately surpass the 1,000-point threshold, allowing him to advance into the realm of a Tier 3 martial artist. However, doing so would leave his spiritual power lagging behind. His spiritual power had only recently broken through to Tier 2, and neglecting it now could hinder his future growth. The situation left him conflicted. Because of the recent assassination attempts, he could not leave Starpole City for the time being. Without the opportunity to hunt powerful enemies or gather large amounts of martial value, improving his spiritual power might become extremely difficult for quite some time. Su Hong finally made a decision. He would simply strengthen both his vitality and spiritual power at the same time. With that thought in mind, he immediately began allocating his martial value. Both attributes started to rise. After distributing his martial value between vitality and spiritual power, Su Hong sat cross-legged on his bed and began cultivating. As his power surged, his spiritual energy affected the environment around him. Water rose from a nearby glass and floated through the air in shimmering streams, circling the room under the influence of his growing spiritual force. Then the next day, at Star City No. 1 High School, Chen Shan and Li Tu were telling the story of the battle at the training camp. They told the students that more than 100 enemies had surrounded Su Hong, yet he had merely swung his spear once and instantly wiped them all out. Many students praised him as an unparalleled genius. Some even joked that they could not compare to a single strand of his hair. Just then, a student from another class arrived looking for Chen Shan and Li Tu to give speeches about Su Hong's achievements at the training camp. He pointed out that it was supposed to be Class 7's turn to hear the stories, so why had they come to Class 8 instead? He said that their class had been waiting for them for a week. Chen Shan and Li Tu turned around and asked if they hadn't already spoken in Class 7 yesterday. But the student reminded them that they had spoken in Year 2 Class 7 the previous day, while they were Year 3 Class 7. At that moment, a student looked out the window and excitedly shouted that Su Hong had come to school. The announcement immediately attracted everyone's attention. Outside, as Su Hong walked through the school gates, he suddenly felt the ground tremble beneath him. The next second, countless students came rushing toward him from every direction like a tidal wave. They shouted his name excitedly, calling for him not to run away. Many of them cheered, saying they had finally waited for the day he returned to school. The sight left Su Hong completely stunned. Looking at the enormous crowd charging toward him, he broke out in a cold sweat. He could not understand why nearly every student in the school wanted to get to him. He started to wonder if he had somehow offended everyone without realizing it. Su Hong soon found himself surrounded by an overwhelming crowd of students, their excitement quickly turning into a storm of voices directed at him. Everyone urged him to hurry up and share the details of his recent deeds, eager to hear the story firsthand. The crowd buzzed with admiration. One student laughed loudly, calling him Old Su and praising him for being unbelievably amazing. He said that when Old Lee heard the news, his eyes had nearly popped out in shock. While he was saying this, Teacher Lee was standing right behind him. Su Hong coughed, trying to warn the student, but the student went on describing how the entire class had been left completely dumbfounded, laughing endlessly at the situation. Su Hong coughed awkwardly again. The student noticed and asked if he had caught a cold, wondering why he kept coughing. Just then, Teacher Lee stepped forward and grabbed the student's head. The student was stunned and stammered as he respectfully addressed Teacher Lee, asking why he was there. However, Teacher Lee responded with a faint smile, teasingly pointing out that he had just been calling him Old Lee moments ago. Teacher Lee dragged the student away, but before leaving, he turned to Su Hong and informed him that the principal was waiting for him. Su Hong calmly agreed, saying he would head over immediately. The student desperately cried out for help, shouting that he should be saved first. Meanwhile, Su Hong quietly made his way toward the principal's office and knocked on the door. He barely had time to announce himself before the door swung open. The principal greeted him with an enthusiastic smile, calling him Star City's great treasure, and jokingly asking if he had finally found time to come to school. The principal quickly ushered him inside. After the two sat down in the office, Su Hong asked the principal why he needed him. The principal told Su Hong that he had prepared several Tier 2 initial stage and middle stage pills and wanted to give them to him privately. He insisted that Su Hong must not decline. However, Su Hong smiled awkwardly and told the principal that he probably wouldn't need those pills. After all, he was already at the Tier 2 high stage. He explained that a Tier 2 middle stage pill would not be of much use to him at his current level. He told the principal that it would be better to give them to someone who truly needed them. Hearing this, the principal was stunned. The last report he had received stated that Su Hong had only broken through to the Tier 2 initial stage during the training camp. He asked Su Hong how he was already at the high stage so quickly. Su Hong calmly explained that he had recently encountered several situations that had accelerated his growth. Inwardly, he recalled the battles and assassination attempts he had endured. If those people had not repeatedly tried to kill him, he would never have gained so much martial value in such a short period of time. The principal grew increasingly excited the more he heard. Rising from his seat, he declared that they should head to the gymnasium immediately. He wanted to personally test Su Hong's strength, and while doing so, teach him a few martial arts techniques. Hearing this, Su Hong looked at the principal with surprise. After all, he remembered that the principal himself was a Tier 3 martial artist. The principal looked at Su Hong with a confident grin and assured him that there was no need to worry, as he would hold back during their spar. Soon after, they arrived at the gymnasium. The spacious building stood bright and open, and as they stepped inside, several students walked up to greet the principal. Some immediately recognized Su Hong and whispered among themselves, saying that he had once fought 100 people on his own. Without wasting time, the principal announced his plan. He declared that he would spar with Su Hong and ordered the nearby students who were free to gather and observe carefully, instructing them to learn as much as they could from the match. The students responded enthusiastically, agreeing at once. Hearing this, Su Hong hesitated slightly and suggested changing the location, clearly concerned about the situation. However, the principal laughed it off and reassured him, telling him not to feel embarrassed. He confidently stated that he would not let Su Hong lose too badly. But Su Hong wasn't worried about losing. He was worried that if the principal lost, it might damage his dignity as the head of the school. The gymnasium quickly filled with noise as students gathered from all sides, forming a large circle around the arena. Their excited murmurs echoed throughout the hall as they anticipated the match. Standing at the center, the principal released his energy. A powerful aura surged around his body, his muscles tensing as his vitality erupted outward. He confidently told Su Hong to make the first move. Seeing this, the surrounding students were instantly amazed. Some exclaimed that the principal's vitality was incredible, noting that it was their first time witnessing a Tier 3 martial artist in action. Others cheered loudly, urging Su Hong to give it his all. Meanwhile, Su Hong remained calm on the surface, but inwardly he was cautious. He knew he absolutely could not injure the principal, so he began thinking of a skill that was both weak and wouldn't make it obvious that he was holding back. He decided to start with a B-rank martial art, the Cloud-Hiding Gale Fist. Energy gathered around his fist as Su Hong declared that he was coming. He charged at the principal using his Cloud-Hiding Gale Fist technique. His movements swift and precise. In an instant, he closed the distance. Observing this, the principal was taken aback. He realized that Su Hong had opened the match with a B-rank martial technique, finding the approach far too direct and unexpectedly bold. However, the principal could feel that Su Hong's power was already comparable to that of a Tier 3 martial artist. The principal then unleashed his technique, Giant Rock Fist. His arm hardened like stone, radiating immense strength as he charged forward to meet Su Hong's attack head-on. The moment their attacks collided, a violent explosion of force erupted. Su Hong's strike met the principal's with overwhelming impact, sending shockwaves blasting outward. The spectators were caught in the aftermath. Many were forced to shield themselves, some unable to even open their eyes as the pressure and wind surged through the arena. They were stunned, exclaiming that the sheer power of the clash was far beyond what they had expected. Amid the chaos, Su Hong and the principal continued their exchange at incredible speed. Their movements blurred as they traded blows, fists colliding repeatedly with explosive force. Each strike carried enough power to shake the ground, leaving afterimages in its wake. Just then, one of Su Hong's punches landed, and the principal was pushed back. Seeing this, the principal was stunned and wondered whether such overwhelming combat power could truly belong to someone at the high stage of Tier 2. What shocked him even more was that Su Hong did not appear to be using his full strength yet. In his eyes, Su Hong's abilities were simply ridiculous. Amid the astonishment, some students exclaimed that Su Hong had actually gained the upper hand and had even forced the principal backward. Some students said that Su Hong's combat power was too exaggerated because the principal was a Tier 3 high-stage martial artist. Others argued that the principal must not have used his full strength because otherwise it would have been impossible for him to be pushed back. At that moment, the principal himself felt the pressure. Although he had not gone all out, he knew he had already used nearly 80% of his strength. He thought that if he really lost to Su Hong, he would be humiliated in front of so many students. He would be done for. But before the match could continue, Su Hong suddenly staggered and dropped to one knee, letting out a pained groan. He grabbed his stomach, faking pain, and quickly declared that the principal was truly amazing and admitted defeat. At the same time, he inwardly asked the principal to understand his intentions. The surrounding students immediately reacted, praising the principal and declaring that such an outcome was expected. Some even encouraged Su Hong, saying that there was honor even in defeat. Meanwhile, the principal stood there, momentarily confused. He could not understand the situation at all, questioning whether he had actually injured Su Hong. The principal then finally understood Su Hong's intentions, and a wave of emotion washed over him. Deeply moved, the principal thought that he would love Su Hong till death. Composing himself, the principal loudly praised Su Hong in front of everyone. He declared that Su Hong was undoubtedly the most outstanding genius student of their #1 high school, possessing combat power comparable to a Tier 3 high-stage martial artist despite only being at Tier 2. He admitted that even he had to go all out, otherwise if he was not careful for even a moment, he would be defeated. Hearing that, the crowd erupted in excitement. Many students exclaimed that Su Hong's strength was simply heaven-defying, amazed that someone from their star city might finally have a chance to be admitted into a prestigious magic martial university. The principal helped Su Hong up while smiling and admitted that he had nearly embarrassed himself. As Su Hong stood up, he said that the college entrance exam was in 1 month, and that he wanted to find someone to spar with to help him break through to Tier 3. Su Hong wondered aloud whether the principal might be able to help him. Hearing that, principal looked at him with a complicated expression, realizing that he had fallen into Su Hong's trap. From that day on, Su Hong began sparring and training with the principal during the day, using the opportunity to refine his skills and push himself closer to a breakthrough. At night, he devoted himself to cultivating guidance techniques at home, steadily refining his strength. As time passed, the principal went a step further and invited an old comrade to serve as Su Hong's sparring partner. Standing there while shaking in exhaustion, the principal asked Su Hong to let Coach Chen accompany him and let his old bones rest for a day. Coach Chen greeted him, calling him Genius Boy. Su Hong respectfully apologized to Coach Chen for the trouble. Not long after, the principal and Coach Chen helped Su Hong get in touch with President Wu of the Martial Dao Association. Exhausted, both of them stood there as the principal told President Wu that he was entrusting Su Hong's training to her. However, upon seeing the exhausted state of the two of them, President Wu could not help but question why they looked completely drained. Then, within one day, it quickly became clear why. President Wu, a Tier 5 martial artist, showed no restraint in her training. She relentlessly pushed Su Hong, refusing to let him rest and forcing him to continue no matter how exhausted he became. Under such intense training, time flew by, and a full month passed in the blink of an eye. As the college entrance exam approached with only 5 days remaining, Su Hong stood battered and bruised and told President Wu that he thought he was going to break through. President Wu grabbed Su Hong by the head and sternly questioned whether he was trying to slack off and avoid training. Despite his exhausted state, Su Hong firmly denied it. With determination in his eyes, he explained that he truly felt a premonition of an imminent breakthrough. His conviction made her pause, and she asked if he was serious. Su Hong calmly confirmed that he was. Hearing this, she was surprised and asked if his vitality had really increased from 900 to 1,000 in less than a month. Su Hong answered with confidence that it had. Without hesitation, she immediately made a call, urgently requesting 2 bottles of Tier 3 advancement pills to be delivered to the training room. After ending the call, she told Su Hong to break through right there and to give it his all. Su Hong expressed his gratitude before sitting down to begin. As he entered a meditative state, a powerful aura surged around him, crimson energy flaring intensely as his body began to transform. His wounds gradually healed under the rising energy, and his strength climbed higher. At that moment, Su Hong was very excited that he was finally going to become a Tier 3 martial artist. At the Martial Dao Association's first floor, the atmosphere was somewhat confusing as people moved about the hall, watching someone. It was President Wu, who walked forward gracefully, humming to herself with a bright and cheerful expression, completely unlike her usual cold demeanor. She reflected that Star City had never produced a Tier 3 early-stage examinee before. If Su Hong managed to break through to Tier 3, it would attract a huge influx of cultivation resources from the province into Star City. With those resources, the Star City Martial Dao Association would rise rapidly and reach new heights. As she continued walking with a radiant smile, the surrounding staff could not help but notice the unusual change. They whispered among themselves in disbelief, wondering how the usually expressionless President Wu could suddenly look so happy and even radiant. Some of them jokingly speculated that she might have fallen in love, while others assumed she had become completely lovesick over that boy. While those people were talking, someone suddenly called from behind, asking if they had seen President Wu. It was Su Hong's principal, along with Coach Chen. They too were in a very good mood. Su Hong's principal said that they had gone to President Wu's office, but her assistant had told them that she had come down to the first floor. Confused, those people told Su Hong's principal that President Wu had headed toward the back courtyard. As the two of them hurried toward the back courtyard, calling out for President Wu and saying they were here, the surrounding staff watched from a distance in stunned silence. Some of them whispered in disbelief, wondering if President Wu was actually meeting someone and whether her type was 2 old men. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Su Hong sat cross-legged on the ground with 2 bottles of pills placed in front of him. A powerful red aura surged around his body as he focused intensely, attempting to break through. The energy around him flared violently, spreading outward in waves as his body trembled under the pressure. Sweat poured down his face, and his teeth clenched tightly as he endured the strain. Then, with full force, he tried to break through. The crimson energy roared around him violently like a storm. But despite his efforts, the attempt failed. Exhausted, he slumped slightly, breathing heavily, and realized with frustration that his first breakthrough attempt had not succeeded. But Su Hong gritted his teeth and refused to give up. Even after failing once, he steadied himself and resolved to try again. As he focused, his thoughts turned to the people who had supported him, the principal. Coach Chen, and President Yan. Remembering how much they had done for him, he felt a surge of resolve. He could not allow himself to fail them. Time passed, and half an hour later, the raging blood energy within his body was finally brought under control. Every last trace of that violent power was compressed and contained deep inside him. Sweat poured down his face as he endured the intense pressure. His body trembled, and his breathing grew heavier, but he pushed forward, urging himself to continue. He clenched his teeth, forcing his strength to rise as he commanded himself to break through. In the next moment, the energy exploded outward. A powerful surge burst from his body, tearing through his clothes as the aura around him expanded violently. The force spread in all directions, shaking the surroundings with its intensity. After the eruption, the energy slowly settled. Su Hong exhaled deeply, his body drenched in sweat, his breathing heavy but steady. He slowly stood up, feeling the changes within his body. As the remaining energy settled, he realized that this was what it felt like to reach Tier 3. Curious, he gathered his blood energy and tested it. With a single motion, he projected the energy outward, forming a visible force from his fist. Su Hong knew that warriors below Tier 3 could only launch ranged attacks through specific sub-techniques, but a Tier 3 warrior could release blood energy freely without restriction. The gap between Tier 2 and Tier 3 was massive. A Tier 2 warrior with 999 blood energy and a Tier 3 warrior with 1000 blood energy were separated by an enormous difference in power. He then checked his status panel, which displayed his updated attributes. It confirmed that he had successfully reached Tier 3, with all his abilities greatly enhanced and his skills fully mastered. After confirming his breakthrough, Su Hong relaxed slightly and got to his feet. With a faint smile, he decided that he should go check in with President Wu. But suddenly, Su Hong sensed people watching and turned around. At the gate stood President Wu, Su Hong's principal, and Coach Chen. Seeing Su Hong like that, President Wu smiled and teasingly asked if he had planned to show up looking like that. She told him to have some self-respect, but Su Hong's principal and Coach Chen cheered for him, saying it was bold of him to say that. Hearing that, Su Hong quickly sat down and tried to hide his body, unable to show his face in embarrassment. Without paying much attention, President Wu made a call to City Lord Wang, telling him that Su Hong had already broken through to Tier 3 and asking him to come to the association. She even mentioned that they were preparing a small parent meeting for him. On the other side, at the City Lord's mansion, Wang Tiantuo rushed in excitedly, shouting that he had broken through to the mid-stage of Tier 2. Inside the room, City Lord Wang calmly adjusted his tie and told Wang Tiantuo to keep it up. His composed reaction surprised Wang Tiantuo. He exclaimed that he was only 18 and had already reached Tier 2 mid-stage. He asked his father why his reaction was so cold. Walking away, City Lord Wang told Wang Tiantuo that President Wu had called and said that Su Hong had broken through to Tier 3. Excitedly, the City Lord said that he had to go see it for himself. Hearing this, Wang Tiantuo was stunned and questioned whether it was really true. Soon after, the City Lord arrived at the Martial Dao Association in his car. Inside, City Lord Wang, along with President Wu, Su Hong's principal, and Coach Chen, sat together facing Su Hong with serious expressions. Seated in front of them, Su Hong asked what they wanted to discuss with him. City Lord Wang then handed him a document and explained that he had compiled a list of high-level martial artists who had recently visited Star City. Although he was not sure who was targeting Su Hong, he told him that it would not hurt to pay more attention to the people on this list in the future. As Su Hong looked through the list, he read out names and factions, mentioning the Lin family of the imperial capital, Grand Master Chen Budo, and Magic City Wang family's Wang Dao. Looking through the list, Su Hong frowned and said that there were nearly 100 names on it, but he did not recognize a single one. City Lord Wang then explained seriously that Su Hong needed to understand something important. There were traitors even among the highest ranks of humanity, and they would not spare a human genius like Su Hong. They would definitely find a way to eliminate him. Hearing this, Su Hong closed the book and said that he had long been mentally prepared to be hunted by the 10,000 races, but he did not expect to face assassination attempts from human traitors in the future. Seeing his reaction, President Wu reassured him that he did not need to worry too much. Once he was officially enrolled in Magic City Martial Arts University, none of those corrupt insiders would dare make a move against him there. Hearing about Magic City Martial Arts University, Su Hong became confused and asked whether Imperial Capital Martial Arts University was not safe, since they had previously told him about it. President Wu then explained to Su Hong that the students at Imperial Capital Martial Arts University were either rich or noble. If he threw a brick randomly, it would hit a descendant of one of the top 100 families, or an heir to a Tier 8 or Tier 9 powerhouse. But Su Hong had no family background at all, so how could Imperial Capital Martial Arts University value him? City Lord Wang agreed with President Wu, saying that before, he had let Su Hong choose between Magic City Martial Arts University and Imperial Capital Martial Arts University on his own. But looking at it now, the City Lord felt that it had been an ill-considered decision. President Wu explained confidently that Magic City Martial Arts University, on the other hand, was all-inclusive. They did not look at status, only talent and strength. As long as he was strong enough, almost no one would intentionally suppress him. After hearing all this, Su Hong made up his mind and said that it was settled. He would go to Magic City Martial Arts University. City Lord Wang then added that the school ethos at Magic City Martial Arts University was very wild, and their principal was extremely protective of his students. No matter how much trouble Su Hong caused, he would protect him. Hearing this, Su Hong scratched his head awkwardly and remarked that he did not understand why the City Lord thought of him like that. He never took the initiative to cause trouble. Hearing that, with a deadpan expression, City Lord Wang asked who it was that had killed Ye Hui from the martial base. President Wu asked who it was that had taken down dozens of demon cult assassins. Su Hong's principal asked who it was that had caused the collapse at the Weiyangzhou City training camp. Coach Chen asked who it was that had single-handedly wiped out every student at the training grounds. Faced with those questions, Su Hong could only laugh it off, jokingly asking who such a person could possibly be. City Lord Wang then added that there was one more matter to address. He said that, as the #1 genius of Star City, Su Hong represented the city's image after all, but his taste in clothes was a bit. Before he could finish his words, President Wu quickly stepped in with confidence, asking the City Lord what was wrong with it and whether her taste was not great. She then explained that Su Hong's clothes had been shattered by his vitality during his breakthrough, so she had specially lent him her outfit to wear instead. Hearing that, City Lord Wang was shocked. He quickly changed his words, nodded approvingly, and praised the choice, stating that her taste was absolutely wonderful and that it suited Su Hong perfectly. Embarrassed, Su Hong scratched his head and thanked the City Lord with an awkward laugh. A few days later, at Star City Airport, City Lord Wang arrived and was a little surprised to see a familiar face. He asked if he was the one coming to Star City this year to oversee the college entrance exam assessment. The City Lord recognized that man as Wang Lindao. Wang Lindao was standing beside a woman as they arrived to take charge of the proceedings. Wang Lindao stepped forward and, while shaking hands with the City Lord, let out a frustrated sigh, saying that he did not even want to get started on the matter. He explained that his teacher had suddenly issued an absolute order, asking him to come to Star City to oversee the college entrance exam, and even telling him to lower his status and actively befriend talented students. He complained bitterly about the situation, pointing out that, as a Tier 5 martial artist, taking the initiative to befriend a student felt like a blow to his pride. He further added that Star City had not even produced a single Tier 2 examinee in past years, questioning what there was to befriend. In response, the City Lord calmly mentioned an 18-year-old Tier 3 prodigy, and asked whether that was worth befriending. Hearing this, Wang Lindao was visibly shocked, his expression tightening in disbelief. Without hesitation, he immediately changed his attitude and demanded to know the student's location, insisting that the City Lord take him there at once. The scene shifted to the Star City martial arts exam venue, where preparations were in full swing. The staff reported that the vitality tester inspection for District 2 had been completed. They were instructed to carefully check the number of combat power testers and their components once more to ensure everything was in order. Meanwhile, on the stage, President Wu asked the City Lord whether he had gone to pick up the examiner. She asked where the examiner was. The City Lord pointed toward the distance, indicating where the examiner was. Not far away, the examiner had already found Su Hong. With a playful and overly familiar attitude, he approached Su Hong and took a selfie with him, even jokingly asking Su Hong to smile. Confused, Su Hong asked who he was. The man introduced himself as Wang Lindao, the examiner for the assessment. He claimed that he had long heard of Su Hong's reputation and had come specifically to make friends with him, even encouraging him to pose casually. President Wu was stunned. Watching this unfold in broad daylight, with so many students present, she could hardly believe that the examiner had personally come all this way just to cozy up to a student like that. The city lord could only sigh, saying that Wang Lindao was truly shameless and thick-skinned. A few minutes later, examiner Wang Lindao, along with President Wu and the city lord, went onto the stage. Wang Lindao cleared his throat and announced that this year's assessment process would follow the same format as previous years, with priority given to the vitality test. He further explained that students who had reached Tier 2 and above would be required to take a special train to the provincial capital for centralized testing, while those below Tier 2 would continue with combat power and other subject evaluations locally. With that, the official declaration was made that the martial Dao assessment had begun. Hearing this, Su Hong realized for the first time that Tier 2 students had to go to the provincial capital for further assessment. He found it surprising that no one had informed him earlier. He could imagine President Wu, the city lord, and his principal casually laughing it off, admitting that they had simply forgotten to mention it. Nearby, Wang Tiantuo, Lin Xinghe, and Xiao Wan arrived. Lin Xinghe congratulated Wang Tiantuo on advancing to the middle stage of Tier 2. Xiao Wan curiously wondered whether he had already surpassed Su Hong. However, Wang Tiantuo responded calmly, telling them they would find out soon. As the testing area grew crowded, a large number of people gathered around where Su Hong was being tested, creating a sea of people. Lin Xinghe was shocked to see so many people, and asked if they were all curious about Su Hong's tier. Among the crowd, discussions spread quickly. Some believed that Su Hong, being the strongest martial arts examinee of their batch, might have already reached the middle stage of Tier 2, while others speculated that, as a genius, he could even be at the high stage. At that moment, attention shifted towards Su Hong as he prepared to begin his test, drawing the focus of everyone present. As Su Hong sat inside the vitality testing chamber, a powerful blood aura erupted from his body. The crimson energy surged upward like flames, filling the entire testing area with overwhelming pressure. Lin Xinghe and Xiao Yan, who witnessed it, were left stunned, unable to believe what they were seeing. A moment later, the testing machine displayed a vitality value of 105. Seeing the result, Lin Xinghe and Xiao Yan immediately realized that Su Hong had already become a Tier 3 martial artist. Xiao Yan looked at Wang Tiantuo in shock and asked how Su Hong was already Tier 3. She asked if he had known this beforehand. Watching Su Hong's result, Wang Tiantuo said that, in this lifetime, surpassing Su Hong seemed impossible. The gap between them had become far too great. The crowd quickly erupted into an uproar. Many people exclaimed that a vitality value of over 1,000 meant Su Hong had officially reached Tier 3. They said they had never heard of a Tier 3 martial artist appearing in Star City's martial arts entrance examination before. Some even compared his strength to that of their school's principal, saying he was already on the same level as the city's top experts. Amid the excitement, one of Su Hong's friends proudly declared that Su Hong was his good brother, and even added that he was Su Hong's professional sparring partner. Hearing that, the people around him could only look at him with envy, wishing they also had a genius like Su Hong as a close friend. In the private viewing room, Lin Xinghe's and Xiao Yan's parents could not hide their excitement. Lin Xinghe's father sighed, asking why Su Hong was not his son, and why Lin Xinghe was not a girl. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan's father immediately decided that he would dress Xiao Wan beautifully and do everything possible to make Su Hong his future son-in-law. Meanwhile, on the stage, the city lord congratulated President Wu on cultivating such an outstanding genius, saying that the Star City Martial Dao Association would surely achieve brilliance once again. President Wu then congratulated City Lord Wang on cultivating such an outstanding genius, saying that Star City's development would surely advance by leaps and bounds. Examiner Wang Lindao was completely stunned. Looking at Su Hong, he said that he had traveled across many cities over the years to oversee martial arts examinations, giving him a broad understanding of young talents. He explained that in a mid to lower ranked city like Star City, even producing a Tier 2 examinee was already a rare achievement. The problem was not that Star City students lacked talent, but that small cities had far fewer cultivation resources than major cities like Magic City and the imperial capital. He further explained that for someone to reach Tier 3 in a resource-poor city like Star City was truly extraordinary. In his opinion, if Su Hong had grown up with the educational opportunities and cultivation resources available in Magic City or the imperial capital, he might have already reached Tier 4. Without hesitation, Wang Lindao declared that Su Hong possessed the greatest talent he had ever seen. After the test, Su Hong became the center of everyone's attention. Fans surrounded him, shouting his name and cheering wildly. Some even confessed their admiration, while others jokingly claimed they wanted to have his children. Faced with the overwhelming enthusiasm, Su Hong could only smile awkwardly. Being watched and admired by so many people at once made him feel extremely uncomfortable. After the assessment, only 4 students in the entire Star City had qualified for the next stage. Among them, Wang Tiantuo, Lin Xinghe, and Xiao Yan had successfully advanced to Tier 2, while Su Hong had already reached Tier 3. Soon, the 4 of them boarded a special train that would take them to the provincial capital for the next phase of the martial arts examination. As they entered the train, Su Hong calmly walked ahead while the other 3 followed behind him. Inside the train, the atmosphere was quiet but tense. Many talented examinees from different cities had already taken their seats. The moment Su Hong's group entered, several students released their powerful auras. The powerful pressure spread through the train as nearly every examinee released their aura. The entire carriage was instantly filled with overwhelming martial energy as everyone tried to intimidate Su Hong's group. Seeing that, Lin Xinghe said it was childish of them to show their strength right off the bat. Wang Tiantuo and Xiao Yan stepped forward and got ready to release their auras. Xiao Yan declared that she would use her spiritual telekinesis to push back. Wang Tiantuo agreed, saying Star City could not afford to lose face. But at that moment, Su Hong finally made his move. Without saying a word, he unleashed his aura. A brilliant blue energy burst from his body, instantly sweeping through the entire train. The terrifying power took the shape of a gigantic azure dragon that roared above him. Su Hong's terrifying blue dragon aura swept through the train like a storm. The overwhelming pressure instantly crushed every other aura in the carriage. One after another, the examinees could no longer withstand the force and collapsed back into their seats, their faces filled with shock. They all stared at Su Hong in disbelief. They finally realized that he was a genuine Tier 3 martial artist. None of them could believe that a small and ordinary place like Star City had produced such a terrifying genius. A few seconds later, after showing them their place, Su Hong finally stopped and dispelled his energy. Seeing that, Wang Tiantuo was stunned. He could feel that the pressure coming from Su Hong was no weaker than that of a middle-stage Tier 3 martial artist. But only he noticed that. Lin Xinghe and Xiao Yan looked at Su Hong with admiration and quietly admitted that Su Hong was truly incredible. Meanwhile, all the examinees were shaking in fear. While walking through the middle of them, Su Hong warned them that coming to provoke him without even a greeting would lead to this result. The overwhelming pressure that Su Hong released left a deep impression on everyone in the train. Many of the examinees silently made up their minds that if they ever encountered him during the assessment, they would run away immediately without the slightest hesitation. As the special train continued speeding toward the provincial capital, the atmosphere gradually returned to normal. After some time, Lin Xinghe asked Su Hong whether he planned to apply to Magic City Martial University or Imperial Capital Martial University. Su Hong smiled and asked about their own plans instead. The 3 of them answered without hesitation that their goal was Magic City Martial University. Su Hong then told them that he was also preparing to go to Magic City Martial University. He added that in the future, when they entered the All Heavens battlefield, they would be comrades in arms. Lin Xinghe laughed and said that with Su Hong as a teammate, he could feel completely at ease. Hearing that, Wang Tiantuo jokingly reminded Lin Xinghe that Magic City Martial University expelled students who were lazy every year, so he had better make sure he did not get kicked out. Hearing their conversation, Su Hong recalled President Wu telling him that Magic City Martial University accepted students based only on talent and strength, regardless of their background or status. Thinking about it, he became even more determined. In his heart, he silently declared that Magic City Martial University would be his next destination. As the journey continued, talented students from many different cities boarded the bus one after another. Before long, several of them recognized Su Hong. Lin Chunfeng from Yang City walked up to him and declared that since Su Hong had come to participate in the martial arts examination, he would finally defeat him. Su Hong simply smiled awkwardly and replied, "Okay." Watching the exchange, Lin Xinghe looked surprised and asked whether Su Hong even knew people from Yang City. Su Hong explained that Grandmaster Qin had once taken him there for a sparring match. Soon after, another student stepped forward and confidently pointed at Su Hong, declaring that they had met again and that this time, victory would belong to him. Once again, Su Hong calmly answered with the same awkward response, "Okay." Not long after, another familiar face approached him, laughing loudly and claiming that the perfect chance for revenge had finally arrived. Su Hong could only give the same calm reply, As more and more students boarded the bus, voices calling Su Hong's name echoed from every direction. Nearly every talented student who recognized him wanted to challenge him or settle an old score. The other examinees were completely confused by the scene. They wondered who Su Hong really was, and questioned whether he had gone around defeating the strongest young geniuses from every major city. Others could not believe it, saying they had never heard of anyone from Star City becoming so famous before. Lin Xinghe looked at Su Hong with a curious expression and asked what Grandmaster Qin had actually taken him to do back then. After seeing so many people challenge Su Hong, Xiao Yan jokingly wondered if Su Hong had beaten every talented student in Jiangnan province. Embarrassed, Su Hong smiled awkwardly and quickly denied it, saying it had not gone that far. On the other hand, at Tianxing Square in Hangzhou, the capital of Jiangnan province, the enormous square was already packed with countless students and spectators who had gathered for the martial arts examination. Many participants looked toward the giant Tianxing secret realm and discussed this year's exam. They had heard that the secret realm contained many rare treasures and hoped to enter it. To them, this examination was more than just a competition. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to obtain valuable rewards and change their future. Nearby, a group of local Hangzhou students complained that they had to wait for participants from other cities before the exam could begin. However, the other 3 students whom Su Hong had previously rescued from the demon cult told them to stop complaining. They suggested they should simply treat it as welcoming Su Hong. At that moment, another group arrived under heavy security. People recognized that the person leading them was Chen Tianyan, the #1 genius of Wen City. Rumors claimed that his talent far surpassed everyone else. He had even boldly declared that he would crush every student from Hangzhou during the martial arts examination. As Chen Tianyan and his group walked into Tianxing Square, they drew everyone's attention. Looking around confidently, Chen Tianyan released his aura and loudly asked where Hangzhou's 3 strongest young martial artists, Su Hong, Kong Lei, and Lu Dao were. He boldly called for them to come out and introduce themselves. The moment his aura erupted, the crowd was shocked. Students immediately recognized that Chen Tianyan had already reached Tier 3. They quickly stepped back, amazed by his strength. Among the crowd, one of the boys saved by Su Hong also released his aura and mocked Chen Tianyan for acting as if he were the only Tier 3 martial artist there. Curious, one of his teammates asked if he knew Chen Tianyan. A girl from their team replied that Chen Tianyan was nobody important to him and not someone worth knowing. Hearing this, Chen Tianyan smiled confidently. After noticing that the other 3 had also reached Tier 3, he declared that everything was perfect. Once they entered the Tianxing secret realm, he planned to defeat all 3 of them at the same time. Hearing that, all 3 of them became furious and asked if he thought he was Su Hong, believing he could fight all of them alone. That girl advised Chen Tianyan to keep a low profile and avoid provoking Su Hong. Laughing, they reminded him that Su Hong was the monster who had defeated 3 Tier 3 demon cultists with a single punch each. Chen Tianyan sneered as he recalled hearing about Su Hong, Star City's #1 this year. Smirking, he mocked Su Hong as nothing more than Tier 2 trash. Hearing that, those 3 students laughed and repeated, "Yeah, Tier 2 trash." Pointing behind him, they asked Chen Tianyan to look toward the entrance, saying the trash he wanted was here. At that moment, Su Hong stepped off the bus with his companions. Carrying his staff on his shoulder, he calmly walked forward. Without showing any emotion, Wang Tiantuo noticed that Chen Tianyan had been staring at him and told Su Hong. Su Hong simply turned his head and looked in Chen Tianyan's direction with a puzzled expression. As Su Hong looked ahead, he saw 2 lines of people standing on both sides of the path. At the end of the formation stood Chen Tian and his followers. Chen Tian let out a cold snort as he said that he would kill Su Hong. He looked down on Su Hong, clearly showing that he did not take him seriously. Seeing Chen Tianyan's reaction, Lin Xinghe wondered if he had also been beaten by Su Hong in the past. Wang Tianyan's wow laughed, saying he was still so arrogant after getting beaten up. However, Su Hong thought about it for a moment, but shook his head, saying he had absolutely no memory of ever meeting or defeating him. From high above the square, several grandmasters quietly observed the scene below. One of them asked Grandmaster Qin whether the young man below was the Su Hong he had been hearing so much about. That man was Lin Beixing, a Tier 7 Grandmaster. He glanced at Su Hong and commented that he looked quite ordinary. Hearing that, Grandmaster Qin mocked Lin Beixing, saying that as the chief coordinator of the Jiangnan province martial arts examination, his judgment of talent seemed poor. Lin Beixing said that it was only because Grandmaster Qin had hyped that kid up to the heavens, and he had expected Su Hong to have 3 heads and 6 arms. Grandmaster Qin smiled calmly and replied that Su Hong did not have 3 heads or 6 arms, but his true talent was far more impressive. He explained that Su Hong possessed a 100% affinity with all 7 attributes and had even mastered attribute fusion, something that was incredibly rare. But Lin Beixing remained skeptical, saying that seeing was believing. He decided to judge Su Hong only after watching his performance in the upcoming martial arts examination. As everyone waited for the martial arts examination to begin, many students started complaining. Some wondered why the exam had not started yet, while others criticized Chen Tian for being far too arrogant. A few were more concerned about their empty stomachs than the competition, but suddenly, Lin Beixing's voice echoed across the square, ordering everyone to remain silent. At the same time, an overwhelming pressure spread through the entire area. The immense aura forced nearly every participant to bend over, making it difficult to breathe. Even Su Hong felt the terrifying pressure and silently admitted that no matter how many times he experienced a grandmaster's aura, it was always shocking. Standing before the crowd, Lin Beixing introduced himself as the chief examiner for the martial arts examination and began explaining the rules. First, he announced that the assessment would take place inside the Tianxing secret realm and would last for 7 days. Participants would earn points by hunting and killing fierce beasts. Second, he explained that map fragments were hidden inside those beasts. Once collected, the fragments would reveal the locations of certain special fierce beasts that rewarded a large number of points when defeated. Finally, he revealed that a Tier 4 early-stage savage dragon lived at the center of the secret realm. Anyone who managed to kill it would receive a reward of 10,000 points. Hearing this, Su Hong immediately became interested. Hearing that it was a Tier 4 early-stage savage dragon, Wang Tingtuo, standing beside him, told Su Hong that the savage dragon carried a true dragon bloodline, making it far stronger than an ordinary Tier 4 mid-stage fierce beast. Lin Beixing then revealed the 4th rule of the examination. He explained that participants could defeat other candidates and seize half of their accumulated points. Hearing this, Su Hong immediately realized that the competition would become extremely brutal. He understood that many participants would end up fighting one another instead of only hunting fierce beasts. As the overwhelming pressure gradually disappeared, every participant received a special points bracelet. Lin Beixing explained that the bracelet would allow them to check their own points, the rankings, and the scores of every other candidate throughout the examination. After finishing the explanation, Lin Beixing officially declared the Jiangnan Province martial arts examination open. He then activated a mysterious green orb, which released a brilliant beam of light into the sky. The energy opened the entrance to the Tianxing secret realm. Lin Beixing announced that the secret realm was now open and ordered all candidates to enter the examination area. Without wasting a second, Chen Tianyan confidently declared that he would be the first to enter. With a burst of speed, he shot toward the entrance ahead of everyone else. All the students rushed toward it in a frenzy, complaining that Chen Tianyan had already taken the lead and urging everyone to hurry. Others shouted for people to stop blocking the way as they charged toward the portal. Seeing the crowd rushing in, Lin Xinghe suggested that they enter as well. However, Su Hong calmly told them to go ahead without him, because he planned to wait for a while before entering. Xiao Yan, while taking both Lin Xinghe and Wang Tingtuo with her, realized that Su Hong wanted to enter later so he could defeat other candidates and take half of their points instead of competing for fierce beasts. Hearing that, Lin Xinghe complained that Su Hong was very ruthless. Su Hong watched them enter the secret realm and said goodbye. Su Hong smiled to himself, knowing that earning points by defeating other candidates would be much faster than hunting fierce beasts one by one. Just then, Grandmaster Qin called Su Hong over and invited him to have a cup of tea before the examination truly began. Su Hong politely thanked him and joined him. The two calmly enjoyed their tea together, while everyone else hurried into the Tianxing secret realm. Grandmaster Lin looked at the two of them and remarked that both of them were equally mischievous. Su Hong smiled and replied that he was only following the examination rules that Grandmaster Lin himself had announced. Since he had not broken any of them, he believed there was nothing wrong with his plan. Grandmaster Lin then reminded Su Hong that he was not the only Tier 3 candidate in the examination. Several other Tier 3 geniuses were also participating, and he questioned whether Su Hong was truly that confident. Su Hong simply smiled and answered that he only had a little confidence. Before Grandmaster Lin could say anything else, Grandmaster Qin laughed and declared that Su Hong was being far too modest. He proudly explained that not long ago, Su Hong had encountered an assassination by the demon cult in Star City. During 7 days of fighting, he had killed more than 20 Tier 3 demon cultists, and had even seriously injured 2 Tier 4 experts. Hearing that unbelievable story, Grandmaster Lin was completely stunned and shouted in disbelief. However, Su Hong awkwardly smiled and insisted that Grandmaster Qin had exaggerated the story. Grandmaster Lin shook his head and replied that he already knew Grandmaster Qin liked to boast, but even then the story sounded impossible. He pointed out that Tier 3 demon cultists were not as common as vegetables in a market, but Su Hong calmly explained that he had actually spent 8 days being hunted by those demon cultists, and had risked his life just to eliminate them. Hearing that, Grandmaster Lin looked at Su Hong in shock and said that Su Hong was really ridiculous. Several hours later, inside the Heavenly Star secret realm, Su Hong quietly observed the surroundings from a high cliff. Below him, a huge black bear and a white tiger were locked in a fierce battle. The 2 ferocious beasts roared at each other and fought with all their strength. Seeing the scene, Su Hong smiled and thought that he had just entered the secret realm and had already found 2 Tier 3 ferocious beasts. He considered himself quite lucky. The black bear suddenly let out a furious roar and charged at the white tiger with incredible speed. Swinging its massive paw, it slammed the tiger with tremendous force, sending it flying across the battlefield and into the cliff where Su Hong was sitting. The impact shook the ground, but Su Hong remained calmly seated on the cliff. The white tiger let out a weak cry as it struggled to get back on its feet after being heavily injured. Seeing that its opponent could no longer fight back, the black bear roared triumphantly and charged forward, determined to finish the battle with one final attack. At that very moment, Su Hong finally made his move. A faint smile appeared on his face as golden lightning flashed around his body. In an instant, he disappeared from the cliff and rushed toward the battlefield at incredible speed. Before the black bear could react, Su Hong appeared behind it with his spear in hand. Moving like a bolt of lightning, he unleashed a single devastating strike. The spear pierced straight through the black bear's body, creating a massive wound. The huge beast froze in place as blood burst from the injury. Its enormous body trembled for a moment before collapsing to the ground with a loud crash. With just one attack, Su Hong had killed the Tier 3 black bear that had been dominating the fight moments earlier. After killing the black bear with a single strike, Su Hong stood on top of its massive body and looked toward the white tiger, calmly pointing his spear at it. He said that he had already taken care of one beast, and now it was the tiger's turn. Seeing that, the white tiger became too scared. Realizing how dangerous Su Hong was, it immediately gave up on fighting and turned around to climb the cliff, fleeing as fast as it could. Su Hong smiled as he watched the beast run away. He asked if it was really trying to escape before casually floating into the air and following it up the cliff. The white tiger froze in fear when it found Su Hong standing directly behind it. Without giving the beast another chance, Su Hong raised his spear and unleashed the 3rd stance of the 9 heaven-breaking spears, gathering powerful lightning around the weapon as he prepared to deliver the finishing blow. But as Su Hong gathered his power for the final attack, the white tiger suddenly dropped to the ground. It pressed its front paws together, wagged its tail, and began letting out soft meows like a frightened kitten, clearly begging for mercy instead of fighting. Su Hong froze in surprise. He had never expected a fierce Tier 3 beast to suddenly act so harmless. For a moment he could only stare at it in confusion. Even though the tiger looked pitiful, the energy from Su Hong's attack had already been released. The blazing spear attack shot forward, carving a huge trench through the ground. However, it narrowly missed the tiger, leaving the beast completely unharmed. The white tiger realized it had survived and immediately rolled onto its back, exposing its belly. It continued meowing, waving its paws in the air, and acting even cuter to show that it had no intention of fighting. Seeing the enormous ferocious beast behave like a spoiled house cat, Su Hong was left speechless. He could hardly believe that a powerful Tier 3 beast actually knew how to beg for mercy by pretending to be cute. Su Hong looked at the white tiger and made it a simple offer. He told the beast that if it led him to other humans and stronger ferocious beasts, he would spare its life. The white tiger immediately let out a soft meow. Su Hong sighed and told it to stop acting like a cat. Hearing that, the tiger quickly barked like a dog instead, leaving Su Hong completely speechless. Without wasting any time, the white tiger sprang to its feet and began running at full speed. Su Hong jumped onto its back, and ordered it to find a powerful opponent with a high cultivation level. The tiger barked in agreement and rushed deeper into the secret realm. Before long, they spotted a massive giant ape carrying a huge wooden club. The ape's enormous body towered over the surrounding trees as it walked through the valley. The white tiger immediately slowed down and hid behind the rocks, trembling in fear while letting out weak meows. Standing on its back, Su Hong carefully observed the monster. He thought that it was most likely a Tier 3 high-stage giant ape. Judging by its appearance, the giant ape was over 30 meters tall, making it more than twice the size of the giant apes found outside the secret realm. As the giant ape sensed danger, it suddenly turned its head. Su Hong's eyes widened, and he immediately realized that the monster had noticed them. At that moment, the giant ape roared and threw its enormous wooden club at them with full power. But Su Hong remained calm as the giant ape's enormous wooden club came toward him. The next second, the massive weapon slammed into the ground, creating a violent explosion and sending rocks and dust flying everywhere. However, right before it hit, Su Hong used his spiritual energy to fly into the air with the white tiger and dodged the giant ape's attack. Su Hong quickly sent the white tiger away and ordered it to run as far away as possible and wait for him in a safe place. He then warned the tiger that if it tried to run away for good, he would hunt it down and kill it once he found it. Hearing the threat, the frightened white tiger barked loudly in agreement before jumping off the cliff and fleeing at full speed. Su Hong then jumped onto the enormous club and charged at the giant ape. Even though the beast was more than twice the size of the giant apes outside the secret realm, Su Hong knew it was still only a Tier 3 ferocious beast. The enraged giant ape let out a deafening roar and swung its massive wooden club to throw Su Hong away. But instead of retreating, Su Hong dashed straight toward the giant ape's roaring mouth. As he rushed straight toward the giant ape's mouth, he frowned in disgust and complained that the beast smelled terrible. Lightning burst around Su Hong's body as he gripped his spear tightly, warning the ape not to breathe on him because its breath stank. With a loud shout, he unleashed his martial technique, heaven breaking. In the next instant, the spear shot forward like a bolt of lightning and struck the giant ape directly in the mouth. The tremendous force exploded on impact, causing the beast to stagger backward as pieces of its teeth flew in every direction. Su Hong's attack was so powerful that some of the giant ape's teeth broke and fell to the ground. Su Hong's heaven-breaking attack pierced straight through the giant ape's open mouth. The giant ape let out a painful roar as blood poured from its mouth, and it collapsed to the ground. Its enormous club fell from its hand and landed on the ground. Su Hong landed beside the enormous log. Looking at the massive log, Su Hong estimated that it was over 40 meters long and weighed around 70 tons. However, after reaching Tier 3 himself, he knew handling something of that size was no longer impossible for him. Without hesitation, Su Hong pressed both hands against the giant log and used all his strength. The enormous trunk slowly began to rise, and its incredible weight was no longer a problem for him. Next, Su Hong covered the giant log with his spiritual power. A faint blue aura wrapped around the entire log, making it much easier for him to control. With a powerful push, he lifted the enormous trunk high into the air. At that moment, the giant ape also woke up while scratching the back of its head in pain. Seeing that, Su Hong grinned and mocked the beast, calling it a stinky monkey. Then, with all his strength, Su Hong hurled the massive log straight toward the giant ape, shouting for it to eat his old Su's cudgel. The giant beast froze in confusion for a moment as the gigantic trunk came flying toward it at an incredible speed. The massive log slammed into the giant ape's face with tremendous force. Blood burst from its mouth as its nose and remaining teeth were crushed. Su Hong's attack was so powerful that it sent the enormous beast flying through the air. Everyone watching the battle from outside was left speechless. They could not believe what they had just witnessed. Many spectators stared at the giant screen in disbelief, wondering if the scene was even real. They could not help but ask what kind of monster a young man like Su Hong really was. Elsewhere, Grandmaster Qin and Grandmaster Lin were also watching the battle. Grandmaster Qin laughed loudly and pointed at the screen, saying that Su Hong was beating the elite monster as easily as if he were disciplining a dog. Grandmaster Lin was stunned seeing that. He stroked his beard and calmly remarked that there no longer seemed to be any suspense in this year's assessment. After defeating the giant ape, Su Hong stood on top of the enormous log and looked at the ape's defeated body in the distance. As he checked his wrist device, several glowing map fragments appeared. He wondered if these were the map fragments the Grandmaster had mentioned, and was surprised that defeating a single giant ape had rewarded him with so many of them. Su Hong then opened the leaderboard and was shocked to see that he already had 2,100 points, placing him firmly in first place. The second-ranked participant, Chen Tianxiao, only had 800 points, while Chen Xiao was in third place with 750 points. He realized that the black bear he had defeated earlier had only been worth 100 points, but the giant ape alone had earned him 2,000 points. After looking at the rankings, Su Hong decided that there was no reason to challenge the second-place competitor. Even if he defeated him, he would only gain 400 points, which was far less than hunting powerful beasts. He decided it would be more worthwhile to let the tiger continue leading him to other ferocious beasts so he could earn even more points. Meanwhile, other participants noticed the updated leaderboard. They were shocked to see Su Hong so far ahead and began asking each other who he was and how he had managed to collect such an unbelievable number of points. The sudden jump in Su Hong's score shocked all the other participants. Those 3 students whom Su Hong had saved earlier noticed that he had gone from only 100 points to 2,100 points in an instant. Everyone concluded that he must have defeated a high-value special ferocious beast by himself. They were amazed, believing that someone capable of such a feat had to be incredibly powerful. However, Chen Tianxiao dismissed the achievement. He thought that if Su Hong, who was only at Tier 2, could defeat a special ferocious beast alone, then those so-called special beasts could not be that strong. Confident in his own abilities, he decided that he would hunt one himself. Following the red mark on his map, he headed straight toward the target. When he finally arrived, a gigantic purple glowing serpent emerged from the rocks. Chen Tianxiao was stunned after sensing its aura and realized it was actually a Tier 3 high-stage ferocious beast. He then thought that Su Hong was only at Tier 2, so if even he could kill a special ferocious beast, its level should not be too high. However, after seeing its size, he began to doubt himself. He wondered whether he had simply been unlucky to encounter such a powerful monster, or whether every special ferocious beast in this realm was this terrifying. If the latter was true, then Su Hong's true strength had to be far greater than he had imagined. After seeing the giant python's terrifying strength, Chen Tianxiao refused to back down. He convinced himself that if Su Hong could kill the beast, then he could do the same. With burning determination, he unleashed all of his power and declared that he would never lose to anyone. Wrapped in a blazing red aura, Chen Tianxiao charged straight at the giant python and threw a powerful punch. However, the enormous beast barely reacted. A few minutes later, it struck back with overwhelming force, sending Chen Tianxiao flying through the air. He crashed heavily into a massive tree, leaving him badly injured. Coughing up blood, Chen Tianxiao finally realized something was wrong. He could clearly feel that the giant python's combat strength was almost comparable to that of some Tier 4 ferocious beasts. He could not understand how a beast this powerful had supposedly been defeated by Su Hong alone. After suffering several heavy blows, Chen Tianxiao realized he could not continue fighting. He knew that if he stayed any longer, the giant python would kill him. Swallowing his pride, he decided to retreat. Although he hated the idea of running away, he admitted that staying alive was more important. As he escaped through the forest, Chen Tianxiao quickly came up with another plan. Since he could not defeat special ferocious beasts, he decided to steal points from other candidates instead. Before long, he spotted a group of examinees walking together. A cruel smile appeared on his face as he declared that they were unlucky because all of their points now belonged to him. Just as Chen Tianxiao was about to attack the unsuspecting candidates, someone suddenly rushed in from behind at incredible speed. It was Su Hong. He rushed in from behind with a large wooden log raised over his shoulder. With a cunning smile, Su Hong asked if he was the one called Chen Tianxiao. Hearing the voice behind him, Chen Tianyan was startled and quickly turned around to see who had attacked him. Before he could react, Su Hong swung the huge wooden log with tremendous force. The heavy strike crashed into Chen Tianyan, knocking him backward. Su Hong did not give him a chance to recover and launched another powerful attack on Chen Tianyan's face, sending him flying with a powerful impact toward the students ahead. A student noticed Chen Tianyan and shouted for everyone to dodge quickly. They all dodged as Chen Tianyan came flying from the powerful blow and crashed into the ground, leaving a deep trench behind him. The nearby candidates stared at him in shock. They could not believe that someone had knocked out a Tier 3 expert like Chen Tian with a single surprise attack. Everyone wondered who could possess such terrifying strength. Meanwhile, Su Hong looked at his wrist device and smiled. He had originally been searching for a special ferocious beast, but instead, he had unexpectedly earned 400 points by defeating Chen Tianyan. He considered it a very profitable outcome. Su Hong then turned his attention to the 5 nearby candidates. Standing calmly with the giant tiger behind him, he asked them how many points they had. The 5 students immediately panicked. They begged Su Hong to spare them and explained that the 5 of them together had not even earned 100 points. They insisted that such a small amount was not worth attacking them over and pleaded for mercy. After hearing their answer, Su Hong looked at them in disbelief and commented that earning fewer than 100 points between all 5 of them was truly pathetic. Su Hong smiled and suggested that the 5 candidates beat up the unconscious Chen Tinyan as well. He jokingly said that they might even receive half of Chen Tinyan's points if they did. The 5 students looked at one another in confusion. Curious, they decided to give it a try. 2 minutes later, Chen Tianyan's face was covered in bruises after being beaten repeatedly, and the wooden log Su Hong gave them was completely broken. However, no matter how many times they hit him, they did not receive a single point. They finally realized that only the person who defeated him first could claim the reward. Seeing that nothing else could be gained, Su Hong smiled and told them to keep trying before saying goodbye. He then climbed onto his giant white tiger and rode away. The 5 students watched him leave in admiration. They were amazed that he had tamed a Tier 3 ferocious beast as his mount. They began to wonder if that incredible young man was the current #1 ranked participant, Su Hong. Meanwhile, outside, Grandmaster Lin watched the scene and complained that beating an already unconscious person again was hardly something a decent person would do. But Grandmaster Qin laughed and replied that Su Hong wanted to enroll in Magic Martial University and said that the university loved mischievous students like him. Su Hong then arrived where the giant python was. It hissed at Su Hong as a dark red aura surrounded its body. Instead of backing away, Su Hong grinned and jumped at the giant python, challenging it to fight him. The giant python let out a furious roar and lunged straight toward him with its mouth wide open. Su Hong faced the attack without showing any fear. He gathered his strength and unleashed his powerful martial skill, 9 heaven-breaking spears. His spear blazed with energy as he thrust it forward at incredible speed. The powerful strike pierced through the giant python's attack and slammed directly into its head, killing it instantly. Then, 1 hour later, when Chen Tianyan woke up and went to hunt the giant python, he saw its massive body collapsed on the ground. After seeing the giant python lying there, Chen Tianyan could not believe what he was looking at. He quickly checked the rankings and was shocked to discover that Su Hong had earned 4,500 points. The leaderboard showed Su Hong firmly in first place, far ahead of Chen Sha, who had only 1,450 points, while Lu Xuan remained in third place with 1,300 points. Chen Tianyan immediately realized that the Tier 3 high-stage giant python had also been killed by Su Hong. The discovery left Chen Tianyan completely stunned. He could not understand how Su Hong, who was supposed to be only a Tier 2 martial artist, could possess such terrifying strength. He began to suspect that Su Hong had been hiding his true cultivation all along and was actually a Tier 4 martial artist. Otherwise, he could not explain how Su Hong had defeated a giant python that even Chen Tianyan himself had no confidence in defeating. On the other hand, the 3 students who had been saved by Su Hong had also defeated a special ferocious beast. They looked at the enormous corpse of the special ferocious beast in disbelief. They admitted that the 3 of them had almost been wiped out by that monster. Yet Su Hong had managed to kill it all by himself. In their eyes, Su Hong was the real monster, and they could not imagine how a single person had accomplished such an impossible feat. Then, one of them checked the updated leaderboard. She was shocked to learn that Su Hong had killed yet another elite monster. His score had already reached 4,500 points, leaving everyone speechless. They admitted that Su Hong was no longer someone they could compare themselves to. In their eyes, he was a monster among monsters. Instead of trying to catch up with him, they decided it would be enough if they could simply surpass Chen Tian. Meanwhile, the 2 grandmasters continued watching the examination. Grandmaster Qin praised Su Hong's extraordinary talent, saying that he could control both the powers of thunder and fire with incredible ease. Hearing that, Grandmaster Lin said that since he also possessed dual attributes, he wanted to meet Su Hong personally and asked Grandmaster Qin to introduce him. Hearing that, Grandmaster Qin laughed and teased him, saying that it was embarrassing for someone of his status to seek advice from a young junior. However, Grandmaster Lin did not mind at all. He replied that if he could master such a powerful technique, there was no reason to worry about losing face. Grandmaster Lin then pointed out that Zhang Hu, a Tier 3 initial stage martial artist, had been unable to block even a single punch from Su Hong. In his opinion, the martial arts examination had completely turned into Su Hong's personal show, as none of the other participants could compete with him. Grandmaster Lin stood up to leave, saying there was no need to keep watching the examination. However, Grandmaster Qin suddenly noticed something and immediately stopped Grandmaster Lin, saying that Su Hong was heading alone toward the barbarian dragon. Grandmaster Lin was shocked and wondered if Su Hong had gone mad. He explained that he had personally captured the barbarian dragon and knew exactly how powerful it was. The beast was already close to breaking through to the middle stage of Tier 4. With its dragon bloodline, its combat strength was almost equal to that of a high-stage Tier 4 ferocious beast. He confidently declared that even if Su Hong could control the powers of thunder and fire, there was no way he could seriously injure the barbarian dragon. He believed Su Hong would soon be beaten badly and finally understand how vast the gap in strength really was. Grandmaster Qin, however, hoped for a different outcome. He wished that Su Hong would realize the danger and retreat before it was too late. On the other hand, the white tiger was very frightened. Su Hong sat on the frightened white tiger's back and called it a coward. He told the beast that it only needed to lead the way because he had no intention of making it fight the barbarian dragon. The white tiger let out a series of frightened whimpers but still obeyed his orders. Following the white tiger's guidance, Su Hong soon arrived at the entrance of a deep canyon. The tiger nervously indicated that the barbarian dragon was hiding inside. Su Hong jumped off the tiger's back and calmly told it to wait outside until he returned. The white tiger immediately agreed with a relieved bark as it watched him head into the canyon alone. Without hesitation, Su Hong leaped into the canyon at high speed. As he descended, he gripped his spear tightly and used it to stab into the cliff wall. The spear carved a long groove through the rock, slowing his fall while sending pieces of stone flying in every direction. After sliding down the cliff, Su Hong landed steadily at the bottom of the canyon. He immediately became alert and carefully observed his surroundings. A moment later, he discovered the barbarian dragon. To his surprise, the enormous Tier 4 beast was asleep and tightly bound by several massive chains. Su Hong was confused after seeing that and wondered why such a powerful Tier 4 barbarian dragon had been chained up. Even while sleeping, the dragon released an overwhelming aura. Su Hong could tell that its strength had already surpassed the Tier 4 initial stage and was extremely close to the Tier 4 middle stage. After judging the dragon's power, Su Hong admitted that he was not confident he could defeat it in a direct fight with his current strength. However, seeing that the dragon was asleep and restrained, he smiled and decided to take advantage of the situation. He quietly thought that if he launched a sneak attack, the dragon could not blame him for fighting unfairly. After carefully observing the sleeping barbarian dragon, Su Hong noticed one particular weak spot. He realized that no matter the creature's race, gender, or how strong its defense was, a direct hit to that spot would cause tremendous damage. He went behind the barbarian dragon. A confident smile appeared on his face as he gripped his spear tightly and used his unlimited technique. He gathered the powers of thunder, fire, and metal into the weapon, combining the three attributes into one powerful attack. Without hesitation, Su Hong unleashed his ultimate move and thrust the glowing spear straight toward the barbarian dragon's weak point, hoping to deal devastating damage before the beast could wake up. Su Hong unleashed his ultimate attack and drove his spear straight into the barbarian dragon's weakest spot. The combined powers of thunder, fire, and metal exploded on impact, causing a massive blast. The barbarian dragon let out a loud, painful roar as the powerful strike dealt heavy damage. This made the barbarian dragon furious, and it immediately turned around and shot flames from its mouth at Su Hong. However, Su Hong ran to the other side of the barbarian dragon to attack it from the front. Seeing the dragon restrained by the heavy chains, Su Hong smiled confidently. He believed that as long as the chains continued to limit its movements, defeating the barbarian dragon would not be as difficult as he had expected. However, the barbarian dragon noticed Su Hong running ahead and opened its mouth wide. A massive stream of blazing fire burst towards Su Hong. Surprising him, the barbarian dragon turned the entire area into a sea of flames. Powerful flames spread in every direction, burning everything around them. Su Hong was completely burned and turned into charcoal, but suddenly, the charcoal statue of Su Hong shattered, revealing that it was just clay. Su Hong had used the same technique as those demonic practitioners. The barbarian dragon was stunned to see that it was not a real person but a clay statue. Just then, Su Hong appeared behind the barbarian dragon, where he drove his spear deep into the wound he had already created. Blood poured out as he smiled and declared that he would strike the same spot one more time. His spear flashed with thunder, fire, and metal energy before crashing into the dragon with tremendous force. The dragon let out a painful roar that echoed across the battlefield. Everyone watching the live broadcast was stunned. They could not believe how brutally Su Hong was fighting. Grandmaster Lin admitted that he had expected the chained barbarian dragon to be too strong for Su Hong to injure, but Su Hong had surprised everyone. However, he also could not help wondering what kind of person would think of attacking a dragon's weakest spot in such a shameless way. Grandmaster Lin suggested that they should quickly remove the chains. Otherwise, the barbarian dragon would end up being toyed with and defeated by Su Hong. Controlling his laughter, Grandmaster Qin replied that although Su Hong's methods were shameless, releasing the barbarian dragon completely would be far too dangerous. But Grandmaster Lin said that it did not matter whether the barbarian dragon was released or not. He believed it was a good chance to see the true limit of Su Hong's combat strength. At that moment, loud explosions echoed through the cave as several giant chains were blasted apart. Su Hong looked up in surprise and realized that the chains binding the barbarian dragon had been destroyed. He wondered if the Grandmasters had decided to release the dragon. The barbarian dragon immediately let out a furious roar as more chains snapped one after another. The last restraints broke apart, and the massive dragon was finally set free. Those falling chains were so huge and heavy that Su Hong had to dodge them. As the barbarian dragon was released, its body erupted with terrifying power. It shot a dragon breath into the sky. A pillar of blazing fire shot straight into the sky, shaking the entire area and filling the battlefield with overwhelming pressure. Su Hong looked at the fully awakened dragon and realized he was finally facing the true strength of a Tier 4 barbarian dragon with a dragon bloodline. He admitted that such a powerful opponent was far from ordinary. Instead of feeling afraid, Su Hong smiled. He ran toward the dragon's back, thinking that it was actually a good thing that the barbarian dragon had been released. Now he could finally test the true limit of his combat power by fighting with everything he had. The barbarian dragon noticed him and opened its mouth, gathering blazing flames before unleashing a massive stream of fire towards Su Hong. Seeing the attack rushing at him, Su Hong quickly leaped away, narrowly dodging the dragon's fiery breath as it exploded across the battlefield. Su Hong quickly switched techniques and gathered the power of water around his spear. With a powerful swing, he unleashed the water dragon skill. A massive blue water dragon rushed forward to meet the barbarian dragon's blazing flames. The two attacks collided head-on. Fire and water exploded against each other, creating a violent blast that filled the battlefield with steam and thick smoke. The barbarian dragon roared furiously from inside the cloud. Su Hong used this opportunity to jump onto the rocky wall, and without wasting a moment, he pushed off the cliff and leaped high into the air. Golden lightning gathered around his spear as he activated the 9 heaven-breaking spears technique. Holding the glowing spear tightly, Su Hong was about to dive straight toward the barbarian dragon, preparing to strike it with his strongest attack. The barbarian dragon suddenly noticed Su Hong's attack and quickly reacted. With incredible speed, it pressed the ground with its claws and swung its massive tail like a giant whip. Su Hong was surprised to see that, the next second, the dragon appeared behind him, climbing the wall. Su Hong was shocked by how fast the enormous dragon was. He realized that despite its huge body, its speed was far beyond what he had expected. The barbarian dragon immediately rushed toward him with its sharp claws, trying to tear him apart before he could finish his attack. Su Hong quickly gathered golden lightning around his spear and attacked. Lightning surged forward, forming a huge, powerful wave that charged straight at the barbarian dragon. Su Hong's golden lightning wave crashed into the barbarian dragon with tremendous force, causing a massive explosion that shook the entire battlefield. However, before the smoke could clear, the barbarian dragon suddenly appeared in front of him with its sharp claws already swinging down. Su Hong quickly raised his spear to block the attack, but the dragon's attack was very powerful, and his spear fell from his hand. His spear was sent flying and hit the ground. Su Hong also fell to the ground and quickly backed away toward his spear. Su Hong was bleeding a little after getting hit by the barbarian dragon's attack. He realized that he had underestimated the barbarian dragon. Although it looked large and heavy, its speed was far greater than he had expected. However, he remained calm. He believed that if they were only comparing raw physical strength, his overlord body was still superior. The barbarian dragon let out a furious roar and charged straight at him with unstoppable force. Instead of dodging, Su Hong clenched his fist and rushed forward to meet it head-on. As the dragon's massive claw came crashing down, Su Hong threw a powerful punch directly at it. Their attacks collided with a thunderous impact, creating a violent shockwave that echoed throughout the battlefield. The barbarian dragon roared in pain as the force of Su Hong's punch exploded, spreading in every direction. The barbarian dragon roared loudly as Su Hong's powerful punch landed on it. The force of his punch was so great that the whole ground started shaking, and energy filled the battlefield. The barbarian dragon general was pushed back and hit the wall behind it with a solid impact. However, Su Hong didn't stop there. He said it was not over yet, and unleashed more energy from his body. Then Su Hong rushed toward the barbarian dragon at full speed. He clenched his fist and jumped at the barbarian dragon, telling it to take another punch from him. He launched another powerful punch aimed at the barbarian dragon's head. Seeing that, the barbarian dragon was shocked, but it was already too late. His fist smashed into the dragon with tremendous force. His punch was so powerful that the barbarian dragon's 2 teeth broke and fell to the ground. But Su Hong did not stop there. He shouted that it was not over. He charged at the barbarian dragon once more and landed another heavy blow. The impact shook the dragon's huge body. The barbarian dragon roared and tried to endure the attacks, but Su Hong's punches kept coming one after another. His speed and strength shocked everyone watching the battle. The people outside watched the fight on the screen in disbelief. They could not understand what was happening. A Tier 3 human was actually suppressing and beating a Tier 4 barbarian dragon. Some of them wondered who the real barbarian dragon was in this fight. Others thought it was too ridiculous, and suspected that Su Hong might also have the bloodline of a dragon race. Grandmaster Lin was shocked after seeing Su Hong's strength. He said that the power from fusing 3 attributes was truly extraordinary, but Su Hong's physical strength was also far too great. He asked Grandmaster Qin if he hadn't said earlier that Su Hong had some kind of overlord body, but he didn't say it was this strong. Grandmaster Qin himself was stunned. He admitted that he already knew the overlord body was very strong, but he had only thought it could reach the top 30 in the physique rankings. Now it seemed that Su Hong's overlord body was comparable to the war god body, which ranked first in strength. Grandmaster Lin became even more shocked as he thought about Su Hong's abilities. Su Hong had the overlord body, was also a spirit master, could fuse 3 attributes, and had perfect compatibility with 7 attributes. To him, Su Hong was simply too much of a monster. He believed that in this year's martial arts exam, Su Hong's results would surely break historical records. Meanwhile, Su Hong continued attacking the barbarian dragon with terrifying speed and power, making it throw up blood. Then, finally, he attacked with full power and smashed the barbarian dragon's head, sending it flying and crashing onto the ground with a solid impact. Its fall filled the whole battlefield with smoke and dust. That huge barbarian dragon finally died, and the system announced that Su Hong had killed the barbarian dragon and gained 10,000 martial value. Su Hong sat on the ground, exhausted. He admitted that the barbarian dragon could really take a beating, and his spiritual chi was almost depleted. He knew that without relying on his overlord body and 3-attribute fusion, normal moves might not have even hurt it. He thought that if other students had been the ones fighting the barbarian dragon, defeating it would have been impossible. Su Hong also felt that the Grandmaster was too wicked for arranging such a terrifying beast for their trial. However, Su Hong smiled when he looked at the ranking list. His points had finally reached 14,500, placing him in first place. Chen Su was in second place with 1,450 points, and Lu Dao was in third place with 1,300 points. Chen Tianyan, who saw the ranking, was shocked. He could not believe Su Hong had gained 14,500 points and wondered if Su Hong had really killed the barbarian dragon. He remembered that the barbarian dragon was said to be a Tier 4 ferocious beast with a dragon bloodline, so he could not understand how Su Hong had defeated such a monster. The people in the canyon were shocked when they saw Su Hong's score. One person could not believe that Su Hong was even human. Another person shouted that Su Hong had 14,500 points while he only had a little over 300 points. They were stunned that Su Hong had killed the barbarian dragon all by himself. Meanwhile, the second place and third place students collapsed on the ground in despair. One of them cried and apologized to his parents. He admitted that he had been too arrogant before. He no longer believed he was a genius, and called himself useless. Their confidence had been completely crushed after seeing Su Hong's strength. Watching this scene through the screen, Grandmaster Qin said that the minds of those little geniuses seemed to have broken a little. Grandmaster Lin admitted that if he had met a monster like Su Hong back then, his own mentality would have collapsed too. At that moment, the people watching the screen suddenly became excited again. They saw Su Hong cutting and roasting the barbarian dragon, and were amazed by his boldness. They called him too powerful and too wild. When Su Hong started roasting the barbarian dragon, the white tiger immediately appeared there and stared at the food while drooling. Seeing that, Su Hong complained that the tiger was never around during fights, but it always appeared when there was good food to eat. The tiger only made a pitiful sound in response. Su Hong then pointed at the remaining body of the barbarian dragon and told the white tiger that the rest belonged to it. The white tiger became excited and raised its paws happily before rushing toward the dragon's body to eat. Half an hour later, Su Hong and the white tiger lay on the ground after eating the barbarian dragon meat. Su Hong felt satisfied and said that the barbarian dragon tasted delicious. He wanted to take some back for his uncle and aunt to taste too. The white tiger also looked full and made a happy sound. But suddenly, something strange happened to the white tiger. Red energy burst out from its body, and it started roaring in pain. Su Hong looked at it in surprise and asked what was wrong. He wondered if the tiger had eaten too much and become too full. At the same time, Su Hong felt a sudden change inside his own body. His vitality began to rise quickly. He was shocked when he realized that his life force had suddenly surged. Red energy surrounded his body, and the system kept showing increases. His vitality rose again and again, and his overlord body also improved little by little. After the energy calmed down, Su Hong let out a breath. He checked his status and saw that his vitality had increased by more than 20 points. His overlord body had also risen from 6.5% to 9%. His status now showed that his vitality was 1025, his spiritual power was 642, his physique was the spirit rank overlord body at 9%, and his martial value had reached 2120. Su Hong was shocked because every 1% increase in the overlord body consumed 1000 martial value. But after eating only a few pieces of barbarian dragon meat, he gained power equal to thousands of martial value. He was amazed and understood that the barbarian dragon was a treasure from head to toe. On the third day of the assessment, other students arrived in the valley and saw the remains of the barbarian dragon. They were shocked and could not believe what had happened. Su Hong had not only killed the barbarian dragon, but had also eaten it. Another person said that the dragon was so huge that it would be impossible to finish it even in a year and asked if Su Hong was a pig. On the other hand, Su Hong stood on top of the white tiger and shouted at it. He asked if it was a pig and how it could eat so much. He told the white tiger to quickly take him to find other high-tier ferocious beasts, or else he would eat it instead. The white tiger cried out in fear and immediately obeyed him. Over the next few days, Su Hong went around the assessment area and took away almost all the high-tier ferocious beasts. On the fourth day, Su Hong killed a special ferocious beast called the 9-life white ape. He attacked it with his spear and lightning power, finishing it quickly. On the fifth day, he killed another special ferocious beast called the death worm. The huge worm tried to attack him, but Su Hong struck it down with powerful lightning. On the sixth day, he killed a special ferocious beast called the heavenly wind mad bull. Even though the beast was huge and fierce, Su Hong still defeated it with his strength. On the seventh day, Su Hong suddenly attacked Chen Tenyan again and knocked him down with one powerful strike. Chen Tenyan cursed in pain, saying that Su Hong had ambushed him again. After that, Su Hong checked the leaderboard and saw that he still had only 26,500 points. Su Hong became confused and asked why he had not received any points from the fight. Then, when Su Hong looked at Chen Tianyan again, he felt that the man seemed familiar. After thinking for a moment, he remembered that the man's name was Chen Tianyan, and that Su Hong had already robbed him once before, so he understood why he did not receive any points this time. Soon, a loud announcement rang out through the forest, saying that the martial arts exam had ended. The exit of the secret realm opened, and all candidates were ordered to leave immediately. Su Hong looked at the sky and felt surprised that the exam had ended so quickly. He thought the secret realm was a very good place and it was a pity that they could only stay there for 7 days. Before leaving, Su Hong patted the white tiger and told it not to cry. He said he was leaving and told it to cultivate hard so that it would not be beaten to death by someone next year. Then Su Hong noticed that Chen Tianyan had fainted. He wondered how Chen Tianyan would leave the secret realm in that condition. Su Hong carried him and flew toward the exit. He came out while carrying the unconscious Chen Tian on his shoulder and holding his spear in his hand. Just as he came out, everyone was there to welcome him. The whole crowd shouted his name again and again. They called him the top scorer of Jiangnan province and the top scorer of the martial arts exam. News quickly spread across Jiangnan province that the historical record for the provincial martial arts exam had been broken by an enormous margin. Su Hong's outstanding performance became the biggest headline everywhere. At Star City No. 1 High School, students celebrated excitedly. They proudly held banners with Su Hong's picture and cheered for him. One of his classmates laughed happily and proudly declared that Su Hong was his good friend. Reporters also interviewed Su Hong's uncle and aunt. They smiled with pride and said that Su Hong had always been a sensible and hard-working child ever since he was young. Another reporter interviewed Chen Tianyan after he woke up. She mentioned that he had fallen into a coma before the exam ended, and that Su Hong had carried him out of the secret realm. She then asked if he had anything to say to Su Hong. As soon as Chen Tian heard Su Hong's name, he was so shocked that he almost jumped at the camera. Meanwhile, Su Hong's phone kept ringing without stopping. News headlines and notifications flooded in one after another. Some stories praised him as a martial arts genius. Some talked about his difficult childhood after losing his parents, while others even spread rumors about his private life and claimed that a famous actress had publicly confessed her feelings for him. Overnight, Su Hong became the center of attention across the entire country. 2 days after the martial arts exam ended, Su Hong visited the president's office of the Star City Martial Dao Association. While looking at his phone, he asked Grandmaster Lin and Grandmaster Qin if they could control the news media because all the attention had become very annoying. Grandmaster Lin agreed immediately. He promised that they would tell the media to restrain themselves and stop disturbing Su Hong's family. After that, Grandmaster Lin signaled to Grandmaster Qin, saying it was time to discuss more important matters. Grandmaster Qin then hesitantly asked Su Hong for advice about the attribute fusion technique. He wanted Su Hong to share some of his experience and give him a few pointers. Su Hong was completely stunned by the request. He could not believe that a respected grandmaster was asking him for guidance. In his mind, he wondered if the whole world had been turned upside down. Su Hong then remembered that Grandmaster Qin had always treated him very well. Since it was the first time Grandmaster Qin had asked him for a favor, Su Hong felt there was no reason to refuse. He respectfully greeted the two grandmasters and humbly said that he would not dare call it giving guidance. He only wanted to share his limited experience with them. He also asked them to correct him if he made any mistakes. Half an hour later, Su Hong carefully explained his cultivation method in detail. He even demonstrated the techniques and elemental energy while the two grandmasters listened and took notes. After hearing everything, Grandmaster Lin was deeply moved. He realized that Su Hong had hidden nothing and had openly shared every detail of his cultivation. He believed this was a discovery important enough to change human history and thought Su Hong was truly selfless. From outside the room, President Wu watched in disbelief. She found it unbelievable that two Tier 7 grandmasters were asking a Tier 3 martial artist for advice on martial arts. As she watched, she also discovered that she possessed a small amount of wind attribute adaptability. She gathered a faint wind energy in her hand and began thinking about how Su Hong's teachings might help her. Then, at 3 a.m., one room in the president's office of the Star City Martial Dao Association building suddenly lit up. Grandmaster Qin was still cultivating. After following Su Hong's guidance, he successfully combined two attributes into a powerful flame. Filled with excitement, he shouted that he had finally succeeded. He believed that with this new power, he could even defeat a Tier 8 martial artist. Grandmaster Lin praised Grandmaster Qin's talent and said he had done an excellent job. Su Hong was surprised and asked if Grandmaster Qin also possessed dual attributes. Grandmaster Qin explained that he had obtained a special fragment some time ago, which gave him an additional attribute. Hearing that, Su Hong immediately wondered if it was a Seven Gods Cauldron fragment. The moment those words left Su Hong's mouth, both grandmasters were shocked. They instantly demanded to know where he had learned the name Seven Gods Cauldron. They explained that it was a top-secret name, known only to the highest-ranking members of the human race. Su Hong told them it was during the time he had been chased by demonic cultists near Stargazing Lake. They had also been searching for the Seven Gods Cauldron fragments. Because of that, he decided to keep it a secret that he also possessed one of the fragments. He did not want the human higher-ups to ask him to hand it over. Grandmaster Qin told Su Hong that, with his talent, he would learn these secrets sooner or later, so there was no harm in telling him now. He explained that the Seven Gods Cauldron was originally a divine artifact. For an unknown reason, it exploded, and its fragments were scattered across the world. Grandmaster Qin continued by saying that the 10,000 races had sent many people to search for the Seven Gods Cauldron fragments. As far as they knew, Several fragments had already fallen into their hands. He warned Su Hong to be very careful. Su Hong was confused and asked what this had to do with him. He already knew that the 10,000 races liked to assassinate talented humans, but he did not understand what that had to do with the Seven Gods Cauldron. Grandmaster Lin then explained that the Seven Gods Cauldron fragments could give a person multiple attributes. Since Su Hong possessed 7 different attributes, everyone would assume he had obtained more than one Seven Gods Cauldron fragment. The 10,000 races would certainly try to seize them from him. Su Hong replied that his 7 attributes had nothing to do with the Seven Gods Cauldron. However, the Grand Masters explained that the people of the 10,000 races would never believe in such an unbelievable talent. They would naturally assume his abilities came from the Seven Gods Cauldron fragments and would target him because of it. The 2 Grand Masters decided to create the same explanation as Su Hong to prevent others from suspecting that he still possessed the Seven Gods Cauldron fragments. Grandmaster Qin told him to say that his multiple attributes came from a few fragments he had found by accident, and that he had already handed those fragments over to them. Grandmaster Lin also warned Su Hong to be extremely careful. They explained that there were many traitors hidden among the human race, and if those people targeted him, he would be in great danger. Su Hong understood their concerns and agreed to follow the arrangements made by the 2 Grandmasters. Grandmaster Lin then reassured him that once he entered Magic City Martial University, he would be safe for the time being. He said Su Hong would not have to worry about assassins from the 10,000 races, because anyone who dared to hunt him down would face Principal Li's wrath. Su Hong became curious and asked if Principal Li was really that powerful. He wondered whether Principal Li was a Tier 9 powerhouse. Grandmaster Lin smiled and explained that even the principal of the Imperial Capital Martial School, who was a Tier 9 powerhouse, had once had his leg broken by Principal Li of Magic Martial University. Hearing that, Su Hong was stunned. He realized just how terrifying Principal Li truly was. With such a powerful person protecting him, he felt he no longer needed to fear being hunted by the demonic cult. Su Hong asked Grandmaster Lin if Principal Li had any preferences. He wanted to leave a good impression on Principal Li, so that the principal might take care of him in the future. Grandmaster Lin immediately asked if Su Hong was planning to give Principal Li a gift. He warned him that Principal Li hated people who tried to gain favor through flattery, and said that such behavior might even earn him a beating. Grandmaster Qin then joked that there was another way to get Principal Li's attention. He said Su Hong could beat up the son of the Magic City Lord, but only if the other side deserved it, and Su Hong did not cause trouble for no reason. Hearing that, Su Hong looked confused and asked if Grandmaster Qin really thought he was the kind of person who caused trouble everywhere. Grandmaster Qin laughed and jokingly agreed that Su Hong was the most well-behaved person. Grandmaster Lin smiled and said there was an even better target. He explained that if Su Hong met a relative of the principal of Imperial Capital Martial School during the National Martial Dao Tournament and defeated them soundly, Principal Li would definitely notice him. With a smile, both of the Grandmasters told Su Hong that the great-grandson of the principal of the Imperial Capital Martial School would be enrolling that year. If Su Hong gave him a severe but fair beating, Principal Li might value him as much as his own great-grandson. The 2 Grandmasters even joked that after winning, Su Hong should loudly declare that Imperial Martial was inferior to Magic Martial. Hearing all that, Su Hong thought to himself that the 2 Grandmasters looked dignified on the outside, but they were actually quite cunning. He decided that he absolutely must not learn those habits from them. Smiling, Su Hong then asked the 2 Grandmasters if they had a picture of the great-grandson of the principal of the Imperial Capital Martial School, because he wanted to get to know him. He quickly added that they should not misunderstand him. He insisted that he only wanted to meet the young man, and definitely was not planning to beat him up. The 2 Grandmasters smiled warmly and said they understood. They praised Su Hong for being such a kind-hearted and considerate young man. Meanwhile, at the admissions office of Magic City Martial Arts University, the staff were busy reviewing the entrance exam results. Admissions Office Director Wang Yang sighed and remarked that this year's examinations were unbelievable. Talented geniuses had appeared from almost every province. As he prepared to review Jiangnan Province's results, he recalled that the province usually produced several outstanding students every year. However, the moment he saw the latest score, he was completely stunned. Su Hong had earned 35,500 points, leaving Wang Yang staring at the screen in shock. He ordered the staff to quickly search for the combat footage of Su Hong, the student from Jiangnan Province. Several minutes later, they finished reviewing the recordings and were completely shocked. They saw that Su Hong had fought a Tier 4 barbarian dragon by himself. They could hardly believe that a young martial artist possessed such terrifying strength. When Director Wong witnessed him perform a 3-attribute fusion, they were even more stunned and wondered if he was even human. One staff member checked Su Hong's file and discovered that after coming into contact with a fragment of the 7 Gods' Cauldron, Su Hong had awakened 7-attribute spiritual qi. His compatibility with all 7 attributes had reached a perfect 100%. Hearing this, Director Wong was left speechless. He could not believe that Su Hong not only had perfect compatibility with all 7 attributes, but had also successfully completed a 3-attribute fusion. They felt he was no ordinary genius, but a true monster. Unable to stay calm any longer, Director Wong rushed out and urgently asked the principal to lend him the university's private jet because he wanted to fly to Jiangnan province immediately. However, another powerful figure, the principal of Magic City Martial Arts University, Cheng Daoli, calmly stopped him. He said there was no need to rush because he also wanted to meet Su Hong in person. Principal Cheng Daoli smiled and said that a truly remarkable young genius had appeared in Jiangnan province this year. Surprised, Director Wong asked if he already knew about Su Hong. Principal Li laughed and replied that it was impossible not to know. He handed over a stack of recommendation letters and told Director Wong to look for himself. As Director Wong read through the documents, he was stunned. He saw the names of famous grandmasters such as Lin Beixing, Wang Qingshan, Qin Tianli, Zhang Lin, and many others. To his shock, more than a dozen grandmasters had all recommended Su Hong to their school at the same time. Principal Li then suddenly said that before going to Star City, he wanted Director Wong to accompany him to kill some people. Hearing that, Director Wong was frightened. He quickly begged the principal not to act personally. He said that if someone had offended him, they could handle it for him and asked him not to cause trouble everywhere. Principal Li assured him that the people he planned to kill were members of the demonic cult. According to their intelligence, a demonic cult stronghold near Magic City was preparing to hunt down human geniuses, and Su Hong had been listed as their highest priority target. Therefore, he intended to eliminate the cult members before they could make a move. Hearing that, Director Wong immediately became excited. Since Principal Li was going after the demonic cult, he had no objections at all. He eagerly agreed to join the principal. Before he could react, Principal Li grabbed him by the shoulder and shot into the sky at incredible speed. Director Wong was so startled that he shouted, complaining that the principal could have at least warned him before taking off because he had almost been scared to death. Soon they arrived at Tianfeng Forest, 50 kilometers east of Magic City. Hidden deep inside the forest was a secret cave that served as a concealed base. Inside the cave, several members of the demonic cult gathered around a large stone table for a meeting. One of them reported that news from Jiangnan province suggested Su Hong was very likely to enroll at Magic City Martial Art University. Because of that, they planned to intercept him on the way and kill him before he could safely reach the university. The leader of the demonic cult announced that the heavenly god race had made a promise. He declared that anyone who killed Su Hong would receive divine blood and be transformed into a true member of the heavenly god race. The other cult members immediately became excited after hearing the reward. The leader reminded everyone that if several Tier 7 experts like them could not even kill a young martial artist like Su Hong, they would have no right to return to the heavenly god race. They might as well just slit their throats and return to heaven. Everyone nodded firmly and shouted that they had to kill Su Hong no matter what. Meanwhile, Principal Li and Director Wong arrived above Tianfeng Forest. Director Wong looked across the countless mountain peaks and asked if Principal Li knew where the demonic cult members were hiding. Principal Li looked around and admitted that he had no idea where their secret base was located. Director Wong quickly volunteered to go down into the forest and search for the demonic cult's hiding place himself. However, Principal Li stopped him and said there was no need to go through so much trouble. Instead, he simply told Director Wong to record everything on his phone because the battle would make the perfect promotional video for Magic City Martial Art University this year. Director Wong immediately understood the plan and agreed. He took out his phone and started recording. At that moment, Principal Li slowly raised one hand toward the sky. A terrifying red aura erupted from his body as his energy surged wildly. In an instant, a gigantic red energy hand formed high above the forest. The enormous hand descended with overwhelming force, covering the entire mountain range. He intended to crush everything beneath it in a single strike. As the gigantic energy hand descended, the hidden demonic cult members were thrown into panic. The entire cave shook violently as rocks and debris rained down from the ceiling. Everyone looked around in confusion, wondering what was happening. Just then, a massive boulder crashed into the cave. followed by countless more. In only a few moments, the hidden base was completely buried under tons of rock. From high above, the enormous palm-shaped crater left on the mountain showed just how terrifying the principal's attack had been. Director Wang stared at the scene in complete shock while still holding his phone. He thought that every time he watched the principal fight, he felt as powerless as an ordinary martial artist standing before a god. The principal's strength was simply overwhelming. Meanwhile, back at Su Hong's house, expensive gifts had piled up everywhere. The living room was filled with boxes, leaving almost no empty space. Su Hong's uncle smiled and joked that it was already the third group of visitors to bring gifts. He laughed and said the house had almost run out of room because so many people had come to congratulate Su Hong. Su Hong's aunt even brought out photos of several young women from powerful families and asked if there was anyone he liked. She happily offered to arrange a blind date for him. Su Hong quickly waved his hands and politely refused. He explained that he was still young and wanted to focus entirely on his cultivation. For the time being, he had no interest in finding a partner. His uncle immediately supported him, saying there was no need for Su Hong to rush into marriage. Smiling mischievously, he joked that once Su Hong reached Magic City, he could simply marry a talented young woman from one of the great families there. He laughed and said that would be much better than choosing someone from Star City. Embarrassed by the teasing, Su Hong smiled awkwardly and said he was going back to his room to cultivate. He asked them to call him when dinner was ready, before quickly leaving. As Su Hong walked away, his uncle laughed and joked that Su Hong was getting shy. His aunt scolded her husband for embarrassing Su Hong. Back in his room, Su Hong sat cross-legged on his bed and opened his system panel. After checking his current status, he realized that the martial arts points he had accumulated were enough to raise his spiritual power to Tier 3. Su Hong selected the option to increase his spiritual power. As soon as he tapped the plus button, his spiritual power began rising 1 point at a time. The system repeatedly displayed notifications showing spiritual power +1 as a powerful aura surrounded his body. As his spiritual power continued to grow, Su Hong's eyes suddenly shone with a bright white light. He could clearly feel the tremendous increase in his mental strength. After reaching the required level, Su Hong calmly activated a technique called Weapon Condensation Art. A large glowing shield appeared in front of him, radiating powerful energy. Without hesitation, Su Hong threw a powerful punch at the glowing shield. The impact shook the room, as the shield trembled under the force of his attack. Su Hong's powerful punch broke through the glowing weapon shield. Cracks spread across its surface before it completely shattered into countless glowing fragments that scattered through the air. Looking at the result, Su Hong smiled with satisfaction. He realized that the shield had been strong enough to block nearly 30% of his punch's power. He estimated that the same punch could now easily kill a mid-stage Tier 3 ferocious beast. Su Hong then imagined fighting several Tier 3 martial artists at the same time. With his newly condensed weapon and increased strength, he felt confident that he could handle such opponents without much difficulty. Satisfied with his progress, Su Hong looked at his remaining martial value. He decided to spend all of it on improving his overlord body instead of saving it. As soon as he selected the upgrade, the system repeatedly displayed Overlord Body +0.1 notifications. A blazing red aura burst out from his body as immense power flowed through him. Su Hong roared while enduring the strengthening process, feeling every part of his body become tougher and far more powerful than before. After the upgrade was complete, Su Hong's Overlord body reached 36%. The violent energy inside him gradually settled down, and his body quickly returned to normal. Feeling the changes, Su Hong smiled in satisfaction. He realized that the Overlord body was far more powerful than he had expected. Based on physical strength alone, he believed that a full-powered punch from him could now easily kill a Tier 4 martial artist. Just then, his aunt called him to dinner from outside. Su Hong happily replied that he was coming and joined his family for the meal. The next morning, Su Hong was still sleeping when his phone suddenly started ringing. Half asleep, he wondered who would call him so early in the morning. He answered the phone with a sleepy greeting. The moment the call connected, his principal's panicked voice shouted his name. He desperately begged Su Hong to come to the school immediately and save him. He sounded terrified, as if he were in great danger. As soon as Su Hong arrived at his principal's office, he saw that the whole office was completely destroyed. His frightened principal quickly introduced the people who had fought there. He pointed to the elegant but injured woman and explained that her name was Chen Lin, the director of admissions for Imperial Capital Martial Arts University. He then introduced the stern-looking injured man as Wang Yang, the director of admissions for Magic City Martial Dao Arts University. After that, he proudly introduced Su Hong to them, saying that Su Hong was the outstanding student from their school. Looking at the two admissions directors, Su Hong smiled awkwardly. He had heard many times that the rivalry between Magic City Martial Dao Arts University and Imperial Capital Martial Arts University was extremely fierce, but he never expected that even their admissions directors would end up fighting each other over a student. Without wasting any time, Director Chen immediately began trying to recruit Su Hong. She promised that if he chose Imperial Capital Martial Arts University, he would receive unlimited cultivation resources below A grade for free. She also offered him a 50% discount on all A-grade resources and above. She promised to arrange for a grandmaster to personally guide Su Hong in one-on-one cultivation. In addition, the university would give him 3 A-grade martial arts techniques every year free of charge and provide an extra 30 million in cash. Hearing that, Su Hong's principal was stunned. He could hardly believe that Imperial Capital Martial Arts University was willing to provide unlimited free resources, valuable A-grade martial arts techniques worth tens of millions, and even personal guidance from a grandmaster just to recruit Su Hong. He realized that even without converting the benefits into cash, the university would still spend at least 1 billion on Su Hong every year. Director Chen smiled confidently after finishing her offer and turned to Director Wang. She said she had already made her proposal and asked him to explain what kind of treatment Magic City Martial Dao Arts University could offer Su Hong. Director Wang remained calm and explained that Magic City Martial Dao Arts University treated every student equally. Every freshman received exactly the same resources. Each student was given cultivation resources worth 10 million every year, and if they wanted more, they had to earn them through their own hard work and abilities. Hearing this, Director Chen crossed her arms and smiled proudly. She mocked Magic City Martial Dao Arts University for being as stingy as ever, and claimed that its offer could not compare to Imperial Capital's. She then looked at Su Hong and confidently told him there was no reason to hesitate any longer. She urged him to make his decision. Su Hong remained calm. After listening carefully to both universities' offers, he finally opened his mouth and said that he had made his choice. Su Hong announced that he chose Magic City Martial Dao Arts University. Confident in her offer, at first Director Chen didn't understand Su Hong's words and said it was a wise choice, adding that only Imperial Capital Martial Arts University was worthy of a genius like him. But when she realized what he had actually said, she was shocked. She quickly asked him to repeat his answer. Su Hong looked at her calmly and confirmed once again that he had chosen Magic City Martial Dao Arts University. He explained that although Imperial Capital offered incredible benefits and resources, it also had too many rules. In his opinion, Magic City Martial Dao Arts University provided much greater freedom, and that was more important to him. The moment Director Wang heard Su Hong's answer, he burst into laughter with excitement. He happily praised Su Hong for making a wise choice, and declared that only Magic City Martial Dao Arts University was worthy of a genius like him. Director Chen, however, refused to give up. She asked Su Hong if he was absolutely sure and reminded him that the difference in treatment and cultivation resources between the two universities was enormous. Su Hong smiled and replied that a smooth sea never made a skilled sailor. Because of that, he firmly stated once again that he chose Magic City Martial Dao Arts University. Hearing his final decision, Director Chen could only remain silent. She clenched her teeth in frustration. Director Wang laughed loudly and praised Su Hong's decision. He said Su Hong was full of ambition and had great vision. Director Wang then told Su Hong to report to Magic City Martial Dao Arts University the very next day. Su Hong was confused. He thought it was still summer vacation and asked why he had to report so early when the new school year did not begin until September. Director Wang smiled and explained that students at Magic City Martial Dao Arts University never chose to waste their time resting. Instead, they spent every day becoming stronger. He then listed the many activities waiting for Su Hong, including the annual freshman tournament, Martial Dao Club selections, experiential training missions, the on-campus rankings, virtual ladder matches, and the National Martial Arts University League. Director Wang explained that everyone at Magic City was constantly competing and cultivating. No one wanted to fall behind, and every student focused on training harder than everyone else. After hearing everything, Su Hong smiled, finally understanding the atmosphere at Magic City Martial Dao Arts University. Director Chen looked at Su Hong one last time with disappointment. She told him that since he had already made his decision, she hoped he would not regret choosing Magic City Martial Arts University in the future. After saying that, she left the room with an unhappy expression. As she walked through the hallway, Director Chen took out her phone and thought carefully. She remembered that Star City still had 3 other talented students. Since she had failed to recruit Su Hong, she decided that she had to recruit those 3 students no matter what. Soon afterward, the scene shifted to the Star City Lord's mansion, where Director Chen met with the remaining 3 top students, Wang Tiantuo, Lin Xinghe, and Zhao Yan, but without hesitation, all 3 of them announced that they had also chosen Magic City Martial Arts University. Hearing their answer, Director Chen was left speechless. After leaving Star City, Director Chen tried to comfort herself. She thought that the 3 students from Star City were only average talents, so it did not matter if they chose Magic City Martial Arts University instead of Imperial. However, she immediately reminded herself that she absolutely had to recruit the 3 top students from Hang City. Not long afterward, Director Chen arrived in Hang City to recruit those talented students. To her complete disbelief, all 3 of them also declared that they had chosen Magic City Martial Arts University. Director Chen was so shocked that she almost lost her temper. She could not understand what was happening with the students from Jiangnan Province that year. Frustrated, she wondered why everyone preferred Magic City Martial Arts University over Imperial Martial Arts University. Even so, she refused to give up. She made up her mind that no matter what happened, she would personally recruit Chen Tianyan, the 2nd-ranked student in Jiangnan Province. Soon, Director Chen arrived at Chen Tianyan's home in Wen City. However, before she could say much, Chen Tianyan calmly interrupted her and declared that he had already decided to join Magic City Martial Arts University. Surprised, Director Chen reminded him that both his older brother and older sister were already studying at Imperial Martial Arts University. She asked why he still wanted to choose Magic City Martial Arts University instead. Chen Tianyan confidently explained that he wanted to defeat Su Hong first and prove that he was the true #1 genius of Jiangnan Province. After that, he planned to challenge his older brother and older sister in the National Martial Arts University League and prove that he was the greatest genius of the Chen family. Director Chen could only stand there speechless as she listened to his ambitious declaration. After leaving Chen Tianyan's home, Director Chen was completely confused. In disbelief, she wondered if all the students in Jiangnan Province had gone crazy that year. Some time later, Su Hong arrived at Magic City Railway Station. As the train came to a stop, an announcement asked all passengers to get off in an orderly manner. Carrying his luggage, Su Hong stepped onto the platform and looked around. It was his first time visiting Magic City, one of the world's greatest cities. Although he was excited, he also felt a little nervous. As he walked through the station, Su Hong noticed several people holding signs. He guessed that they were senior students from Magic City Martial Arts University who had come to welcome the new freshmen. However, when he looked closely at the welcome signs, he could not help but smile. The handwriting on them was so messy and ugly. The senior students holding those signs were complaining among themselves. They grumbled that if Senior Bai ever led another freshman welcome event, they would refuse to join. They were embarrassed by the welcome signs, and hoped no one would think they had written such terrible handwriting. One of them even joked that Senior Bai's handwriting was unbelievably ugly. Hearing their conversation, Senior Bai asked them if his handwriting really was that bad. Senior Bai confidently defended himself. He insisted that the members of the calligraphy club had praised his handwriting before. The other senior students admitted that they did not know much about calligraphy, but since the calligraphy club had praised it, they assumed it must be good. Feeling encouraged, Senior Bai smiled proudly and declared that true art had a very high standard, and that ordinary people simply could not appreciate it. The other senior students looked at one another with helpless expressions. They quietly thought that since no one at the university could defeat Senior Bai in a fight, nobody dared to criticize his handwriting, even if they believed it looked terrible. Su Hong walked over to those seniors and politely introduced himself. He said that his name was Su Hong, and that he was a new student at Magic City Martial Arts University. Senior Bai immediately recognized Su Hong, saying, "The top scholar of Jiangnan Province is here." He introduced himself as Bai Changshen, the senior student responsible for welcoming the new freshman. The two shook hands, and Su Hong respectfully greeted him as Senior Bai. As they talked, the other senior students quietly looked at Su Hong. They recognized him as the genius who had single-handedly killed a Tier 4 savage dragon during the provincial exam. They were amazed that he had earned 35,000 points by clearing the entire exam realm on his own. However, they were also surprised because he looked like a completely ordinary young man. With a cheerful smile, Senior Bai told Su Hong to follow him. He said he would take him to the university, help him complete the enrollment procedures, and show him around the campus. Su Hong thanked Senior Bai, and the two soon arrived at the main gate of Magic City Martial Dao Arts University. As Su Hong stood before the entrance, he looked at the enormous gate of Magic City Martial Dao Arts University with admiration. He thought that, as expected of one of the world's top martial arts universities, even its front gate looked grand and magnificent. Seeing Su Hong staring at the Golden School plaque, Senior Bai jokingly warned him not to get any ideas about stealing it just because it was made from A-grade alloy. Su Hong was stunned to learn that even the plaque was made of such an expensive material and thought the university was unbelievably extravagant. Senior Bai laughed and explained that every year some students actually tried to steal the plaque. However, they were caught every single time and had their legs broken by the security guard grandpa. Hearing this, Su Hong did not know whether to admire the student's courage or be more shocked by the terrifying strength of the security guard grandpa. The two then walked to the freshman registration area. After completing the registration, a staff member handed Su Hong a freshman handbook along with a scoring bracelet and reminded him to keep them safe. Su Hong politely thanked the staff member. Just then, several students noticed Senior Bai and excitedly called out his name. Many admired his handsome appearance and enthusiastically thanked him for all the hard work he had done. Su Hong then put on the scoring bracelet and listened carefully as Senior Bai explained how it worked. He told Su Hong to keep the bracelet safe, because inside Magic City Martial Dao Arts University, everything required points. Whether it was exchanging for cultivation resources, learning martial arts, eating meals, or even taking a shower, every expense had to be paid with points. Senior Bai then explained that every freshman received 100 starting points when they enrolled. After using those, students had to earn more points on their own. He also said that the bracelet could connect to the university's virtual network, where students could participate in ladder matches. Winning those matches rewarded them with additional points. Su Hong checked the bracelet and saw that it displayed his name, his current 100 points, and several functions, including ladder matches, course search, school announcements, trial missions, and point exchange. Senior Bai added that the ladder matches took place in a virtual world, so he did not have to worry about getting injured. The battles only consumed spirit power, allowing him to fight as much as he wanted. Hearing this, Su Hong wondered if defeating opponents in the virtual ladder matches would also allow him to earn martial Dao value. Because if that were possible, he would no longer need to search for places to increase his martial Dao value. As they continued walking, Senior Bai explained that dormitories were assigned randomly to freshmen after enrollment. But he told Su Hong that he had great luck because he had been assigned the best detached villa in Dormitory Area 1. However, Senior Bai quickly added that dorm assignments could be challenged. Whether a student could continue living there depended entirely on their own strength. Hearing that, Su Hong was shocked, saying that the university was shamelessly rigging the system. Meanwhile, several nearby freshmen overheard that Su Hong had received the detached villa. They became jealous and mocked his incredible luck. Soon they began discussing the idea of teaming up to defeat him and take the villa for themselves. All those freshmen ganged up and attacked Su Hong, but Su Hong quickly defeated all of them with ease. The defeated students lay on the ground in shock, unable to understand how someone who had just enrolled could already be so powerful. Soon afterward, Su Hong arrived at his assigned dormitory. As soon as he stepped inside the detached villa, he was amazed by its luxurious interior. Looking around the spacious living room, he felt that it was far too extravagant to be a student dormitory. He continued exploring the villa and discovered a fully equipped training room, filled with high-quality exercise equipment. Seeing how luxurious even the training room was, Su Hong realized that anyone living in such a place would naturally become the target of jealousy and resentment. After thinking about it for a moment, Su Hong understood the university's intention. He concluded that the school was deliberately creating conflict among the students to encourage fierce competition and push everyone to become stronger. While inspecting the villa, Su Hong suddenly noticed a strange machine inside one of the rooms. After taking a closer look, he realized that it was a virtual pod used to connect to the university's virtual network and participate in ranked battles. Su Hong carefully examined the virtual pod and wondered if he only needed to lie down inside it for his consciousness to connect automatically to the virtual world. After observing it for a moment, he decided there was no point in hesitating. He thought that the best way to find out was to try it himself. Su Hong then lay down inside the virtual pod. As soon as he settled in, the transparent cover slowly closed over him. He calmly closed his eyes while the pod began its startup process. A mechanical voice announced that the pod was closing. Moments later, it reported that the connection process had begun as Su Hong's consciousness started linking to the virtual network. As soon as the connection was complete, Su Hong found himself inside a strange virtual space. Looking around in confusion, he wondered where he was. A system voice welcomed him as a newcomer to the ranked battles and began explaining the rules. The first rule stated that every martial practitioner of the same tier would have their physical strength and spiritual energy adjusted to the same standard. To test it, Su Hong jumped lightly and immediately noticed that his body felt much weaker than before. The second rule explained that special physiques and spiritual powers could not be used inside the ranked battles. Su Hong nodded in understanding. He felt that his strength had dropped greatly, and his body felt heavy and sluggish. His spiritual energy had also been greatly reduced, and he could no longer sense his spiritual power. He quickly realized that the ranked battles were designed to test a person's combat skills and mastery of martial arts rather than natural talent or special abilities. The system then introduced the ranking system. From the lowest to the highest, the ranks were bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, master, grandmaster, and challenger. Each rank was divided into 9 stars. Once a fighter reached 9 stars in a rank, they would enter a promotion match to advance to the next rank. Finally, the system explained that all Tier 3 martial practitioners would use the same C-rank alloy weapons during ranked battles, ensuring that every competitor fought under equal conditions. The system then asked Su Hong to choose a weapon for the ranked battles. Without any hesitation, he selected a spear, since it was the weapon he was most skilled with. As soon as he made his choice, a spear instantly materialized in front of him. Su Hong picked it up and was pleasantly surprised. The spear's weight, balance, and texture felt exactly the same as the real weapon he used outside the virtual world. Impressed by the technology, Su Hong smiled and praised how advanced the virtual system was. A new prompt then appeared, asking him to create a username. At the same time, the system reminded him not to use his real name, because protecting personal privacy was everyone's responsibility. The interface also showed that his current rank was Bronze Awud, while his combat skill rating was still listed as none, since he had not fought any ranked battles yet. Su Hong thought for a moment about what username to use. He tried entering several different names, but every one of them was already taken. The system repeatedly displayed messages, telling him that the username already existed, and asking him to choose another one. Surprised, Su Hong complained that even such strange usernames had already been claimed by other people. After failing so many times, he gave up trying to think of a proper name. He decided to simply press random keys on the keyboard and use whatever came out. This time, the system informed him that the username was available and asked if he wanted to confirm it. Without paying much attention, Su Hong immediately selected yes. A moment later, the system announced that his username had been successfully set as I love long legs in black tights. When Su Hong finally saw the name he had accidentally chosen, he froze in shock. Staring at the ridiculous username, Su Hong could not believe what he had done. He immediately tried to change his embarrassing username, hoping to fix his mistake. However, the system informed him that once a username had been confirmed, it could never be changed. Hearing that, Su Hong sighed helplessly and thought that he was doomed because the name was far too embarrassing. The system then instructed him to customize his appearance. It explained that his avatar could not look more than 50% similar to his real face in order to protect his privacy. Feeling slightly annoyed, Su Hong complained that he even had to customize his face. Even so, he quickly adjusted his appearance without paying much attention to the details. A few moments later, the setup was completed, and the system began searching for an opponent. When Su Hong looked at his new avatar, he was shocked to discover that he had accidentally made himself look like a middle-aged uncle. Soon, the system found him a match. It announced that the player I love long legs in black tights had been paired against an opponent named Likes Busty Girls. When Su Hong saw both usernames displayed together, he was completely speechless. He wondered what kind of ridiculous names those were. Before he could think any further, the system announced that the ranked battle was about to begin. As soon as the battle arena loaded, Su Hong looked at his opponent and immediately fell silent. Su Hong could not help thinking that he had believed disguising himself as a middle-aged uncle was already strange, but his opponent had gone even further. His opponent, the red man, grinned confidently and asked why Su Hong was not saying anything. He jokingly asked if Su Hong had been stunned by his handsomeness. Just then, the system interrupted them and announced that both players should prepare for battle. A countdown immediately appeared. As the numbers counted down from 5 to 1, both players tightened their grips on their weapons and carefully watched each other's movements, waiting for the perfect moment to attack. The instant the countdown reached 0, the system announced that the battle had officially begun. At the same moment, the red man smiled fiercely and charged towards Su Hong with his massive blade. As soon as the battle began, the red man burst into laughter and shouted for Su Hong to take his attack. He leaped high into the air and swung his massive blade downward with tremendous force. The powerful strike crashed towards Su Hong like a falling mountain. However, Su Hong remained calm and met his attack head-on. With a single strike, Su Hong broke the red man's energy slash with ease. Watching Su Hong's power, the red man grew nervous and thought that he had encountered a speed-focused fighter in his very first match. The next moment, Su Hong's figure suddenly blurred. He rushed toward the red man with astonishing speed, leaving behind only an afterimage. The red man was startled by Su Hong's incredible footwork, but he reacted quickly. He immediately raised his oversized blade and blocked the incoming spear. Su Hong did not stop after the first strike. He continued attacking from different directions, launching one fast thrust after another. The red man swung his giant blade repeatedly, barely managing to block every attack as sparks flew across the battlefield. Su Hong continued his relentless assault, thrusting his spear again with incredible precision. That attack forced the red man to dodge, but even then it struck him in the chest. Seeing that, the red man's expression changed. He could not understand how this was possible. Even though the arena had equalized their physical abilities, Su Hong was completely overwhelming him. Sweat rolled down the red man's face as he stared at Su Hong. Suddenly, Su Hong's figure flashed forward once again. Before the red man could fully react, Su Hong struck him with a powerful spear attack. The red man cursed under his breath as the blow landed, creating a hole in his chest. As the red man started disappearing from the arena, a system notification appeared, announcing that Su Hong had defeated a bronze 1-star opponent and earned 1 point for his victory. It also encouraged him to keep up the good work. After winning the first match, Su Hong smiled to himself. He thought that even though he had lost all of his usual advantages inside the virtual arena, his spearmanship alone was still strong enough to let him win without much difficulty. He then checked his battle progress. After only one match, his rank progress had increased by 15%. He realized that winning 6 more matches would allow him to advance to bronze 2-star. Looking at his status, Su Hong noticed that his spearmanship had reached Tier 2 4-star with 23% progress, while his footwork had reached Tier 2 1-star with 9% progress. He reflected that he had relied too much on his overlord body and attribute fusion in the past. Now that everyone fought with equal physical abilities, this was the perfect opportunity to strengthen his basic combat skills. Confidently, he believed that once his fundamentals improved, he would be invincible against opponents of the same realm, even without those special advantages. Meanwhile, at Villa number 002, someone opened the door and called out, "Sister!" A cheerful young woman excitedly ran over and said that she had heard someone had moved into Villa 001 next door. She eagerly suggested that they go and take the villa for themselves. However, her older sister, a young woman with glasses, calmly told her not to waste time on meaningless things. Instead, she instructed her to hurry back and continue cultivating. The younger girl pouted and complained. She pointed out that her sister was the top scorer in Jiangdong province, yet she was staying in Villa 002. Meanwhile, she, the runner-up of Jiangdong province, was also stuck in the small Villa 007. She thought it was completely unfair. The older sister calmly replied that if she wanted Villa 001, she should take it herself because she still needed to participate in the ranked battles. The younger girl sighed helplessly and complained that her sister was already the top scorer in the province. She wondered why her sister enjoyed defeating weaker opponents so much. While she was talking, her older sister entered the virtual pod. Inside the virtual world, her name was Qinghuan. The system announced that Qinghuan had been matched against an opponent named I Love Long Legs and Black Tights. Seeing the strange username, Qinghuan frowned and quietly thought that it was another perverted name. She muttered that men could be so disgusting. Qinghuan entered the virtual battlefield with a serious expression, holding her sword as she prepared for the match. As she looked at her opponent, she thought that in previous years, anyone capable of reaching the leaderboard always used respectable usernames and avatars. She felt that it would be extremely embarrassing to appear on the rankings with such a strange username and ridiculous avatar. In her opinion, people who chose random and embarrassing usernames usually believed they would never reach the leaderboard anyway, so they did not care how foolish they looked. Soon, the system started the countdown for the match between Qinghwan and I Love Black Silk Longlegs. The countdown quickly reached 0, and the battle officially began. Without wasting any time, Qinghwan rushed straight at Su Hong. She was determined to end the fight as quickly as possible. Confidently, she believed that a single strike from her sword would be more than enough to defeat him in one blow. Qingqi's powerful sword slash rushed towards Su Hong, but he calmly blocked it with his spear. The impact shocked Qingqi's Huan, and her eyes widened in surprise. Before she could react, Su Hong immediately counterattacked. He swung his spear upward with incredible speed, forcing Qingqi's Huan to retreat into the air to avoid the strike. As she landed, Qingqi's Huan realized that Su Hong was far stronger than she had expected. She admitted to herself that he was truly a master. Su Hong did not give her any time to recover. He launched another fierce spear attack, forcing Qinghwan to defend herself once again. While struggling to keep up with his attacks, Qinghwan became confused. She wondered why someone as strong as Su Hong would use such a shameless username and ridiculous avatar. She suspected that he had done it on purpose, so his opponents would underestimate him before the battle even began. Realizing her mistake, Qinghwan admitted to herself that she had become too arrogant. She understood that she should never judge an opponent by their strange username or avatar. Without hesitation, Qinghwan unleashed her full strength. She activated a powerful fire attribute martial art and sent countless blazing attacks crashing towards Su Hong. From the overwhelming power, Su Hong immediately recognized that it was at least a B-rank martial art, and it had likely reached the greater master level. Even so, Su Hong remained calm. Using his excellent spear techniques and precise footwork, he effortlessly dodged the incoming flames while weaving through the barrage. Seizing the opportunity, Qinghwan rushed forward from above and thrust her sword straight at Su Hong, hoping to catch him off guard. Su Hong was surprised to see that she had already seen through his footwork and predicted his movement before he attacked. He instantly blocked her sword with his spear and launched a swift counterattack. The two exchanged blows at incredible speed, their weapons colliding again and again as sparks flew across the battlefield. Despite Qinghwan's relentless assault, Su Hong defended every strike with ease and continued to pressure her with flawless spear techniques. Qinghwan suddenly switched to her wind attribute. Powerful currents of wind wrapped around her sword as she launched another fast attack. Seeing the change, Su Hong immediately realized that she possessed both fire and wind attributes. Using the boost from her wind attribute, Qinghwan moved much faster and slashed at Su Hong with incredible speed. However, Su Hong dodged the attack at the last moment. Even then, the wind from her sword scratched Su Hong's cheek. Seeing that, he smiled and thought, as expected of Magic City. He had not expected to encounter a dual attribute genius so early. Qinghwan was also surprised to see that Su Hong had avoided her attack so easily. As they continued fighting, she realized that Su Hong's spear techniques were extraordinarily powerful. She felt that his mastery of the spear might even surpass her own swordsmanship. At the same time, she became convinced that Su Hong was a true top-tier genius. Refusing to back down, Qinghwan leaped into the air once more and unleashed another massive wave of blazing flames towards Su Hong. Facing the incoming attack, Su Hong activated his martial art, 9 heaven-shattering spears, to counter Qinghwan's powerful assault. As Su Hong unleashed the 9 heaven-shattering spears, brilliant golden lightning erupted from his spear and condensed into the shape of a giant lightning dragon. It shot forward with overwhelming force and collided with Qinghwan's blazing flame attack. The lightning dragon destroyed the blazing flames and charged straight toward Qinghwan. Refusing to be defeated, Qinghwan gritted her teeth and declared that she would absolutely not lose. She poured even more spiritual energy into her sword, causing an enormous pillar of flames to descend from the sky and crash into Su Hong's lightning dragon. Both attacks collided in a massive explosion, engulfing the entire arena in lightning and flames. As the flames settled, Su Hong's sharp spear suddenly burst through the smoke and charged straight toward Qinghwan with unstoppable speed. Qinghwan immediately raised her sword and barely managed to block Su Hong's spear. However, she instantly realized something was wrong. Before she could react, Su Hong appeared in front of her in a flash. His fist was covered in crackling lightning as he thrust his palm forward with incredible speed. The lightning-covered palm struck Qinghwan directly in the chest, sending a powerful electric shock through her body. Unable to resist the force, she was blasted high into the air. After being thrown back, Qinghwan got safely teleported out of the battlefield. After being teleported out of the arena, Qinghwan crossed her arms and angrily muttered that she had lost. Remembering Su Hong's strange username made her face turn red with embarrassment. She angrily complained that it was such a ridiculous name. Determined to get her revenge, Qinghwan swore that one day she would defeat Su Hong and force him to change that embarrassing username to something normal. Meanwhile, Su Hong stepped out of the virtual combat pod with a satisfied smile. He admitted that the fight had been extremely exciting and that he had enjoyed every moment of it. Just then, a notification appeared on his smartwatch. It showed that Qinghwan had sent him a friend request. Su Hong looked at the notification in confusion. He quietly wondered who Qinghwan was. After accepting Qinghwan's friend request, Su Hong politely asked who she was. He admitted that he did not think they knew each other. Qinghwan was stunned and asked if he really did not remember her. She reminded him that they had met only a few moments earlier, and that she was the beautiful girl he had just fought. However, Su Hong immediately became suspicious. He wondered if it was one of those common online scams where someone pretended to be a beautiful girl to trick people. He confidently replied that such tricks would not work on him because he was completely broke. Reading his reply, Qinghwan became furious. She shouted that she was not a scammer, and that she was definitely not trying to seduce him. Before she could explain anything else, another notification appeared, saying that Su Hong had blocked her. Seeing that, Qinghwan trembled with anger and repeatedly cursed Su Hong, calling him a complete jerk. Meanwhile, Su Hong smiled to himself. He felt proud that he had avoided what he believed was an online scam. He thought that even scammers had appeared on Magic City University's virtual network. But fortunately, he was smart enough not to be fooled by a pretty face. Feeling hungry after the battle, Su Hong decided to head to the university cafeteria. He wondered if the food in a major city like Magic City would be any good. But as soon as he walked outside Villa 001, a large group of students was already waiting for him. One of them shouted that the resident of Villa 001 had finally come out. Another challenged Su Hong, saying that someone like him did not deserve such a luxurious villa and demanded a fight. Others eagerly volunteered to defeat him first. Su Hong let out a helpless sigh as his stomach growled with hunger. Since he was in a hurry to eat, he looked at the crowd and told them to stop wasting time. He confidently challenged all of them to attack him at once. When Su Hong confidently told the crowd that they could all attack him at the same time because he was in a hurry, his bold words made everyone hesitate. Some wondered if he was actually a hidden expert. Others asked if anyone recognized him, but no one had ever seen him before. They concluded that he was not from their province. After hearing that, one of the students laughed. He admitted that Su Hong's confidence had almost fooled him. Since nobody knew who he was, he decided Su Hong was just pretending to be someone important. Without waiting any longer, that student, named Wang Teng, stepped forward. Red spiritual energy surrounded his body, as he declared that he would personally defeat Su Hong. Wang Teng immediately rushed forward with all his strength and threw a powerful punch at Su Hong. However, Su Hong remained completely calm. Just before the punch could reach him, he casually raised his hand and caught Wang Teng's fist with ease, stopping the attack instantly. Su Hong then calmly raised his fist, and before Wang Teng could react, he casually threw a punch straight at his face. The punch landed with tremendous force, instantly sending Wang Teng flying backward. He crashed headfirst into a large tree and collapsed to the ground, completely knocked out. Everyone watching was stunned. They could not believe that Wang Teng, a Tier 3 martial artist, had been defeated with a single punch. Ignoring their shocked expressions, Su Hong looked at the remaining challengers and asked who wanted to fight next. After seeing Wang Teng defeated with a single punch, the remaining challengers fell silent. Fear quickly spread through the group, and someone suddenly shouted for everyone to run. Without hesitation, they all turned around and tried to escape. Su Hong looked at them with his blue glowing eyes and asked if they really thought they could get away. The next moment, he activated weapon condensation art. Bright spiritual energy gathered around him and formed glowing chains that shot toward the fleeing challengers. In an instant, the chains wrapped around their bodies, completely restraining them. The trapped students were horrified. They immediately recognized the technique and realized that Su Hong was actually a spirit master capable of using spiritual telekinesis. Before one of them could beg for mercy, Su Hong appeared in front of him in a flash. The trapped student desperately shouted that he surrendered, hoping Su Hong would stop. However, Su Hong did not show any mercy and sent him flying. He then moved like a blur, striking one opponent after another with overwhelming speed. Every punch sent another challenger flying through the air. Screams echoed across the battlefield, as no one could withstand his attacks. The spectators were completely stunned. They realized that the people Su Hong had just defeated were all Tier 3 geniuses from different provinces. Someone suddenly remembered who he was and exclaimed that he was the top scorer from Jiangnan province, the same person who had single-handedly killed the Tier 4 barbarian dragon. Meanwhile, Su Hong's system continuously rewarded him with martial value for defeating his opponents. But looking at the small amount of points he received, he sighed to himself. Ever since becoming a Tier 3 martial artist, defeating other Tier 3 martial artists gave him fewer than 100 martial value points each. He quietly thought that martial value was becoming harder and harder to obtain. After defeating all the Tier 3 martial artists, Su Hong looked around and noticed that there were still many people standing nearby. The remaining crowd consisted of Tier 2 martial artists. The moment the Tier 2 martial artists saw Su Hong looking in their direction, they became extremely nervous. Afraid that he might attack them next, they hurriedly raised their hands and explained that they were only there to watch and had no intention of challenging him. Seeing their frightened expressions, Su Hong smiled to himself. He thought that although defeating Tier 2 martial artists would give him fewer martial value points, it was still better than getting nothing. The Tier 2 martial artists immediately realized what Su Hong was planning. Terrified, they shouted that a Tier 3 martial artist was bullying Tier 2 fighters and desperately called for the senior students to come and save them. But just 1 minute later, the ground was covered with defeated Tier 2 martial artists. The unconscious students complained that Su Hong had been far too brutal and accused him of bullying the weak. Some even said they were going to report him to the teachers. After dealing with everyone, Su Hong calmly headed to the cafeteria as if nothing had happened. There, Su Hong picked up his meal and realized that each meal in the cafeteria cost 5 points. He thought the price was surprisingly expensive. Since the school only gave every new student 100 points at the start, those points were only enough to buy 20 meals. As he looked around the cafeteria, Su Hong suddenly noticed Wang Tintuo, Xiao Yan, and Lin Xinghe sitting together. Surprised, he walked over and greeted them, asking if they had also arrived at the academy. Lin Xinghe smiled and explained that they had heard Su Hong had left for school, so they hurried over as well. Seeing how cheerful he looked, Wang Tintuo jokingly guessed that Su Hong must have been assigned a private dorm room. Confused, Su Hong asked why they were talking about dorms the moment they met. He wondered if their dorm conditions were really that bad. Wang Tintuo sighed in frustration and complained that he had been assigned to an 8-person dormitory. He felt that the school looked down on him because of it. Su Hong was surprised and asked if Lin Xinghe and Xiao Yan had also been placed in 8-person rooms. Both of them shook their heads and explained that they had been assigned to 4-person dormitories. Hearing that, Su Hong forced a smile and said that a 4-person room was actually quite good. Since they all came from wealthy families, it was understandable that they thought those conditions were poor. Hearing that, Lin Xinghe got annoyed and shouted that he had been assigned to a 4-person female dormitory. Xiao Yan also angrily revealed that she had been assigned to a male dormitory instead. Lin Xinghe protested that he had only grown his hair long and was simply too handsome. He could not understand why anyone would mistake him for a woman. Xiao Yan also argued that she only had a slightly bold personality and an excellent figure. She also could not understand why anyone would mistake her for a man. After listening to both of them, Su Hong could only offer his condolences. As he sat down to eat with them, Wang Tintuo turned to Su Hong and asked what kind of dormitory he had been assigned. Feeling awkward, Su Hong quickly changed the subject. He suggested that they stop talking about dormitories and eat first because he was starving. However, his friends refused to let it go. Lin Xinghe jokingly guessed that he must have been assigned a fully furnished single apartment. Wang Tintuo assured him that, since they were all from Jiangnan province, they would not be jealous even if his dorm was much better than theirs. Xiao Yan urged him to stop eating and tell them the truth. While nervously swallowing his food, Su Hong finally admitted that he was living in a single-family villa. Hearing that, the three of them froze in complete shock. Before they could recover, Su Hong quietly said that he had something to do and excused himself, leaving the cafeteria. Meanwhile, the others remained rooted to the spot, their minds echoing with only one phrase, single-family villa. After returning to his villa, Su Hong entered the virtual training chamber and continued fighting simulated battles. He trained without stopping until his spiritual power was completely exhausted. Although he was covered in sweat, the results were worth it. His combat rank had risen to bronze 4-star, and both his spear technique and movement technique had improved as well. After logging out, he went to bed. While lying on the bed, Su Hong thought that, as a Tier 3 Spirit Master, he possessed more than 1,000 points of spiritual power. Even so, he could only fight 8 simulated battles in a row before running out of energy. He realized that ordinary martial artists, who had less than 100 points of spiritual power, would probably need to rest after every single simulated battle. Thinking about it, Su Hong smiled. Thanks to his huge spiritual power reserve, he could train much longer than everyone else. That meant his cultivation speed would definitely be much faster than that of the other students. Satisfied with his progress, Su Hong fell into a deep sleep. A few hours later, the sun rose, and morning arrived. Su Hong was sleeping on his bed when a loud announcement echoed throughout the campus, calling all freshmen to gather at playground number 13 within 10 minutes. The announcement warned that 10 points would be deducted for every minute anyone arrived late. Hearing this, Su Hong immediately rushed out of his villa with his spear in hand. As he ran, he complained that the school's point deduction system was far too ruthless. Even after fighting so many simulated battles, he had not earned 20 points, yet being only 2 minutes late would cost him all of that. While he was running, someone suddenly shouted his online username, "I love black silk long legs." Su Hong froze in shock. He could not believe someone had recognized him so quickly and wondered who had figured out his real identity. It was Qing Huan. She angrily demanded an explanation, saying that he had rejected her friend request and even blocked her. The moment Su Hong saw her, he remembered that she was the woman who had tried to trick him with a honey trap. He sighed in frustration, thinking that she had actually tracked him all the way to his door to confront him. Trying to stay calm, Su Hong pretended not to know what Qing Huan was talking about. He awkwardly asked if she had mistaken him for someone else. Annoyed, Qing Huan explained that his weapon was a spear, and that he had fought 8 virtual battles in a row. Based on that, she concluded that he had to be at least a Tier 3 spirit telekinetic. She added that very few Tier 3 spirit telekinetics used spears, so figuring out his identity had not been difficult. Hearing her explanation, Su Hong fell silent. He realized she was right. Most spirit telekinetics preferred throwing knives or other hidden weapons, while almost no one fought with a spear. She then introduced herself as Gu Han. She explained that her virtual username was Qing Huan, and suggested that since they were both freshmen, they should add each other as friends. Before Su Hong could respond, Gu Huan's younger sister appeared and was stunned. She could not believe her sister had taken the initiative to add a male student. She pointed out that Gu Huan had rejected more than 100 friend requests before, making her behavior even more surprising. The younger sister then looked at Su Hong from a distance. Seeing that Su Hong had caught her sister's attention, she immediately became excited. She rushed toward him and declared that she wanted to see how strong he really was. Without waiting for an answer, she launched a fast kick at Su Hong. He calmly raised an arm and blocked the attack with ease. The younger girl smiled, impressed by his strength. While unleashing a rapid series of kicks, she jokingly asked if he wanted to compete for the chance to become her sister's boyfriend. Su Hong was speechless and asked her what she was even talking about. Watching from the side, Ko-hun sighed helplessly. She told Su Hong not to hold back because her younger sister would never listen unless someone taught her a lesson. Hearing that, Su Hong decided to stop being polite. He warned the younger girl that she had brought this on herself. Hearing this, the young girl was surprised, and before she could react, Su Hong's eyes sharpened as he instantly threw a powerful punch at her. The young girl immediately raised both of her hands to block his attack, but Su Hong's punch was so powerful that it created a shockwave, forcing her to quickly retreat. She stared at him in disbelief, and admitted to her sister that his strength was terrifying. Gu Huan calmly nodded in agreement. Curious, the younger girl asked Su Hong how much strength he had used in that punch. Su Hong replied that he had only used about 30% of his power. The answer left her completely stunned. She looked at the bruises on her arm and shouted that he had beaten her up with only 30% of his strength. She wondered if he was even human. Instead of getting angry, the younger girl immediately smiled and held out a friend request. She cheerfully called Su Hong a tough guy and asked him to add her as a friend. Su Hong smiled and thought that exchanging blows was apparently one way to make friends. Looking at her straightforward personality, he concluded that she was probably not a bad person. After the friend requests were accepted, Su Hong successfully added Gu Huan and her younger sister. They also added his virtual account, which still had the embarrassing username, I love long legs and black silk. The younger sister immediately teased him, saying that his username sounded far too perverted. Gu Huan pinched her cheeks and told her not to judge other people's preferences. Embarrassed, Su Hong quickly explained that the name had been chosen by accident and did not reflect his real preferences. He silently regretted picking such a random username and felt extremely embarrassed. Soon after, Su Hong arrived at playground number 13 and noticed a large crowd gathering there. As he walked closer, he noticed Wang Tiantuo waving and asking him to come over. When Su Hong walked over, Wang Tiantuo excitedly pointed at him and told everyone that he was the famous Su Hong. The students immediately surrounded him, calling him the genius who had single-handedly killed a Tier 4 savage dragon. Many of them excitedly said they could not believe they were seeing their idol in person. Su Hong then asked Wang Tiantuo whether Lin Xinghe and Zhao Yan were with him. Wang Tiantuo shook his head and explained that the two of them were spending time with their new roommates. At that moment, loud shouting came from nearby. A group of boys desperately tried to stop Zhao Yan from leaving, calling her the goddess of their dormitory and saying she was the only beautiful girl in the entire building. Zhao Yan angrily yelled that there was no way she was going to live in a dormitory filled with hundreds of men. Not far away, there was another commotion. Some girls surrounded Lin Xinghe and beat him up while calling him a pervert. They said that he had dared to disguise himself as a girl and sneak into the female dormitory. Poor Lin Xinghe desperately insisted that the school had made a mistake with his dorm assignment and claimed that he was a victim too. Watching the scene, Su Hong could only shake his head and quietly remark that it was truly brutal. Just then, a powerful voice echoed across the area, ordering everyone to be silent. The noisy crowd instantly fell quiet as an invisible aura spread through the campus. All the students fell to their knees under that aura. Su Hong also sensed the pressure. Although the aura was not overwhelmingly powerful, it instinctively filled everyone with fear. He wondered who could possess such an intimidating presence. Even Wang Tiantuo was forced to bend slightly under the pressure as they both looked toward the source of the voice. Standing on the stage, the powerful man introduced himself as Principal Li Chengdao and welcomed all the freshmen to the academy. He explained that he had gathered everyone so they could get to know one another. The principal then said that, since they were martial artists, the best way to introduce themselves was through their strength. He instructed everyone to release their blood qi. Anyone who could not endure the pressure had to step back, and the last person still standing would receive 50 points as a reward. As soon as the challenge began, one student burst out laughing and confidently declared that the 50 points already belonged to him. His powerful blood qi erupted, forcing many nearby students to retreat. The crowd was shocked to discover that he had already reached the high stage of Tier 3. Someone recognized him as Tang Gaiyun from Villa 004. Seeing such a strong opponent, another student named Young Master Aohai released his own blood qi and declared that he would not hold back either. The students around him quickly backed away, worried that they might get caught in the clash. Everyone was stunned to realize that he was also at the high stage of Tier 3. Moments later, the Gu sisters released their blood qi as well. The younger sister excitedly asked if they could join the competition, while the older sister silently agreed. Their powerful aura immediately shocked the crowd. The students could not believe that both young women had also reached the high stage of Tier 3. Others quickly recognized them, saying the two sisters had ranked first and second in Jiangdong province, so their strength was only natural. As more students released their blood qi, powerful red pillars of aura appeared all over the field. Many students felt overwhelmed upon seeing them. Su Hong was stunned to see so many people at the high stage of Tier 3, because the strongest genius in Jiangnan province had only reached the early stage of Tier 3. He wondered if the freshmen from other provinces were really this strong. Wang Tiantuo noticed that Su Hong was standing calmly despite the immense pressure. Shocked, he asked how Su Hong could withstand all of it without even releasing his own blood qi. Su Hong smiled awkwardly and admitted that he had almost forgotten to release his blood qi. Hearing that, Wang Tiantuo hurriedly told him to wait until he had moved farther away before doing so, afraid that he would be caught in the blast of Su Hong's aura. At that moment, a blue-shirted student noticed them and confidently told Su Hong to step back for his own good because he was about to get serious. He then roared and unleashed his blood chi with all his strength, causing his powerful aura to erupt across the field. At that moment, Su Hong finally released his blood chi. His eyes flashed with a red glow, and in an instant, a terrifying wave of pressure burst out from his body. The overwhelming aura slammed into the blue-shirted student, forcing him to cough up blood as he was thrown backward. The student stared at Su Hong in disbelief and shouted that such terrifying pressure could not possibly belong to a freshman. The surrounding students were just as shocked. They felt that Su Hong's aura was even stronger than that of the other high-stage Tier 3 geniuses. Unable to endure the pressure, many of them turned around and ran, saying they did not even care who he was anymore because they could barely breathe. Tang Gaiyun looked toward Su Hong with a serious expression. He remembered reading about Su Hong in his family's records, which described him as someone worth paying close attention to. However, the records stated that Su Hong was only at the early stage of Tier 3. Tang Gaiyun could not understand how someone at that level could possess such a terrifying aura. Not far away, Aohai also recognized Su Hong. He recalled hearing that Su Hong had killed a Tier 4 savage dragon and decided to see for himself whether the rumors were true. Soon, several talented freshmen fixed their eyes on Su Hong. They questioned why an early-stage Tier 3 cultivator deserved to live in Villa 001 and believed he was unworthy of it. At that moment, everyone saw the powerful blood chi of several top geniuses begin flowing together. Seeing that, the whole crowd was stunned and shouted, "What the hell are these Tier 3s trying to do?" To the amazement of the crowd, their blood chi merged into a massive dragon-shaped aura that towered over the field and charged straight towards Su Hong, who had created a huge hand using his blood chi aura.